heavy they are.
If you pop
Do you know what a
balloon,
hot air balloon? Just a hot air balloon. I'm not talking about different gases like helium and so on. A hot air balloon. Yeah. How much load can lift from the ground?
George, should we say it weighs the same as a car? Now imagine dropping that off a building.
Dropping? No, my balloon is going up. It's not falling.
Now imagine there's no air in the balloon this time, and you drop it off a building. What happens?
There is no air in the balloon. Well, there is no air in the balloon. There is the balloon, man.
Then the heavy thing drops straight towards Earth again, right?
Well, if there's no air in the balloon, it's not going to lift, is it?
So you get it now. Some heavy things always
I
drop.
get it. So don't say mass then. Say some masses. Say mass attracts mass, man. That's not fair.
What do you mean?
need to say some masses with some shapes, they get attracted to some masses with some shapes. Better say it than just say mass.
That's not true.
Mass. It's wrong, man.
You're wrong.
Isn't it so lovely to be wrong, like me? Everyone back to sleep mode.
Good morning.
Oh, bonjour.
Hello.
Eh oui, bonjour. What's up, George?
The sun is.
How you doing? Good down. How are you, man?
I'm great. The sun's up. Till later when it will be down, obviously. It's Earth the globe.
Man, I need to measure this angle, man. The sun. Well, it's 11 a.m. Yeah, just about 5 to 11. The sun.
Follow its path,
Degrees
George.
up or something like
Does
that.
the sunset?
Follow its path in a circle, and then imagine where it is at 12 p.m. I mean, 12 a.m.
Does the sun actually set?
No, 12 p.m.
No. Is that okay? Does the sun set or not?
Yeah, set. It goes.
Or is it a perspective? Is that a perspective thing?
Perspective's a drawing technique. It can't make the sun set.
So just it goes out, it travels, right? It takes its own light with it, right? To enlighten other places, right?
Every night. If you follow its circle, the circle carries on below Earth.
Above.
Below.
The lava plane.
The circle of the sun, if you track it through the day and you carry that on, it goes under Earth. Very simple, ancient stuff that even the Egyptians got and the Mayans got like 10,000 years ago. Even they got it.
There you go.
Why would you not be honest about the Son of God and follow its circle?
Son of God.
Where it goes.
What do you mean? God the Son. Helios, right? You're meant to believe in God the Son, right? Is that your God, right?
That's the Son of God.
That's what you believe in, right?
It's one of the things, yeah.
Oh my God, man. You're a polytheist.
I'm more of a monotheist that accepts multiple.
No,
God
that's
forms.
polytheism.
No, it's not.
Well,
No.
you need to understand in some languages, they don't call the sun rising to the morning sun.
What do they say?
They call it the sun's birth.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
From the underworld, where it went the night before. Under earth. Behind earth. Every single night for thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
No, it's the birth of a new day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the birth of the new day of the Son of God from the underworld, where it has been.
That's where the birth the day comes from. But the sun, its birthday, it's every single day.
Yeah, and how is it birthing if it's already above the earth? How is that a birth?
Yeah, because we use the sun in our calendar, isn't it? It's how we measure the days.
Yeah, but
You say having a new birth is a new day.
why are people saying rising?
Every day is the sun's birthday because he's born every day.
If it's been up all the time, why are they calling it rising and rebirthing?
Because it's arbitrarily, we need to have a starting point. What is 12 noon? What is midnight? And so on. We use the coordinate system, we use the grid system, and everything is to fit in. And that is what we call the model. And then we just increase more things into the model, more patches here, more patches there, and voila, we have this thing that you guys call a model today.
It all points to the globe Earth for me.
And the lights in the sky, they seem to be round. Doesn't mean that we are. We are not one of those lights in the sky.
It probably does, George. It probably does.
We don't live on a planet.
I know.
Bone thinks that we're spinning now.
Rotating.
We're rotating.
Yeah.
That's what you think, right?
Tomato, potato, same thing.
Isn't it great to have the dynamism of the seasons?
Just,
and all that?
just look at the notion of rotation, how ridiculous it is.
I don't think it's ridiculous. I believe it's fine, natural.
I believe. Just
knowledge.
To believe, right?
Knowledge.
You believe it.
I believe I have the correct knowledge about
it. Oh God, it's hilarious.
I don't think
you believe it, but you can't prove it.
Well, I proved it to myself. That's why I believe it.
Jeez. See that?
And do I need to prove it to you? Fuck no.
No, but something must be objective. You should not prove it to yourself. Must be proven by every other person, right?
Most people on planet Earth agree with me. It's only flat earthers.
No. It must be objective.
It is objective to most people, except
it's not objective. No, but you say most people. That's consensus. No, you gotta.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. That means objective to me.
No,
if only crazy flat earthers disagree, that means it's still objective.
Yeah, he meant to say plain Earth, not planet. Plain Earth. Yeah, we know plain.
Plainer.
Yeah, we get television angles from a plane. Yeah, that's what gives us the flatness.
Well, yeah. If you're happy with that, then I wish you all the best.
That's the key. That's the key bit. I am, and thank you. You know what makes me happy about it? I can explain nighttime without having to make something up. That makes me really happy. What's that noise?
Don, would you refer to yourself as a flat Earth fanboy?
Yeah.
No
doubt about that.
I'll give you that I'm triggered and obsessed with flat Earth.
It all spin around. And...
Fanboy's the wrong word.
What did you say? You're obsessed with it?
Yeah, triggered and obsessed, but not a fan.
Oh, okay.
Would you say that you're a Globe Earth fanboy?
No.
No.
You are triggered and obsessed with it. I'm not giving a choice on that one.
No.
You are. You made a server to wake people up about Earth. This is quite an obsession that you've got.
Yeah, but it's about truth. It's not about a globe.
Oh.
But all your truth relies on talking about how the globe is wrong.
Well, it's a big truth. It's one of many truths in today's world. It's a big one. I mean, they've mass brainwashed a massive amount of people to think they live somewhere that they don't. So, yeah, it's an important topic.
Yeah, that is a good explanation for why you're obsessed, because it's an important topic.
It would be one of the ways to hide more land, for example.
One thing different though, Don. It's like you're against the idea of a flat Earth. I'm not against a globe. You know, like it's fine if people want to think it, it's fine. No, I'm just saying I'm not upset that people think it. Like if they
you're worse than me, dude.
I give you an example, Don. Imagine you have a table, a flat table.
Well, I've actually got one right next to me, so I don't have to imagine.
All right.
Got a table.
Okay, so you have a table, and you put 2 plates on this table. These 2 plates, they're touching each other.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, in the center of one plate, you have the North Pole. And you have elevation angles to the North Pole, and you have radiuses around North Pole, and you have lines of longitude moving away of North Pole. So you have a grid system starting from north, further away from north, going towards south.
A hemisphere.
Now you reach, you reach the extreme where these 2 plates are touching, yeah? So you are so far away that you can't see the North Star anymore, the center of the plate. So you turn around now, and you see another star.
Go down a bit. I'm at the edge of the northern hemisphere, the northern flat hemisphere on a plate.
Yeah. And you turn around now. You're still in the same plane, yeah? You turn around now. Now you're looking another point in the sky. Now you're going to do...
I should still see Polaris above the North Pole in the middle.
Yeah, now, north is behind you. And you are facing somewhere else, south still, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I'm facing one of the souths.
Yeah, you have a reference point in the middle of the other plate.
Now what? The other plate?
In the middle of the second plate, you have another reference point right in the middle of that plate.
South Pole.
Yeah, and you're going to do elevation angles to it. And again, you're going to have lines of longitude and latitude to it. A grid system. On top of that plate, you're going to have a grid system. So if I tell you to move to this line of longitude and latitude, you'll move on that grid system, and I'm sure you're going to find where to be.
Assuming I can walk across the divide between the northern and southern plates.
Now, we are told, that every time you go to Antarctica, we need to go on a certain way in order to reach this ice wall that we all observe. Blah blah blah. Now, we are ignoring all the other space around these two plates that no one is talking about. Nothing to see here. Why would you go that far anyway? Because if you're going to follow your lines of longitude and latitude, once that you reach the extreme, will say, now we need to aim that way. Okay. So you will never reach the extremes of the table that way,
George,
if you know what I mean.
You started me by making me imagine 2 plates on a table. And now I'm lost because I can't relate that to reality in any way.
Because that is what we have. We have 2 planes of reference, one in the north,
you
one in
believe
the
in
south.
2 flat Earths next to each other now?
No, it's 2 maps, one of the north and one of the south.
And they're next to each other like 2 plates?
Yeah. If you put the 2 plates back to back, you know, and you inflate with air in between, you do have a ball.
I can't help you with that, George. That's insane.
That's how the model is created. Meanwhile, no one is looking for this extra area on the table, you know, that we are told is just C.
I watched a creepy and it had a psycho maniac guy that went back in time, and he described Earth as a plate on a table. And he said, what happens when the plate moves to the edge? What's under the table?
Now, if the table, hold on a second. Now, if the table is water, if the table was water, what was containing that water? You need to have land on the extremes of that water, or ice, or whatever. But land,
some type of perimeter.
You need to have earth, ground, soil to contain that waters within, those waters within. So the limitations of the table.
I don't believe in any of that being true, sorry.
Yeah, because we're told, okay, where do you want to go? Antarctica. Yeah, come this way. Antarctica is this way. What do you mean? How do you know? Yeah, we know it's this way. Yeah, we
go to Antarctica different ways, right? There isn't only one south.
You're going to travel. Yeah, you're going to travel to south, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's different types of south. There's different ways around the ball, or even on a flat Earth, there's different ways out from the middle.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it is right.
Now we created a system that, you know, it's suitable. It's, you know, suitable for them. You know, if there was more land, would they tell you? Of course not. If it's not in the map, they wouldn't say.
What if there's more land and they got away with it even on the globe, and you'll never find it because you don't know?
It becomes a myth. Was that this land? No, it was just a myth. It never existed.
Well, think of Antarctica. That's the extra land. That's the continent they don't let you go to. A globe. Explained on a globe.
The ice is on top of a plateau. Yeah, ground.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that means you need to have ground all around. You know, the ground is what is containing the water. There is ground under the oceans, man.
On a ball.
There's ground under the oceans, man.
All the water on the surface of the ball has land at the edges. That's how it works.
Ball? No.
Fear. Ball is obviously a kid's toy. I know that because you say it.
No. I mean, you just need to see what sea level actually means to conform to the shape of the earth. You know, like a paddle would conform to the shape of the earth. You know, you have a paddle conform to the shape of the earth. It's the same thing.
Curved surface.
That's what's no, not curved surface.
That's what sea level means on our model.
Now, sea level means to conform to the shape of the earth. Yeah, the earth is what contains the water. We know, like a paddle. No sphere, no.
Sphere. Spheres in
Spheres
the sky.
don't contain water, man.
Spheres in the sky, sphere under your feet. As above, so below.
You don't believe that?
I fucking do. Said it's told in the scriptures.
Yeah, flat as flat can be. So how would you have an elevation from a sphere?
By being above sea level.
No, I said elevation above a sphere.
Being above sea level on the sphere. That's elevation.
No, man.
Yes.
A sphere don't have elevation, only have depression. A sphere needs to
Well,
depress from you in
no.
every single vector. In this case, 8 inches per mile square. There is no elevation on the sphere.
You're talking about a perfect sphere.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter. It cannot have elevation from a curve. A curve, it depresses. It doesn't. It doesn't go. It doesn't have elevation from.
Because it's not a perfect sphere. It's a planet.
A planet? No, it's not a planet. Planet, they are those lights in the sky.
Wandering star, planet A.
Not at all, man. Very unique place you live in. You just don't appreciate the place you live in, man.
I agree.
I guess you do. I guess you do. By now, that's why you're here. You like to
Very
hear
special place because it's the only planet in the solar system that can
the only
have an
planet.
atmosphere with good life.
Atmosphere. Yeah, that's what an atmosphere means, isn't it? That's what
Yeah.
it says, the description of it. The air that surrounds a planet. But
Yep.
the thing is, we don't live on a planet.
Well, I do.
Okay, good for you, man.
Yes, it
Enjoy
is.
while you can. One of these days, meteorites can,
Exactly.
change the life as we know it, man. Very scary, man.
That could happen on flat Earth too.
A meteorite, you mean?
Yeah, a hot rock from space comes flying down.
No,
Hit
man.
flat Earth.
No,
Totally
we
possible.
use tinfoil hats, man. We're safe.
That's why there's all craters everywhere, because rocks come from the sky on every model.
So that's where gravity comes from, rocks falling from the sky, is it?
No. Gravity comes from God.
I think that's blasphemy, isn't it?
No. It's a high honor to attribute the amazement of nature to God.
You equating nature with gravity, man.
Gravity is part of nature, yeah, as far as we've described it.
No, gravity doesn't exist, man.
As for all the other people except you.
Gravity is just an equation, a piece of paper, man. Nothing else than that.
No, that's not true. Sorry.
Yeah. Doesn't cause anything. Bending of a concept doesn't cause anything. Lucky enough, we can all sleep peacefully. Nothing's going to happen.
Massive masses cause other masses to move.
Yeah. We just went down to that. No masses. You mean specific masses?
No, all masses.
Yeah, not all masses. No.
Doesn't mean George can observe them all moving.
Yeah.
But that doesn't ever mean that they're not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're going with that, yeah? Knowing how stupid it is, you still go with that.
Not stupid. It's a good explanation of nature.
Nature. Where we observe this in nature again? The lead balls and strings?
Where is nature again, did you say?
Where do we observe in nature these lead balls on the string?
In the Cavendish experiment.
So not in nature then?
Yes, in nature.
In nature? You
Yeah.
said in Cavendish?
Yeah.
In Cavendish is not nature?
Yes. When you do an experiment with things in nature, it still remains in nature. Fancy that.
Really? So you're not causing anything then? Nature is doing it for you then?
The big mass, the massive mass, is causing the smaller mass to move.
Hold on a second. Isn't science studying of nature?
Yes.
So.
And if you knew that, why did you question it?
Study of it's not the same, is it?
If you knew science studies nature, why a minute ago did you say it doesn't?
Well, gravity. What do you mean?
I made my point.
You made the point. Lost you there, man.
You did, yeah.
Really, whatever you said didn't came through.
No, you didn't listen properly.
Oh, it's a me problem. I see.
Definitely, definitely. You need Earth not to be a globe. That's definitely a you problem.
No, not at all, man. It doesn't make a difference to me if you think you live on a sphere or not, man. That is a you problem. You know,
There's nothing else for you to say about
there's
it.
nothing I can say to. There's nothing I can say that to make you change your mind. That's
No
not
other
my
comment
intention anyway. I have no
say to me
intention of
about
that. I come here to joke a little bit, have a bit of fun about this notion that we live on this sphere, which is very comical subject to talk
It's a
about.
you problem.
No, it's not a problem whatsoever, man. For me, it's a pleasure. You know, for me, it's a way of entertaining myself, spending a bit of my time. Nothing like a good laugh before or after work.
Globers often use the lie that they enjoy themselves talking to flat earthers like it's fun and a laugh. And I don't believe them either.
And tonight I'm going to do an experiment. I'm going to try to roast a chicken in my oven by using only time. So I will going to set for 2 hours and 30 minutes, and hopefully it'll be cooked.
I'm going to pour some piss on the floor, make a puddle, and say, look, flat earth model. I'm going to fart on it. Say, look, the fart went up, flat earth.
No, man, don't say like that, man.
Yeah, I'm going to mock your belief system.
It's not flat Earth, fart going up, man. Don't
Laugh
say
to
that.
myself about what you believe.
But that is a natural no. Well, a natural law. That it has nothing to do with being flat Earth or not, man. That's what I'm saying.
What? How do you feel if I tell you I'm going to laugh about your belief system later?
Oh, I would feel like I'm a clown, which is what basically the globe is doing at this stage. You know, they're just you know, it's going to the ring just for going into the ring to represent nothing. You know.
But is it really a belief system, or is it just? Is it really a belief system, or is it just a concept, an infinitely unverifiable idea or theory about the nature of the world?
I agree.
And that goes for both sides.
I agree, it's a concept, and that gives you a belief system about certain things. But I just want to.
Well, no, what do you mean it gives you a belief system? Because when you say belief system, sorry, but just when you say belief system, I mean, I immediately think like
I can explain to you if you want.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
George has a belief system that Earth is flat, gravity's fake, science has lied to him, space travel isn't real, And the whole heliocentric model since the 1500s is a religion that's made up to brainwash people. That's his belief system of flat Earth.
Well, no, that's his perception of.
No.
That's what I mean by belief system.
No.
What he thinks.
Being a flat earther is not a belief. I know the world is flat. I know we live in a flat realm.
Belief means, George. It means knowledge.
No, no, not at all. Not at all. If that is what you think,
when I
if
say
that is what you think,
absolutely,
means,
when I
you're
say
wrong.
if it's belief system, I mean
if it's unverifiable, if it's like absolutely beyond verification, then to hold it as a belief is a gamble.
We can confirm.
It's just like betting red or black on roulette. It's a guess. You could call it an educated guess or an informed guess, but
they verified it to be flat. I verified it to be a globe, so it's been verified for us.
But neither of you have actually verified anything.
No,
you just
we did. We both did.
Celestial navigation. any type of navigation.
You haven't verified what Earth is. I suggest you go.
Any type of navigation, you need to not to counter anything. You need to discard the rotation or curvature of the Earth.
George, my earlier point to you was that I'm going to forget about your silliness, but later I'll remember that you suggested flat Earth is 2 plates on a table, and that will make me laugh inside. So it's like a joke that I can remember.
Not 2 plates on the table. It's for you to. It's a way of you understanding the grid system that we live in. Yeah. We live on the grid system, basically. Yeah. The lines of longitude and latitude. Yeah, one day. But I'm glad if you do that. Yeah, you that is the whole point. But you need to do it though.
I'm gonna laugh.
But not just once. Yeah, but not just once. Not just once. You need to promise me it's more than once, because one day eventually the penny is going to drop.
No.
But you need to think about it. Yeah. That is a coordinate system of the world that we live in. Yeah. And whatever you move on the ground and you use a GPS or whatever system to track you on the ground is within these 2 plates. It's within these 2 plates. It's a grid system around these 2 plates, yeah? And you are within these 2 plates, always. Because that's the only known world to us.
No.
Those are the limitations of our world, that grid system.
Not true, sorry.
It is absolutely true.
Use globe.
What's beyond those grid systems, we can only guess.
Back to your point, Rams. You have to understand that verification means we found a reason to make us believe it to ourselves. That's how we verified it.
Okay, but is it empirical or is it just subjective or is it allegorical
enough, or objective enough for us to think it's true because other people share the belief?
But I mean, you said the operative word there. You think it's true.
Yes, that's what I mean by believing something, thinking it's true.
But I mean, if you believe in something, isn't it sort of more than just you think? It's like
I've decided it's true after thinking. Yeah.
Decided. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well,
this is how humans work, dude. It's sad that I have to explain it to you, but this is.
Yeah. No. I'm not arguing with you. Yeah.
I think you're suggesting that humans can only know things, and it's only worth believing in something if they've done a scientific test or been to space and seen it with their eyes or something like that. That's what you're suggesting.
No, sort of the opposite, actually. There's a limit to what we can actually know for sure. And we fill in so many of the gaps with our own ideas and concepts and all that. And we tell ourselves and tell others that, hey, this is what I believe. But really, at the end of the day, that belief is just a result of environmental and social influences. It's not so much empirical.
You're trying to take down every human's knowledge or belief in things into them being deluded. That's just not true.
Well, not everyone, but I mean, how sure can any human being be about the nature of the greater world?
99% sure. I believe things that I know are true.
Hey, Don.
99% certainty.
2 plates.
Because I've been thinking a little bit that lately that I don't think I believe in either the flat Earth or the heliocentric model. I understand the concepts of the heliocentric model, and I understand some of the concepts and ideas and questions behind the flat Earth ideas and people, but I wouldn't. If I was forced to bet on one or the other, I just wouldn't. I just don't know.
Would you rather just die without betting?
Well, I'd rather. I wouldn't. I don't want to gamble with my perception in that way.
I'm afraid if you want to know some things, you have to gamble on which one you believe. Otherwise, you won't know it, and you'll just have a huge gap. You have to jump into the abyss,
or you'll just fill the gaps with conceptual possibilities that may or may not be true.
Okay, why do you think the globe is wrong? What's the suspicion?
I don't know that it's wrong, but I know that I have some issues with some of the science, some of the issues, like not being able to see curvature.
Doesn't say he's wrong. I say he's wrong. Yeah, no curvature for starters.
Well, I can explain why if you want, or explain that we can if you want me to.
Well, you can only ever tell me what you think about it. You can't tell me the truth. That's what I'm getting at.
The general standard of things that exist and things that people believe in to know it's a globe, not just me.
But does that all mean that it's actually a globe?
Yes, to me, all of the evidence added up.
You need to have a curvature for a globe, no?
Would you bet your infinite soul on it?
Yes.
Really?
I'm that
okay.
Sure, 99%.
You're that sure? Okay. All right.
I call it knowledge, certainty.
Yeah.
But certainty isn't always knowledge. Like often it can just be.
I'm certain it's true, and I know it's true. That's all I mean.
Hold on, let me say something here. A globe needs to have a depression angles, not elevation angles. Everything needs to drop away from you if you're on the sphere.
Yes.
We don't observe that. There is no sphere. There is no. We don't observe that. Nothing drops away from you. No, nothing.
Yes, it does.
There is no proof of any sphere. There is no curvature. There's nothing you can show us. So tell
You're in denial. I'll quickly tell you. We can see the effects of curvature. So we see boats going behind it all the time.
You understand that
sometimes we don't. Sometimes we zoom in and we can see it again.
Triggered.
A globe, you have depression. Listen,
you can see stuff obstructed behind it. You can trust and research satellite images that show.
No, a globe, we need to have depression angles, not elevation angles.
Down the length of the pylons, special images where you can actually see the water appear to curve along the line of the bridge.
Oh, appear to. So now you change slightly. Yeah, you're almost there.
Lots of things are apparent, George. That's how we know things, by looking at them.
Oh, we know about we are sure about things because they are apparent, yeah?
Yes, me and other people are often sure about things that we've seen with our eyes, yes.
Yeah, but was it apparent or not?
Don't get hung up on the word. I've just told you it's fine to see things with your eyes, apparently, and then know things about
apparently. Them. Okay.
Yeah.
So apparently you see apparent things.
It's part of
That's
science
what
to
you're saying.
see things with your eyes and then think about them and understand them. That's science.
Yeah, but then you've got Black Swan and things like that. You've got examples where it doesn't fit with that.
Black Swan fits for the globe perfectly.
The measurement, the measurement of the curvature.
Changing the height of the horizon and the height.
No. Listen, you cannot invoke refraction, man. You're going to need the radius first.
Is a known natural occurrence, and it
but you need to have a radius for it first,
obstruction photography.
You need to have a radius. You don't have the radius yet. We're trying to measure first the
Why are you lying? Why are you lying
radius.
about what people have?
Because you don't have a radius yet. The Black Swan proves there is no radius. No, man. Black Swan proves that there is no radius of 3959 miles. It's not a sphere, no. Radius. Not only is not a sphere, the horizon is not Earth curve. The Black Swan proved it 2020, man. I don't know why you guys still, talking about it.
You're very.
It's good to talk about it because otherwise people forget about it.
Most stuff you say is untrue, so you're very unconvincing.
Okay, Dawn. Well, how about the elephant in the room that often is talked about in these discussions? Gravity. There's no proof or evidence of gravity. Like even Neil deGrasse Tyson famously said in that interview that we don't know what it is. Hold on, just let me finish. That he said that we don't know what it is, but we see its effects and then we describe it by its effects.
But
so
the effect is gravity. That's what we've proved. There's an effect called gravity.
But that's wrong.
What happens.
We know
no. There's an effect. There's an effect, and then you're attributing it to this thing that you've developed in your theory called gravity.
Mass attracts mass. We've attributed it.
No. We know
the mass attracts the mass. So that's how we've attributed it.
That's not correct either. We know what gravity is, and we also know what gravity is not. We know that gravity is not a force. This is being said by different experts in the field. Yeah, it's not a force. Now, what is it? It's the bending of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass.
No, you've gone
out
to the
so it's a concept. Yeah, gravity is a concept. Yeah, it's on a 4D world we don't live in.
It's a concept that attempts to describe a real life phenomenon.
Correct. So we know exactly what gravity is, and we know what gravity is not.
It's a law of nature. We've decided. Gravitation.
No, there is no law.
That's a law. There is proof of it, Rams. When you drop stuff, they always drop towards Earth. When you drop them in a vacuum or under experiments, you can work out they always drop at the same rate, or they at least try to.
Of course, that happens. What I'm saying is. Listen. I understand things fall down. Stuff has what? Look, if you're just going to talk over me, I'll just.
Fuck you, you rude bastard.
Yeah, that's the tactic for us not to be heard. They don't want that.
Like I was saying, I understand what you said. The effects of things fall down, things have weight, so on and so forth. The thing that's unverifiable conception is this 4D space-time fabric that's the apparent cause of that effect that you describe of things falling down, things having weight, and so on. Of course, the effect is real, but what you're assigning as the cause for that effect is totally conceptual. I mean, you've got to admit that that's just the truth about it.
Yeah, but we also observe things going up, not just falling down. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, but you know what I mean, George. I mean, things have weight. I
know what you're saying, but normally you're going to cause things to fall down. When these for things to go up, you don't need to cause anything. They just go up by nature, by their own nature.
Well, you could say you have to cause things to go up when you're holding on to a helium balloon. You have to let it go, otherwise it'll just stay there.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But we observe things in nature going up and going sideways, and doing beautiful things. To assert that everything has this vector of down and there is this speed of down, I mean, it's nonsensical. We don't live in a vacuum, first of all.
Well, the way I think about it is the whole concept of gravity is simply there as a necessity to make the heliocentric concept of the world work, because the heliocentric model of the world it wouldn't work without gravity. You'd need some sort of force that keeps things together, that holds things on the outside of a ball flying around in a vacuum. It's a force that's necessitated by the model that you've decided we live on. It's not the other way around. At least I don't think it is.
Yeah, they need to have this center of mass, otherwise the whole heliocentric model implodes on its own. They need the spheres, and the formation of the spheres is because of the center of mass, isn't it? So they need the center of mass in everything, even in the sun, the solid gas that they say.
Well, in the universe, nothing would ever clump together without some sort of force like gravity, right? You need some sort of force like that for the stuff in the universe to actually gather together and form planets, and
even our realm, for the water to curve. They need that center of mass for water to curve. We know that water doesn't curve; it doesn't bend. If it bends at all, it's upwards. Not it doesn't conform into a sphere. It won't. Water needs to be contained. What contains the water is the earth. There is earth under the water, the seabed. Yeah, the earth is like a giant pond full of water, and whatever is above water is the realm that we live in. Unless you're a fish, you live in the water. That's what gives us the flatness to the realm that we live in. To assert that is curving somehow, I mean.
then the mystery is, what's outside of that, or where is the boundaries of this world? Because in the heliocentric model, obviously, we're on a ball spinning around and flying around through an infinite vacuum, right? Whereas if we're in a flat Earth, then there's some sort of containment, which means that there's something outside of that container, and we have no explanation for that. I'm not criticizing that as a problem. I'm just saying that it doesn't really go anywhere from there, sort of thing.
The extremes of the pond is what's keeping the waters within the pond. Now, if you reach the extreme, you reach lands. You reach lands. Once you reach land, God knows what's beyond that land. How big the land is, or how small it is. Because, like the explanation I gave to Don, with the two plates on the table, which is the grid systems, north and south, they always take us to this point, and they bring us back from this point. So we only know this point on a large table to explore. You know what I mean? We only know those grid systems, lines of longitude and latitude from a reference point. either the north or the south, or that's how we navigate. What's beyond that, we don't know, because it's not part of our grid system. You needed to expand, if you're doing the north one, you needed to expand your lines of longitude and latitude further and further and further until you reach more land. Not to stop and then you turn around and you start from another reference point. That's cheating. Elevation angles. That's it. Flat Earth. All right, catch you guys later. Have a good day.
Yo, we got to stop arguing with these guys. I really think some of them are here just to practice English. Especially guys that just be getting their own shit wrong. Like, they're not even worth talking to. The guys that know their shit aren't even worth talking to, let alone the guys that don't know their own shit. Dude was trying to tell me last night we see the sun exactly where it is and not where it was 8 minutes ago. Said there's no difference. Couldn't tell the difference except we can see it after it sets. But you couldn't see the difference. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, that's kind of what these chats are here for, isn't it? For them to show their true colours to the audience.
Yeah, I don't know. I got a new rule. I'm not arguing with people that don't know their own shit anymore. It doesn't make sense. That's my own personal rule. You guys can do whatever you want. It's not like a server rule or anything. It's my own personal shit. There's nowhere to go with a guy like that. That says we don't. That same guy also said time dilation, the twin paradox. He said that only happens if the guy comes back. They would age the same unless the guy never came back or some shit. That's fucking stupid, man. This is dumb. This whole shit with these guys is fucking. That's why I haven't been in much the past few days. I'm fucking tired of the bullshit.
But again, though, it just shows them doubling back, going against what they've said, and then you watch in a month it will change. They'll change it again. There's no consistency.
Yeah, they'll do it like nothing happened. Just start saying the opposite shit they were saying a while ago, like it was nothing, and then act like they've always been saying that.
Right. Yeah, no different. Oh, I don't know what is wrong with me lately, man. I've been ill for like over a week now, nearly 2 weeks. Oh, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, man.
Nah, me too, bro. I had some kind of sinus thing.
Yeah, that's what I got,
sinus man. And a cough, yeah.
Yeah, my Adam's apple felt like a fucking rock the other day. Oh, I can't taste anything. I can't enjoy anything. It's so fucking annoying. Like for the first 4 days, I didn't eat nothing. But through choice, I didn't want to eat anything. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, this guy was acting like in his own paradigm. We wouldn't see the sun 8 minutes in the in the past where it was 8 minutes ago. Kosho really tried backing him up on that bullshit somehow. You should have fucking heard it. It's ridiculous.
Hey Jeremy, what do you think about the Glover saying that silhouettes get lifted up and displaced with refraction?
You're talking about Canago? Yeah, I don't know, man. You think that's something that would be refracted?
Well, I mean, even the skyline of Chicago, right?
They need that silhouette to be refracted, though, right? Because otherwise, we wouldn't even see it.
Yeah, if you Google "can silhouettes refract," it'll show you this like layered glass plate with an object blocking light, and it's like slightly elongated on one end if you view at an extreme angle. And that's the only thing that they can find. So I just Googled it before I come in here, and of course that's what they post. But they need it optically lifted and displaced, which is obviously impossible. So that this picture debunks the globe. There's no way around it.
How much is it off by?
The top of the tallest building should be blocked by an additional 1,300 feet.
Oh, you're talking about Chicago? Yeah. Oh, it's a silhouette of Chicago? I thought you were talking about Canago.
Yeah, silhouette of Chicago.
Yeah, no doubt. Skiba fucking went to it one time. I couldn't watch the video. It was all bouncy because he was on a boat, but he like left from the shore of Michigan and drove right to it.
Yeah, I went one time, but it was there was like those crazy forest fires, so you couldn't see like anything. From the west, it moved over. But I talked to locals. They said you see it like 2-3 times a week.
2-3 times a week, yeah.
Right. But I'm just saying, I've never heard an actual argument or demonstration that silhouettes can be lifted, displaced.
Bro, some of these guys aren't even worth arguing with, bro.
No, yeah, of course.
Even the guys that know their shit aren't even. I mean, I don't know. You've probably heard it all at this point. I know I have. Very rarely does some new shit come up. It's just a fucking headache for nothing. For what?
Well, yeah, and then they drag you in the weeds, you know. That's why I think like this one picture approach is hilarious. Just ask them to demonstrate a silhouette being optically lifted and displaced. It doesn't exist, of course.
How could
like,
that
one mean?
You got an object, and then the sun's behind it. I think if that could even happen.
They're trying to say the sun itself is not actually there, and the entire sun is lifted up with the silhouette. But that can't happen. They just don't understand that. You can't, like the buildings being optically lifted with the sun can't drag the silhouette with it. They just literally don't understand that. I mean, it's bad enough that they just always say refraction no matter how, how far up it needs to go. But this is like the next level. This is like, dude, they don't even intellectualize it. They just say the word. It's like an NPC or something.
Well, that's why anything optically will never. Well, I laugh when they try to use optical shit now. Trying to use optical shit. It's like, dude, you can't use anything optical. But then they'll be like, well, we know how refraction works. It's like, no, you don't. Not really. Maybe in a small little setting in a lab or in a fish tank or something with some butane and a propane bottle. Definitely not over long distance in the atmosphere. You can't show me any. And I've gotten a lot of these guys to concede like they don't know the actual position. But they'll say it's only a half a degree off its actual position, even though they don't know the actual position. Like, it's just total fucking nonsense. Can't take it much longer.
Yeah, like I would say just don't let them drag you in the weeds. I mean, I do it too, but I'm pretty much gonna start disengaging. Like I hate to say the name, but like Brenda, like you can probably tell I've like lost all my patience with Brenda. It's just
Brenda's great, bro. Brenda's great.
You just gotta like the people that are gonna be dishonest, bro. It's just a waste of time, bro.
Brenda has said some of the most awesome shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, she's like Neil deGrasse Tyson. She's a gold mine.
No, I hear you though, man. I hear you.
Hey, what's it? I heard you talk the other day about how they needed something more than Coulomb's law to explain the motion of the planets, and that's basically why they came up with gravity. Is that it? Is that basically it?
Yeah, like electrostatics is way too weak, so it would never move. Like they need the planets to be a certain size because they have to be a certain distance. It's just like this crazy like layered like pseudoscience. So it's like since there's no change in the sky has to be a vacuum. Since the sky has to be a vacuum because there's no change in the sky. Okay, well, more so, since there's no change in the sky, the stuff in the sky has to be immensely far away. For them to be immensely far away, it has to be a vacuum. For them to be immensely far away in a vacuum, they must be like, incredibly big, like gigantic masses. Right? So you have those three presuppositions. So then now you have to explain that they're confined to that no matter what, because there's no change in the sky. And then you have to come up with a physical mechanism to explain orbit with those masses and distances, and electrostatics would never be able to do it. It's too weak. So they had to create a scalar force, in theory, that would be able to do it.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I hope that made sense.
Yep. And why do you think Einstein had to come up with relativity?
Because of Michelson Morley. Like he had to replace the luminiferous ether background with a different medium that would show no differentiation with the movement of light and the movement of the earth. So it couldn't have viscosity. We're talking about how silhouettes can't optically be lifted and displaced, therefore globes debunked.
Is that true?
What can you cite? Can you demonstrate where silhouettes can be optically lifted and displaced?
I just happen to have a citation right here, dude.
Drop it.
I'm just kidding. I have a citation for that, but
it doesn't exist, Kosho. It doesn't exist.
Perhaps it doesn't exist. However, I just don't get it, because a silhouette is just an object. It's like the moon, for instance, is during the eclipse. The moon silhouettes the sun. I don't know. I feel like it's just an object. It's not really. I don't think of it as like a separate thing. You know what I mean? If you see a silhouette, you're seeing like the object. You know?
No, you're seeing the outline of the absence of light, the outline of obstruction of light. So, like in your model, in your paradigm, when we look at Chicago here, like you can try to say that the sun is optically lifted, that the buildings would be optically lifted, but the obstruction itself of light would not be optically lifted. You would actually see a refracted mirage of the buildings lifted up with the sun, because there would be no physical obstruction of the light once refracted. It's the silhouette. I mean, you can look it up. They've tried to isolate refraction in a silhouette. It doesn't exist. Chicago debunks the globe. It's really not that complicated.
I think it's a nice picture, but you know what I think? I think the sun is being refracted a lot more than the skyline is. Like a whole lot more.
Well, what's the relevance?
So, I mean, if the sun's being refracted a whole lot more, then that means that it really is behind the buildings. It might even be further behind the buildings than it even looks.
But what's the relevance, though?
I mean, if it's behind the buildings and you can see the sun, you can see the light from the sun, and the light from the sun is being obstructed by the buildings, which is literally in between the sun and the observer. I don't know if I feel like I feel like it's just like any other object being refracted.
Okay, so you can say that objects can be optically refracted. I mean, obviously that in and of itself is ridiculous, because you guys just say refraction and then you just do the math for whatever's needed. So the amount of refraction you have to actually invoke is not consistent with the Atmos conditions, but that's a whole separate argument. Let's pretend that fairy tale's real, because it's really easy for you guys to create plausible deniability, just blindly invoking refraction. The problem with this is you can't invoke refraction for the outline of the obstruction of light. Like, I've looked it up in depth. So the most you're going to find is if you have like layered plates of glass at extreme angles, you'll see a slight elongation of the shadow of the silhouette on one side relative to the opposing angle. But that doesn't help you here. We need the silhouette to be optically lifted. You understand? It can't happen.
I just don't get it. Why?
What?
It just seems so like it's like if you have an object, the object is reflecting light, and that could be refracted upwards. You could see that, and if that object was creating a shadow, that whole image would be lifted up. You could see all that, and if that object was creating a silhouette, it's the same thing. I don't understand why it would be restricted from having being refracted upward.
Because a silhouette's the absence of light, bro. So I mean, if what you're saying was true, it'd be very easy to demonstrate, wouldn't it?
Sure. Yeah.
But it doesn't exist, dude. So now this is where the flat earthers will probably end up going and trying to do it for you guys, because we all know you guys won't do it. Because you have the conformality of the word refraction. Like if you just say the word. So like the Glover paradigm has convinced themselves that anything optical is inadmissible. Because they can just say the word refraction. So they don't actually test it diligently or anything. They just hand wave dismiss anything optical. And that's convenient. That's a cool story, but we've now pushed it further. We're talking about the absence of light. Okay, so in your idea, right? Like say the sun, you have to say the sun's not actually there, and those buildings aren't actually there. We're just seeing an illusion. So if that happened and it lifted up above the earth, then you would see a mirage of the buildings themselves lifted up. You would not see a silhouette. Of course, perfect example of how this is not true is you can't see Chicago until the sun gets behind it, because the light itself cannot make its way through the atmosphere. What makes the skyline visible is the outline of the obstruction of light. Like you can't see Chicago until the sun gets behind the buildings.
Would you say they do a similar thing with the Selenelian eclipse?
Yeah, of course. They just say that the sun is not where it actually is. They do exactly the same thing. They do it for everything optical. Just say the word refraction.
I mean, it's not really a fair criticism if it happens to be the actual problem, and we're just saying that what the issue is. It's not really our fault that's the problem, you know?
No, see, your fault is that you don't actually get hyper-specific. So you don't go and show the atmos, like the conditions of the time or any time, and how it would result in that level of refraction. Like there are Glovers that will say that with the right conditions, you could see the back of your head. A coefficient of 2 or more. No. Many people. McToon said that. He's like the internet Glover hero. McToon said that to me in the first. This is when the Black Swan was brand new. That was his rebuttal. It looks like a coefficient of 2 or more, which is infinite refraction. Okay, my point is, you could never demonstrate that with the actual atmos. It's just math. It's like dark matter, right? Like dark matter is a mathematical discrepancy. So just doing the math and then saying that must be what's happening is a begging the question fallacy. That's just useless.
I never used that claim. See your back of your head thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying you understand the problem, right? Like it's not, if that's really what's happening, then sure, we can't like fault you for it. But the point is, you would have to show the viability with the actual factors at play. You guys never do that. Ever. Never.
Oh, yeah.
I'm confused on how people could, be flat earthers 4 or 5 years ago, turn back to the globe, and then as the arguments progress towards the flat earth, not look into it again. Like how are you a flat earther 4 or 5 years ago, and then now you're a glober when all the arguments are way better now?
Is that a real thing?
Yeah, I mean, many people have done that. I think Kosho is one of them. Jose.
I was never a flat earther.
I don't believe either one of them.
So you don't think they were ever flat earthers? You think they were?
No, neither was Randy.
Well, I'm sorry, Kosho. I thought you were a flat earther. Maybe. Sean G.
He said
maybe.
something. He said something to the. Yeah, don't believe him either. I've caught him lying like 10 times. It doesn't actually exist.
You would agree, though, the arguments are way, I mean, then just progressed where you can't hardly, so many things go both ways now.
Yeah, I guess to play devil's advocate, which I would never advocate for anything that the devil says, but anyway, they're gonna say, well, their side has gotten more intricate with the rebuttals as well, right?
You see these images I'm posting? God damn it, the last one sucks. Hold on. That's a good one too.
What's the relevance of this?
What's the relevance?
Yeah, you're saying that fish is not, that silhouette of the fish is being optically lifted?
I'm saying, do you think that fish is appearing the way it's supposed to appear? Do you think a refraction is occurring?
Silhouettes can't be optically lifted. So would you like to prove that it is?
The problem is if you see any of these images from above or from other location or whatever, it's almost a guaranteed fact that the fish or whatever is not in the line that you think it is. It's actually slightly moved because it's refracted, and it is
wrong. If you see the actual fish, like the image of the actual fish, it can be displaced. The silhouette cannot. The silhouette can be slightly elongated at extreme angles. This has been tested. Look, I'll save you some time, dude. I'll cite it for you.
What is a silhouette other than an object? It's black and white.
Yeah, it's the outline of the obstruction. If you think it's going to move and then where the object really is, obstructing the light is going to disappear, you're going to have to actually prove that.
What do you mean by that?
You're saying that the obstruction of light is optically moving, and then where the object's actually obstructing light optically disappears.
No, I'm saying that the object that's blocking the light is being refracted. The light and the object and everything in that frame.
You're just making a baseless claim. So when you look from above the water down to a fish, right? If you look above the water down to a fish, you can see the fish where it's not really at.
Right.
If you're down below the fish, where the sun is, the light source is above it, creating a silhouette, you're going to see the actual position. So unless you want to offer a demonstration, like an actual demonstration where you show the silhouette moving, optically displacing, then this is just hearsay, just baseless assertion. I've already looked it up. It doesn't exist. They tried to do it.
Kosho, we do this in spearfishing. We get in between the fish and the light source, which is usually the sun, and then we can accurately aim at the fish. If we do it any other way, the fish is in like an apparent position. But when it's silhouetted, like what he's talking about, now I never use that word. But if the object is in between me and the light source, you just shoot at the fish. You don't have to use any, you don't do anything different. But when you're above the water, like if you're in the air looking through the water, then yeah, it's way different. But if you're in the water, and especially if the light source is on the other side, silhouetting the object you're trying to hit or, whatever, see, then it's in its actual position. You just shoot it.
All right.
Correct.
So this pond with all these lights in it, those lights and those fish are where they actually are. There's nothing out of position.
Those aren't silhouettes.
Right, but if it was if that fish was in front of the light, it'd be a silhouette, right?
If Superman came and baptized me,
the lily pads are being silhouetted.
If Superman dapped me up this morning, what's your point?
Right, so there's a lily pad in the water, right? The light itself. You're saying that's in the actual position that's in. It's not being.
That lily pad that has a silhouette is where it actually is. That's correct.
And that light source as well.
No, we're not talking about the light source. Light can be refracted. Silhouettes cannot. So, and you want to get technical, it can be elongated slightly if you have an extreme viewing angle. It's already been tested. Here, I'll drop it for you. See, elongated is a type of refraction. Why are you lying like a child? That's why I got hyper specific. You need it to be displaced, optically lifted and displaced. Slight elongation relative to viewing angle is a non sequitur. If you want to try to be pedantic and say it's a type of refraction, that's irrelevant, Don. Which is why you're in the chat, and you will never come in here and debate it.
There's no debate. I'm just teasing you how wrong you are. That's all.
Then can you please offer a demonstration that shows a silhouette being optically lifted and displaced?
No, dude, I'm not giving you anything. I'm just telling you silhouettes refract. That's the image you provided yourself.
So you agree that you can't actually provide the evidence for your claim?
No, I'm telling you, you don't deserve me to provide you with anything because you've just made up a silly theory to hope Earth's flat again. Deserve anything.
I didn't make up a theory.
Yes, you did. You decided overnight that because you've seen a silhouette and silhouettes haven't been talked about refracting before, you've got a new argument, and that's pathetic.
Oh, I bet if you just say words, the Earth becomes a ball.
Oh, that's already a ball, mate.
I would suggest we move on from Dawn. He's just wasting time.
Yeah, for sure. So, like, Kosha, the point is, bro, if what you're saying is true, it would be easily demonstrated. So if you look at that link I dropped, see, this is all I have to do. All I have to do is think of a question that I'm going to ask the Globers. Then I just go type the question in Google. Then I click on the first one. That seems to confirm my bias if I'm a Glober. And then I know your argument. I then came in here and tested it. And guess what? They literally dropped a screenshot from the first article that pops up when you Google, can silhouettes be refracted? Right? And then they're like, look, when it says it can be refracted. See, but of course, you need to prove that it can be optically lifted and displaced.
No, we don't. We don't need to prove that.
No one's talking to you.
No one's talking to you.
Literally, like 2 other people were just talking to me.
I'm talking to him. You're wrong again, Don. He said Kosho. At his beginning of his sentence, he said Kosho. Talk to you later, man.
Witzer already talked to me, so he can't claim
awesome.
He's not talking
You
to
win.
me.
You win. Talk to you later,
It's
man.
not a competition.
I'm disengaging. I'm disengaging from you, though.
Yeah, well, I'm still going to keep talking if I need to say something.
So, Kosho, if you look at that article, right? I mean, like, I would respect a Glober if they could provide a demonstration. I don't feel that I need this argument. It's just an argument, and now I need some refutation. So, like, I actually tried to look it up. It doesn't exist. See, ResearchGate's the best you're going to get. You're definitely not going to get Stanford doing it. You're just going to get ResearchGate. And they don't even claim that it can be optically lifted. They also explain you have to layer plates of glass. And you'll get a slight elongation on one side if you view it from the other side.
Like your image of the sun behind the city, right?
No, the elongation doesn't explain the skyline. It has to be optically lifted.
Isn't elongation the same thing as optically lifted?
Kosho, is elongation the same as optically lifted?
Why would you need to ask Kosho if it's your theory?
Because he asked Kosho 2 things prior, and you've cut in before Kosho can answer. That's
because he needs Kosho to explain the truth to him because he doesn't know it. That's why.
Why are you so
he's getting Kosho to tell you that you're wrong, not that he's right.
Yeah, why does he need Kosho to tell me I'm wrong?
He doesn't need Kosho for anything. He needs you to shut up so he can talk to Kosho.
It was just to save time because I don't want to talk to you because every time I come in here, you just start ad homing me as if you have some emotional attachment to my identity.
First, mate, in the text, you ad homed me first. You called me a religious zealot.
Actually, I was talking to the other guy.
Bullshit, were you? Bullshit.
Maybe it was you. I said it's religious zealotry.
Doing ad homs first, and that's the cause of my ad homs to
Conversation over. Conversation over. Dawn's job.
But just to clarify, ad homs are when your argument is a personal attack. Okay.
See, like when you said to me, I'm a religious zealot.
Don, why do you keep interrupting?
Just telling you, you did the ad hom first, so it's ironic of you to pick me up.
No. See, it's when an ad hom is when your argument is a personal attack. Now, if I say you're a religious zealot, in addition to an argument, that's not an ad hom.
Well, if I say you're insane in addition to my argument, that's not an ad hom then.
You haven't made an argument, though.
Yes, I did. Don't ad hom me.
What's your argument?
My argument is all of your worries and concerns are all explained on a globe. You just have to admit refraction.
Okay. Refraction cannot optically lift a silhouette. If you think it can,
yes, it can.
Please provide the proof.
No, you don't deserve it.
Are you claiming
shut up, Don. I'm tired of hearing you. Shut up, fuck. Keep quiet.
Shut up. You shut up.
Put something into the fucking conversation. Shut your fucking mouth.
Fuck you. You shut up.
Enough of this fucking clown.
Let's keep it chill. All right, guys. Yo. Don't do that. This is what Don wants. Okay, so let's just if he doesn't respond,
I don't want to be shouted at. I'm enjoying.
Don, you're interrupting every time, and you've interrupted a conversation between Witsit and Kosho. Even when Witsit directly asked Kosho something, you interrupted.
Kosho's had plenty of chance to speak if he wants.
I understand, and you will too if someone wants to talk to you. But he asked you to disengage.
Now.
Yeah, well, he asked you to disengage.
Is a married man. Pull yourself together. Control yourself.
Yeah, that's all good.
He's just trying to help, man.
I've got a girlfriend too, mate.
I think
and behave like a man.
Good. Go talk to her.
Well, when you do.
This is what he wants.
No, I want to move on to. I mean, the conversation was great between you and Kosho. You've even tried to disengage. You asked Kosho 3 direct questions, and we haven't heard the answers yet because we keep hearing Don say.
Kosho's just now looking into this, right? So, I mean, I will say that he's at least going to try to formulate an answer actually specific to the question. So
I didn't hear the questions, to be honest with you. But however, it might not need to be necessary. I honestly, I didn't think that there was any need to Google something like this. So instead, I just looked for pictures. But I was going to ask you a hypothetical, but instead, I'll just show you the pictures I found. Imagine there's not people in these pictures if you want to, but if you just look at the people in the pictures, I mean, it's clear that some of the people are clearly blocking the light, and it's not like it. So what I was going to ask you is if there weren't people in this picture and that light is there, obviously the light source in the top is being refracted. It's out of position. If there was an object swimming in the pool, from outside the pool, it would be refracted, and then it would cross in front of that light, and then it would not be refracted anymore, and then it would leave the light and then be refracted again. But that doesn't make sense. It'd be refracted the whole time, and
the most ridiculous thing I've heard this week.
Kosho, if there's an object between you and a light source, and it's creating a physical obstruction that results in a silhouette, that silhouette will be the actual location. It can appear slightly elongated relative to angle of view. And if what you're saying is true, it would be easily
if the light
demonstrated.
source itself is refracted and the object is not, wouldn't you have some weird observation where you could see the light source and the light source still be obstructed?
Are you trying to mix it up with like what you see through water?
It's only going to be obstructed if you're where it appears in your line of sight, and where it appears in your line of sight could be a refracted position.
It's a different medium, but don't even give them that. Don't like give them the pull, because it's worse than that. See, 2022, what we're going to do is we're going to decapitate their illusory plausible deniability. Okay, so they're going to say that it's similar to a pool because of the compilation of density layers and moisture in the atmosphere over many miles. Of course, that's not actually true, but we'll just pretend it is true. Kosho, if what you're saying is true, you'll be able to get a video. All you have to do is give me a video of a silhouette being optically displaced. The problem is you can't do that. It requires literal physical obstruction. So just give me the demonstration. If what you're saying is so easily proven, there would be a million demonstrations. just like Wakia said, if you're trying to do spearfishing above the water, you're going to miss your fish.
If flat Earth was true, there'd be a million demonstrations, but there isn't any.
Don, if you keep interrupting, I'm going to mute you. Okay. So if you're down below the water, Kosho, and you see the silhouette of a fish, you can then actually hit your target. I actually met people in Key West that do this for a living, and they told me the same thing. They told me that when you're in the water, right, it's easier to know where the fish is because you're down below the light source. They didn't literally say that part.
I've done this myself. I spearfish, and we do it around oil rigs, and we get the oil rig in our background. So we have that kind of background, and then we put the fish in between us and the sun, if possible, the light source. And you can accurately hit fish like that, more accurately than any other way. I didn't know it was silhouette. I mean, I didn't know this had anything to do with this argument until you said silhouette. That's what it is.
Yeah, the outline of physical obstruction of light.
I believe you, Ricky, that fish are close to where you stabbed them. Where you saw the silhouette is where you stabbed them. I believe it, but that doesn't mean Earth's flat.
Dude, you're so disingenuous.
Yeah, very
profound. So are you, mate. So are you.
I don't even know how to answer that.
It wasn't a question.
Yeah, I feel like we're 4 years old or something.
That's how I feel talking to you guys.
Yeah, so disengage. Why would you talk to a 4-year-old? That's why we're disengaging with you.
Now it's quiet. I've got a moment to say my point. Where are the millions of demonstrations that Earth's flat if it's so easy to prove?
And we're moving on. So we're going to stay on topic here. Here I zoomed in, like in the globe Earth paradigm, this sun and the buildings are not actually there. They are behind thousands of feet of Earth curve. Now, I've actually been to this location, but there were forest fires in the west, and the wind carried all the smoke over, so you couldn't see like 2 miles out. You couldn't see anything. But I talked to many locals there. They said you can see Chicago 2 to 3 times a week. Now, this one is much more appealing because and I also asked about this. They said at times you can't see Chicago until sunset. So what they did, because I was asking them if there was any chance of me seeing it, if I should leave, because I'd been there for hours. They said definitely stay till sunset, because sometimes you can't see the buildings at all until the sun sets, and then you can see them. Okay, now this is just unsuspecting locals. They didn't know I was a flat earther. They didn't know that this debunks the globe. They didn't know there was a claim that it debunks the globe. These are just people that live there. So you can't see the buildings at all until the sun gets behind the buildings. Now, in the globe paradigm, the sun and the buildings are not actually there. They're behind thousands of feet of Earth curvature. Therefore, if you're claiming this is refraction, you're claiming that the sun is being optically lifted and displaced from its actual position, as well as the silhouettes of the buildings.
No. Sun's where it is, only a bit refracted, but it's bending around Earth, refracting the city up.
We don't see the sun where it is, according to the globe paradigm, ever.
It's refracted a bit, but that isn't what's creating the image. The sun is just setting at normal time, and it just happens to bend the silhouette of the city up.
Do any Glovers have a rebuttal?
I don't know if I'd phrase it like that, but the refraction has to be a couple of tenths of a degree, and all of this works just fine.
Can you please offer a demonstration? Can you please offer a demonstration that shows silhouettes can be optically lifted and displaced?
Silhouette? Why silhouettes?
Because
what
this
would be
is a silhouette.
Also showed 4 pictures, like 8 pictures of demonstrating this.
No, he did not. So the difference would be that a silhouette is the result of an obstruction of light. So it's the outline of the absence of light. So to invoke a characteristic of light is not going to help you. Now, if it was true that silhouettes could be optically lifted and displaced, you would be able to easily demonstrate it. So can you please provide the demonstration instead of making baseless assertions?
There's nothing inherently different about a silhouette. It's the light that reaches your eyes. So, I mean, that's a ridiculous argument.
The silhouette is the light that doesn't reach your eyes.
I can demonstrate the primary image, with the propane tank and we've all seen, and you can see the plasticine move up just beautifully.
Non sequitur.
Not non sequitur. It's now you're saying a silhouette is somehow different. That's something you'd have to demonstrate.
No, I'm not saying it's somehow different. The silhouette is not. You said that it was just the light reaching your eyes. The silhouette is the absence of light.
Right. You're seeing the sun, right? Now the sun has.
To you, we're not seeing the actual sun. Actually,
your image. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I couldn't. You weren't asking a question. You just wanted to talk. Okay, go ahead.
Well, according to you, we're not seeing the actual sun, but go ahead.
That's your cue to talk.
Okay. So if any of the Globers can offer a demonstration of a silhouette being optically lifted in this place.
I'll just start talking over you. What the fuck?
Go ahead.
That's 4 Globers in a row, that have all told you and shown you things.
Are you guys on child mode today? Are you on child mode?
This destroys their paradigm.
I reflect your mode, Eddie. So ask yourself what mode you're on, and that's the mode I'm on.
No, you're on the mode of just going against and, doing your thing. Like, behave, man.
That's what you do to the globe.
Talk logically. Answer a question. He's putting your question. If you don't know it, back down, man. Don't behave like a child.
He's asking for a demonstration, and I'm just simply telling him there's already 8 images that demonstrate it. And 2 people.
It's a non-sequitur gas thing. Yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, just for the room, even Kosho admitted.
I fucking Googled it because it has something to do with what you were talking about.
Just for the room's clarity, even Kosho admitted that it didn't. So, cool story. He showed fish. You're interrupting again, Don. I've already warned you twice. So, if we explain that if you're up above the water and you look at a fish, you can't shoot it with a spear because it will be a refracted image and it won't be the actual location of the fish. If you get down below the fish and between you and the light source, then you see the silhouette of the fish. That will be the actual position. It might be slightly elongated based on your angle, but it will not be optically displaced and disappear. So if it can be, optically lifted and displaced is not the same thing as slightly elongated relative to angle of view. Obviously.
Exactly the same.
All right. Well, I didn't say that these pictures didn't show it, actually. I actually said these do show it. That's why I was posting them. But the one with the people in them, the people are obstructing the light, and the people's bodies are, out of position because of the part that's underwater. But also, I posted the most recent one with the light and the shadows from the light. I mean, you've seen lights underwater before. They create shadows, and the shadows look like they're coming from the light, and the light is clearly being refracted because out of position. The shadow's also being refracted. It doesn't look like the shadow's coming from someplace else. Like the light source looks like it's coming from the same direction. If something's obstructing it, that's going to appear to be in front of the light too.
Okay, Kosho. So you see this picture I just posted, which is the picture you posted. You see the person the closest to the viewer in the foreground. You can see the silhouette of that person. That is the actual position of the person.
How would you know?
Oh my God.
Well, can you provide a demonstration for us that is the actual position of that silhouette?
No, I don't. I wasn't there whenever someone.
If it's easy to prove, there should be millions of demonstrations, right?
Only when people are getting intellectually eviscerated do they feel the need to impulsively interrupt.
No, I didn't. I'm responding to what you said after you said it. That's not interrupting.
I was in the middle of talking. That's your third warning.
I'm out, dude. You're a liar.
Bye. Finally.
The person closest?
Yeah. Like you're gonna say that isn't the actual position of that person?
I mean, I'll be honest with you, like people don't look like that normally. Like that looks like the legs are like really far in front of where her body actually is.
I'm talking about above the water.
Yeah, above the water, yeah, of course. Above the water, it's not being refracted.
Well, we can actually test this, right? So I'll test it today because there's a pool right over here. And actually, I'm right outside a place with fish. So I can also do this. But actually, it's really, really expensive fish, so I can't get in the water. They're like very, very sensitive. But anyway, so if we take my GoPro, which is waterproof, and I'm looking at something down in the pool and it's refracted, if I drop and there's a light source, right? Let's say we'll use the light source in the pool. If I go, or even let's say the sun, if I take the GoPro down into the water, you're going to start to see the actual position as you get between you and the light source.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do it like that then. I would just keep the GoPro out of the water the entire time and just observe the fish and wait for the fish to obstruct the light and see if the fish's position abruptly changes to some bizarre position or if it appears that it's traveling in a regular path.
Well, you need a silhouette, so you need a direct angle from the light to the fish to you, which means you'd have to be in the water.
Well, no, I'm saying if there was a light underneath, like of course there would have to be a light in the water already.
Right, so you'll see. Well, check this, Kosha. So in this scenario, you'll see the fish if it was which actually, if you have a light in the pool, like the fish is not really going to be refracted very much. I don't know if you know that. You need the water. You need a light to go from the air to the water.
No, I don't think so. No, the light in the water itself will be refracted. The fish will be refracted. If you're outside of the water, all that will be refracted.
Yeah, because you're outside of the water. You have to be in the air. Right. So now, if I'm in the water and I watch the fish start to swim across, if it is refracted, which it won't be, and then it gets in front of me, once it gets in front of me and blocks the light, you're going to see the actual position of the fish because it's blocking the light physically. The physical obstruction. It removes the variable of light. Okay, that's the point. Refraction is a characteristic of light, the behavior of light in a differential medium. Right?
Why don't you stay outside the water the whole time?
Because we're looking at, okay, look, if I'm down where the fish is in front of me blocking the light, we're going to know that's the actual position of the fish. Do you agree?
I agree that if you're in the water, the fish is not going to be that much refracted.
Well, once the fish is blocking the light, it's not going to be refracted at all because you're just going to see the silhouette of the fish.
All right, that's what I'm saying. But you could test that by staying outside of the water and having it obstruct the light under the water without you entering the water because it's being refracted without the light, and then it's going to become a silhouette, and you would just see if the silhouette is being refracted from outside the water.
Sorry, I had to grab my other phone. I'm about to make a video for you, Coach.
I look forward.
This isn't going to be a perfect video.
You see the video that Jim Jam posted though? That was like extreme version. But if there was a light in that pool behind that dude, it's not like his body wouldn't appear to be exactly where it appears right then. Like it wouldn't jump to underneath his head, right?
Say again.
Like if it was nighttime in the pool where that kid is, and there was a light behind him, it's not like that same exact effect wouldn't still be occurring, right?
But that you're seeing the refracted light in that picture. You're not seeing the shadow. That's the difference, man.
Right, but I'm saying if there was a light behind him, and instead of there being daytime, it was nighttime. There's a light behind
him. Yeah, if it was the shadow would be the actual position. Shadows can appear to elongate relative to angle of view. They cannot optically displace because it requires the actual position of physical obstruction. If what you're saying is true, it would be easily demonstrated. Okay, so in this video, we see the phenomena we all know about, right? I just made this video. You can see to the right, you can see like these white pillars. You can see that the light is refracted. Like you can rest assured that some of these fish lower in the water aren't exactly where they are. But it's because we're seeing the light of the fish, of the image of the fish. That's what's refracted. Okay, but if we see the shadow is not going to optically move because it's just the absence of light. It cannot have a property of light. It is the absence of light. Okay, I sent you an article that shows where they tested this. They tried to get a silhouette to refract, and the only type of refraction they could attain was slight elongation on one side. If you go and view it from the other side, right, with layered plates of glass, you cannot get that shadow to optically lift up where it is not. They tried to do it. You can't do it. If you could do it, you could demonstrate it. Now, the globe Earth needs to demonstrate it because your paradigm requires the silhouette be optically lifted and displaced.
Okay, so in your video, all those fish, let's say the fish is being refracted, which I agree, any of those fish are being refracted. If instead there was lights underneath the water, I'd say that light was also being refracted, the light source. And if that light was coming to you and there was no fish there, that would be refracted. And if you put a fish there, it'd be blocking some of that light, and the light coming around that fish would be coming at you, and that would be refracted. And so the fish's position would also be refracted. Even though it's an absence of light, the light that it's blocking is still being refracted towards you. So I just don't understand why there's like a difference because it's a silhouette or something. It's still the same behavior of light is going to be apparent, right?
No, the light would be refracted, all right, but not the shadow. I mean, dude, it's such a simple concept. I understand what you're saying. You're saying, wouldn't it be the same? No, it wouldn't. If it would, you could demonstrate it.
Okay, this light source in this pool, it has creating shadows, and the shadows look like it's coming from the light, but the light is refracted. Just like any light in a pool creating shadows, the light's refracted, and the shadows always appear like they're coming from that light. They don't appear. It doesn't appear like that's the correct position, and then the light's in the refracted position. If the light's refracted, the shadow's going to come at you refracted as well. Otherwise, it would look really bizarre.
The shadow isn't going to be. See, this is the same point I just made to you. A shadow can look like it's elongated, but it will not be optically lifted, removed, and displaced because it requires physical obstruction. What the? And this should be easily tested. But this is the problem. I know the Globers won't do it because they think all they have to do is say the word refraction, and that allows justifiable hand wave dismissal to anything optical. Very convenient. So they won't even actually try to demonstrate this. Now, when later today I go demonstrate it, they'll say that it's not sufficient and I did it wrong. So It'd be awesome if a Glober could demonstrate it. See, I don't need this argument. I don't need this argument. But I do know that it debunks the globe.
Well, I
Like
recommend.
we see silhouettes of mountains. Kosha, think about it. We don't see, it's not like the mountains are being optically lifted, or we would see them the whole time. We don't see them until the sun gets behind the mountains and the light's obstructed, that we see the physical outline. We see the physical outline once the sun gets below or behind the object. You can't see Chicago at all until the sun gets behind it. Actually, sometimes, of course, you can, but that's not the point. It's like Dave Weiss had just done an observation when I was hanging out at his house. He had done one a couple of days before that with a drone, even a drone. And you can't see, and he did one also with the P1000. You can't see this object in the distance. It's like a church tower. But once the sun begins to set, you can see it. Actually, I'll text him right now and get it. And like an open-minded person that makes observations, and they're like, there's this tower over here. It should be obstructed by thousands of feet of Earth curvature. We shouldn't be able to see it. Well, that's cool because we can't see it. Okay, Earth must be a globe. And then at sunset, you can all of a sudden see the tower because you see the shadow outline of the tower. You're like, wow, that is still in my line of sight. I just needed the shadow because the light can't travel through all this dense medium. We needed the obstruction of light to outline it. Like how is that? The honest observer would be like, wow, that's clearly in my line of sight. The dishonest observer, which Glovers aren't observers, let's be honest. You guys don't make observations. Which is why you're Glovers. Glovers don't make. I said they're not honest observers. And I said actually they're not observers. Glovers don't go out and make observations. Very rarely. Like what they do is they go and they try to confirm their bias. See, I have observations where it looks like the horizon's really close and matches relatively close to what the globe predicts. And I have observations where they're far away from what the globe predicts. I make all kinds of observations. But the globe will go out one time. They'll see when it's like really, really, really dense medium. It's not very clear conditions. And they'll say, look, Earth's the globe. Stupid flat earther. Because look, the bottom of the buildings are obstructed, and that's impossible on a flat Earth. That's the level of arguments we get in 2022. That's why we're censored. That's ridiculous. Just about honesty. So anyway, I'm going to get this other. I'm now going to just start compiling silhouette observations. It debunks the globe. And I don't care what anyone says about it. And baselessly asserting that it doesn't means nothing. And all I've gotten from all Glovers have given me is what you've given me, which is, I don't see why it would be different. Because it's not light, it's the absence of. So, nuh-uh. Not one has provided a demonstration of it happening.
I mean, I've showed you like at least 10 pictures that are, I mean, everything I've shown you like is literally exactly what, like the last one I showed you, for example. I'm telling you the light is obviously in a different position. It's refracted. The shadow looks like it's emanating from the light. It's not looking like it's not emanating from the light. It's also being refracted with the light. However, that doesn't do anything for you. I mean, all these ones, these are the ones I posted before.
I just posted them again. So you're telling me that shark isn't right there?
Yeah, the ones underwater, they're probably a lot less refracted than the ones when you're outside the water. So I'm not going to go ahead and say that that's not being refracted. It could very well be pretty close to its actual position.
Okay, so these can be thrown out.
So what?
I said, okay, those can be thrown out. Here you go. These can be thrown out.
No, not this last one. I mean, you can see there's a lady there, and you can see there's legs that are clearly look like they're in front of her, but those are her legs.
Okay.
Right, and so it's like her legs are blocking the light, and they're still.
No, Kosho, if I go, no, they're not direct angle blocking light, though, Kosho. You're seeing an effect of the light being refracted. So if I go take a camera over to this lady and I drop it down into the water where the light source is directly in front of me and the lady's directly in front of me, you're going to see her actual position.
Perhaps. And you see this one here, though? All the little light sources. Let's say the one in the top, I'm sorry, in the left, in the top left of the picture. I mean, do you think that light source is exactly where it is, or is it being refracted privately?
Why are you going back to light sources again?
No, I'm just because the point, it doesn't seem like it needs to move past. It doesn't make sense to me why you would even think that it wouldn't occur like that. Because if the light source is right there, and an object is traversing the water, and that light source is not in its actual position, when the object actually intersects the line of sight and where the light source looks like it is, you're going to see the silhouette. You're not going to see a silhouette in some weird place that is not in between your line of sight and the light. It's always
right.
Because that's that's never happened. That's never happened to me or anybody.
Well, listen, here's the deal. You're not understanding. Okay, so whenever, say the light source is refracted, so it's not the actual position of the light, then the lily pad moves in front of the light. And once it gets directly in front of the perceivable light, although it's not where the light actually is, you then see a silhouette. That's right, because it's physically obstructing the bent light. But that lily pad's location is actual. That's the point. You can claim the sun's being lifted up. You cannot claim that the silhouette of the buildings are being lifted up. It requires actual position.
That's what I mean. Like an object actually in the water, not on the surface, but actually in the water. If the light is being refracted and it's out of position, and that object is out of position, and then the object it's about to be intersecting that light, but they're both out of position, when it actually does start to intersect that light, since they're both out of position, it's not actually intersecting that light from your line of sight. But it will appear like it is.
It'll change, Kusha. Once it gets directly in front of the light source, between you and the light source, it will become an accurate position. It'll change. You can replicate this. I'm going to do it today.
That's what I'm saying. That's what that would convince me. If you, like in the pond that you're in, if there was lights underneath the pond and these fish were crossing those lights, and then they changed position, like it appeared very different than anything I've ever seen. I mean, I would definitely be.
Yeah, I mean, I would never shoot these fish. These are, I forgot what they're called, but they're like
koi fish.
These are like incredibly expensive, like fish from Japan. But anyway, just hypothetically, if this fish was to go in front of the light source, right? And then I was waiting until it got right in front of the light source, and then I shot it, I would hit the fish cushion, and we both know it.
You think so?
Oh, I think so. Because I'd see the shadow, the outline of the fish itself. See, that requires physical obstruction, not optical bending of light, physical obstruction, not apparent location, actual location.
Yeah, but the light.
I'm sure I can find like higher levels of education actually supporting this. Like, I'll just drop higher levels of education.
The light is being
refracted. Actually wanted to be honest, they would have done this, but I'll do it.
If the light is being refracted, then it's not going to be doing anything except for, shine light onto. Well, it's not going to be able to not shine in its line of sight. So if the fish is, if there's a clear line of sight between you and some light source in the water, however, that light source is being refracted, and the fish intersects that light source, it doesn't matter that it's intersecting the light source, because the light source is not actually, there's not an actual real straight line between the three objects, but it appears like there is, and it's a little silhouette. But it sounds like you're saying that even though there's not a straight line there, or because there's not a straight line there, even though it looks like there is, it's not going to silhouette, because it's going to instead show you its actual position. But
Like what Moyak, for example, like, do you agree with what Moyak just said? Like, Moyak just demonstrated he doesn't understand.
Do I agree that he doesn't understand?
No, do you agree with his argument? Because his argument demonstrates he doesn't understand. He
No,
literally
I think
started off by saying my argument is so weak, but he doesn't understand.
I didn't hear his argument because I was I don't know why I must have turned it down after a little while.
No, I'll just read it. He typed it. I'll just read it. So, silhouette is not some magic thing that behaves differently than light. You are seeing light from the sun. In the middle of that light, something is blocking some of that light. Okay. I tried to video it, but my eyes are better than my camera at dealing with my setup. I set up a flashlight and a pin as a silhouette. Then, using a pair of readers at various angles, and the silhouette moves around depending on the refraction angle in my lenses. Yes, the absence of light moves around in keeping with the sun, because the absence of light is just the relationship of objects in the refracted path of light. Okay, so the physical obstruction of the light denotes actual location because it requires actual obstruction. Your perception of the light behind it is a non sequitur. I also explained that, like with your readers, if you layer plates of glass based on your angle of view, you will get elongation. So when you say moves, that's all you're talking about is slight elongation on the opposite side of the direction of the angle of view. We are talking about how the globe requires the shadow be optically lifted and displaced from its original location, but intact with its proportions. This does not happen. It isn't a weak argument. It decapitates your paradigm. I don't care what you're saying. I cited a much more intricate observation than your pencil with your pen and your readers. Okay, I cited it for you. Here we go with Gummy Bear. The light keeps refracting even after the obstruction. Gummy Bear also doesn't understand that we're not talking about the light, we're talking about the shadow.
The shadow is the property of the light that interacts with the objects, and the
shadow's not a property of light.
Shadow moves with the refraction. So it is the path of the light from the illumination source until it reaches.
You're spiraling.
Until it reaches your eye.
You're spiraling.
You're the one who is talking like this.
Yeah, because I'm just trying not to be loud. My wife is still asleep.
Like this because you're a dick.
At least he's trying to be respectful to his wife. But that was a pretty good impression of mine.
Someone's triggered.
Yo, please
trigger me, timbers. Okay, so anyway, it's okay. I get this makes you guys spiral, but see, shadows aren't properties. Shadows are not properties of light. That's a ridiculous statement.
You sure about that, though?
I'm sure about it.
I don't know if you call it a property of light, but it's a byproduct of light. It's the
absence of light. How does the absence of light refract this light?
Well, here's what happens. The light, pretend there's no such thing as refraction, and just picture what light is doing. When you have a light shining, you see the light rays clearly coming out and hitting whatever it hits. And you put something in front of the light rays, now it's going to be hitting everything around that object. And if you're sitting on the other side of it, you're going to see the object silhouetted, because what you're actually seeing is that light and that the object blocking it. And now if you add refraction to the situation, all that's happening is that light is now going to be in a different position. And that means the entire scenario. Yeah.
No, see what you're not understanding. You really thought you had it then, I guess. So what you need is for air itself to refract light and create a shadow. That's what you need, okay? To explain these observations, you need air itself to refract light and create a shadow. That is impossible. And if you guys will not be honest, I will then move over to higher education because it's getting very reiterative.
Reiterative. Ooh, new word.
Wow, that's when you know someone's spiraling. They can't actually respond to my points.
Okay. It's gonna take me about 2 minutes, hopefully less. It's gonna be just 2 minutes, hopefully less. Hold on.
Okay, we're gonna have to go to the universities.
They'll laugh you out of there.
This is exciting, though, man.
You want to go to the universities and be laughed out of the university? I mean, you can do that. So
Wow, look, an ad hom from someone spiraling. So there's one university debunking you.
What did you do at a university?
Make sure that you're posting.
Look, a non sequitur.
Where you're posting is relevant, because I mean, I was
Yeah,
gonna
it
give you a
is
suggestion,
relevant,
but
buddy.
it's not. That's not relevant. You're asking if air
Yeah, it is.
shadows, which is not really the claim here, right?
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
Objects is what we're talking about. Objects being silhouetted. The air
Right,
is not.
we're not seeing the actual objects. We're not seeing the actual objects.
You are.
We're not seeing the actual sun. We're only seeing the path.
Wow,
We're only seeing the path. The
Thanks
interaction
for
of the path.
playing. Thanks for playing. So you need air to cast shadows.
When you see a silhouette,
No,
or when you see anything refracted, you're seeing the actual object. It's not some imitation. It's the actual object. It's just being you're being allowed to see it when you shouldn't, but that doesn't mean that it's not the object.
You see the path of the light that the light has taken. If there's something in the way of that path, then it will obstruct.
Okay.
If
but
that
will
other thing is good.
Will the obstruction optically displace?
The path to the obstruction will be different than the straight line path.
Non sequitur.
You must not know what that word means.
It's not relevant. Because we're talking about the obstruction, we keep going back to the light itself. Then you went as far as to say shadows are properties of light.
Everything we observe is the path. We never see the object, not even when we're close to it. It is always, in some fashion, maybe unmeasurably, displaced.
Hey, can shadows be optically lifted and maintain proportion?
Can a silhouette? Yes. If the path of light is obstructed, the path of light is obstructed.
Can you please offer a citation or demonstration that says that a shadow can be optically displaced? But I thought I was talking. That a shadow can be optically lifted and displaced, but maintain proportion. Because I've actually looked at the demonstrations attempting to do this. So you're just saying things.
Well, number one, they don't maintain proportion. If you look at the refracted image of the skyline of Chicago, it's fucking stretched all the fucking shit. It's also missing its bottom, but we'll skip over that.
It's stretched, really, it's stretched.
Yes, those buildings' aspect ratios, their length to width ratio has changed.
Really, can you please break that down for me with some type of math and demonstration? Can you show me?
You can go and do a length to width analysis on some of the tops of the buildings where they are where they step in, and you can find out what the length to width ratio is, and then compare it to the image you're looking at.
Yeah, the only
I've seen this done. No, I can't reproduce it again.
Listen carefully, man. So, you made that up. And you haven't. You've made that up.
No, I have seen that, Fuckstain.
You made that up.
Don't call me a liar. Don't call me a liar, Fuckstain.
Well, feel free to actually provide the evidence instead of just making baseless assertions. But anyway,
I'm offering you a very easy way to do it. Just go ahead and do it. This
okay,
isn't some kind of rocket science.
So you made a claim. Now you're asking me to go prove what you can't prove.
And you called me a liar. Go ahead and prove I'm a liar, liar.
Why are you so triggered, man?
Because you called me a liar? You lying sack of shit?
You need to eat breakfast, man. I didn't call you a liar. I said that's made up. So if
Yes,
you want to provide,
made up. That's called You're accusing me of lying. Do you not know this? Oh, I guess it's because you just don't understand what truth is.
you're really triggered, man. So anyway, the problem is also that if you change your angle of view, you can get a slight elongation on one side relative to your angle of view. So if you like to provide some type of breakdown of how the proportions are disproportionate in all directions, I would love to see it. I'm honest, so I would actually love to see this. I think you made it up, though. You've heard some other Globers say that, maybe.
I've seen it demonstrated. Now,
by who?
The way you demonstrate it is you take it and you go and you actually do it yourself because you are capable of this. This is not a rocket scientist type of a claim. Go into the building, find the size of it, go ahead and take the length and width aspect ratio of some of the penthouses on those buildings, and you will see that they are stretched all to funk.
Hey, you saw it demonstrated by who?
Irrelevant. Don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't memorize these fucking things.
On YouTube or something?
Yes.
Why are you
and
so
the
mad?
numbers and the methodology that was used actually worked out. It's demonstrated.
So was it were they skewed and stretched equally in all directions?
They were stretched. Equally in all directions? No, that's the whole point of stretching, is not equally in all directions. Do you know English?
You're not seeming to follow. You got to calm down, man. Okay, so what I'm explaining is that.
Well, I've been called a liar by a liar.
Oh man, so this is very rudimentary stuff, right? So if we have a physical obstruction in front of a light, and then I move over to the left of the light, you're going to see the shadow start to elongate to the right. Correct?
This is not a shadow per se. It's not a shadow projected on something. It's projected on your eye.
Silhouettes are shadows, man. They're outlines of shadows. My goodness. A shadow is the absence of light. Okay. So is the silhouette light or is it the absence of light?
Well, does silhouette and shadow have different names?
Because, a silhouette is an outline of the objects with a direct point of view. Shadows have no particular angle, but shadows are the absence of light. A silhouette is also the absence of light. It is a type of shadow.
Right, but one is in the direct path to your eye, and the other one is laying on the ground on a fixed object.
Thanks for playing. You're claiming it's not in the direct path of light, though. You're claiming it's not the direct path of the eye.
It's in the path of the light, absolutely.
You're claiming that that's not the direct path to the eye, though.
It is in the path to the eye, whether it be refracted or not. The path changes with the refraction.
Is it the direct path to the eye?
It is in the path to the eye, the only path to the eye. The only one that exists is the curved path that comes through the refraction.
So it's not a direct path. It's a curved path.
Well, if you would expect it to go straight to your eye and it's curving at the same time, that's kind of a stupid thing, don't you think, Witsit?
See, think about it. And then Gummy Bear says the path is not direct since refraction is a thing. It
is the path.
I think you're accidentally interrupting. So he's saying that as if that makes me dumb, but you're the one that said that. You're the one that said that.
To the eye. It is the path to the eye. Whether you want to be pedantic over the direct, which I've now corrected to saying it's the path to the eye.
Okay.
The only path.
Should probably make fun of you then, right? Not me, because I didn't say that.
Your pupil and your retina is that path, and that path is curved. And we all have to agree that light curves because we see the black swan curving its ass off.
Did anyone say that light can't curve? When did someone say that?
So you have the path to the eye, right? Whether the only path, you don't see it in multiple locations, you see it in one location at any given second. The path, the one path, the curved path.
Oh man. The shadow is the absence of light, can't have properties of light. Physical obstruction of light denotes actual location. Welcome to Flat Earth. Gummy Bear says that this Merriam-Webster definition debunks me. Okay, the definition is opaque. Blocking the passage of radiant energy and especially light. Exhibiting opacity. Wow, Merriam-Webster's really crushing. Opaque is exhibiting opacity. Wow. So this dude thinks that this guy thinks this debunks me. Do you guys agree with him?
I don't really
Blocking
know how
the
that
passage
applies.
of radiant energy, especially light.
Now he says it was a joke. See, it's like, you guys are exhausting, man. This is why I'm only doing this for a few more minutes, and I'm going to go back on about my day. I actually have stuff to do, but yeah, if you guys can show a physical demonstration of a shadow being optically lifted and displaced, that would be cool. I would retire this argument, but you guys just basically asserting it is not going to cut it for me. I'm sorry. I'm not a part of your religious zealotry.
When you say a shadow, again, we're not talking about shadow, we're talking about a silhouette, right?
A silhouette's a type of shadow.
Something that's in. Now, let's take this from a kind of a simplistic standpoint. I have my flashlight. It's shining, and there's something in between it, right? Now, if I take a lens and I move that object with the lens from beyond, let's say, the silhouette, and I tilt that lens up so that the object appears to move up in reference to that to the sun that I'm simulating with the flashlight. Now, the light's path has changed, but the object is still in the way. Now I take a second lens and I do the same thing. I move that, in front of both objects. Now, as I tip that lens, the silhouette will move along with the sun.
Stanford just debunked you, so you want to take back that silhouette.
Cool.
You want to take back that silhouettes are not shadows.
It's a pedantic thing, but they are not shadows in the classic sense where you're talking about a object. If we have to get real pedantic, okay, shadows cast on objects will
this is literally Stanford
behave
right here
differently than an object in the past. But they are, yes, it is a shadow. It is the absence of light. It is the blocking of light.
Yeah, because this is Stanford doing shadow silhouette maps, breaking it down for you. There's a silhouette map algorithm. There's implementation, generating the silhouette map. Shadow rendering is section 3.2. This is all about silhouettes. So we conclude by comparing silhouette maps to existing methods as well as discussing the artifacts and limitations of our technique. So exactly how is it that they're not a shadow? Maybe I'm missing something.
See the image I posted? I just gotta tell you, it's not a real picture. It's from I made it in the computer.
Yeah.
However, this is the reason why it's not something. It's not something that I don't need to search for anything. It's plainly obvious to me that if the light is curving, I'm going to see the light wherever wherever it's coming from, wherever it appears to be coming from. And if something is in between where that light is, and even if that thing is refracted or not refracted, if it's obstructing the direction of that light, it's refracted position, right? It doesn't matter if it's in a totally different position, but if its refracted position is going to be obstructing the refracted light, then the refracted light is going to be absent of that shape.
At that location,
as you see the silhouette.
Well, I just want to make sure all other Glovers agree with them. Do all the Glovers agree with this little cartoon?
Yeah, that seems a very reasonable statement.
Okay.
Do you disagree with it?
Yeah, of course. So the reason that this is ridiculous is it's really convenient for you to draw on your cartoons on the computer where things are nowhere close to scale. right? But we're talking about this shadow being optically lifted, not something extending out into space. Extending out into space with light coming down onto it. But secondly, you see the angle of the shadow. Do you see it? You see how it's going to result in compression, right? Yeah. So if you have physical obstruction between you and that shadow, then you won't see the shadow. That's the whole point. You need the shadow to be lifted as well.
Yeah, yesterday you left, and I told everybody else some fun facts. After I think Brenda was, it doesn't matter what Brenda was doing, but so there's some fun facts, and because you brought up the Chicago skyline, and I know, and you probably know this as well, that the sun at sunset, it's usually said to be half a degree. That's almost every single day, give or take an arc minute or second or something, but it's usually about half a degree, and I think that's fair to say that's consistent. And that's however far away the sun is. Now, I would just doing the numbers, and if the Chicago skyline was 90 miles away, which is further than it is in the pictures, but if it were 90 miles away, and they were only refracted not half a degree, but 5% of 1 degree, like 5/100ths of a degree, you would be able to see 400 feet of the buildings raised up. So whatever, if you couldn't see part of the buildings, you now have 400 feet that you couldn't see before raised up, and that's only 5/100ths of a degree. So, and that's for 90 miles. So you would need to substantially less refraction for, for things that are far away like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Whenever you say thousands of feet and stuff, it's not the feet, it's the angle.
That's a cool story. We're talking about absence of light.
Yes, same thing. Still. Kosho, I think that aptly showed that the object in the way of the path, whether it be refracted or not, will be in the way of the path.
Yeah,
and will
I
appear
saved
as
his
a
image.
shadow or a silhouette.
I saved his image, bro. I think it's hilarious.
Thanks, man.
No problem, man.
Actually, it's an image, but it's actually made from a physics simulator. So, I mean, I've really made that atmosphere, refraction, and the light. So it's all behaving the way.
Hey, is that shadow curving?
Is the shadow curving?
Yeah.
All the light is, so.
Is the shadow curving?
Yeah.
What do you mean
if
curving?
all the light,
We're all looking at it.
is, and so the absence of light also is.
We're all looking at it. Is the shadow curving?
Yes. Yes.
No.
And it appears elevated from its existing position.
If the light is curving, then the shadow, by extension, is curving.
Is the shadow in
the fabric is curving.
Wait, someone else said the shadow's curving? Even your picture debunks you, so.
No, okay, the shadow is where the absence of light is, right? The light is curving.
Yeah, and you're attributing
and the absence of light is also
properties
curving.
of light to it. You're attributing properties of light to the absence of light, and then pretending that it makes me dumb.
I'm not pretending it makes you dumb.
You are dumb.
I'm not saying
I'm
these
dumb.
things. Moyak said that because you said it, but I'm not saying.
So how do
these
you
things.
classify dumb? Like, I guess it would be independent of like actual.
Your inability to reason and use logic, and your absence of knowledge.
Are you an atheist?
I think they technically call me an agnostic, but I'm an agnostic-leaning atheist.
So you can't invoke logic, my man. Try again. Yeah,
I'm going to assert a God and then say you're stupid.
No. Like, theism is not the same as creationist. Theism is not.
I didn't say it was. I said you're going to assert a God.
Well, I didn't assert a God. I asserted a natural designed order that you're invoking, but you simultaneously claim to not believe in. So, wow, that was difficult. Yeah, I'm the one lacking logic. Your entire worldview is contradictory. Try again.
You say you're a theist?
That's a non sequitur. I don't have to assert theism to refute your claim that
Okay, so you're not a theist.
Theism is not required to acknowledge the
Are you
order.
a theist or not a theist?
I personally am a theist, but that is not my argument. So you are
You're not asserting
strong
God,
man.
but you believe in God.
That's not relevant to the point, though.
It's not relevant. You sound triggered.
I'm not triggered. You're just very
Why are you
exhausted.
talking like this? You know, you say I'm triggered when I talk like
for
you.
one, I'm trying not to be too loud, okay? And secondly, you're very exhausting and pedantic, and you're straw manning me. I'm also trying to stay calm, so I'm trying to work on getting work.
Yeah, let me try. What's it? Voltaire, a first wave atheist, said that even if God doesn't exist, you'd still invent a God. And he said this because the problem at the time was government thought they were speaking for God, much like how NASA does today or the executive branch does today. You know, nothing new under the sun. So then you had like the second wave of atheism, and they were like constantly checking government, putting it back in its place, suing everything the government did that even remotely sounded religious. They sued the government, took them to court. And then now you've got this third wave atheism, which I think you're part of, that doesn't believe the government would ever lie about anything. Like everything they say or do is always above board. That anything they present is the facts. And anything other than and saying the government does lie is a conspiracy.
I think there's a scale for non sequitur, but man, that was a hell of a non sequitur.
Well, that's what I'm saying when they talk about logic. It's like, why do you accept everything government when you don't accept everything government? It's a contradiction in your logic.
I don't have to accept government. I've seen enough things myself to actually validate without any reservation that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, even attributing properties of light and atoms of light. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, this GPS stuff and the things you talk about, but the issue is that if he goes back to your root epistemology, is that you can simply believe and not believe things, and that makes it true or false. Then just use that for flat Earth. Flat Earthers don't believe you.
That's maybe so, but I do have to say that, like, if you understood, like one of my fun ones is if you understood GPS, you would realize that it is unfakeable.
Wrong.
It cannot be faked. Not the way that it works, not by the mechanics that it works.
Watch this. I'm going to debunk you. One of the parts you love to talk about for GPS is the location of the satellites.
Yes.
Right. So how do you determine the distance to the satellite?
Time delay and phase shift and all that shit. But
time delay, right. So duration of signal?
Yep.
Right. When you factor in duration of signal, do you have to account for the medium or lack thereof?
In there, yes.
Right, because if I scream in a tunnel, it's going to be much different than if I scream in a pool, right?
Scream in a tunnel, scream in a pool.
Yeah.
I don't get what you're driving at there, but
propagation
it's going to be different echo. Oh, okay. If you scream underwater, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a 4,000 foot per second difference. Now, you're going to assert that I have a. If you want to start putting in some distances, like distances to towers, like actual towers, we know the medium that those are in, right? At least with all reasonable doubt, we could say that it's going to be the speed of light minus like 1%.
So it took like 10 seconds for you to throw out satellites. Wow.
No, I'm trying to go to your model where it's an alternative.
Hey, do you agree?
Now we can go to the satellites.
Do you agree that mechanical waves?
Do
you agree that mechanical waves are slower and denser mediums?
No, They're faster.
Mechanical waves are faster in denser mediums.
Yes, the speed of sound in a solid is much faster than the speed of sound in air. Speed of sound in water is much faster.
Okay, so if you're wrong about the density of the medium, would you be wrong about the distance?
Yes.
Okay, and so how did you verify the medium?
How did I verify the medium? Well, by my
Seems
little
fundamental
tests
requirement.
going up.
Yeah.
Yes. By my little tests of going up a mountain, I've seen that atmosphere gets thinner and thinner the higher we go. So I'm going to deduce that it gets thinner and thinner. And there's another logical one, which is that you can't really have a denser medium above a thinner medium. So I would say that, you can't have a massive change in medium like that, going
This is
to
akin to you.
between us and the satellite.
This is akin to you saying, if I'm walking down a paved pathway and the pathway gets more narrow and more narrow as I walk into the woods, it's impossible that there's another paved pathway further down the woods.
No, not at all.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'm taking first principles, and you can't stick a solid floating on air above us that is much denser. It wouldn't work. It would fall down. Even via density and buoyancy, it will fall on us.
No.
Do you know what clouds are made of? Clouds are made of.
What clouds are made of? They are less dense than air, yes.
Okay, so you're actually wrong, right? Because
the water droplets are more dense, but
if you're between two Gaussian surfaces, right, and you get closer and closer to the Gaussian surface, then the medium would be proportionately dense relative to how close you are to the Gaussian surface, which is why we have a denser medium towards the surface, and therefore we would have a denser medium towards the other Gaussian surface above us. Right. So actually, if we apply Occam's
I'm trying to think
razor, it debunks
what a Gaussian system is.
What?
What's a Gaussian system?
Surface.
Oh, Gaussian surface. What is that?
It's just a closed surface.
I'll have to look this up. Gaussian. How do you spell that?
Gaussian.
Oh, Gaussian. Gaussian. Like magnetic.
And suddenly you're expert, just like that.
No, I'm trying to understand what word he was saying because he has not pronouncing it the way I understand it.
Okay.
Let's see. How is it said? Yeah, I have a harder ow sound in it, Gauss.
Yeah, so EMF.
So you're asserting that there's a strong magnetic field holding up a mass of material above because of your alternative belief in gravity.
No, you said it would be impossible, and I debunked your claim.
No, you didn't debunk it. Now we'd have to go through and see what that density would do. So denser the medium with light, that does slow down the light. Light does slow down in a denser medium. So,
so wait, I thought
what density would we need?
What are we receiving from the satellites?
Timestamp, essentially. That's the main one.
What's the signal specifically? What type of signal is it?
1575.
Yeah, but like in a broader sense, like what is the signal? You're saying it's
Radio.
light?
Part of a message.
Radio.
So do radio waves propagate faster or slower in a denser medium?
They go much slower in a denser medium, depending on the density. Yes.
Yeah, didn't I say that earlier and you disagreed?
No, that's you said sound. Sound propagates faster in a denser
No,
medium.
I said mechanical waves.
I wouldn't call light a mechanical wave, but
well, the waves are
light,
mechanical waves. So.
Well, let's put it this way: light doesn't behave that way. It behaves. Well, actually, light behaves with a slowing down in a denser medium, and sound behaves with a speeding up in a denser medium. They work differently.
Okay.
So mechanical waves seem to speed up. Light.
Are you starting to put together the point yet?
No, because now we got to start working on the numbers and making them work. So, where are you asserting in your system? Where are you in your system? Where are you asserting these satellites actually are?
Well, okay. What's the duration? Let's start there.
What's the duration? What do you mean? 30,000 times 8 microseconds.
Just how long does it take to receive a signal, man?
30,000 times 8 microseconds. Is it 30,000
times what?
8 microseconds.
Okay, so can you just talk like a normal
That's your
person?
minimum time. That is very normal. Now let me make sure this.
For you to say 30,000 times something, how is that normal?
Because you want to know how long it is.
1 millionth of a second.
Yes, 30,000 millionths of a second. But let me 8 million. 30,000 times 8 microseconds. But let me check that. I got to verify the distance to the satellites.
So we're talking about a fraction of
22,000 feet.
What'd you say? You said feet.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. You guys love math, but it's like
10,000 nautical miles. 10,000 nautical miles. That'd be 1.15. That'd be like 11,000 miles away.
14,000 miles away.
Yeah. So it's 14,000 times. I don't know where I get 30,000 from. Oh, that's for geostationary.
So that's like 0.2 seconds to go there and back. So about 0.1 seconds to receive.
There's no back. There's no back.
Well, geostationary is there and back, right?
No, there's no back. There's only there.
Geostationary.
We receive timestamps from the satellites.
Okay, geostationary, you get there and back.
No, no. First off, these are not geostationary. We're talking about GPS. I just said geostationary. I made a mistake. That's why I said 30,000.
You agree geostationary goes there and back, though?
No, it depends on what you're doing. Like a geostationary direct TV satellite is going to be to you. There's no transmission from you to the geostationary satellite, so it's the one-way communications.
Geostationary goes there. Who cares? Doesn't matter. So 0.1 seconds.
0.1 seconds, and then whatever fraction for every additional mile and foot from that distance. So that's like the shortest distance. Let me actually check your math.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just sitting here.
Right.
I'm just trying to do your math in my head. I don't even. I'm trying to get an actual number that means something to people. So, like, if we can put it in seconds, that'd be great. Okay, so all you have to do is take the duration, right? And then you're going to have to see, it requires some claims. I'm not a big fan of presuppositions, but you're basically cornering me, claiming that there is no way I can propose viability. And that's just patently absurd. I obviously can't, because I have the ability to fluctuate the density itself and the distance that the medium occupies. So it would be very easy to find the, let's say, width of the medium differential based on how long it takes with a fluctuation of densities. I could come up with probably 1,000 answers You said it's
well, you might could to answer one person. I say you could absolutely 100% fake GPS for one person. But since this is an open architecture system where everybody is receiving the same signal, at least everybody in a given general area, like within a few miles of each other, they're all receiving the same signal.
Okay.
And the same coordinate for the origination point of that signal. So everybody gets that same one. Everybody across the entire planet gets that information. It never varies from unit to unit. It's always the same answer. This is where the satellites are. Now, put your satellite on a balloon or a tower and get that math to work with some kind of a single density or even a variable density that will give everybody the correct answer. The other thing is, if you were talking about these balloons or ground-based system, those we know the delays for. Those are very well vetted territory. All the speed of light at sea level, the speed of light from a balloon from 100,000 feet would have very uniform timing. It would not vary by enough to account for 30,000 miles. Sorry, 10,000 miles. But since we all have the same location, that's the point where we got to start from. So now I've got to adjust the timing to my mobile, to my receiving device. I have to adjust that timing to fake the amount of delay.
Because you would create a layer of density, right? Because hyperlogically, if you have like a dense medium with viscosity, right? Now you claim it was right, so it would be layered. The proportionate layers. Yeah, just like the ocean floor, right? Like you go down to the ocean,
right?
It becomes more dense as you go further down. It would be that inverted.
I posted a chart for the air mass. It's a pretty good reference if you want to know how much air is going to be in between you and something coming from outside of the atmosphere, depending on the
sun's
angle.
elevation angle.
Yeah, but you could change that for any object's elevation angle, as long as it's coming from outside of the atmosphere.
It depends on which model you're trying to do.
You do understand that I'm contending your model, though.
Yeah, but while talking about it, though, like we're talking about
how the
light.
I understand.
Yeah.
So this is the model that's in contention.
Right. Yeah, and we're talking about the light or the radio waves coming from it, and the medium changing and that kind of stuff. But however, if it's above 30 degrees, as this chart shows, if it's anywhere above 30 degrees, it's going to be somewhere less than 2. The air mass is going to be less than 2, and the air mass is exactly 1 if it's coming from straight up. So if you have a maximum of 2, that's basically especially because a lot of the ones you're going to get are more than 40 degrees. So it's even closer to 1. It's basically like saying the atmosphere is not changing if the angle is above 40 degrees.
So there's the fundamental claims, right? So a lot of flat earthers have fallen into like what I consider to be the trap that they have to claim balloons. No, we actually don't. At all. That's ridiculous. We do have fleets of satelloons. I mean, NASA admits it, even though mysteriously they took it off their website. I wonder why that is. That's not weird at all, but anyway. And we've seen satellites crash from the sky attached to balloons.
Never.
Well, so are you saying that the news station was making it up?
I'm saying that the news station used a bad terminology for something. It wasn't a satellite. It's never. They have a different definition. Satellites are not.
Do you know what
satellite.
the legal definition of satellite is?
Satellite is something that orbits the Earth. Orbiting is not floating in the atmosphere.
That is not the legal definition of satellite.
Legal definition, huh?
Yeah. So Anyway, a balloon is legally defined as a satellite. So anyway, this is
All
the
right,
point.
hold on. Let's
So
see.
it looks
What
just,
definition?
hey buddy, it looks just like a satellite. Okay, that's my point. It looks like a satellite, but
Well, except it doesn't look anything like one. But okay.
trying to meet you somewhere in the middle here. So just chill out. Flat earthers oftentimes make the ridiculous claim that they're nothing but balloons. I think that is a ridiculous claim. Now, we have seen things that look exactly like satellites. We have things that provide internet and signals that are attached to balloons, and they look exactly like satellites.
Not.
Yes, they do.
Well, exactly like satellites if you're Pete Shea and you have some kind of an optical disorder.
Okay, what's the
satellites
difference?
Don't have legs. Those typically have legs.
No, the
when
one I
they're
saw
on the
didn't
ground.
have legs.
The crashed one? Let's see.
There's multiple crashes.
Let me see which one you're talking about. You got an image?
Just a sec. I'm trying to look it up, actually. I see the one you're talking about that has legs. Although it looks like a satellite also, but anyway.
In that it's a small package that has solar panels, yes.
Yeah,
however, typically the ones in the atmosphere are not sealed. They're much more open architecture.
Okay, so here's a Project Loon that gave internets that crashed from the sky. Of course, the one you're talking about, which I will drop for anyone that's listening because it does look like a satellite, except you're saying it's not because it has legs.
And it has a much more open architecture.
Let me drop that one. Now, there's the ones that are very intriguing are actually from different countries. This one is in Michigan. I love when Globers act like it never happens or it just happened one time. It's happened like 10 times.
Oh, no. We send up satellites all the time to do atmospheric measurements, to do what do you call it? Wi-Fi and shit like that. There's all sorts of different ones.
Some places send them up twice a day.
Here's one from Australia. There's one in India, I think.
Yeah, the only satellites I've ever seen come from the sky are all burned up and shit.
Well, these are not burned up. I'm sitting here dropping them.
Right, because things drop from the atmosphere don't reach term of velocities high enough to burn up. But the ones that are claimed to be satellites, what is your definition of satellite? Because every definition I'm finding is something that orbits something else.
Yeah, that's a colloquial use. There's like a legal definition that the FAA uses. Taboo Conspiracy did a video on it, so I'd have to find it.
All right, so
but
an artificial body placed in orbit around the Earth or Moon or another planet to collect information or for communications. A celestial body orbiting the Earth or another planet. That was who? Is that Miriam?
Definitely not the FAA.
That was Oxford. Now legal definition.
FAA is the one that actually manages the sky, though, right?
Okay, see FAA satellite definition. For the purpose of this notice, change the guidance of the air traffic control using GNSS and the traffic services. Nope, it doesn't tell me.
Look, it immediately pulls up satellite navigation, GPS. It's just so funny, man. Like, I mean, you would think you guys would at least acknowledge that it's really ridiculous how they have watered down the internet.
You know, I kind of dove deep into GPS because I was going to do this test with the doesn't matter. But yeah, so I had to look up the different formats of the files and the raw data and stuff like that. And Moyak, just the point that he said is absolutely correct. That it's not something that can be, faked with using some other technology, because the message that they're send the way that they tell you how much time it took for the message to get to you was by sending you a portion of the message, and based on the length, the part of the message you have is gonna tell you how far away it is, and if that information is not correct, it's not going to give you your location. I just don't see how that could be faked.
Relevance.
The relevance. You guys are talking about the satellites and they're saying they could be balloons. I don't think they could be balloons.
First of all, I explained that I don't think they're all balloons.
Regardless, I'm saying they have to be the distance and the position that they're claiming to be.
Yeah, and if you want to assert that it's the same distance and same position, I have no problem with that. If you want to assert that it's a different, okay, so it's a hugely different distance, right? Less than 10,000 miles, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
just a more
so if
dense
it's less than 10,000 miles, and you also want to assert that it's probably in the atmosphere somewhere, whether it be on the ground or from ground to the dome somewhere.
It's just in a more dense medium in the area.
Right. So, but now we have to, you have to explain that to me, because I know falsification is independent of placement, but your claim needs placement. So is it on the ground or somewhere in the atmosphere? Like at reasonable place
on the ground. It's up in the sky. Although majority of transmission, this is a huge misnomer that Glovers run with. Like a vast majority of transmission is ground to ground towers, and when they say, "Look, it points up in the sky," actually, it doesn't point straight in the sky. You can also go to American Towers, which is the contractor for all satellite companies.
Right, I use them all the time.
Yeah, and so they'll tell you that 99% of transmission are ground tower emissions. But anyway, yeah.
What does that mean? So what about the 1%?
Well, see, that's the point. But you guys act like I couldn't use my phone without satellites, and the truth is,
you
I
couldn't.
100% could.
You couldn't use your cell phone without satellites because the timing standard is on satellites. All cell phone towers, all the timing for the network of towers is done through GPS. So now back to the GPS argument.
GPS is a coordinate system that's not even open source.
It's open source.
Open source. No, it's not.
The architecture is open. You can read all the data that comes from it. You can read the almanac messages. All the information that comes out of GPS is open source.
No, the actual GPS system itself is not open source.
No, you can't go and change the satellites. You're right. The communications between the ground and the satellite is closed. Now, the communication from the satellite to the ground is open source.
No, the coordinate system.
The stuff used for navigation.
No, the fundamentals of the
coordinate system is open source. That's used for the calculation of where you are.
Jaron and I looked into this. It's not.
Well, Jaron's a moron and you are as well, so you should really take that into account.
Wow, good one.
But no, seriously, what do you mean by it's not open source? You receive the locations of the satellites. Are you saying that's closed source?
No,
because you need that.
No, the data you claim proves the distance is available to the public for sure.
Okay, so that's like the open source for all the pertinent information. Yes.
No. The actual coordinate system, like the foundation of the coordinate system itself, is not open source. Which why would it not be? Because if it was open source, it would just get more and more accurate. Right, like that's how the
more and more accurate. What does that mean?
You would have
you're subject to the accuracy of the timing, and all the calculations to go into that. It's not going to get more accurate than a centimeter, because that's coming into the maximum ability of phase shift, atmospheric, the variable atmospheric conditions, and all this other stuff. You've got a maximum that you're probably going to achieve. And I don't know that you really need much more centimeter precision for
well, that's not true. That's just a claim you make. So, because I know someone that used their GPS, they used their GPS to map out a path that they were going to ride their bike, and it was under 30 miles, and they actually recorded the distance independently, and the GPS was off by like 1.2 miles in just under 30 miles. So how's that work?
Because it's constantly wiggling and wobbling a couple of meters here and a couple of meters there. That would be for the consumer grade type of navigation. I don't know what they call it, but it's the
let's appeal to
it's not the one where you set
military.
it's not the one where you set up the device ahead of time and you leave it there for 6 hours and let it stabilize and do all the phase shift analysis and stuff like that. Then you get centimeter accuracy.
Yeah, so
There's
anytime
also
you map out any distances on with the GPS, they're wrong. So imagine if you extend that to like a 3,000 mile trip across the U.S.
Dude, the GPS is not.
There's a difference between the additive function of it moving 10 feet this way and 10 feet that way over 30 miles, and the fact that it gives you a dead-on balls accurate final distance, final position that's only 10 feet off.
It's not going to be a mile off.
When I go, what's that?
It literally was a mile off.
Oh, but you're not. There's things you're not stating. Like I can make assumptions, but I wasn't there, so I can't tell you. But there's things that you're not stating, because what could be the case is maybe it told him he traveled a different distance than he traveled based on what the GPS was telling him.
That's what he's talking about.
No. Like when it mapped out the path before he went, it claimed it was 1.2 miles longer than it actually was.
Right. Because what it did is it moved 10 feet to the left, then it moved 10 feet to the right, then it moved 10 feet to the left, showing that you'd moved 30 feet when you hadn't moved at all. So if you, in fact, a stationary one, if you do the mileage on it and you just leave your GPS sitting on your front lawn, will show that it's traveling. It will show distance, even though it didn't. But it will never be more than a couple of feet off from its original position. A few feet off,
It's a maximum of 5-10 meters.
All right, I actually have to get out of here. We have to go to the store, but just to wrap this up, your distance claim is dependent upon a medium assumption. It's based on the duration. A more dense medium is going to drastically change that. Layers of density.
No.
I do agree that I don't have it. Yes, it would. I agree that
you're doing a falsification without getting far enough into it.
Can I just finish?
You just want to do your little monologue. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I want to make my closing statement. Yeah. So, I agree it's not fully mapped out. I haven't attempted to replace it. I don't feel the need to. It's kind of interesting. It seems pretty tedious, but you would have to probably account for the width of the medium, the actual medium differential with layers itself, and then you'd have to wiggle it around. You guys have billions of dollars, and the world's government's doing it for you, and you're really arrogant about it. But anyway, in addition to that, I don't claim they're just satelloons. I think that that's a very ridiculous claim that flat earthers have been tricked into. Electrogravitic propulsion, magnetic levitation based on a Gaussian surface and a viscous medium, you'd be able to attain all kinds of flight. We have solar-powered drones that can stay up in the sky for years that are commercially available. So, of course, I don't deny in any way you could have something up there without it being a balloon. 99% of transmissions don't use this. A lot of times we see satellites come out of the sky that are attached balloons. Google Loon Project, they had to use that to give internet to people in remote areas in like Africa. Why wouldn't they just use satellites? It's because satelloons are actually more efficient. Satellites are just this idea people love to say. Of course, you can Google satellites. You'll see nothing but cartoons. You won't see any real pictures of any of them in space. But anyway, my point. No, you'll just see cartoons. But my overall point is that the duration itself is dependent upon a medium assumption, and it in no way is exclusive to a globe. That stuff floats in the sky. I do not believe your fairy tale of 10,000 miles in the vacuum. You'd have to verify that, and then the medium assumption used to verify that is actually dependent upon an assumption of validity from authoritative figures known to lie to us. So that's a pretty decent summary. Who am I talking to? Is this Moya?
Moya, man.
Okay, I'll send you the definition. I reached out to Taboo Conspiracy, so I'll send you the legal definition because it is very interesting. It basically covers everything. It's super vague. But I have to get out of here, so I'll catch up with you later. Peace.
It's not fair. Mike didn't get his closing statement.
A closing statement that had nothing but asserting unicorns and the likes of, saying, oh, yeah, well, it could be unicorns, and then going on and then making the next assertion of unicorns.
Hey, man. I think that was a great closing statement, Mark. Hey, I'm looking at, I like to use my apps, my phone. I'm using GPS test. I have a whole bunch of GPS apps. Anyways, yeah, so there's some satellites that have an elevation of 2, 3. Ugh, that's gross. However, though, there's at least 10, maybe 6 or 7 that are all above 40 degrees. So.
Oh, right now to the satellites?
Say what?
Right now to the GPS satellites is what you're measuring?
Yeah, because it tells me the elevation and I see at least 6 or 7 or 8 that are above 40 degrees. And it's GNSS, so there's some Russian ones and some ESA ones. And as you see in my graph there, the air mass graph, if it's 40 degrees, you're already close to 1 air mass. Air mass of 1, well, that's the same as the air mass that's directly above your head at zenith. So, yeah, there's not much. Once you get to 40 degrees, there's not much difference in the amount of atmosphere. So.
Yeah, and the difference between a vacuum and what do you call it? A vacuum and sea level is like what? It's not even a percent, is it?
I heard the exact value, but you know what? I would imagine that there would get, like, if you were only getting it from low satellites, like as you see in the thing there. I guess maybe let's see, what is that? I don't know, whatever that is. Like 15 degrees or something. Then it has a air mass of 3 plus 3.5. Yeah, I would probably start thinking that you were going to get some kind of error, but
yeah, I'm not saying you wouldn't get an error, but I'm saying if it wasn't taken into account. The question is, could that error in any way, shape, or form match any of the systems purported by a flat earther? So if we're talking about a maximum differential of 1%, that means that the satellites would have to be, somehow you're going to have to get that number to work with one, for the vast difference between, let's say, 3,000 miles and 10,000 miles or 20,000 miles.
To be honest with you, these arguments today were kind of boring. I don't really understand where they're coming from.
And let's assume that it's any kind of a reasonable system like balloons, something that we could propose that might exist, that there's all these balloons up there just hovering with existing technology. That puts them at like 100,000 feet, maybe 200 miles maximum, like to the horizon type of thing.
Yeah, the part that's pretty damning, though, is it just can't work. It literally, the only thing it does is pass on its position, and so the distance is needed to give you your position. So it doesn't work unless where they say there are.
Right. Well, I got somebody chiming in at work.
So have you guys ever looked at high altitude platforms?
Say what?
Have you ever looked at high altitude platforms?
Yeah, I was gonna off myself last week, and I went and climbed one.
I suggest you guys have a look at that. It's way more than just balloons.
Yeah, but high altitude platforms are kind of a bigger problem than balloons, right? It's like more problem than solution.
Can you not envision a craft that has like a blimp that has the gas to lift it up and a propulsion system to move it around? You cannot envision such a thing?
Sure, I can envision it. It sounds fun, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Now, if you were the military, wouldn't you have such a platform?
Sure. I mean, just for fun, yeah.
And I posted such platforms, commercial ones, Just scroll up. Now imagine what the military has.
That's a good point. You know,
imagine having a floating B-52 bomber. Just imagine that.
How high do you think it would be? Just an estimate.
Well, you can get it a couple of 100,000 feet, I imagine.
I would imagine not. Yeah.
A couple of 100,000 seems to be the territory of only balloons and rockets.
Yeah, well, balloons, the float point for helium is 120 something thousand.
I thought 174 was the record.
Well, probably. Yeah, probably, but just the
but that's with no payload.
it'll float at 120,000. But
so you wouldn't want to have a platform that high up with all kinds of missiles on it, all kinds of radar, all kinds of cameras. You wouldn't want that if you were the military.
Yeah, because of my paradigm, I happen to think they use satellites for the things that you think they would need blimps for. So a blimp would sort of be kind of overkill and not really high.
I'm not talking about just any ordinary blimp. I'm talking about a super blimp, right? Military stuff, not just a little old crappy thing like a Zeppelin 100 years ago.
A super blimp would be super visible. Because you're only 100,000 feet away and you got a super blimp. So why don't we see these super blimps? Or are you just suggesting this would be a cool thing to do?
Have you looked?
Yes, I've looked in the sky and I've never seen a super blimp.
You checked up high. You zoomed into that area, right?
You don't have to zoom in, dude.
If you're talking something that's 300 meters across, super blimp, like giant Zeppelin, what was 900 meters, I think was the... Now, how long was the damn Zeppelin?
I didn't give a size, bro. I didn't give a size.
I know, but you're talking super blimp, so I'm thinking you're talking bigger than the Hindenburg.
Not in the sense of size, in the sense of structure.
What does that mean?
It means a modified balloon part on the top, and it means a nice capsule pressurized on the bottom, right, with propulsion.
So you're talking about
you can keep that thing up. Hold on, you can keep that thing up for months and months.
Really? Yeah, what kind of propulsion are you using?
Pick your propulsion. What do you want?
Gas powered.
There you go. Boom. You got it.
Isn't that
so you got a gas powered balloon? Yes. It's gonna be lower.
You can have solar. You can have gas. You can have whatever you want, bro. Electric.
Isn't that really reflective? It doesn't matter.
I'm giving you alternatives to satellites, right?
Okay, that's fine. The point is, you said 120,000 feet, okay, or whatever that is. Let's say that it's got a horizon at 400 miles, okay, and let's say that it's got a complete coverage of, what is that? That's probably something like 2,400 square miles, okay? Is that right? Yeah, let's just pretend that's right. Yeah, 2,400 square miles, somewhere around there. Okay, so each of these blimps has 2,400 square miles. Okay, and it needs to cover 192 million square miles. So, how many balloons would we need? Do you think?
That's just one alternative. How about a drone? You don't think the military could get a drone higher up than that?
No.
Just giving you one alternative. Why not?
You keep on, you're asserting all these different technologies that could exist to keep something in the sky. You still have a little bit of a problem, which is you've got to now make the system work at those distances. And those distances are limited to a hard limit of, let's say, 120,000 feet for any kind of a payload.
And
but you're missing the fact that all communications, most of them are done here, like by towers. Like how many? 90%, 95%. So
okay. So
what do we even have the need for these satellites? Do we even have the need for this?
Yes, because they serve a very different function. Demonstrable difference. They cover everywhere. So ground-based communications doesn't cover everywhere. In fact, you'll still find holes in the cell phone network with millions of towers around the U.S.
So how come people in America have such terrible phone service then? Can you answer me that?
The phone service is not,
because towers only cover a certain distance on the ground, and obstructions get in their way.
the phone service is not what's in play here. We're talking about specifically
GPS
locating yourself. Yeah.
So asserting another technology that doesn't serve the same function, doesn't have the same capability. To triangulate, even with the most rudimentary system, you're going to need at least 3 towers for a fix. There's lots of areas in the U.S. that aren't covered by 3 towers. There's areas right in my neighborhood that aren't covered by 3 towers.
So let me ask you, do you think absolutely you need time dilation to figure out your location?
That's kind of not relevant, but the answer is yes. Yeah. That's not
from a ground-based system, no. From a ground-based system, no. Even a balloon-based system, probably not.
Yeah, I'm talking about a satellite system. Do you absolutely need time dilation to figure out your location?
Yes.
How about if I was to tell you
for the
that?
timing difference.
Okay. How about if I was to tell you that no, you don't? By their own admission, if you add a 4th satellite, then you do not need time dilation. If I was to show you that, what would you say?
You're confusing something.
Yes. The problem is that the GPS, the timing standard that it gets, the timing that it updates with, is already an adjusted number. That number would be drifting by several microseconds per day if you didn't adjust it constantly.
So now you're changing your story. First, you said that you absolutely need time dilation.
No, I'm saying that the time dilation it's baked into the numbers of it.
Right now, but I'm telling you something different. I'm telling you, if you use a 4th satellite, you do not need time dilation.
Why do you think that's
the timing standard for all the satellites has time dilation factored into their numbers? Every satellite, even the 4th
what
satellite.
I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you is, because I'm about to post something that's going to prove you wrong, and I want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying, because I know you're going to double speak after I post this.
Could I maybe offer you a wager, some money that you're understanding it incorrectly, and we're about to find that out?
Really?
Yeah.
If I show you a thing saying that if you use 4 satellites, you're not going to need time dilation, you're gonna want to bet me?
First off, is this an alternative system to GPS?
SE, misunderstand? Impossible.
Is this an alternative
Brenda
system to
with
GPS?
her lovely good morning. Good morning, Brenda.
Good morning. Is this an alternative system to GPS?
No, it's
in other words,
GPS.
Okay, just GPS. Okay, cool. Let's see your post. I'd like to see how you misunderstood it.
Sure, let me find it. Hold on.
Yeah, you know that GPS, even with time dilation, the way that trilateration works with objects in the sky like that, they have to create spheres. In order to get a position, they actually need 4 spheres to get a position. With time dilation.
Yeah, 4 is the norm for the number of satellites you use. Although I think you can get away with 3, but there's that's using the assumption that you know where you are on the Earth already. So like with an existing position, you can use 3, I think. Okay, dimensional positioning and the atomic clock synchronization GPS requires an order.
Read it out. Read it. Why are you stopping, Moya? Keep reading.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
This is, I wish you would have bet money, dude.
What?
This doesn't
Isn't
say
that what I
anything
just
about
said?
time dilation.
Isn't that what I just said?
An atomic clock synchronized to GPS is required in order to compute the ranges to the 3 signals. However, by taking measurements from a 4th satellite, the receiver avoids the need for an atomic clock. Thus, the receiver
this says nothing about time dilation, dude.
There you go. There's the atomic clock. That's time dilation.
No, it's not.
Now listen to the double speak, everybody. List here coming up.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, why don't you let somebody talk instead of you just both blustering and tooting your own horn?
It says nothing about time dilation, SC, just so you know that.
What's an atomic clock, bro? Are you guys serious,
It's
man?
a clock.
I think you guys are getting worse and worse by the day, huh? Seriously.
You're talking to us or yourself?
I'm talking about you, man. I just posted something and I told you you will double talk it, and that's exactly what you're doing.
I told you that I was going to bet you money that you confusing something, and had you taken that bet, I would be asking for that money right now. This says nothing.
Please show me where
dilation.
time dilation is in this.
Delusional, man. You're delusional.
No, stop being delusional. You're blustering. Tell me where in this article it says time dilation. What do you think is the
atomic clock? What does the atomic clock do?
Atomic clock is a clock.
How are you going to measure time dilation without an atomic clock?
Ah.
Yeah, see, the reason, the atomic
you guys
clock
are too easy, man. You make this too easy for us. Come on.
Shut up. Stop blustering.
Pick up your game.
Stop blustering.
SE,
you got to pick up your game, guys. Come on, seriously.
Stop blustering.
SE, the atomic clocks are there to tell you, to make sure that you have the distances correct. Because like Moyak said, if you're using 4 spheres, if you have 4 spheres and you can calculate the distance from all 4 of them, you can get an exact position. However, you would only need 3 or less than 4 if you could rule out like being inside of the Earth or something like that. Okay, so if you have synchronized clocks and you have them all telling you the same position, you can actually rule out some of the obsolete locations, and so you can use less.
Kosho, why is it so hard for you?
It's not saying anything about time dilation.
Kosho, why is it so hard for you to admit that you might have made a mistake, you might have learned something? It's no big deal. I'm not going to harp on it. But why is it so hard for you guys to admit something, man? I don't get it, man.
You misunderstood, SE. You misunderstood.
I misunderstood. You'd read it word for word, and I misunderstood it.
Where's time dilation in the text?
Atomic clock, Brenda. We've been through that.
No,
Try to keep up.
The clock is just a clock, dude.
Not an atomic clock. That's the precise thing that they use for time dilation, Brenda.
No, they don't use it for time dilation. It indicates time dilation.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So without that,
dude, every clock that for your TV and your phone and wherever, this all comes from an atomic clock. It has nothing to do with time dilation. It just has to do with precise timing. Time dilation is not relevant just because there's atomic clock.
Just as I predicted, the double speaking is on full steam.
It's not like you're doing the double speaking, because you just keep blustering and saying things and not trying to understand what's being said. So you're just going.
Why don't you just post this on Twitter?
I posted exactly what I said. Exactly. And you guys just can't accept it. You're on auto defense. No, nuh-uh.
Just find it.
Anyways, can I bring something else to your attention that I think is way more important than this? Okay?
No, we're kind of talking about this right now because you've been blustering and trying to make your point.
If you want to I thought I silenced you guys. If you want to continue, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand. Okay, good, Brenda.
An atomic clock, SE, is just a very accurate clock because it relies on the oscillations of the cesium atom or cesium atom, right? Quartz clocks are not as accurate because the quartz crystal is just not, it's a larger thing. It just is not as accurate as the atom, right? So it's just a very accurate clock.
That's not the issue. The issue was I told them that if I can show them an instance where time dilation using GPS is not needed, and they were saying, no, that's impossible. So that's exactly what I did. I showed them that using a 4th satellite, you do not need the atomic clock. Therefore, you do not need to use time dilation. Very simple, Brenda.
That second therefore is you putting something in there. That's not in the text. It doesn't say, therefore, you don't need to account for time dilation. You do.
Or you can't discern that on your own. You can't use your brain to figure that out. Like no atomic clock, you can't you can't figure that out on your own.
What's the connection?
The connection is the atomic clock. Without the atomic clock, how are you going to figure out if time dilated? Which is an absurdity in its own, but we won't get into that.
If the amount of time dilation is large enough, you don't need an atomic clock.
How are you going to know if it's there? It's large enough.
I see.
I mean,
Give it up, Brenda. Don't. You have a shovel now, and you're just digging yourself deeper. Give it up.
Could you be so kind as post your original source? Because I'd like to read the sentence before and after. Okay.
I'll post it right now. And I've read it, SE. And let's see. The part
Are they talking about a third atomic clock? Are they talking about a ground-based
atomic clock? It says nothing about time dilation.
Right, but the need for the atomic clock. I mean, the satellites have atomic clocks, so there's absolutely no way whatsoever to eliminate atomic clocks. So are they talking about a third, if you tried to get position with an atomic clock on the ground?
No, a fourth satellite. A fourth.
I
if
know.
you use
With
three,
a third,
you can triangulate.
Okay, you got to try and listen to the words that are there. It's saying that you need 3 satellites, but you need a fourth without a atomic clock. So with the 3 satellites, are they talking about an atomic clock on the ground?
There's always. Well, I'm not sure about the atomic clock on the ground. That's not the issue. That's at all not the issue. No, not at all. No, has nothing to do with what's on the ground. It specifically says they can use 3 satellites, right? Which will involve the atomic clocks. But if you use the 4th satellite, you eliminate the need for the atomic clocks.
Right, but if you're getting your information from an atomic clock, which is the satellite itself is an atomic clock, how do you eliminate atomic clocks from the system if the information you're getting is from atomic clocks?
Well, I think you have to go and ask one of them scientists how they do it.
That's why
I'm just
you got to
telling
read
you
the
what
article
they
and not
say.
just what you say.
Excuse me?
That's why you got to read the article instead of just the little snippet that you put up there.
No, that's why you got to read the article. If you think you have something, come up with it. Don't just say things, what if this, what if that. You figure it out. I'm telling you what the scientists themselves say that use these satellites. Now, if you think you know better, show it. Show it to me.
Okay, let's see. Got to read it.
I see. This doesn't say anything about time dilation. I'm not sure what the point of talking about this anymore is, man.
Oh, sure, you're serious now, right? This is what you're going to hang your hat on?
Yeah, I'll hang my hat on
You
it.
want to actually see the word time dilation.
It says the receiver uses time differences between the time signal reception and the broadcast time to compute the distance or range from the receiver to the satellite. The receiver must account for propagation delays or decreases in the signal speed caused by ionosphere and troposphere. With information about the ranges to 3 satellites, the location of the satellite, when the signal is sent, the receiver can compute its own 3-dimensional position. However, an atomic clock synchronized to the GPS is required in order to compute these ranges just from 3. But taking a measurement using a 4th satellite, you won't need that synchronization. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm talking about if you wanted to get your position on the ground, you'd need a third. You would need an atomic clock calibrated.
Yeah, but it goes on and says, however, by taking a measurement from a 4th satellite, the receiver avoids the need for an atomic clock.
For the
You
ground
can't change that.
Hold on.
No matter what you say, you will not change that fact.
You can funny mute me, but the point is that they're saying that 4th atomic clock on the ground is not required. The 4th atomic clock on the ground is not required.
No, a 4th satellite. No, negative.
Where does it say on the ground? Dude. Where does it say on the ground?
Yeah, where does it say that?
And SE's point was
you have to have an atomic clock. You have to have an atomic clock synchronized to the GPS on the ground. It's not mentioned, but you have to have it.
For 3 or less.
Not talking about the
3 or more. I mean 4. You wouldn't need the.
No, we're talking about the 3.
SE's point. Maybe it's you that don't listen. SE's point was when you go to 4, you don't need the atomic clock. That was his whole point.
On the ground.
Actually, his point was you don't have the time dilation, as we said.
Right. But
yeah, you don't have to count the time dilation when you go to 4, which would be the using the atomic clocks.
The atomic clocks are baked into the system. They are in there. There's no way. They are inextricably in the system. The satellites are atomic clocks. They have atomic clocks in them. The information comes from atomic clocks. So you cannot eliminate atomic clocks from the calculation. You can
So you're going
eliminate
against the scientists. Hello.
You can eliminate the atomic clock on the ground. The
So
need
you're
for the
going
atomic clock
against
on the
what the
ground is no
scientists
longer
said.
necessary. No,
You're going against what the scientists said.
the satellite on the ground, the atomic clock on the ground is no longer necessary.
No, you're absolutely wrong. It's the satellite, the fourth satellite. Read what I posted. You are wrong.
The fourth satellite eliminates the need for the atomic clock on the ground.
So I was absolutely correct. With 4 satellites, you don't need the atomic clocks. You don't need time dilation. Correct?
On the ground, 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 on the ground.
You can go home now.
On the ground, on the ground.
The point is, the point wasn't about the mental issue,
bro.
Yeah, the point is that you brought up time dilation and said the whole thing was that you could forget about it or whatever. But none of this has to do with time dilation.
Yeah.
Look, you guys just learned something today. Take it for what it's worth.
Yes, you don't need to buy an atomic
with 4 satellites. Yeah, you're gonna.
Why are you interrupting?
Me, right?
Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting, Moryak?
Well, because he set the groundwork
Yeah,
for doing
because so you are interrupting.
Because he set the groundwork for that.
Yeah, because you're interrupting. Maybe he should just make a statement and you can refute it after that. You know how everyone says to do that every day.
Oh, you mean like the thing that you never did?
Now blame it on me. Now blame it on me. Now go to the next sentence on the script. Go to the next sentence.
I go by the nature of the room, and with you talking, the
no one
nature
was
of the room is
interrupting. You were the one interrupting. That's the nature of the room right now.
Yep. After being interrupted.
Wow,
so let me read my statement, if you may. An atomic clock synchronized to GPS is required in order to compute ranges from these 3 singles. However, by taking a measurement from a 4th satellite, the receiver avoids the need for an atomic clock. Thus, the receiver uses 4 satellites to compute latitude, longitude, altitude, and time. Game over.
Okay, so what about the part when you said that this was to do with time dilation, and you wouldn't need to compute time dilation?
That's the only thing you have. Now you're gonna argue with me how an atomic clock is not related with time dilation. Good luck,
I'm arguing
Kosho.
with you about what you actually said and what's actually being claimed, and telling you they're 2 different things, and you can pretend they're not for whatever reason. But this is retarded. I don't know what we're talking about it.
Whatever, Kosho. I know you're never gonna admit defeat, so this is as close as you're gonna get. So let's just change the subject, okay? I have something important.
Essie, you know that your handset, your cell phone, is the part that calculates the time dilation, right?
Your handset?
Your cell phone. Your cell phone is the part that calculates the time dilation from the embedded signal in the satellite.
From the singles received. Yeah.
Yeah, it's your handset that calculates the time dilation.
And it requires 4 satellites to do that.
Let's say it is. And your point is, Brenda?
You don't have an atomic clock in your cell phone.
When did I ever say that? Moyak is the one saying that we need an atomic clock on the ground or whatever. I never said anything.
I think there's some disparity between your actual claim and anything you're saying now.
No, my claim was that if you can use 4 satellites instead of 3, and you can avoid time dilation. Now, that means atomic clocks. Now, if you're not using the atomic clocks...
Anywhere.
Hello?
It doesn't say that anywhere, Essie. It doesn't.
You're making that up.
Whatever. I know I'm not going to convince you guys. I know this is going to go on and on forever. So, whatever. Let the audience, let the people hearing us decide.
But where does
it say?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brendan. No, go ahead, Brendan.
Well, it does. It simply doesn't say if you have 4 satellites, you can avoid time dilation. You literally said that, Essie, and it says that nowhere in there. It says you can avoid having an atomic clock on the ground. What are you
No, it doesn't say. Where does it say on the ground? You lying liar. Where does it say on the ground what I posted? You liar.
The atomic clock is part of the ground.
The words.
Read out what I posted, Brenda. Stop
Brenda,
lying.
let's go with the words. The receiver avoids the need for an atomic clock. If the receiver, which is us on Earth, avoids the need of an atomic clock, that does not say that the satellite avoids a need for an atomic clock. English.
You could say it any way you want. I'm going to stay here all day if you want. That doesn't mean anything. What I said was 100% correct, and it's written down. You can.
Where's it written down? And Essie, do us all a favor and repeat what your claim was, and then magically show us where it says that. But
I said it 100 times. I'm not going to say it again.
Okay, I'll repeat what you said.
What you said was
if you have 4 satellites, you don't need to account for time dilation.
An atomic clock synchronizes to a GPS is required in order to compute ranges from 3 singles. However, by taking a measurement from a 4th satellite, the receiver avoids the need for an atomic clock. Avoids the need for an atomic clock. That means
now
no
go ahead and show us where it says anything about
dilation.
time dilation, which was what your claim was.
I'm saying no more. That's it. End of story. If you guys can't understand that, that is a you
So the
problem.
receiver avoids the need of an atomic clock. The receiver, Essie.
That is a you problem if you don't understand that.
A simple English problem, Essie. Why are you having
That's
such
right.
a problem
You
with
don't
this?
understand English and you're going to try to play the violin. It's not going to work.
So when it says that the
When you use the
receiver
4th
doesn't need an
satellite,
atomic clock.
yeah, when you use the 4th satellite, you don't need the atomic clocks anymore. That's correct.
Correct. The receiver no longer needs an atomic clock.
Correct. Not needed. No time dilation needed. Correct.
That statement was nowhere near there.
Absolutely 100%
The
correct.
receiver does not need to have an atomic clock, as this statement says.
Exactly. No
It says
need for an
nothing
atomic.
else.
Exactly. No
It
need
says
for
that
an
and
atomic clock.
nothing else.
Exactly.
Can I ask a question before y'all go back and forth? And you're saying the same thing, right? Didn't Brenda just say the receiver is what calculates the time dilation?
That's right.
So wouldn't the
Well,
receiver,
yeah,
if the receiver, hang on, I'm almost done. If the receiver is the one that doesn't need the atomic clock, then time dilation isn't being used, right? Which would make SC
incorrect
statement. Oh, so the receiver isn't the one calculating the time dilation.
It is, but in order for the clock, in order for the atomic clock on the satellite to be accurate, as in keep accurate time, it needs to take it into account as well.
But the receiver on the ground, when you add a 4th satellite, the receiver on the ground is not calculating time dilation. It's doing it a different way.
It's using the information provided by the atomic clocks in space in order to derive the time dilation.
You mean the ones that we clearly said are not needed? Those ones?
It doesn't say anything about time dilation in this article, dude. It just doesn't.
Yeah, but
I don't know how
you know that time dilation is being used.
How you claim it does, dude?
Are you denying that time dilation is being used?
Continuously update themselves.
I'm confused. I'm confused. Are you denying that the ground receiver and the satellites are not using time dilation, Kosha? It doesn't have to
It doesn't say
time
anything
dilation.
about time dilation.
It doesn't have to say the two words.
You need the information from atomic clocks in order to accomplish this. That is embedded in the signal.
There you go. There you have the formula, Rakia. Just look at that and you'll know everything, I promise you.
Yeah. Whip out all the formulas you want. You're not going to change it, my friend. Four satellites eliminate the need for atomic clocks. Anything else you say after that does not matter, sunshine.
Where does it say that?
Squirm for me. I want you guys to squirm. I want you to spend an hour squirming. Go for it.
Where did it say that, SC?
It doesn't say it anywhere.
Keep it up. Keep it up. This is
where
beautiful.
Did it say that, SC? Oh, here it also says SC doesn't know what he's reading. It says that right there.
Keep it
He
up,
doesn't
Gummy.
understand
This
English.
is
That's for fucking sure. You
what
don't
I live
understand English.
for. This is what
Yeah,
I live
for
for. What's going
misrepresenting
on
English.
right here, right now with you double speakers. This is beautiful.
All right, let's ask you this. I mean, I know you won't answer it honestly, but if there's an atomic clock in the satellites, which is part of the system, it is part of the system. Oh, I see. Rakia, Mr. Snowflake decided to chime in. Here we go. We got Rakia over talking. There we go. Hey, guys, this is Rakia over talking. Everybody listen, see the moron fucking over talk.
Yeah, calling names and saying, I know you won't answer honestly. Yeah, we know your tactics, asshole. You want to call me a name?
I want you not to interrupt like you are.
You want to change your statement then?
You
want to start your statement off differently?
moron?
Yeah, you want to start your statement off differently then? Why should we listen to you if you're going to start like that? Why would you even want to talk to someone who you know is not going to tell you the truth? That makes you a moron.
Why should we talk to you when all you do is interrupt, yeah?
If I started my statement off like that, you shouldn't talk to me. That's the whole point.
I can't avoid talking to you because you bluster your way into conversations.
No,
with
you
your
can avoid
bellowing
what you can do.
Commentary.
What you can do is avoid saying, "I know you're not going to tell the truth, but here I'm going to talk to you anyway." That's what you can avoid, or you can keep doing it. And I'll keep pointing it out.
I'm an optimist, hoping that someday, somewhere,
Now
there
you're
will be an
crawfish.
honest bone in a flat earther, but there doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, there you go. Tactic again. All flat earthers aren't honest. You're a dick, bro. Plain simple.
Okay,
that's a dick move. That's a dick comment.
Go eat a McNugget, man.
You a dick. Yeah, another dick move. I don't eat nuggets.
I got pictures.
Dick moves.
Yeah, you act like I eat. No, you don't.
This wasn't hot, Mike. He ordered a Chick-fil-A basket. You guys are that dumb.
Yeah, like a year ago.
No, he had a table full of McNuggets.
No, that was a meme someone made. That was actually cash.
I thought somehow you were doing
you're too stupid to realize that.
Yeah, if you didn't realize that was a meme, that kind of explains what these guys are saying right now.
You know, in the other tournament that I won, that they put a McDonald's head on me, and the nuggets that I ordered weren't even McDonald's nuggets. I would never eat that.
It's Chick-fil-A, right?
Chick-fil-A, little 12 count, the little small nuggets that are.
Yeah, but isn't it true that when you go to Chick-fil-A, you get ketchup for your sauce of choice?
Sometimes barbecue, ketchup, mustard sauce. Yeah, they have all types of different sauces. Nice try, Coach.
I recall you saying that you get ketchup on them.
Yeah, I got ketchup that day. Yeah. I like all types of different sauces. Hot sauce. Anything else you want to know about my personal life?
I didn't want to know that, to be honest with you. I just find it troubling.
And you remembered it. You find it troubling
I remember that for the rest of my life.
You find it troubling that someone eats ketchup with chicken?
Yeah,
they go to Chick-fil-A and order ketchup as their sauce, man.
Listen to you guys, man. Listen to you guys, man.
So why would Chick-fil-A, who only serves chicken basically and Cane's, provide ketchup?
Why would anyone order ketchup? How should anyone trust someone who orders ketchup?
Listen to this.
Can't
These are
trust
trolls.
you.
These are trolls.
These are these are the ballers. Wow. Let's talk about Rakia's eating habits. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Rakia, what did you have for breakfast today, man? I'm interested.
Well, it's better than misreading a simple English sentence.
Ooh, at home city. Yeah, I like that.
See, look that's where it melts down because they want to blame you for what they do.
And I said, I'm going to post something to you and you guys are going to flip out and start double speaking. And that is exactly what happened.
I bet you that
you're not reading it. You're not reading what it's actually saying. You're misreading it and making false conclusions from your misreading of it. Nowhere in there does it say what you're. Nowhere in the statement you posted does it say what you're claiming it's saying.
Just like your idea of his lunch order. Your misread of his lunch order really shows you your level of science. If
I have nothing to do with his lunch order. I was not here for that. So your criticism is void.
Ketchup. You can't listen.
Dude, he was joking, dude. You guys took it way too seriously. He was joking. We were joking.
No, you think my joke about ketchup? You think my joke about ketchup makes any difference to him
You
misreading
don't have
the
science
sentence.
understanding. You don't have comedy understanding either.
Yeah, dude. When I go to Chick-fil-A, I get
Hey,
buffalo
hello,
sauce and I get
hello,
Chick-fil-A sauce.
Hello, Banso.
Here we go. Can we make this a little bit more productive? I've just come in to an absolute cluster. Let's make it a little bit more productive, people.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
And Banso, you're a smart guy, probably the smartest guy in here from Australia who's on right now. SE just said to us was that if you have 4 satellites, you don't have to account for time dilation, and he's going to prove it to us. And he shows us this article that says nothing about time dilation. Okay, that's where we're at right now. So
I don't know.
Read the article, Bansa, and see that they're just triggered. They're just spiraling.
Where's the article, SE? Have you posted it
Let's
somewhere?
check the time.
Hold on, let me try.
25 after the hour.
So, an atomic clock synchronized to GPS is required in order to compute ranges from these 3 satellites. However, by taking a measurement from a 4th satellite, the receiver avoids the need for an atomic clock. Thus, the receiver uses 4 satellites to compute the latitude, longitude, and altitude and time. Okay, so we don't need atomic clocks if we use
so as it says, the receiver avoids a need for an atomic clock.
Regardless, we're not talking about atomic clocks, though. We're talking about time dilation. And Bansaw, did you see the part in the article where it said why or what errors the atomic clocks could receive in this context? It said the receiver must account for propagation delays or decreases in the signal speed caused by ionosphere and troposphere. And it says you could avoid this by fucking using 4 or whatever. Even in the case of it saying that you don't need atomic clocks, it's not saying anything about time dilation.
I was reading a screenshot.
My ego is hurt, Bandsaw, because of what SC is saying to me. Okay? And he's calling me names, and it's hurting my feelings, and he's using this article to do that. And I want him to stop.
You're just butthurt, Kosho.
I'm heart hurt.
From memory, SE's pretty good at comprehending what he wrote.
I know.
So when what this says is, even if we ignore the whole thing that it says the receiver avoids the need of an atomic clock, even if we don't need atomic clocks, that doesn't in any way say that we're avoiding time dilation.
Time
even
dilation,
if it's true,
time dilation is such a rubbishy thing in the first place.
Well, that's fine if that's your opinion on it, but whether that's your opinion on it or not, this source doesn't actually say anything about avoiding time dilation. At most, you can argue for avoiding atomic clocks, but even then, it doesn't go into time dilation.
At most, avoiding atomic clocks. You hear that?
Correct.
Wow.
You don't have to avoid time dilation because it doesn't happen. That's why you don't have to avoid it.
Exactly.
And so we're not discussing what we believe in reality. Right now, we're discussing what he believes this source is telling us, and it is not telling us what he's claiming it's telling us. Do you agree or not?
He's extrapolating it poorly.
In their brain, they can't distinguish like GPS time dilation. That has to be like the atomic clock. Otherwise, if there's no atomic clock, they can't even claim that. So they can't even understand the simplest thing.
How accurate is the atomic clock, SE? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. It can detect 1/1000th of a second, Bandy.
Like 1/1000th of a second.
Yes, sir. That's the claim. Of course, I don't believe it, but that's the claim.
I think you mean 1/10 of a billionth, right?
A 10th of a billionth? Or a
Oh,
billion?
1/10 of a billion. Oh, okay.
It gets even better.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's
Why is that
1
funny?
second. 1 second for every 100 million years.
Oh, lordy lord.
Why is that funny?
I wouldn't even know how you would even calculate the error rate in something like that to even make sure that it was accurate.
Well, it's got a consistent pulse. I'm pretty sure. Isn't that the there's a trick you can do with your microwave, and you can actually calculate the speed of light using marshmallows and the wavelength of propagation in your microwave, and multiplying that by the energy, the frequency of the microwave. Right.
Yeah, no,
Andy, I told them to stop shoveling, but now we ended up with marshmallows in a microwave.
Yeah,
and this same technology exists in the cesium atom. It emits microwaves, and it emits them, specific frequency, and you can measure the amount very accurately.
Okay, so like using marshmallows, how can we detect that these things are inaccurate?
Using marshmallows?
Well, exactly right.
Oh.
My question was like, how would you even know if these things are inaccurate, right? And
I want to know too. Yeah.
And now Kosho went on to marshmallows and microwaves, which had
I
nothing
mean,
to do with the
what you could do is you could count the number of pulses in a given time period, and that will give you, if it's 1 billion of them in 1 second, that at least your timing. You can now tell
the marshmallows. We want to know about the marshmallows.
I can't use marshmallows for this.
In the microwave, I want to do that experiment. How do I do it, Kosho?
You put marshmallows in the microwave, and you measure the wavelength between the where the heat is hitting the marshmallows, and then you multiply that by the frequency of your microwave.
Oh, simple. Okay. Bansa, you got that?
Yeah, and you get the speed of light using that.
Can you believe these guys? It's like seriously, like like where do you come up with this stuff, man?
I didn't make it up. I learned that from somebody. I mean, I
could do it.
Yeah.
You could do it with a piece of cardboard.
Yeah, you can use it chocolate.
How do you count 1 billion pulses?
You don't count.
You don't count them. Well, how do I work
You mean
out
a person doesn't count that? Or what do you mean?
Well, how do you calibrate it and make sure that this thing is accurate?
The atomic clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Calibrate it.
You count. You take 1 second, and you count the number of pulses.
Okay.
So it's calibrated by the cesium atom. The cesium atom has a defined amount. It's not. We didn't give it a number of like its oscillation frequency. We didn't give that. It has that in reality, and that frequency is what gives us the timekeeping. So it's calibrated by using the cesium atom.
And it's validated by navigation and stuff like that. When you use it, you actually get accurate results because the timing of this works.
So are we actually talking about an atom when we talk about the cesium atom?
Yeah, but we're talking about the radiation that comes off of it.
Probably a cluster of atoms, but yes.
Well, yeah. If you want to get into how a cesium clock works, we can. But it's just that the fact is that the cesium atom has a frequency to it, and that frequency is what we use to keep time. That's like the most important part of it. But like I said, we can get into how it works if you really want to, but that's the important part.
So we worked out that a cesium atom
has a pulse rate of 1 billion pulses.
Check this out, homeboy. Check this out, dude.
No,
You know,
10 billion, I think it is.
if you measure
10 billion.
Yeah, it's I think better than that even now. But if you measured the wavelength, which I just told you how to do it, by the way, of any microwave, you measure the wavelength, and you know the speed of light already. This is the part that you were supposed to kind of come up with when I told you how to measure the speed of light. If you know the speed of light and you take one of the other variables like the wavelength, you can then calculate for the frequency, and the frequency in this case is what they're using. That's what they're looking for. The number of oscillations in a given second. So all you need to do is measure the wavelength. It's trivial.
So we have an oscilloscope that can measure how many billions in a second?
It's like you didn't hear what I said.
It's not an
brother.
oscilloscope.
Well, how do they measure this pulse rate?
Wavelengths.
Okay, then wavelength, pulses. It's all the same thing. It has a frequency that is doing something 10 billion times a second.
That's what I'm saying to you. Is that if you
then how do you measure this?
You know the speed of there's the speed of light, there's the frequency, and there's the wavelength. If you know 2 out of 3, you can figure out the third one. So if you know the speed of light and you measure the wavelength, which is trivial, you can figure out the frequency. You don't have to actually count the frequency.
Well, you got to count something.
Yeah, the wavelength and the speed of light. The speed of light is a given. The wavelength can be measured.
Well, the speed of light isn't a given. It varies, right? Depending on where it is.
It's given under conditions.
This is done under a vacuum.
Okay.
But regardless, the speed of light in this case is not being used to measure.
Yes,
It's not part of the. It's not part of the measurement. It's not part of the measurement. It's only part of the calculation because there's a formula.
If it's part of the calculation, it's part of the measurement.
No, I'm saying
the speed of light is dependent on the medium, right? Which I think Gummy just turned around and said to him that it's done in a vacuum. So now what sort of magnetic field is the speed of light subjected to? Because we know too now that
magnetic fields do not affect light.
100% they do.
You have not provided any proof of such a claim. No one has ever done so.
Yes, they have changed the speed of light due to
I know, but
magnetic field.
Not using magnets.
You have to
yes,
listen.
They have, Gummy Bear. Yes, they have.
You guys are going down the wrong.
Go ahead, Kosha.
There's no need. The speed of light is not changing here. Okay, and I'll explain it. Okay, if you have the wavelength of any light, it doesn't matter what medium you're in with this wavelength. The frequency is a component of that. The wavelength and the frequency, they have a relationship with each other that has to do with the speed of light at being c, not being the speed of light, but actual c. Okay, c here is a constant. It doesn't matter what medium you're in.
That's wrong.
That's not wrong, man. So let me ask you a question. Whenever the medium changes, does that, and you have a frequency that you're sending out, like, I don't know, from your cell phone, and your medium changes, now the frequency is not going to change, but apparently the wavelength is going to change, but the frequencies, that's different. That doesn't. The frequency and the wavelength, they have a relationship with each other that's complementary of one another, and it has to do with c, the actual constant, not the speed of light in some medium.
Well, the speed of light isn't constant. It changes, and it's dependent on the medium. Well, no, it's not. It's not. The speed of light isn't constant.
No, I didn't. C is a constant. The speed of light changes in mediums. Yes, that's true. But we're talking about C.
And now, what is C?
C is
the speed of light.
Constant. Well, no,
the speed of light in a vacuum.
Exactly. In a vacuum. Now, where is this vacuum? What part of the Earth is it on? What magnetic field has it been subjected to? And it can change. It can vary.
because
Yes,
a
it can
vacuum
vary.
isn't a vacuum. A vacuum is still a medium, and the medium
That's
can be
quite the
affected.
claim.
Yep,
Dude,
100%. There is still a medium in a vacuum.
take my word, dude. Please.
No,
Take
not
my
today.
word. The speed of
Not
light is not relevant,
today.
dude. The speed of light is
Not
not
today,
relevant.
Cocho.
C is the only thing that's relevant.
It's Thursday, and Thursday is do not take Cocho's word day. It's
Fine,
not
don't take my
constant.
word for it. Don't take my word for it. But
How about you
you
take
will,
You're being a
Einstein's
little bit
word?
rude, Vance. Huh?
So, sorry, Boyak.
I said you're being a little bit rude, Vance.
That's not rude. He said take
No.
my word for it, Boyak.
Right, but you were through his whole conversation. You're saying not today, not today, not today, not today.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what's rude is they never take his word for it. That's rude.
Yes, that's right. And Kosho didn't find it too rude. Well, he hasn't said anything.
Vance,
Too
do you
polite.
like s'mores?
S'mores?
Yeah, you seem like the kind of guy that would fucking eat up all the s'mores. Okay, you like s'mores, right?
And
What?
And
I'm just asking, do you like them? So you do, okay. So why do you do this test with the microwave and the chocolate and the marshmallows? Because I assure you that when you do this calculation and you measure the speed of light, the value you get is not going to be based on your medium. The value you get is going to be close to C. Okay? Because that's how this formula works. The formula that I'm talking about doesn't the speed of light doesn't fluctuate. They use C, the universal constant.
Coach, do you want me to stay quiet, or do you want me to tell you why you're wrong?
Go ahead, Gummy Bear.
Well, because in a medium, when light goes through a medium, what changes is the wavelength.
Yeah, but the frequency will change with that.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does.
When light is slowed down by a medium, the frequency stays the same, the wavelength changes. However, when light is slowed down by something like or when it undergoes things like, for example, gravitational acceleration or things like that, well, then yes, then it does correlate perfectly, the wavelength and the frequency. They both change to match the speed of light.
So you're telling me that you can have gamma rays that are the size of a fucking football field? Are gamma rays the same size every time?
They're not the same size, but if you send them through a material, they can be decreased in size.
Yeah,
to
but
the
when
point
the
where they're
wavelength...
no longer gamma ray.
Exactly. When the wavelength changes, the frequency changes.
No.
Just a quick one, guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, the test for the speed of light was done on Earth between 2 points. Am I correct? And if we reduced those 2 points closer to each other, would that have made a difference?
It's not the only test that's been done. That's one test that's been done. So to me, that doesn't matter. That one test.
Yes. There's a fractional change in the speed of light in atmosphere. So you will see a subtle sub% change in the speed of light. So you get pretty good just doing it in air.
So if we do I'll be off, guys, because you were talking. So if we do a test at 10,000, we do a test at 1,000, we do a test at 100, and we break it all the way down, you're saying they're going to be fractionally different. I understand that because of the speed that we're talking about.
Oh.
But to get the accurate speed of light, surely if it's variable, then we don't actually have a speed then.
No, so the thing that doing it over a longer distance, all that means is you have a bigger deviation for your tools to measure. And so essentially all you're doing is the thing you're measuring has a bigger and bigger deviation whilst the error of your tool stays the same. So that's how you get a more accurate measure of it. It's not that it varies, it's that now you have a larger deviation than before, and so your error, the error of your tool doesn't matter as much as before. That's all that is.
But the method that you're doing goes from A to B to A, which means that there's yet again another variable. So that means that everything, Yes, when we say it's close, but we've got two variables that we can move. We're actually having A to A. But no, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I just wanted to see what you guys thought. Thanks.
Also, keep in mind that they have the two-way speed of light, not the one-way speed.
Yeah, but
that is technically correct, although there's no reason whatsoever to think that there's any difference in light reflecting off of something and taking less time. Although it technically could exist, there's no reason to think that there is, because it's the
I'll
same
give you one.
thing. What?
I'll give you a reason. Because the one-way could be 3/4 of the speed, and the bounce could be the rest of it.
But since reflected light is the same as incident light, there's not a whole lot of reason for that to happen.
Yeah, but
If
the
it's instant one
possibility is
direction, it should
there,
be instant
and
the other
therefore
direction.
not.
No, so
Okay.
so a
The
reason why
possibility
that
is there. Yes.
the reason why that is not true is because if you change, for example, if you double the distance you're measuring over, the time it takes also doubles. If it had something to do with being absorbed and re-emitted or something like that, then it wouldn't double. It would stay
No,
constant.
you're missing the point. Maybe it does double, but you don't know if it doubles like one way. It could go 3/4 the speed and then bounce back one. You understand?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were making a different argument. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the argument goes, typically that it's instant. Like one direction is instant, just for simplicity's sake. So one direction is instant, the other way is takes twice as long.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to think that, since emitted light is no different than reflected light.
What's twice as long as instant?
In both directions, it should go double the speed then.
What's twice as long as instant?
There is no such thing as instant.
I know.
Twice the speed of light.
What do you mean? What's the point of that comment, Grim? I don't understand.
Oh, you're technically wrong.
Wouldn't it be two different times if you shoot an object? When it comes back, it's where it came from is further away. The distance has changed.
Well, we're not. I don't think we're trying to do that. We're just talking about the speed of light bouncing off of something under test conditions.
Why would the distance change in a controlled experiment?
Well, I'm not talking about.
Because
I'm talking about
space is expanding. Because the space is expanding in between everything. Remember?
And you're orbiting away or towards it. Distances are changing. Why would the light be the same going there and coming back? Even if it's a split second, the distance has changed. You're getting down to that money.
How do we get light through space that isn't created yet?
Instantly.
Yeah, that's the question. Why don't you go and figure it out?
I think we're at ranges close
I
enough
did.
to not
I
have to
did
worry about
figure
the
it out.
expansion.
Space isn't being created. Ta-da!
Hey,
But I don't think we have to
solved
worry
it.
about the expansion until you get into like the intergalactic medium area.
I mean, in my opinion, I figured it out. In my opinion, I've figured it out. There you go. There is no space expansion. It's an intrinsic phenomenon of the plasma itself.
Maybe. I think that kind of deviates a little bit from what we're trying to talk about, the one-way speed of light and stuff like that. I don't know anybody who seriously contends that as a possibility. It's just it's on the extreme order of we can't disprove this.
Well, weren't we actually?
There's no reason to think it.
Every single attempt of thinking about it or trying to make an experiment, it doesn't work because of relativistic effect and time dilation. That's the reason it doesn't work to measure it one way. Is literally time dilation. So if you want to deny that time dilation is a thing, then why can't we measure the one-way speed of light? That's the question I want to ask to you people who don't
because
believe
it's
in time
not
dilation.
possible. It might not be possible, or we're doing
Just
it the wrong
saying
way.
it's not possible. I'm asking
Yeah.
why is it not possible? Just claiming
who
it's not
knows?
possible gets us nowhere. Okay, that's
I
an
brought
okay
this argument
answer.
the
Is
other
to
day.
we don't know.
We don't know yet.
Yeah.
I brought up this
But
question
the way we're
the other
doing
day.
it now is not possible with the tools and the methods and the way we're thinking about. Maybe we're thinking about light altogether being wrong. Like that's altogether wrong. So of course we can't measure it correctly.
Well,
Yeah, but Gummy's point, because I brought this up the other day too. it's not only possible, but it's already been done. If you don't agree with time dilation, like if time dilation is not a thing, then the one-way speed of light has been measured plenty of times. It's
inconsistent with reality.
Yeah, it's only if you believe in time dilation that you have a problem with those measurements. Yeah.
Well, I thought that it came down to a more simplistic, basic idea. Because when I think about what they're talking about, the one-way speed of light, I'm thinking that they're talking about the fact that we can only measure the result, and if we try every method by which we try and measure it, always puts another path in there. So there's always a place where that path could be broken down. It doesn't come down to dilation.
That's what I thought.
One big example.
I have to agree with Moyak on this one because that was kind of where I was
how
led.
it's problematic to measure the one-way speed of light is how do you make sure that the timekeeping from the one position, the start position, and the final position are accurate? Like how do you tell? How do you tell the final?
You know how, Gummy?
Yeah.
You use an atomic clock that's accurate to 1 billionth of a second. That's how you do it.
And that's where time dilation
Yeah, how do you
comes
start
into
it
play.
though?
Right. Well,
With the
apparently
stopwatch
these
that
things
you
are like really accurate. Apparently.
Yeah, but
to a
they
billionth of a
still
second.
they're still affected by time dilation.
Really?
That's the
Like
thing.
the mirror, like I synchronize both clocks sitting on the same workbench. Now I move that one clock a distance. Now I've imparted time dilation into that because I moved it.
Oh, lordy lord.
I thought time dilation is what they came up with when they found out that their clocks were off. They just attributed
No, they
it to...
predicted it long before they actually tested it.
So now, I thought time dilation only worked in the vertical axis. It didn't work in the horizontal axis.
It works in any two reference frames.
Really?
There's different types of effects. There's a gravitational effect that you get with vertical motion, and then there's a velocity effect, which happens with horizontal or any increase in radius.
So isn't this time dilation the thing that makes my head older than my feet?
Yes.
Yes. Okay then. So now, what is the effect with time dilation if I spread my arms out? How is my left hand now older than my right hand on a vertical axis?
Both of those will age more than your core.
Well, no, I would say that just when you're moving, your velocity in reference to something else. So like if you're swinging your arms, for example, you just think about a whole different frame. So you moving in reference to something else, there's gonna be time dilation between the two of you.
Yeah, I think about it in terms of the single motion. If I move the one motion, it's going to be tiny, tiny fractional. But if I extend my arms, they moved at a velocity. Therefore, they are now at they have slipped in time, or whatever you want to call it, dilated.
Yeah, but as you move them back, it undoes that.
So basically, if things are further apart, you suffer time dilation.
The motion of them.
The motion. So now they have to be moving.
Yeah, they have to be moving in reference to each other, or accelerating in reference to each other, or being a stronger gravitational field.
There's two main ones. It's the one where it's relativistic motion. So if you're moving with reference to each other, you have a time dilation effect, and the other one is if you're in a different gravitational potential than another object, then you also have gravitational time dilation.
I can't. I don't know. SC, do you want to take this over? I can't do this time dilation thing.
Andy, mate, I agree with you. If you look up the word time dilation, then it'll show you the picture and Einstein explaining that a clock on steps, the clock on the bottom step is, like you said, it's a vertical thing. Now we're talking about moving clicks and everything else. We should change the word, shouldn't we? Because we're not diluting, we're not dilating. We're a time variation, more or less.
Yes, other people have said that. Yeah.
What's the word for something that is taking more time? Or what something that's getting longer.
Delayed.
Dilation? Maybe? You know?
Longer.
Dilation, not dilation, dilation.
I've heard plenty of people state the same thing you stated. It's just a it's just a standard at this point. So time dilation. So that's what it's called.
Am I correct in saying that the whole understanding of time dilation is based on the atomic clock experiment with two planes?
No. It's based
No,
on
that's the
Maxwell's
verification.
equations.
Yeah, that's the verification of it.
Time dilation comes as a result of special relativity, but
Which
then
is
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, so time dilation is an effect of the theory of special relativity. So that's where you get the idea, and then there's lots of tests that show it to be true in real life.
Right, but the reason he put it in special relativity was because it was already a necessity for Maxwell's equations.
Yeah, that too.
Wasn't it originally the Lorentz contraction based on the Michelson-Morley, or am I incorrect on that?
I think they did it based upon Maxwell.
I would just say that, like I said, in Maxwell's equations, the speed of light it was shown to be a constant in all reference frames, and so all you have to do is follow that till its conclusion, and time dilation is a result of that fact.
The only way we've confirmed it is with the clocks on a plane, right?
And with lights and towers and stuff like that.
Satellites, buildings, clocks in buildings.
We've
one at the ground floor, one at the top floor. There's dozens of ways.
All these things we decided ourselves. So if I hand you a measurement and say make a copy of that a bit different, it's just man-made. So it doesn't matter what we do with atomic clocks or anything like that. It's a decision that was made, consensus, and that's it.
But that seems a little bit
to anything that is not.
If you build a device that tells time, and then you move those devices to different locations, and they indicate different time, whether it be on an airplane or in a very tall building, is that me creating a device to show me a result? No, it's me showing a result with a device.
So is that eliminating all the variables?
Can we be interpreting those that result as time dilation? And in fact, it is just a mechanism of the clock itself that it's okay.
Well,
I think that's what
you'd have to get, like right now. There's no, at least I don't know of any hypothesis as to another alternative. Right now, the hypothesis that is predicted and the clocks actually demonstrate are in keeping with each other. Now, I guess you'd have to show that same prediction using your alternate method, and it would have to predict better.
There's tests that you can rule out. That you can rule it out, like the tower test, where they set the pulse off every second, and they receive the pulse at the top of the tower less than a second in between pulses, which you can't write that off as an error in the clock. The only explanation for that is time dilation.
Really? I would think that the atmospheric density would be more of a problem for that, unless you had like a vacuum.
That doesn't even make sense.
Would it be true though that the higher the ionized area, the easier it can travel or whatever, the signal, or the faster it can travel?
That's what I'm saying though. Is if
don't
they
we have
only,
a voltage gradient going upwards?
if they press the button every second, and they only pressing every second, there's a second between every time they press the button, but they're receiving the pulses in less time than they're pressing than the intervals that they're pressing them. There's just no way to make that. Like you could make it happen to where it's traveling faster than it's supposed to travel, but the actual intervals in between presses are quicker, which is kind of impossible.
Oh, yeah, if you're going into a less dense atmosphere. But I don't know what Grimm's answer to the the plasma or whatever, the higher potential of
To
being.
evoke- Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, is that a thing? You know,
I have no idea whether that's a thing, but right now the current explanation matches the prediction. So I still stick with the prediction method until somebody comes up with showing me that as I increase the potential of air, it synonymously gives the same result.
right? Yeah, not just air, but right. You know, this natural environment of this, you know, gradient.
Yeah, absolutely.
And no one's
This-
brought up the example yet of like satellites and GPS that have atomic clocks on them are also tests of time dilation.
No, they're not. Ron Hatch
Was it-
already. Oh, yeah,
I've looked into Ron Hatch's claim and it's incorrect.
Except Ron Hatch is the guy who actually fixed the satellites, so he's incorrect.
I've looked into how he fixed them, and his claim is incorrect. Not how he fixed them, but the conclusion he's trying to draw is incorrect. And we can get into that if you want.
Practicality and use his idea, but it's incorrect.
We can get into that.
I'll take your word for it while you use your GPS.
Like I said, we can get into that of how his claim is not consistent with what you're saying. But
what, that
if you
radiation
just wanna
doesn't blue shift
blindly
as it falls
claim
into
it-
the gravitational well? That's his claim.
If you just want to blindly trust him, that's fine.
Hey, guy, you're just saying a lot of words that try to, diminish me. But instead of doing that, how about shut the fuck up and listen to me? The claim that he makes is that radiation does not blue shift as it falls into the gravitational well. How do you
Correct.
respond to
And that does not come as a conclusion from the way he fixed satellite or GPS. It does not. It is a non sequitur.
Wasn't his solution?
All right, man, you take care. I got a phone
His
call.
solution is carrier phase smoothing. So essentially, where you're taking the pseudo range, which is essentially the time it took for the signal to arrive, and the difference in frequency between your clock and that clock, like the atomic clock, and using those two and smoothing their predictions essentially as a way of simplifying it. That is what he did, which is a smart thing of doing, but that in no way invalidates that light blue shifts as it travels towards Earth. In no way does it do so. It is a claim he makes, and that it is true that that's a claim he makes, but it is a complete non sequitur if you look into the argument. And
I gotta say, that's beyond me.
Couldn't one simply
whole
say
argument's beyond me.
that based on Ron Hatch's idea of blue shifting and gravity well, whatever the fuck, based on his prediction, he was able to fix the problem with GPS? Right?
No,
because that happens a lot within conversations. Let me finish for just a second. Yeah. So that happens a lot within conversations where people say, well, because Maxwell predicted time dilation, then blah blah blah. Then we found it to be so, right? Yeah. A lot of the arguments tend to be based on, well, we predicted it, and then this result came in. Therefore, this was a correct prediction. Everything that was postulated has been proven out through prediction. So couldn't one simply use that same line of argumentation with Ron Hatch and say, well, since he predicted this, and he was able to do what needed to be done to fix GPS, therefore it is following the prediction. So therefore, he's 100% right. We can't question it.
Yeah, so the problem is that it was not a prediction or something he used for his theory. It is a postdiction. It's something that he says is a result from the way he fixed it. So in order to fix it, he smoothed, like I said, what it's called is he smoothed the pseudo range with the carrier range. Now, that did not require any of the non-blue shifting of light as it reaches Earth. But he's saying that because pseudo range and carrier phase do not deviate, as they do not deviate over time, therefore it doesn't blue shift. And that argument is a non sequitur. It is invalid if you look into it. And so
then Would
he
his
didn't
result?
actually. Yeah, go ahead.
So then, would his quote unquote smoothing of this disprove time dilation? Then
No, that's what I'm saying. The smoothing part, the actual thing he did to improve GPS, that was a separate thing. But he's then saying that the fact that this isn't the fact that the smoothing, the difference between the pseudo range and the carrier phase don't deviate over time, the fact that they stay relative to each other, that fact means that it doesn't blue shift as it reaches Earth. But like I said, we can get into why, but that is a non sequitur. So he's trying to. So he did do a good job in fixing GPS. He used a technology, but then he's trying to say that because this thing isn't deviating, therefore light doesn't blue shift. So it's a post-diction. He's trying to say a result of this is that, but that's a non sequitur. It does not mean that.
why was it off to begin with? What was the original prediction? Right? Was that based on relativity?
No. So the original. So the problem that he fixed essentially is that if you think about, so what I said, there's two things. It's the pseudo range, which all that is the distance, the time it took for the signal to reach you, and then there's the carrier phase, which is how many ticks essentially difference are happening between the two clocks. And the thing is that the pseudo range is unambiguous but not very accurate, whilst the carrier phase is ambiguous but very accurate. And essentially what he did, in a layman's term of saying it, is he used the unambiguity of the pseudo range to determine the carrier phase, and therefore he got something that's more accurate and unambiguous.
Pseudo
That's
range,
all beyond me. Yes.
Explain us about the pseudo range. What is that exactly?
Pseudo range is the term used for what the measurement is for the difference in time it took for the signal to be sent to when it is received. And that's considered the pseudo range.
So just a time.
No, sorry. And then that times the speed of light.
Oh, that's where the pseudo part comes in. Okay, got it.
Now, the pseudo range actually is called a pseudo range and not just a range, because there are other things that come into play, like the relativistic correction, the tropospheric delay, the ionospheric delay, the instrumental delays, the multipath error, and the receiver noise. All of these things come into play for the pseudo range, and that's why you make corrections on it.
So it's a calculation rather than a measurement. Got it. Understood.
Now, the pseudo range is the measurement, but you use the measurement with calculations to get rid of errors and delays.
You mean all the number of 10 ones that you just mentioned before. Got it. So not an actual measurement. Okay, got it.
Once again, the pseudo range is a measurement. The pseudo range is the measurement you're making.
All measurements require some kind of calculation.
So got it. You actually don't know the actual distance. Understood. Yeah, it's very clear.
Good one, I see. Good one.
I knew you'd like that one, Gummy.
Yeah. The funniest part is we don't actually know the location, and yet we can have a GPS accurate to the millimeter. Like, good one.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
clearly, the fact that this method works to get accurate down to the millimeter means that we're doing something right, I would say.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
you're not proving
I
time
would say
dilation.
you had it down
I
to
would
about
say.
a 2-block radius. You had it down to, and then Ron Hatch got you down to the millimeter.
Yeah, and I explained how he did so, and none of that discredits the blue
Well,
shift
he
of light.
explains how he explains how he does so too, and what he says is different than what you say.
No,
but he did it, not
you've
you.
misquoted him.
Oh no, he says it
doesn't
particularly out loud with his mouth hole.
Yeah, he doesn't
The
say that
radiation
in
does
order.
not blue shift when it falls into the
No.
gravitational well.
He doesn't
as
say that
predicted
in order to
by
fix it.
Einstein.
He did not say that in order to fix GPS, he used the fact that it doesn't blue shift. He's saying a conclusion he's making based on what he did, is that it doesn't blue shift. It is a post-diction, not a prediction. It is a big difference.
You got to turn gummy logic into a drinking game.
You would never get drunk, but crit logic, oh, we'd get freaking hammered.
So this fellow, Ron Hatch, I presume Grim got paid to do what he did, solving this problem. He probably cut a pretty nice check. So I'm gathering he knows what he's talking about.
He did a great job.
And,
Yes.
and even if it's a post-diction, as you put it, Gummy, I reckon I'd probably put faith in his post-diction.
So you're putting faith in an authority figure? You're trusting him just because he has experience? That I wouldn't hear you. I didn't think I would hear you say that at any point, Bansal.
No, he's saying you would rather trust him than you.
Yeah,
you're trusting an authority figure. It's a fallacy.
Yeah, over you.
It's a fallacy.
No, over you.
It's a fallacy of authority.
Gummy, you're just mad because he trusts him better more than he trusts you.
Yeah.
The gummy method
It's an argument from authority. It's a fallacy.
No, he's saying the person who actually worked on the GPS and improved it and fixed it, he's trusting what he's saying over what you're saying.
An argument from authority.
Well,
whatever.
It's a fallacy.
What we say here is he has runs on the board, Gummy, to back his stuff up. So
no, he claims he has a run on the board after doing something.
Well, every time he uses the GPS,
do it right is the question. Is his calculation correct?
I
don't know. Are you using your GPS correctly? Is it working now? Hello.
But you're not bothered with how he fixed it. You're just the fact that he fixed it. He can then make whatever claim he wants. You don't actually care about the logic.
What he says,
You don't actually care about the logic.
By adjusting for the time that you calculated into the equation, expecting the gravitational blue shift of radiation. And when you did not get that, he fixed the algorithm to ignore that, and he fixed the GPS with that. Because there is no blue shifting of radiation as it falls to the earth.
I listened to the speech that you gave me, and in nowhere in that speech does he say what you just repeated there.
Oh, doesn't he? Okay, well,
Correct.
Let me just go get it for you.
Yeah.
It's a drink right there.
He's saying a consequence of the fact that the pseudo-range and the carrier phase don't deviate over time is that he believes it does not blue shift. And that is a non sequitur. That argument is invalid. But if you want to talk about him as an authority figure
Wait a
instead of
minute.
talking about the argument,
Wait a minute.
then
It's the
that's on
fact
you.
that you just agreed that it doesn't blue shift as it falls. That goes against special relativity.
I did not say that I agree it doesn't blue shift. I say that his claim is that because the pseudo range and carrier phase don't deviate over time, that means that it doesn't blue shift as it drops. But what I'm telling you is that is a non sequitur. It is an incorrect statement. And if you don't want to talk about the argument he's making and instead want to appeal to his authority, then I think we're done.
I just think that you're minimalizing and marginalizing his argument so it better fits your narrative.
No, that is literally what he said. If you want to repost the YouTube video,
everybody
we
here
can
has
see,
access to Ron Hatch's speeches.
we can see that's what he said.
Drink it's a wee drink.
Using this logic, we should trust anyone who's done anything correct.
Drink.
Got to finish the first one, Crit.
It's beyond. It's like you could get that bottle that Tyson and Bill Nye, they got some sort of skunk, rocket fuel red wine, and then started stumbling over what the problems of society are. And it was an epic podcast. And they finally decided Bill Nye's responsible because he's been in the classroom for the last 40 years or whatever. So because They decided that the education system had failed. It's like, well, who's responsible for the education system? Well, shit, that's government and that's executive branch and that's NASA, but they can't be responsible because they're doing God's work. So who else could be responsible? Let's see. Let's narrow down the playing field. Which area of education is bad? Well, science education. Now, who's been in the science classroom for the last 40 years? Bill Nye.
Wow.
What a coincidence. The same guy telling you that the science education in America has failed is the same guy who's been in the science education classroom for like 40 years.
I actually had a technical graphics teacher that used to wear a bow tie exactly like Bill Nye. Funny.
Yeah, I mean, that was back in, bow ties used to be classy. And all of a sudden, like, Bill Nye ruined it. And pedophiles. Bill Nye, and you got these, like a pedophile would show up with court with a bow tie. You're like, oh.
Oh, so styles
Do you
change,
want me-
and then people deviate from style. That's weird.
Do you want me to repeat word by word what he's saying here, or would
That'd be a
people want
drink.
to watch it themselves?
I don't want you to repeat it.
Okay, then go watch it yourself.
Do we want to talk about mass and weight?
Spider-Man
Oh
died.
yeah. That's the question on the table in the chat.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was thinking that myself.
And silence, Bandy. Silence. This is the question on the table. Is a kilo weight?
No,
Is a kilo weight?
Kilo is a prefix for a number.
There you go.
Does Hilo weigh? Is that what you said?
A kilo.
Yeah, a kilo.
Means
No,
1,000.
kilo is a prefix for a number.
So it's not 2.2
Wait a
whatever
minute.
pounds?
He gave a kilo. You gave you a number. He said a kilo. That's one. Is 1 kilo weight?
1 kilo.
No, that's
a
not a
number.
prefix to a number.
I know, but he's
1
trying
kilo?
to. I think he means
1
kilogram.
kilo is a number. Is 1,000.
He's saying kilogram though.
Oh, a kilogram.
You
Now
just said
that's
kilo too.
if you're saying kilogram, that's different than kilo.
What's the difference?
Kilo is a prefix to mean 1,000. Kilogram means 1,000 grams. Grams is the unit we're talking about, while kilo is the prefix.
What's 2.2 pounds in that system? What's 2.2 pounds?
In kilograms?
No, 1 kilo.
1
Very much
kilogram.
one, I think, yeah.
Oh.
Imagine that.
Wow, cross-reference. That's a real amazing thing. Does that really startle you?
Yeah, it's amazing. I had some good coffee today. I'm thinking clearly.
It's not 1 kilo. It's
Boy,
1
I
kilogram.
just can't help himself.
No, you can't. You can't.
1 kilo.
Yo, Essie, what's
2 point whatever something pounds, right? 1 kilo.
1 kilo is just 1,000. 1 kilogram means 1,000 grams. Now that is 2.2
Doesn't it matter what context? Couldn't there be two different meanings to kilo?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
that's why,
good.
for example, kilometers or kilometers, as most people say, that means 1,000 meters. So if I say
No, I'm talking about two different meanings of just the word kilo. Like it could be a prefix and it could have.
There's a context-sensitive one, like if you're talking about drugs and you say, I want a key, it's understood. It's understood that means a kilogram.
Oh, so two different meanings.
But within
it's
SI
understood.
units, which is
That's
what
not
we use.
two different context meanings. I think
Within
it would.
SI units,
It's a shortened word.
Oh, it's a shortened word. So just another meaning for the same word.
No, within
Okay, if you want
science,
to put it that way.
within science, we use SI system. And in the SI system, it means one thing and one thing only, which is a prefix for 1,000.
Okay, what does it mean in the drug world? What does it mean in Miami?
I do not give a flying
kilogram.
bug what
So
it
you
what
only
it
use the scientific definitions of every word. I call
because
bullshit.
we're talking about science
No,
and
we're
not
talking
about
about
dealing
context.
drugs.
No,
We're
we're
not
talking
dealing
about
drugs
context.
right now. I
What's
hope you're not
context?
dealing drugs right now. That would
Yeah,
be
we're talking
illegal.
about semantics right now. We're talking
Yeah.
about pedantic behavior. You know,
He's saying that kilo can only have one meaning because it's a scientific meaning. That's
It really depends on the
ridiculous.
context, and our
my
Yeah,
name is
context
really,
has
not.
exactly
only
what you
one
just
My
meaning.
said.
name is not Will.
Really.
It is William. It is not
Yeah.
Will. You can't call me Will. Dude, shut the
Depends
fuck
on
up, Will.
context. Yeah, it's stupid.
Correct. I would
Well,
not
why are
allow
you
you to
arguing
call
with
me
him?
Will.
But my
I,
name is
I have no idea why
William.
you're arguing. This is
Getting the
obviously
point.
just.
Somebody's asking him what kilo means, and he's saying that it's not a word, and there's nothing wrong.
He didn't.
Somebody's
No one
literally
asked
asking him what
him.
it means. He's
No
just
one
answering
asked
the
him what the
question.
scientific meaning of kilo was. No one asked him the scientific meaning.
It's not a word.
No
It's
one
not even a
asked
word.
me
It's not
what the
even a word
drug
outside of
meaning
science.
is. No one asked me what the drug meaning is.
So you only gave one meaning then. It could have
Do you
multiple meanings.
always give the meaning within the
No,
drug
I
world
give the
of
meaning
words?
of the context it's asked.
Okay, and within this context, we're clearly not dealing drugs, are we?
Well,
The question
about
the question
pounds.
is a kilo weight, right? So it's
Oh, yeah,
referring
that's
to
what
weight.
he
So
asked.
why would you assume that kilo meant anything other than kilogram?
Yeah,
Because
other than
kilo
weight.
never means that.
Except when you're talking
Colloquially,
about
it
weight
always
of
means
drugs.
that.
Yeah, kilogram doesn't mean weight anyways. It's mass. So.
So if I say 1 kilo, how do you know I'm referring to kilogram or kilometer or kilohertz? Or
Well, if
like, how do you know?
somebody prefaced it with some specific measure like weight, then I would assume that you are talking about a kilogram, not a kilometer. If I said, give me a kilo of apples, I wouldn't expect a kilometer of apples stacked end to end going a kilometer long.
But what if
Yeah,
that
that
is
was my
actually what I was
original.
asking for?
That was my original question. I mean, you guys are trying to muddy the waters. I knew
Well,
this was
why
going
don't
to
you
happen.
simply correct yourself and say, oh, I'm talking about a kilogram, not a kilo, a kilogram. And then this conversation would continue. But you seem too stubborn to just say that and correct yourself.
Well, you're too, I don't even know the word, to be able to associate
I know the
kilo
word.
with kilogram when it's referring to weight. Like, why could you not associate it with a kilogram? Why was that so difficult when it's
Because I'm
referring
trying
to
to
weight?
I'm gonna have to
obfuscate.
hand
You
it to
have
them on
to.
that one. I have
Like if I
if
was
that was how the
in a
contest
show
went.
and I was watching models and I would say, look at that model down the runway, would you assume a scientific model or would you assume a pretty woman with good clothes on?
What I would
Dummy
assume
would be
is
looking for a
different.
scientific model.
What I
Yeah, it'd be
assume is
based on.
different to what I would want.
It'd also be
I'm
based
asking you
on
what you
whatever.
want.
I'll
So
tell you
I'd
what
want a
you want.
pretty model.
You would want.
Yeah, of course.
I'm gathering you'd want a scientific model walking down the runway.
Oh yeah, with legs. Oh.
That's what I reckon.
It really depends on the autistic level. Like, how much Sheldon are you today?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hand this to the flat earthers. If the conversation really went that way, I didn't see how we got on this pedantic rant. But if the conversation was really just he said a kilo and the context was kilogram, I think that was a little pedantic of you.
Okay, let's make it easy. What is mass? Moyak, what is mass?
What is mass? I don't know. It's when you get down to the actual scientific thing. What makes it? What causes it? No idea.
Okay, how about what is the definition of mass?
Mass is the I think the resistance to. It's essentially inertia. It's the resistance to motion.
Resistance to acceleration and inertia.
It's the
What else?
quantitative measure of inertia would be one way of wording it.
But there's other definitions, right, as well?
It's the quantity of matter.
That one has been ruled out, but yeah, that was in there as well.
You could describe it as
And
the volume times the density.
There's
and
another way.
That's a good one.
I
Volume
use it
times
synonymously with weight. for whatever, since I don't do rocketry, I use it synonymously with weight.
Another one is to talk about the energy of it as the mass.
There's another one.
There's another one, yeah.
I can name 10 more.
So what's the point of all this? Why are we asking these questions? I mean,
Is it also?
we
I'll tell
all
you the
kind of
reason.
agree on these, right?
Is it also a kilogram? SI unit?
Kilogram
That would be a
measure.
unit. Yeah, that would be a unit, not a definition. There's a difference between the unit and the definition of it.
Yeah, but do you see how many, meanings there are of the word mass? That's my whole point.
Yeah, but no matter the meaning, the unit stays the same. There's
Which
a
is
difference
a
between a
kilogram,
unit
which
and
is
a
a kilogram,
definition.
right? Which
yes,
is a kilogram?
Kilogram is the SI unit for mass, correct?
I rest my case.
Okay.
Hey,
So?
no case was made, but okay.
It's weight.
It is not. It is mass.
Exactly. Exactly. I was hoping you would be right on cue. It is weight. It is not. Exactly.
Yeah, but you can define it. Like I said, I can define it 10 more ways, and they would all be consistent with one another. But one of the other ways would be the acceleration. I'm sorry, no, the weight divided by the acceleration. You would get its mass. So it can't just be its weight if it's its weight divided by the acceleration.
The one way of getting the mass is through weighing and then making calculations.
Isn't the weight just how heavy something is, folks? Come
on Earth.
Somebody thinking logically.
It's
Like,
how much something is pushed down.
Yeah, but its weight is going to be the same in a pool of water. And
Hold on. Gummy, calm your farm. It's just how heavy something is, not how something is pushed down. Why do you got to make things complicated, Gummy?
How do you define? Hold on. How do you define heavy?
How heavy it is.
Yeah, but how do you define heavy? You can't use the word within the definition.
Why not? It's a very
It's a circular
word.
definition.
It's a very descriptive word. Heavy.
Okay, so you cannot give me a definition of the word without using the word itself.
This says who?
I'm asking you, and you're not giving me one, so that's the only conclusion I can make.
Okay, define beautiful. Explain me beautiful without using the word beautiful.
Aesthetically pleasing.
Looking. See,
Good
we were
looking.
both able to give you two separate ones that neither use the word, but both relay its meaning. Can you give me a single one for heavy?
How much it weighs.
Okay, and what was weight again?
How heavy it is.
Oh, okay, so we're back to
There it is.
circularity.
There it is. Aesthetically pleasing, beautiful. Wham.
Our arguments weren't circular. What do you mean?
You can't
His
use
word.
slickness around here, bro. Those days are over. Forget your slickness.
You got to
But he
keep
used a
things
circular.
simple.
He used circular pair of definitions. I did not. I don't see what's the problem here. I see.
The problem here is that mass has how many meanings did we say before? 9, 10? I didn't even know there was that many, to be honest with you. You guys helped me out there. Thank you.
Well, it's like the word species. There's like 15 different ways to define it.
Yeah.
Or the word woman.
E is. What the definition of E is.
No one picked up on my bait there. Maybe we shouldn't.
You don't.
What did you say? Somebody's sighing next door.
No, I made a joke when you were saying it has so many different meanings, and I made the joke, well, so does the word woman. But that was just a
don't
joke.
even go down that road.
We're not getting into it. It was just a joke.
Yeah. Let's stay away from that one.
Dummy method strikes again. Thinks he's funny.
Because that's going to trigger a lot of people.
Yeah, and it's always good to keep a woman at arm's length, Stay away from it a little bit.
Yeah.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
Did you guys see what I posted? Since we're on this kind of a subject
What, you
about
talking
the
about a
woman that
newspaper
her.
for your for the dating column? I didn't see it yet. Show me.
No, it was this woman that went on Fox News. I had her on Fox News. She was complaining that they convinced her child in school first that she was a lesbian and then a transgender. They were having secret meetings during lunch without the mom knowing, stuff like that. So Americans, protect your
What?
children.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Who was having meetings? Wait. Who was having meetings with her? Like teachers or other
The
students?
teachers. Yeah. I posted it.
What? Okay, can you post it again?
Yeah. Fox News. Yeah, I'll repost it. Let me find it.
What the fuck?
Dude, there was teachers when I was a kid who were doing that because I was telling them about my mom's friend, and I was like, "Oh, her friend's coming into town," and then like there was two. I remember this distinctly, dude. I was in first grade and I was in New York, and the teacher, she went and got another teacher, and they were like giggling and asking me questions like they're like, "Oh wait, so is she like your mom too, or is she like they were just like being weird about it. Like I think they thought I was implying that she was a lesbian, although I didn't know that back then, you know. But yeah, I could see how something like that, like because teachers sometimes go beyond what's appropriate, you know.
What does
I
that
just
have to do
posted it.
with what's happening here, though, Kosher?
That's
That was
probably what
just
happened. Gee,
teachers
that's
making
probably
a
what
joke.
happened. That's probably what happened.
No, that's not
You
what
think the
SC
teachers
said
were
at all. SC
conspiring to
saying
convince her?
no. SC saying that these teachers are trying to convince a little girl that she's a transgender
Hear it from
in
the mother
private
herself. I
meetings.
just posted it. Before you guys continue, right? I suggest you watch the video, Kosho. Don't embarrass yourself.
Yeah, Kosher. This video has nothing to do with
You're saying that the
teachers
kid
having
is.
a
You're
little
saying that
inside joke.
You're saying that the kid is a lesbian, or that her parent is a lesbian?
Watch the
The
video.
teachers watch the video. Let's all watch it. I'm gonna watch it.
Let's watch it.
Wait, does this video address mass versus weight?
It addresses your
I'm
lack
joking.
of comedy skill.
Oh,
It addresses the future of humanity. Yeah.
and
The
it does appear
executive
to not
branch
be
of
on
the
your
federal
side.
government. The executive branch of the federal government.
Crazy, huh?
Is this in Canada, SE? This happened, or America?
No, this is in the States.
In the States.
Yeah.
In a state, I wouldn't really consider it.
It doesn't matter. No, stop.
It does matter, man. California does
No.
backward shit, dude.
No. It's in America. It's part of
California,
America.
man. In California,
Stop
bees are officially considered
trying
fish.
This must be Texas.
No, it's not Texas. Dude. This wouldn't happen.
Crazy. This is happening in.
Yeah, that's the joke I'm
states
making.
of
It wouldn't
America.
happen in Texas.
In
This
the
wouldn't happen in
middle
Texas.
US of A. This is.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go Kool-Aid.
Why is everything that comes across to the news fake except this?
There we go. Trying to.
Who said that? And
It's
why
a
are you bringing
genuine
that
question.
Well, I mean, she was yelling at them in front of, like, it was on camera.
It seems to have happened.
Things being on camera doesn't seem to be proof enough for other things. Why is it proof for this?
That's a good point.
I knew it. This is Gummy. I knew that you guys were gonna find some way
They were going to defend
not to
it.
support the children.
No one's
but
defending this whatsoever.
It's incredible, man. It's incredible.
That's incredible. That's incredible that you gleaned that from what was said.
You think we're defending the actions here? By what we're saying? You think we're defending the actions of the
This is a
of the teachers?
distraction.
Why
This
not?
is media
Why not?
distraction.
Yeah, why not talk about what the topic is instead of going into the weeds with all.
Well, you know what we talked about in Gems last night?
Right. No, we're not interested. We're talking
Who
about
cares?
Yeah,
we're
well,
talking about this.
I know
Well, it
has to do
seems
with
like
this.
you were asked an uncomfortable question that you didn't want to ask or
Well, dude,
answer. I mean,
It's not uncomfortable. You guys are uncomfortable. I brought this up.
So
I'm very
why
comfortable. And
so
also,
I'm
Yeah,
asking
that
why could
was
you
shocking
answer
to
his
watch.
question?
Yeah, we're shocking.
Hold on.
You guys were hold on. I was
What
trying to
the
say
fuck?
something, dudes.
Let's hear from a sensible person. What do you think, Nate?
I think it's shocking, you know, that teachers are actually doing this. It turns out that these teachers were conspiring to hide this from the parents. And I think during COVID, like they said during COVID, when kids were working, like schooling remotely from home, they were creeping on kids and trying to use them to recruit other kids. You know, it's some funny equality club they've created.
Yeah.
And they're apparently teaching teachers at other schools how to recruit kids into these equality clubs. It's fucking shocking, man.
Yeah, that is the correct answer, Kosho. That is the correct response of a human being, Kosho.
What the hell's that? Listen to me. When I start speaking, dude, I don't care if you don't fucking care, dude. Have some respect, dude. I mean, when you start speaking, I don't just fucking not let you speak just because it's you speaking, dude. It's fucking disrespectful.
I made a statement. I apologize if I interrupted you, but I meant what I said.
Well, both you and Bandsaw, dude. Both you guys. I was trying to say
Well,
something. Oh, we don't
what
care
hap-
about that. Fucking trying to tell
What
you
happened?
you were saying about gems. And we said
yeah,
we
that's how I
don't give a
started my
shit.
sentence. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I started my sentence, and you have no idea where the rest of it goes. So let's get to that part, okay? We were talking about in Gems last night how in Toy Story, I guess there's a new Toy Story movie. There's like two ladies kissing or something like that, and I mean, I was arguing that I don't think that's a problem for kids to see that, but I don't think they need to put that in kids' movies. You know what I mean? I feel like it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's like the parents' place to introduce that to their kids. I don't know.
Kosho, that's the woke movement. That's Disney. That's the degenerates that are in power. That's what they're pushing right now. And I'm trying to wake you guys up, but you seem to be not getting it.
If no one else is going to tell them that two girls or two boys kissing is fine, then Disney's going to have to step in.
No one needs to tell a kid that two girls kissing is fine, you sicko.
He's joking, dude. He's joking.
I hope he's joking.
Yeah, speaking of Toy Story movies, the new Buzz Lightyear movie is coming out tomorrow.
That's what I was talking about.
Wanna go see it?
That's
Oh, but it's only coming out tomorrow.
That's the movie we were talking about.
I think you. Oh, okay, but it's only coming out tomorrow. How has anyone seen it?
I don't know. I guess critics have talked. I mean, it's been banned from a lot of countries.
They have.
You guys.
I'm pretty sure there are early watchers.
You guys know that Disney and the state of California is embroiled in a battle, a huge battle.
What,
Wasn't that way back about a bill and it's not
Florida
happening anymore?
Yeah, it's
It's
Florida.
Florida, yeah, Florida. That's right.
Is that still ongoing? I thought that was already settled, the bill itself.
Well, they passed the bill, and Disney tried to fight it. The bill was not teaching like children, like 4 or 5 years old, about sexuality and stuff like that.
Right.
And Disney tried to fight it. So what the governor said, nah, you guys don't make the rules, we do. And they took away, because Disney had some special privileges, and they stripped quite a few of them away.
Well, that was my argument last night when I was, because I don't have a problem with lesbians at all, or gay people for that matter, and I don't have a problem with, like, in real life, if two lesbians were picking up their kids from school and they kissed goodbye or something and the other kid saw it. I have no problem with any of that stuff. The thing that makes it kind of strange is that this is a fictional movie, and the creators have a discretion to put in what they want to put in or not put in what they don't want to put in. They don't. There's things that I don't think are necessary to add to a kids movie.
Well, there are. I mean, okay, so there are movies, kids movies, where you see a man and a woman kissing. Why is it so bad if they see a woman and a woman, or a man and a man kissing?
It's not bad. That's
It's
what
not
I'm saying.
about that. It's about teaching children secretly behind the parents' back. Young children. That's what it's about.
California's
Yeah, well, why are we talking about Buzz Lightyear? Like, I thought we were going to talk about this Fox News thing. That's I think more concerning than Buzz Lightyear.
Because they're trying to delude.
Yeah, but I mean, what do you think about it, Kosher? Do you think it's like it's nothing to really care about? Okay, so you agree it's bad.
It should be no matter what. They were doing this private club. They should never introduce them to kids and say, "Don't tell your parents about this."
Yeah, doing it behind the parents' back. Doing it behind the parents' back is one of the worst things they're doing. You just don't do that to kids.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
then we all on the same page.
The problem with this whole thing, right? So, like, historically, people that have been gay, they will say that they've pretty much known their whole entire life, right? So they knew through grade school, they knew through middle school and through high school that they had these feelings towards people of the same sex, right? What we're experiencing now is this push to normalize those feelings on impressionable kids, meaning kids that may not ever grow up to be gay during the impressionable times are being told in a way that it's almost like the cool, edgy thing to do is to be gay, bisexual, trans, all these different various categories. And if you don't fall into one of those, then you're an outlier and somebody who is hateful, right? So these impressionable kids don't want to be hateful, they want to be inclusive. And in order to be inclusive, it's not just enough to accept somebody who may have those feelings, but also feel you're a part of the group and start to act out these feelings, right? So it's pushing impressionable kids into a path that they probably would not have gone down for some sort of reason or another.
Yeah,
all that goes to in my mind is that you need to have some sort of moderation to it. That you want to make sure that they know it's acceptable, but not that you encourage it in any way.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
if
it gets
don't
brought
talk to
up,
them at all about it at 4 years old or 5 years old.
Oh yeah,
at
4
all.
or 5 years old. Yes, I agree. At that age, you shouldn't be talking to them about it at all. But what I'm saying is, around the ages where they start being interested in each other, whether that's like same sex or not, around that age, I think they should be informed that it is acceptable to like the same sex or any of these things.
No, I don't.
No, not acceptable. No.
The
Explain to them.
The psychology aspect should not be touched upon, right? Schooling should only have the curriculum to tell children how their body works, what the parts do, what their functions are, and what they're there for. The psychology aspect of it should not be touched upon at all whatsoever. Now, to say that it's acceptable, sure, you can easily say that it is acceptable by an overarching theme of accept everybody for who they are. You don't need to specifically talk about the LGBTQ community or the people of color or straight white
But
people.
what do you do?
You just say
what
that
do you
all
do when
people
you
are
when your kid comes to you with questions? What do you do when your kid comes to you asking, Dad, what's
That's
LGBTQ?
the parents' responsibility, not the teachers.
Exactly.
Kid,
That's what
yeah.
it's the parents'
All
job.
right.
It's not the responsibility of the school. The problem is they're taking on this psychological aspect that they're trying to teach the children, right? And we don't know all the psychological effects long term should somebody be coaxed into believing or pushed down a path that they may not feel is the right path for them, but they want to feel socially accepted and they want to feel, it's weird psychology that they're playing on kids that they don't know the long-term effects of, right, for some sort of agenda. And
Actually,
that is unacceptable.
When I first heard
So
the
only parents. Sorry, question. Sorry.
I first heard the exercise. It's actually for a second, I could see how something like that would actually not be that inappropriate, given that they actually got permission from the parents or something. If they had an exercise in high school where they're like, everyone in the classroom is, just for whatever exercise, like they're different genders or whatever else. As long as there's something that was like, isn't they're hiding it from their parents, I think that might serve some purpose. I don't think there's anything terribly wrong with that. It's just
It's doing it behind the parents' back. That's one of the major problems with, for example, this thing that Essie linked earlier. That's the big problem was that they were doing it secretly, and not only that they were doing it secretly, but they were going to extreme lengths to keep it secret. So it was doubly like fucked up what they were doing there. But
we
yeah,
can't teach religion of any sort in any of our state-run schools. Right? You can't teach it. Right? But what they do, right? They offer religious classes, right? But you have to get permission from the parents, right, for your kids to attend them if you want your child to attend one of those classes, right?
Yeah, that's
now.
standard,
Yeah, that is standard when it comes to religion. Now, when we're talking about these moral sort of aspects, right? You need to have the parents informed, and you need the consent of the parents that the children are going to be involved in these things. So, if you're going to be teaching subjects like gender identity and sexuality and stuff like that, I think you should also offer the classes, but you need the parents' consent. The parents have to be in the loop with these things. Right? Now, I'm pretty sure, me as a parent myself, right, being fairly open-minded, I would not want my children going to one of those classes because I don't think it is the school's responsibility at all to be teaching those things. But that's for me as a parent. That's not for you, Kosho or Gummy or SC, right? To do what you want to do with your children and how you want to bring them up, and if you want the state influencing how they think about these type of things. But if a school is going to offer these courses and this guidance, the parents 100% have to be involved and in the loop and give consent.
Could I ask you a
And if
question,
they,
Benzo?
yeah.
Oh shit! Hang on, I'm getting a phone call. It's okay. I'll be right back.
All right, I've got the question then. Here's the pushback against that, Bansaw. Where does the teacher's responsibility to the child lie? I'm going to give you an example, and this is a real example. There was a child going through high school who was experiencing homosexual tendencies and homoerotic feelings, however you want to say that.
Yep.
And their father was a Pentecostal preacher, one of those crazy dudes who stand up and hold the live snakes and all that crap.
Yeah.
He couldn't go home and get these questions answered. So at what point does it become the teacher's responsibility to educate the child?
Never.
Never. Never.
Yeah, my answer would be never, ever,
never.
never.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter if that guy if he was a Nazi or whatever he is. He's still the parent,
Yeah.
That actually, the reason I bring this up, this actually happened, and that was what the teachers came up with. Do you know what they found when they got to school the next day? The dead body of that student laying on
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They could have taught him everything about sex ed. He still would have killed himself.
Probably got
bringing up
bullied.
a story that.
Well, no. Yeah, I don't.
I knew you were going to do that.
No, but I think honestly,
he had nowhere to go, and
extreme cases and everywhere. There's always somewhere to go.
Right.
Once,
no, but I don't blame the
when
kid.
does
If you blame the dad, you blame the dad, and that's the right thing. You know what I mean? That's the dad was responsible for the kid his whole life, and he was responsible for the kid even in that moment when the teacher didn't cross the line, and it's the dad's responsibility. His dad's fault basically that happened to the kid. You know what I mean? If that's the way the kid felt. So that's why I put the blame on it. So.
Right. So when does the teacher have to take responsibility and look out for the welfare of the child who
Never
is vulnerable?
Kids being abused.
I'm going to get the sentence out. I'm sorry.
You've already asked it already. We already answered you. Never.
Would you stop over talking me, you rude fuck?
Hold on. Okay.
God.
Finish it. Cool.
Rude. No, fuck him.
No, he's just answering this. He's asking the same question again.
The only
Literally,
time
he sees me come off mute and immediately starts talking. He's a rude
Never.
Okay. Well, you said you.
Thanks for proving it every single time, jackass.
I'm going to get my repeat of my answer out again. Never. That's the answer to your question you've already asked.
But I think there's caveats too, though, because obviously if the kid's being abused, then the teacher should, has responsibility to.
Well, if there's drugs.
I agree.
Then they should report it to the proper authority.
There's other agencies to handle that. Yeah. There's other places.
Exactly that. Yep.
If you can see some physical evidence of abuse, whether that is actual physical or mental, right? There are other avenues that you can report
child
this
protection.
to. Exactly, and then they can investigate it, right? But it is not your responsibility as a teacher to step in and take control of the situation and offer them anything.
They separate that diligently as a teacher parent. That's separated like 100% until they do have conferences and keep up, and they can step in and
your dumbass who can't let anybody else finish the sentences really sucks when you get stuck in it.
Yikes.
There should be absolutely no reason to, and the teacher should never be involved, regardless if they see the welts and they see everything else. According to what you just said, Ricky, why don't you?
That's not what we said.
Yes, it is. You dumb fuck.
Yeah, if he's going to continue to abuse me, I'll just. What's going on here?
I can't step
in. You mean like you do?
That's not what we said. We said they could report it to child services.
I'm sorry. I have ears and I actually listen, unlike somebody in this room.
Yeah, here he goes again. Are you drunk?
No, I'm pissed off because you're a rude cunt.
Hey,
yeah,
come
okay.
on.
I affected you. How many names can he call me?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Right. Tone it down, guys.
Yeah. So we did say they can turn them into child services. There's other agencies that the teachers are obligated to say something to, but they bring it to their authoritative figure, the principal of the school or the school board. They don't step in themselves. That's what we're saying.
The problem is the father and the teacher could very possibly have two different philosophies on life, and us as judges, from far away, can't really say whose is right and whose is wrong, but we can say that the father's philosophy on how to raise his kids takes precedent over the teacher's philosophy on life. So, regardless of our personal opinions about
what's right, what's wrong. Yeah, I agree. There's just a line that's crossed. So I mean, a line that doesn't get crossed. Yeah.
I dropped out for a little while. Are we still talking about the teachers trying to push transgender, or the Fox
Yeah.
News article, or are we beyond that?
Just boundaries, that are being crossed, basically.
Okay, I would say that for me, what those teachers did was absolutely wrong. I would say only one thing I disagreed with in the piece that I saw was that they said it was unconstitutional. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. That's why we have different states,
right,
Moyak? I mean, you can live in different states with different laws, and if you don't like the law that you live in under your state, then you can move to a different state with different laws. So that's one reason for the states.
What made it unconstitutional is the parents have a constitutional right for their freedom of expression. If the school is circumventing that by then going behind the parents' back and saying your parents are wrong, and make sure you don't talk to your parents that we're telling you that they're wrong, that's infringement by the government.
I don't know. When you bring the second party in, the child, I just think that constitutionally, it's just the Constitution is moot on it.
The Constitution doesn't have anything to do with that. But Mark, isn't it true that you brought a gun to school when you were a kid?
Yes.
I don't think you have any right to say your opinion then.
It was a black powder pistol, and I had no gunpowder or bullets. Well, actually, I had the bullets, but they were black. They were black. They were little lead balls.
What's worse, guys?
Let's not water down what Moyak said. He came out and he condemned it, and I congratulate you for that, Moyak. Good
Happy
move,
birthday,
sir.
Moyak.
You see, I don't only yell at you guys. I give you compliments when you deserve it.
Yeah, you're giving yourself a compliment right now.
Not you. You don't deserve. That was for Moyak. That wasn't for you.
Yeah, I know. The other day you told me I was your favorite Glober.
You're one of my favorite Globers. Yeah, that doesn't change anything.
Oh, that's cool, man. No, but I was cool earlier because I agree with the sentiment though. I think because I think probably that result is upsetting, of course, and the teacher probably wants to do something, but unless there's signs that the father crossed some line or something, I'm not sure what the teacher can do.
The teacher can, and listen to this part, must report if she notices anything funny about the child. If the child seems malnourished or angry or scratched or beaten, bruises, anything like that, the teacher must report it to the authorities.
Let me ask this then. What recourses does the teacher have if she doesn't have that signs, but she does see that this kid's homosexual? She does notice he doesn't have any fucking friends or an avenue, he's being picked on maybe at school or something. And she also knows that his dad is
first course of action. Call the parents. Number one.
That's where
that's
where the problems are starting. Is because the parents were not accepting of the child.
And you said, Kosho, what happens if the teacher notices that the child has been isolated or bullied or picked upon? Well, then the teacher then goes to the other students and says, don't pick on this child, don't bully him, show a little bit of tolerance, these sorts of things.
No, but that wasn't my point. My point was just saying that was one of the things she noticed, and she noticed he's homosexual and his father's like that. But I think SC gave a good answer. He said, then she talks to the parent. That's probably right. She'll probably go talk to the parent.
Kosho, where do you draw it? You've had a good outlook on this, and I bravo, right? But change it up where the parent is homosexual and the kid is having extreme issues with it at school. There's no difference there. You know what I'm saying? It's tough. It's a tough spot. Kids are at a fragile age.
It should be handled the same way that any instance of that kind of either bullying or not having friends should be handled, right? Regardless of whether it's a sexual orientation or not. I mean, I went to a very exclusive private school through middle school and most of high school, and I was not a rich kid, and I was a skater and a punk, and I pushed the boundaries of the dress code. My parents didn't like the way that I dressed. My parents didn't like the music that I listened to. Very few people within the school did as well, right? So I experienced, bullying, being outcast. I wasn't this preppy rich kid who drove a Jeep and wore khakis and all this kind of stuff, right? So any way that needed to be addressed through the school, which it never needed to, I handled myself. But if something needed to be addressed, it just needed to be addressed with the kids who were doing the bullying, right? There's no way for the school to ensure that you have friends, right? My parents didn't agree with the way that I dressed or the music that I listened to or the activities that I did, right? So when it comes to sexuality, it should be the exact same thing. Like if I was experiencing bullying to the point where I needed to get the school involved, or my parents felt that the school needed to be involved, they would need to handle that bullying in the same way as if it was I was being bullied based on my sexual orientation, or I was being bullied based on X, Y, and Z, right? It just needs to be addressed in a very hands-off kind of way, and only addressing the children who are doing the bullying or whatever. However, any of those situations are addressed, it should not change when it comes to sexual orientation or things like that.
Napalm, I agreed with what you said at the beginning of what you said before, a while back, when you said, because I think you were trying to touch on the boundary, because although I do think that if something like that gets brought up in some sort of way, like through the students or whatever, like there's maybe a gay kid in class, or it just gets brought up, teacher makes sure that everyone's accepting or whatever. But yeah, I don't think I agree with you what you said. There's no need to introduce this topic to students, or to make it appealing or something like that in any kind of way.
There shouldn't be any special treatment or any type of deviation from the normal when it comes to a kid who may be bullied because of sexual orientation, or doesn't have friends because of the way that they dress may give an indication of sexual orientation. It should be addressed the same way that this has happened since time immemorial when it comes to children in school, right? There's always going to be...
Bro. It's just a cultural thing, man. Like,
right.
People only dressing up fucking retarded as they do today because it's been normalized. So no one's teaching shit.
Yeah, and let me say, I think it's not about the gay and the
anything.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't think it's about the gay and the lesbian. That's not a problem. I don't have an issue with that, right? Gays and lesbians have been around through time immemorial. They blend in with society. They're productive members of society. It's not their fault they have the Y chromosome or whatever you want to make it, right? The problem is that present-day freakaloids, the sirs, the smurs, the furs, the ones that want to teach 4-year-old children's and drag queens inside the classrooms, those are the problem. It's not about gays or lesbians.
Yeah, because growing up, I mean, the what you would consider the traditional nuclear family, it's not like the traditional nuclear family was something that was pushed within school, right? There was nobody went out of their way to ensure that everybody understood that a man and a woman get married, and a man and a woman are the ones who do this, that, or the other. That was never pushed. The traditional type of family was never something that had to be overemphasized within schooling, right? And even, my first introduction that I can remember to homosexuality, as far as relationships between adults, was I had a friend when I was about 11 years old. His parents got divorced and his mom started dating a woman, right? And we thought it was just her friend or whatever. And then we started to realize, like, oh, okay, that's her girlfriend. Okay, that's weird, but whatever. And then we continued to play street hockey. You know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't need counseling to tell us exactly how this takes place and what the feelings are, and if you are feeling it, you need to go with it, or anything like that. We just saw
Exactly.
that my friend's mom now had a girlfriend, and we're like, oh, that's weird. Okay, whatever. Who's
Now,
winning?
when I
Let's
was
start playing street hockey again. Not a big fucking deal, you know?
right, when I was a
Continue
kid,
being a
though,
kid.
like
Exactly.
gay people would be pretty aggressively bullied. It was commonplace for everybody to make fun of gays when I was a kid.
So was I. We made
And
fun of
so
gays when we were kids. Yeah, I'm
right.
guilty of
So I
that.
mean, I can
Yeah.
see where there might be some place for the school to at least step in there. I don't know what mechanism, but
Yeah, but
Hey,
then we grew
Moyak.
up, Moyak.
normalizing it to
Then,
some extent might be okay.
Hey,
but then we
Moyak.
grew
And
up.
gay parents. What's
Let me
that?
ask you. Let me ask
I
you a
said, but
question,
then
Moyak.
we grew up, bro. When we were kid, when you're a kid, you're a kid. You don't realize that what you're doing is cruel.
Right. No, I understand that. So that's where I think the school's place to come in and maybe point out to the fact that maybe you shouldn't be such a douche might be appropriate.
Yeah, that's where
Well,
I'm
yeah,
saying, like,
anybody being made fun of in the schoolyard, bullies
Yep.
especially, yeah, should be taken care of. Agreed. Yeah.
yeah, that's where I said, like, the bullying and the picking on just needs to be dealt with regardless of why the bullying is taking place or who the victim of the bully is, right? Because I'm sure when you were growing up, Moyak, there was probably groups of kids that maybe didn't fit in with the norm, that weren't necessarily gay, but also got picked on, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Because I was
Oh yeah,
one of
no,
those kids,
bullying in
right?
general should be dealt with, but I mean, I think with a gay, you could tell them that you're not abnormal, and by that meaning you're not a bad person because of this. You might want to go a little bit further than just to say don't pick on him. You might want to tell the kids, hey, to each his own.
Yeah, but me being part of an outcast group and a very small minority within my school, I didn't need to be told that I'm normal or anything like that. Like I didn't
But
need.
wasn't yours by choice? I mean, the poverty thing, that wasn't by choice, but to choose, your style and how you represent yourself was all your choice. A gay person
Sure,
doesn't have that
sure.
option.
If you want to say that that's my choice, but my propensity to do certain things and to like certain styles and to like certain music, is that my choice?
I think in a lot of ways it is. Like
What
you
sounds
kind of
good to
choose the
me?
clique you're in, and but it is
Sure.
it gets into that weird category of is it a choice? I don't know.
You think being gay is a
That's a
choice?
weird statement.
Are you serious, bro?
No,
Don't tell me you think
that's
that.
exactly no. That's the exact opposite of what I'm saying.
Okay.
But
I'm
let's
saying the
say
reason that I'm saying that there might be like with the gay person, they don't have a choice in their propensity, whereas like and I'm possibly rethinking this, whereas somebody who's emo kind of has a choice. They
right.
choose
So
to paint their fingernails and wear the dark makeup and weird clothes and shit.
It's all
right,
of
but
nature and
here's the
nurture,
thing,
mate.
Moyak. If you were
You're
a school
questioning your own
counselor,
nature.
if you were a school counselor, would you sit there with that kid and say, "Hey, this is outside the norm. What you're doing, you're painting your fingernails, whatever
Right.
example that you gave." Would you say to that child, "This is your choice. You need to stop doing it, regardless of the music that you like or the style that you like within
No.
clothing. This is your choice. You need to no longer do that, and you need to become one of the others. You need to fit in with all of these people." Right? Do you see that slippery
Right.
slope that you're trying to
Oh yeah, no. I mean,
in here?
as a parent, I might do it with my kid. My kid's complaining that he's got no friends and stuff, and I say, "Well, you are ostracizing yourself and putting yourself into this situation. What could you change to either do that or do you accept it? It's up to you. It's your choice."
So your choice is to start to listen to music that you don't like, start to wear clothes that you hate, right? This
Mate,
goes exactly.
what are you talking about? So you're telling me you can't find other humans that are into the shit you like?
Oh no, obviously, you can find the other emo kids and stuff. I think when you get into like stuff like that, I mean,
Exactly.
like
And then you can be
the
the
dress and
alpha one.
stuff is a really weird category because it's you're expressing yourself, but you're actually copying. You did not come up with the idea of painting. It's not like some biological thing. You did not
Exactly.
come up with the idea of painting
Who
your
made the
nails.
music you're into? You're not the
The
only
music you're into is a little bit different, but that's probably a lot
No,
click dependent. But
it's
I don't think you have a
exactly the same,
choice.
mate. You're not you're given into other categories that plenty of other people are into. Like you're not. People aren't as unique as I think we like to believe we are.
Right.
Oh yeah,
And so,
absolutely.
so tying this back into the sexual orientation stuff, right? Do you feel that is a choice? Because I feel like more so now, the more that this stuff
He
is being
disappeared,
pushed,
or I disappeared. I don't know who.
the more it's becoming like a choice, and it's a choice that kids are choosing to make based on the way that the schools and the way that society is trying to push children into this thought process of there's 56 genders and blah blah blah
Brainwashing
blah
is
blah, right?
real,
So
and that's
it
why they
becomes the
also tell us there's the
edgy
globe.
thing to do, right? It becomes this thing that before was not necessarily a choice, right? People have always and will always feel deep down inside that they have an attraction towards the same sex. Now
Right.
it's getting to the point, like I said earlier, where kids at a very young age, at an age where they're very susceptible to being able to have their minds molded into certain ways, they're not necessarily being taught that, hey, this is a choice. If you have these feelings, blah, blah, blah. They're being taught that this is acceptable. People hate if you are this way. There are people that anybody that's not this way is hateful, bigoted, blah, blah, blah. And the last thing a kid wants to do is be a hateful, bigoted person, right? So in order to not be labeled as hateful and bigoted and all these crazy terms that are thrown out against anybody that might say, hey, I don't agree with the lifestyle, right? If somebody doesn't agree with a lifestyle, they're considered hateful and bigoted, right? So now these kids are saying, well, okay, well, I don't want to be hateful and bigoted, so maybe I need to fit in with these people. Maybe I am feeling these things. Maybe I need to feel these things in order that the other people around me within my peer group don't look at me as hateful and bigoted.
Couldn't have said it better, brother.
So then they are consciously making a choice, choosing to become involved in this lifestyle that they may not have had a propensity to be involved in because of the way that they were born. Hopefully,
I think that there's some truth to what you're saying. I think there are people who are transgender. I think that there's a lot more people who have found it vogue to play this game, or not play this game, but to join this group of transgender or no gender or whatever else.
Yeah, I think that's the group who regrets it later, right? There's a lot of stories now of
Yes.
the regret. I think that might be the section. There might be some true transgender, they just can't help. They just can't, it's just the way their mind is, or the way, just whatever. Or who am I? But there's a lot of people coming out now and regretting what they did in the past, because they were talking about what we're talking about. They were kind of pushed into it. Society was okay with it, so they just tried it, and now they have deep, deep regret.
yeah, and this avenue, right? So just like I was explaining previously, kids that are maybe now making a choice to do something because of influences within society kind of pushing them into that direction, right? Some of those choices I think may have pretty bad impacts on their life in the future, or they could have very large psychological effects in the future. Now, if I reel it back to my example of I was kind of this whatever counterculture kid, I understand that counterculture is a culture in and of itself, right? But I grew up skateboarding, listening to punk music, all of that stuff. And for those of you that are old enough, understood that skateboarding had its ebbs and flows within popularity, right? Meaning even the popular jock kids at one point in the late 80s all suddenly thought that skateboarding was cool, and that lasted for about 3 years, and then it had a sharp decline. There's a lot of us that have
They're taking the piss right now.
there's a
Skateboarding
lot.
has always been cool, mate.
I know. So there's a lot of us who have been in that culture forever, right? We didn't leave it when it was a peak and a valley, right? We didn't jump on board because it was the popular thing, and we didn't leave that culture when it didn't become popular anymore. So what I'm saying is those kinds of things, right? You say it may be a choice for me to listen to this music or to like this activity. Sure, maybe that's a choice, or maybe it's just something that I like and that I enjoy. But somebody that jumps on board with that, let's say skate punk culture for 2 years of their life, or maybe 5 years of their life, and then decides, yeah, maybe this isn't what I really like, there's not a lot of psychological damage that can be done to that person for choosing to maybe move away from that culture. But I feel like if we're starting to get kids at a very young age to think about these things that, one, they shouldn't be thinking about, which is sexuality, and then starting to make decisions on that sexuality, there may be psychological repercussions that they may face later in life should they choose that, okay, maybe I didn't really have this feeling towards people of the same sex, but I did it just because I wanted to fit in and blah, blah, blah. There may be larger psychological effects of how they were sharing intimate moments at a young age and how they decided that that was not who they were at a later age. There may be much larger psychological effects to something that's that personal compared
if you're
to like
into it, that's about all there is to it, mate. Nothing to be afraid of.
Just condemn the freaks, protect the children. It's very simple. Don't be afraid to call them freaks, because that's what they are. They're not normal.
Oh yeah, you gotta be fucking scared. You gotta be wary of the freaks for sure, mate.
I personally think that kids these days have a tougher time with the bullying, the fitting in, and all that sort of stuff, because their safe place has been eroded and taken away from them. And I've seen this in my lifetime, and I put it down to the rise of feminism and how the role of a woman has been promoted, that their job, the most important job in the world, to be a mother, to be at home with your family, to be the nurturer, has been diluted. And they've been told that their most important place is equal with men in the workplace. Go out there, get a job, make a living, earn some money. That your job is not the most important job in the world. It has no worth because you are not getting any money, right? You are equal to a man, so get out there and be equal to men. And this has slowly eroded the family unit. and it is very, very evident. And once upon a time, when you're before school and after school, where Mum was there, Mum was the cornerstone of the home, the one person that a child could count on, is no longer there, and we now have the state looking after children before school and after school, and the parents don't have any time now to spend any quality time with their kids because they are out every day 9 to 5 or whatever hours they work, and when they get home they're exhausted. And put your kids in front of a screen, in front of a tablet, in front of whatever it can be, so we can get our little bit of peace and quiet because we've been working hard. This has slowly been eroded, and it is the breakdown of the family unit. And it is a crime that the most important job in the world has been stripped away from society, and women's worth is in the workplace. And I see that as a huge, huge problem for society myself. Huge problem.
Yeah, I
One of
agree
the
with that.
biggest, bro. Yeah, well said.
Yeah, so I don't know how many of you have children within school age. I do not, but I have a lot of friends that do. And the only instances of bullying or harassment that I've had my friends' children experience is when they don't put BLM and LGBTQ and their pronouns within their Instagram accounts, they get attacked. When they don't put the black profile picture up for George Floyd, when they don't change their Instagram thing to whatever for Pride Month, they are the ones getting attacked. They are the ones being bullied. I have at least 2 extreme instances where this has happened to my friends' children. Not saying that they are absolutely not harassing or going against those movements. They're just not supporting them, meaning they're not going out of their way to support those movements, and they're being attacked. They're not actively attacking against those movements at all whatsoever. Just their lack of support is getting them major harassment, to the point where one of my friend's children, a student created a fake Instagram account for him with his picture solely for the purpose of people to post hateful things towards this individual. And this kid is the nicest kid, will do anything for anybody. He only wants to help people. He sits on many boards within his school, and he's just now getting out of grade school. Like, that's how good of a kid that he is. He's the president of the FFA. He only wants to see others succeed, but because he doesn't actively promote these agendas, he's being attacked.
Yeah, it's become a reversal now. It's, if before it was accept and move on, now it's you must conform, you must accept, you must even participate. It's like ridiculous. That's why I say, be careful, watch your children. And I don't care if I've hurt any feelings or bruised any egos. I don't care. It's our future at stake here.
Thank goodness mine are grown. Oof, thank goodness.
Yeah, and that's the problem with some of these movements, right? Is there is no achievable end, right? Like, when I was growing up, the ultimate goal for the gay community was to get recognition of their marriages legally, right? Like, that was supposed to be the end goal within that movement. supposedly. But that wasn't good enough. There's never anything good enough within these movements. That pendulum keeps swinging so far out that eventually it swings back. When you don't have a clear set of goals for a movement and you don't have a clear endpoint on what you want to achieve, it leaves the door open for this constant more. You must get on board. You must fully support this, as opposed to, hey, we've gotten our equality. We've gotten our equal rights. Everything under the law is now equal between us. We've won, right?
You just perfectly described my issue with third wave feminism.
Yeah, there is no specific end goal. Like what else needs to be done to make people more equal? It's gotten to the point where, since people have become equal within the workplace, people have become equal within their recognition of their relationships under the law, that it's moving past that to a point of almost absurdity. Because once you move past the equality nature of something, then you start pushing for inequality after you get to the equal sign. Think of it as like zero, right? If you have plus one way and minus the other way, if you're in the minus and you want to get to the zero, you can't start moving into the plus. You have to be accepting of the zero, of the equality, because then you become the oppressor. Hopefully that analogy made sense with the plus and the minus. And I also have a lot of friends that are in kind of the mid-20s to mid-30s range, females who are extremely frustrated with kind of relationship issues, because they want to be this strong, independent woman. I have my great job and I work a lot and I make a lot of money and I own my own house and I do all of this, but they can't find a man to fit into that equation. They have a very hard time and they struggle to find a man that fits into that equation for them, because they've taken on a lot of the traditional roles that a man used to have. They've already fulfilled those roles themselves. So they're very confused on what they're looking for when it comes to a man to have a role within their life, because it's almost as if they've filled all of those roles themselves, but they want a traditional man in their life, but they don't want to allow the man to provide in a way that I guess you could say is more traditionally the way that a man would be involved in a relationship.
What are you talking about, boys?
It originally started with a Fox News piece on a child in California who was being secretly pushed into becoming, or like basically behind the parents' back, was being conditioned and groomed into being transgender or gender fluid at a very young age. Yeah, the school system was the school system was actively molding this child's mind into becoming something that they maybe didn't necessarily feel, and they were doing it behind the parents' back.
Defending that, is there? That I have to tell off?
No, it's actually been a fairly cordial conversation.
Thank God.
And I don't think anybody's necessarily staking their support behind that.
I know a few people that would defend it. Zant, Gem Server, there's a few other mad liberals that would defend that.
Mate, there's plenty of fucking liberals on Gem Server, that's for sure, mate. I've been there 4 days, maybe 5, I don't know. Fucking, it's been brutal on Gem Server. I only love it when fucking Jin's on there, and there's a few other sick Aussie fellas on there. Who else? Pete Shee.
Actually enjoyed.
Dodo, he's a fucking legend as well. There's some pretty
I
sick
enjoyed the
characters on
VC,
there.
but not the text.
Oh, definitely. The text is terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. It's a brutal place over there, mate.
Jin is entertaining for a little while for me, for 5-10 minutes. If he actually talks back to me about other subjects, I love him. He's a great man. But I can't handle much more than 10 minutes of his flat Earth stuff because it's just preaching.
Jin, I fucking love it. You know, I'm playing games at the same time while I'm listening. So
And
it's
Pete
like,
Shy is a very clever man. But he just says a lot of rubbish a lot of the time.
he's fucking awesome. I've seen, yeah, you gotta watch his YouTube vids. He's fucking hilarious. He's an absolute character, you know?
Yes.
They're good fellas. They're very entertaining. And they're just geniuses too. Like there's the fellas, you ask a question and they'd have the answer. Just about anything that you want. And they say it with such assertiveness and like they know it to be true, right? It's just the energy that us fucking flurfers need, mate.
I like to think of myself a bit like that. I have got an answer for everything, for most things, if you ask me.
But do you have the right answers? That's what
I don't know. I hope most of them are right.
I don't know. I think Jin and Pete have it spot on, in my opinion.
No, you don't.
They're the absolute champion flat earthers, for sure.
You don't think they've got it spot on.
I do actually. I haven't had one.
You don't think the sun is a reflection of the earth, like stuff like Pete thinks?
Who said that?
Pete says that.
Pete's a fucking legend.
Everything's a reflection, dude, to Pete. It's all fractal
It gets
reflections.
you thinking, doesn't it? He probably knows something that I haven't heard of. That's why I'd love to hear Pete actually
Wasn't it
talk.
the moon, not the sun, Don?
It's
You're
all
so-
of it.
you're
All of
strong
it's
in it.
reflected from all of it.
Oh, it's naturally occurring holographic projection.
Yeah, he's used the fractal reality of nature and the idea of the hologram, and he says it's all
True,
reflections.
I believe
of,
in the holographic Earth for sure.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, you can prove that holograms can naturally occur. So
Exactly, and mass.
I believe in illusion Earth and that sort of stuff. I just don't think the sun's a reflection of Earth. That's all I was saying.
I don't know. I've never heard anyone say that. The sun's a reflection of Earth, but like the center of the Earth casting a projection, holographic projection based on polarization. I mean, that's not that crazy to me. I mean, we have polarization in the atmosphere.
You think there's a type of like alien god projector in the middle that's faking stuff in the sky?
No, it's part of the design.
So you're not trying to say mirage, you're actually saying hologram.
Naturally occurring holographic projection, yeah.
So you mean there's something in the Earth that's natural, that was part of the created Earth, and it's broadcasting stuff into the sky, like projecting it up there?
It could, yeah. That's a possible explanation,
Oh,
yeah.
it could, yeah. At least you're not saying it is.
No, of course not. Jeez Louise. No one can even go to the center. not in the Earth, just like in the center area, the center of the toroid, which actually wouldn't be materially accessible. But I don't know. I mean, that's actually a pretty ancient esoteric belief as well. Like high-level Masons still believe that. So I don't know. I mean, they make all kinds of claims. They claim that the projected sun is 32 miles in diameter and 33 miles in diameter and 3,200 miles up and stuff. And I don't make claims like that.
Are you a high-level Mason?
No.
Low level,
Oh.
Chucky. Low level Mason.
You're low level, but you know what the high-level Masons think.
Well, they make videos and they have writings that you can read. So yeah, it's pretty easy to know what they think. And my great grandfather was a high-level Mason, and I've actually looked at some of the literature after he died.
Yeah, I've seen some of it. But you are right. They have some mad ideas.
Like
Did they
even,
always tell the truth?
Albert Pike writes about not necessarily the holographic projection bit, but that the Earth's a plane. You know.
I've heard you talk about this before with this toroidal field in the center that it's not physically possible for us to get there. So this magnetic toroidal field, which I find quite fascinating actually, and I think I heard you talk about it in this server maybe a couple of months ago. Is there
good?
Yeah. Is there any
I'll forget
evidence
that shit.
at all that a magnetic field can physically repel us? I'm interested if there's anything there. Have you seen anything to kind of go along with what you're thinking there?
It would have to be incredibly strong, right? So like
Yeah.
you can feel repulsion of magnetic fields if you are in between two really strong magnets. You can feel it. So it would interact with our matter, but it would have to be really strong. But to sustain the Earth's magnetic field as a dielectric plane and a permanent magnetic field, it would have to be really, really strong. So, yeah, I don't think that the center of the Earth's magnetic field would be materially accessible. Have you ever heard of Ken Willer? He actually agrees with me on the
Metaphysics, mate. It's you can pierce the inner toroid from within. You know, that's why we have the inner world.
You would have to be within it. Yeah, you'd have to already be within it. Like you can create a magnet, right? And so obviously there's matter inside the magnetic field because it's the magnet, but it has to already be there. So like say that there's like a mountain that was already there and then electrical charge was introduced to the mountain, it could then sustain a magnetic field from the mountain hypothetically, but nothing can enter once the magnetic field has been sustained. So like accessible to matter now.
This is hypothetical, not reality, right?
No, it is reality. It's called the psyche or the psych, however you want to pronounce it.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about the nature or the reality of the Earth.
Oh, you
Yeah,
mean
that's correct.
hypothetical,
The nature,
like your core model, hypothetical like that.
Well, there is a center of the Earth because it's a sphere. So.
Oh, you mean hypothetical like your core model?
Sure, like that.
Okay, cool. So looks like we're on level
Is it like
footing
that?
here. Only mine's actually possible. I'm not going to explain it, and Harvard can't even explain yours. So
why not?
Quantum mechanics is proven. Quantum physics can be proven and observed. It can be studied. You know, the whole lot. Your globe model with a inner fucking ball, fireball you got going on, gravity can't be proven, mate. Quantum mechanics can, and this all.
No, these things cannot be proven. You're correct.
And it comes from an inner world that can perceive waves and frequencies.
you can't even mathematically explain your theory, dude. Like, you guys love your math so much, and you guys equate math to reality, and you're like, look, the math works. That means it's real. You can't even mathematically explain gravity on the universal scale. You can't even explain it, and you can't explain the magnetic field mathematically. You're not even to the first step of potential viability yet. I can explain the magnetic field effortlessly on a plane Earth. It's very easy to explain. So looks like I'm ahead of you actually. Now that we think about it, this backfired.
Hey, Austin, you mentioned a naturally occurring holographic projection. I've never heard of that before, and the only one I'm able to find with a quick Google search is talking about black holes. Is that what
Oh
you're
shit!
referring to? And if
Of
not, what
course,
are you referring to?
everything is naturally occurring fucking hologram. That's the whole point. Mass is a hologram. Look it up. Look up, is mass a hologram? It's been proven. This is modern science, mate, and it proves this shit. So of course it's going to relate to a bloody black hole, because then you look into what they tell you a black hole is. It's the toroid. That's the whole point, and it's a piss take. To know what's within, mate, you just bloody meditate. Just look within yourself. You got imagination. You got so the soul is the seat of consciousness. We can go on and on. But they don't want you
Okay.
thinking about that. That's why they don't even mention it to you once in school, only in art class. Then you got the absolute piss take of an art teacher, mate. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're not getting
Okay,
taught about
okay,
these
hold on.
things.
That I appreciate that, but can somebody just point me at a study? It's something I can read. I've never heard of this theory, and I would like to look into it.
Psychoanalysis, I believe his name was Carl Jung, has written
That
many books on this.
I doubt he's written books on naturally occurring holographic projections.
Yes,
If he's a
David
psychologist.
Icke, he's a bit of,
Why can you guys
you
never
either
let me
believe
finish
him
the
or you
sentence?
don't believe him. But David Icke, I know, has written many books on the holographic theory of reality. And all you have to do, mate, is look it up, and I'm sure there'll be 100 PDFs proving it to you with modern science.
Okay,
If you want to
to
know about
clarify
naturally occurring holograms.
the position here, polarization will result in holography, and we know we have polarization in the electromagnetic field of the Earth. Therefore, you have all the components for a naturally occurring hologram.
Is there like one you could point me at and go like, oh, the Northern Lights are a hologram, or can you give me something a little more concrete I can start my research on?
Well, you can read the review of polarization sensitive materials for polarization holograms right there by the government. It's a good start.
Did you link it?
Yeah.
Cheers. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah. Cami Nodell and I actually used like a high polarization of lensing to make a hologram one time. It's really wild. Like we did it to replicate the moon. You can replicate like the shadows and the phases and the color changes of the moon with a hologram. But I mean, that's not naturally occurring, of course. You know, it's a demonstration.
What's it? I think you might have pinned the wrong one. That's using man-made materials in an attempt to increase data storage. That's not about naturally occurring holograms. Could you link me to something about naturally occurring holograms, please?
No, I'm trying to explain that. Like that's why I clarified the position. It's that polarization creates a hologram, and so to establish that point, I just showed you how we can use it for memory. Your brain uses it. In fact, to catalog the brain, we use holography via polarization. So I just gave you two different links for polarization holography. As to naturally occurring, it's going to require a begging the question fallacy, which I'm not.
Well,
I'm not
all I'm asking is a single example, a single paper that says, here's a naturally occurring hologram. Anything that even leans that direction. Not polarization can cause it, but here's something that I can look at. Do you have anything like that?
No. Everything would require you invoking something in the sky, you know, which I can't verify anything about, and no one would ever claim that because we know exactly what's in the sky. So yeah, to clarify, I'm not claiming that we have naturally occurring holograms that I can prove to you. Just proving the viability of the mechanism. So I may have misspoke. I think I actually said that you can prove naturally
I
occurring
can prove,
holograms.
mate. I
And
can
I think
prove
I should have
that
said
all of
that
mass is a hologram.
you can prove the mechanism of polarization resulting in holography. And then you can prove, of course, that we have polarization in the electromagnetic field of the Earth. So we have all the components for holographic projection in our sky. I guess, to me, I think this is purely limited to speculation because it's things which are not accessible.
I'm just joining the conversation, so forgive me if I'm saying something that's completely off what you're talking about. You know, I was talking about this stuff like they're spraying the sky and everything, and somebody gave me a comment. This is like 2 years ago. They go, you know, that's the same stuff that's in sparklers that you can now create a hologram, holographic shit in the sky. It's the same stuff that they use to spray in the sky.
Definitely, 100%. It's all hologram, mate. I've been saying this. They've been
Sprays what in the sky?
Oh, it's what you believe. It's lithium, barium, aluminum. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they're spraying.
And what does that do? Make us live longer?
Yeah,
I wish it did. Maybe there's some kind of chemical imbalance in everybody that makes us live longer, and imbalance that creates balance. I'm joking, of course, but
Yeah, so am I. So how long have they been spraying that? Since the 50s,
Mate,
60s?
they've been doing it for lots of years. I'll tell you one thing. Do you want to know what proves a hologram? It's quantum entanglement theory. They
No,
call it
that
a theory,
wouldn't prove it.
they've proven this. No, have you looked into quantum mechanics, mate? Have you looked?
No, I've looked into proof from science, and science doesn't prove things.
Do you know what quantum entanglement is? Superposition, all of these things. Have you looked into it? And can you
I
comprehend
don't know a lot
what
about it,
means? It
but it
proves the
is.
hologram. It proves binary code in the very fabric of reality. It's
We
all
don't
just
prove
a
things.
lotus flower. It comes
Do
from
we prove
within.
things in science? Jesus Christ, do you stop talking? Do we prove things in science?
I would go down this discussion, but I don't know how many times we've actually had this discussion. It's quite alarming that we're actually going to still have the same one that's been going on for probably, at least in my reality, 3 or 4 years with y'all.
Hang on, Stacey.
So
Do you believe?
he's new.
Do you
Can you
believe the
explain it to
sky
him?
and the sun is projected from a natural projector in the middle? Do you believe the sky is a hologram?
No. I don't believe any of that because I don't know that. I
Okay.
don't have any kind of thing of that. You know what I mean? But do I think that I'm seeing things that maybe I shouldn't be seeing in the sky? Yeah, maybe. It's a possibility. A lot of things are. I don't know what's up there. I don't claim to ever know what's up there. Some flat earthers do. I don't because I can't
I'm
get to it.
talking
I
about
don't know it.
fifth-dimensional holograms. I'm talking about a hologram in the sky, bro. We're talking about
So
what I am. I don't know how many people can
That's what
understand.
Whitsitt said.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Just wanted to
Five-dimensional
make sure Stacey
holograms,
wasn't agreeing to a
toroidal
hologram
fields.
sun.
No, she thinks misunderstood about putting a hologram in the sky
Yes.
or like holograms that we can see. But we're talking about five-dimensional quantum entanglement, quantum mechanic based holograms that makes the fabric of our reality. They call it the you can see it in maths, right? You name them.
Don's also
Golden
selectively
ratio.
omitting. He's selectively omitting what I was actually saying, which was just that it's possible and that it's intrinsically speculative, but we have all the components for that, and it's actually an ancient esoteric belief that still extends to high-level masonry today. I am not claiming to know it. I am simply claiming that it is certainly viable with the polarization.
Stacey said this is something we're always talking about. She couldn't believe it, so I just wanted to make
No.
sure she
And so
knew.
what we're talking about is proving, like, this science proof things. But what I'm glad that Whitsitt clarified what he said. 'Cause I was already, Whitsitt, you didn't have to clarify it for me, but at least for the chat, that are hearing. Because I already knew Whitsitt. There's no way he's claiming that the sun or any of that stuff in the sky is a hologram. He wouldn't do that.
He's suggesting it might be Stacey, which is quite weird.
But that's a possibility. That's it.
Is it?
Can you've been hearing this for years, so can you explain it to Vanu that we don't prove things with science, we show evidence for things?
All right, mate, but when you firsthand have faith in something or know something to be true, I'm not even regarding science as my grounding here, mate. I'm just pointing it for you. You can look at the quantum mechanics if you want a modern scientific answer to if the reality is a hologram, because we have plenty of other ways of proving it, man.
It's a theory so far, Van, in quantum mechanics.
No, it is not a theory. We've known this
No science.
for so long.
You have no scientific way to prove things.
We've
Okay,
done it
Chucky,
with our
does-
own minds.
I'm
It's
gonna ask
called
you a question to Chucky. Does heat make after over
alchemy.
time make water boil? Can it make it boil? Heat.
Does heat? Yes. Yes.
Okay,
It's
then you
one of the
disproved
factors,
something in science by doing that.
No,
How?
we didn't. We provided evidence for it, but it also has to do with the pressure.
Evidence for it happens. It's not evidence when you see it happening right in front of your face. Oh, look what happens. Heat
That's
makes
what
water
evidence
boil.
is. That's what evidence is. Seeing something and believing it.
We
what
never say it's
temperature?
proof because there's always a chance there's something else present.
No, but it doesn't say that there isn't something else. It's just proving that heat makes water boil. It doesn't say that something else can't make it happen. But you proved, right, in that moment that heat makes water boil.
Gene, welcome, you fucking legend. Welcome, mate.
Because
we
How you doing, Gerald? You're in another hot
Gerald,
one, I
mate.
see. Hello, Stacey.
Hey, sweetheart. Good to hear from you.
Stacey's
You're
all right, but your mom's
on
better.
as usual. Yeah,
Stacey,
the
can I ask
Joanne of
you
Arc. No, she's giving it to him.
At what temperature does water boil?
Well, normally water is 100
Jackie.
degrees Celsius, I thought.
Well, thank you, I wasn't gonna go down. He's gonna go down this path, and he's done it on fucking.
Now you're completely off topic. You're onto there.
Yep.
Science doesn't prove anything.
Exactly,
That's
Makia.
what it is, yeah.
First of all, that was Kool-Aid, not me.
212 degrees Fahrenheit at sea level. And we're going to move back on to
Yes, so
something more
pressure
productive.
has something to do with it, which is why
Of
we don't
course.
say it's proof. We leave the door open for other things. So science
Well,
doesn't
there-
prove things; it provides
No,
evidence.
pressure and temperature. The pressure and temperature relationship result in water boiling. You can prove it. You can take water to
That's
different
proof.
pressures and boil it. Yeah.
No, we have
that's
evidence
proof.
for
You're
it. We
only a
won't say it's
coward.
proof.
Only a coward. No.
What does water do in a
It's
vacuum?
proof. Let me just ask this question. What's wrong with saying you see it boiling, you now know it's boiling, and if someone says, "Can you prove it?" Here it is. You're proving it. It's proof. Don't change the English
that's
language.
evidence.
If you're too coward to commit to the truth, then you sit back. The door can still be open for more things to come along. You've proven something at this point. Now, if something else comes along, then disproves this proof, which is going to be very rare. Do you know what I mean? How can you disprove a proof? Carry on, please.
Exactly.
Carry on.
Which is why
Please
we
carry
don't
on.
call it proof, because you cannot disprove a proof.
Well, we're going down
That's
a
why
path
we
of
call it
that
proof.
conversation we shouldn't even go down because we're talking about something totally different.
Yeah, sorry.
You know.
anyway.
Oh no, you're fine,
I'm just
Jim,
kidding.
because it's what they want from us, and this is what happens every time. I've done this too many times in gyms with Chucky and other people.
That's the problem.
We
though,
have
Stacey, is
standards.
that we do.
We have standards. Standards
on
are
this?
set so we can have.
We
a
tried to
direction.
explain to
Hang
Jin.
on. We have
Go
a
on, sorry.
standard, so we have a direction, and we can have some conclusions. Then, if you bring something else, okay. But this was. It's still proof, isn't it? Boiling water is proof that it's boiling. Bloody hell! What's going on? 100
We've
degrees
tried
C.
to explain to Jin this morning that weight and mass were two different things, and he doesn't get it.
Okay.
It's been years.
Now we're
Not
on
to me,
weight
you
and
didn't.
mass.
Not to me, you didn't. Not to me,
How
you
did we
did
do
not.
that?
Can I say something, Jen and Stacey? If science proves things, Earth's definitely a globe already proven. So
Not
I'm not
proven.
Sure how far
Not
you want to
proven
go
at
with
all.
that logic?
How's that proven?
Which science proves
Because we did
Zero
science on it and people agree.
Name a specific thing of science that proves Zero.
Yeah.
Surveying.
Yeah.
Pictures
Surveying.
from
science and surveying.
From words.
Measurement's
Pictures
not
from
a science
space,
question,
nighttime.
dude. Jeez Louise.
Surveying is an applied science.
First of all, measurement isn't science. Secondly, there is no physical measurement of Earth curvature. So,
Okay.
I'll just at least I
Listen
said
to
my
the
point.
words I'm saying. Surveying is an applied science.
is measurement
Got
science?
it? Measurement is part of science.
Okay, that's all that surveying is measurement. So,
It's an applied science.
Is car-
Now,
is-
if I'm
you just contradicted yourself.
Is carpentry
Right.
an applied
What?
science?
Sorry?
Is carpentry an applied science?
I don't think it would count, no.
No, it's carpentry. Thank you.
But engineering is.
So surveying is engineering.
Nope.
Okay. So.
But they're both applied sciences. You know what a subset is, right, Austin?
No.
I would like for you to stop butchering and raping the word science. That's what I'd like for you to do. We're talking about natural science because claiming the Earth's a globe is making a claim about the natural world. That's natural science. So in order to substantiate natural world claims, you have to adhere to the branch of natural science.
No.
Why can't we appeal to the branch of applied sciences?
Because you're making
such as engineering and surveying.
World. You're making a claim about the natural world.
You apply sciences in reality.
How does engineering prove the Earth's a globe?
I didn't say it did.
Okay, well, then why would you
survey
to prove the Earth's a globe? Okay, what survey proves the Earth's a globe?
Geodetic surveying of the land masses that fit on a globe.
Does geodetic surveying have to compile smaller increments of measurements before it begins?
Yes.
How did you get those measurements? Was that plane survey?
I didn't. I'm not a surveyor.
Well, it's called plane survey. So does plane survey prove the Earth's a plane?
Incorrect.
Geodetic
surveyors.
Certainly does.
And geodetic surveyors do geodetic surveys, not plane surveys.
Try and listen.
Can I just say something quickly? I'll only need 10 seconds. 10 seconds. What's the documentary called? Convex Earth, the full documentary. In there, they use theodolites, geodetic surveying, a laser beam test, 2 laser beam tests, radio signal test, telescopes and binocular tests, and these are the latest technology, cutting edge. The laser beam was specially fabricated so that the laser beam wouldn't spread out or cone out or diverge straight. And the target they're going to hit is very small.
Target, mate. Don't lie about that again. Fuck me.
Over 21 miles. 21. There was a target. There's 21 miles.
Target. We went over it.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
Okay, wait.
You know that.
Wait up.
Sorry. Anyway, that's it.
We're talking about surveying, though.
That's
So
all I gotta say.
he said, "I'm not an expert. I'm not a surveyor." Well, I debated a geodetic surveyor live on YouTube. Okay, Maine surveyor.
It was brilliant.
He said himself that they use plane surveying data before they begin. They have to compile plane surveying data, and then they compile that over the more vast distances that they're going to attempt to measure. So the first step of geodetic surveying, according to geodetic surveyors, is to compile plane survey data. You just said that geodetic surveying proves the Earth's a globe. So does that mean that plane survey data proves the Earth's a plane?
No.
Well, same logic. It seems like you got a problem here.
No, it isn't.
Why not?
Because one of them is proving it's a globe by measuring, and one of them is finding planar bits on a globe by measuring.
None of them's proving.
So the
none
globe
of the things are proving globe.
The globe has planar bits all over it.
Yes.
Wow. So the globe is full of planes everywhere.
Welcome to Earth.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So just so you know, you have to get plane survey data. That's the only way that we can get any maps. If we tried to measure the Earth, assuming it's a globe, we wouldn't be able to even have maps.
And we found out it was.
No, we did.
Over and over again for 500 years.
You don't even know how geodetic surveying works.
Over and over again for 500 years.
How does it work? How does it prove it?
Right, Don, please explain. Because listen, Don, I'm not putting you on the spot. Don, I'm not calling you out. Don, I actually think you're a good person. Right? You're a good friend of mine, so I'm not mad. But when somebody just said, I don't know who it was, that literally you're going down a conversation with Witsit, and then you go, oh, I don't know. Well, then why are we having a conversation with somebody who's defending information that they don't know about because some authority told you? That's the only reason that you believe that that globe is real. It's because somebody told you.
That's not fair, Stacey. How dare you gaslight me like that?
I'm not trying to gaslight you, hon. I really am not.
Yes, you are. You just said the only reason I believe what I believe is because people have told me.
That was Chucky.
What the hell is that about?
That was Chucky, to be fair.
It may have been Chucky too, right? Exactly. But Don, do you know about it at all? Do you know?
I know enough about surveying that Earth's a globe, and they prove Earth's a globe, just like Chucky said.
How do they prove it's a globe? Explain it.
Would you be willing to explain? Yeah.
Drop from horizontal.
How do they do that?
By making a horizontal and seeing deviation.
How do they establish horizontal?
Same way you would.
The same way I would? Can you tell me how that is?
Using an auto level or a theodolite?
Using a level or a theodolite as if those are interchangeable. So you
Yeah.
agree you start, they're not though. So you start with a plumb bob.
If you want, yeah.
Well, what other way is there?
Without a plumb bob.
Oh,
There is
come
no other way.
on, Don.
Stupid, isn't it?
You don't use a plumb bob for every bit of surveying, do you?
Yes.
Well, then
Well, if
what
you're going
do
to do
you
it properly,
use?
yeah.
You use a theodolite and an auto
hell.
level, like I just said.
How do you
Stacey.
set up your theodolite?
You download the default preset that knows it's a globe, and then you work from there.
No,
Yeah, there you go.
have to
There you
establish
go. There you
local
go.
level, dude. You
That's
don't even know
literally
where
how
you
they
Thank you for
do it,
your
bro.
honesty.
Literally how
You
they
have
do
to
it.
establish
No
local
actual
Thank you
plumb
for
bob.
your
It's inside the device
honesty,
now.
Dol.
2022.
Okay, so you have to use a plumb bob.
No,
Hey,
that was my point. You don't have to use a plumb bob. It's inside the device now.
The plumb bob is always going to establish local level relative to your
You
location.
can do it like that if you want, but you don't have to.
No, it's the only way.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. So
No.
what? Let me teach you. Okay, so how the geodetic surveying supposedly works is it establishes local
Supposedly.
level. It establishes local level with the plumb bob. Yeah, some are built into
Can't
the
learn from you if
machine.
it's all supposedly.
Some are built into the machine. That's a non sequitur. It's still a plumb bob. Plumb bob establishes vertical, perpendicular
No,
to
not
a
plumb bob.
plane.
That's not correct.
Yes, it is.
Sorry, no.
If we look at ancient castles, and you actually you look at the walls of ancient castles, you can see the mason's trench is what it's called, where they actually have to move the plumb bob away from the wall, because if it's close, it will deviate towards the wall. It will no longer hang straight down.
Non
Almost like
sequitur.
mass attracts mass.
Non sequitur.
No, it's literally disproving what you said, that plumb bobs always point straight down. They
I didn't
don't.
say that.
They point towards the largest mass, which is
I didn't
why
say that.
castles have the Masonic trench around them.
Okay, so you're now saying that stone walls attract plumb bobs for mass attracting mass. What a joke.
Yeah.
Secondly, I didn't say that plumb bobs always point down. I said that the way that you establish local level using a plumb bob is by getting a local vertical. And the way that you have a vertical is it's perpendicular to the ground.
Hold on. Can you back up? Can you try to debunk the Mason trench around every medieval castle with something better than that's ridiculous? Because they exist.
So can I back up to your diversion? Is that what you're asking?
Literally my point. My point is plumb bobs don't point down. They point towards the largest mass. If they're next to a wall, they will point towards the wall. If they're on a ship, they will point towards an underground mountain.
You're straw manning me because
clarity. I'm going to give you the clarity.
You're straw manning me though because I never said plumb bobs always are vertical. What I said was that when you use a plumb bob to establish local level, you have to get the plumb bob vertical, and that means it is perpendicular to the earth.
So in order to do that, you have to move it away from the large mass of the stone wall you're creating.
Non sequitur.
No, is that correct or not?
I don't believe your stories about mass attracting mass. It's insane.
So why do plumb bobs not work when next to a large stone wall?
Surface electrostatic charge if there is any type of attraction. So try again. Let's go back to the actual point. That was really difficult.
Wow, that fucking hurt.
Why are you
So you're
bringing
saying-
a stone wall into the question of geodetic surveying to begin with? All you're trying to do
you.
is derail the
There you
conversation.
Exactly. That's why it's a non sequitur.
No, I was trying to bring up the point about plumb bobs not being the only way because they can be affected by outside influences. If you
So
don't
what's
want to
the
look
other
at
way?
stone walls, that's fine. Look at the Schehalian experiment.
Wait, what's the other way? If plumb bobs aren't the only way, what's the other way to establish local level?
You can use it by finding the geographic position and using an astronomical horizon.
Oh, so you can look at the horizon to establish local level?
No, that's not what I said. You can use an astronomical horizon, not a physical, not a visual, the astronomical horizon.
To establish local level.
Correct.
Does the astronomical horizon ever move?
No.
It never moves.
Nope. It's a mathematical horizon and it cannot
So
be
it's not.
perceived.
So it's
It
not
cannot be.
real.
Oh my God. Why can I not get a single sentence out without being fucking overtalked in this room?
Okay, so you went on mute because you're being exposed. So what I said was that plumb bobs establish local level by establishing vertical. The way that you get something vertical is it's perpendicular to the earth. Now, what the geodetic, I debated a geodetic surveyor, so I'm going to throw you guys a bone and teach you what you think you're teaching us. Okay, what he says is you establish local level with the plumb bob that is assumed perpendicular to a plane earth, but it's good enough because it's such a small amount of convexity locally. But actually, it's vertical only relative to the center of mass. And you wouldn't be able to tell this until you increase vast distances. Okay, so your own side surveyors say they establish local level with the plumb bob perpendicular to an assumed plane, just that it's negligible. Okay, so I'm glad we got that covered. Then they use planar surveying data so they know how far away the other plumb bob is. Then they establish local level with the plumb bob the same way there. Then they try to see a differentiation between the plumb bobs. There's a couple different things that they do. That's the primary one invoked by Globers. So this is all objective. And the main surveyor that I debated would tell you the same thing. He also tells you that oftentimes you get readings that are drastically off, and it would make the radius way too big. And when you get those readings, you just throw them out. Then you take a weighted mean, and then you calculate, assuming the globe. Then you come over to the NDSA model, and you compare it to the radius value, and you see how close you can get to the assumed R value. And he said a successful compilation is typically around 90%, which is the closest he's ever gotten. That's throwing out all the measurements that are way off. This is what the guy who does it for a living said. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Do you want to hear a completely different proof for the globe Earth?
Yeah, now that we destroyed that one, sure.
All right, my one is you track the sun in an arc, and then you carry that on as a circle and find out that it goes below Earth. Then you think about all the different models of Earth and the sun. And you be honest with yourself, and you end up with globe Earth heliocentricity.
You track the apparent arc that a sun makes due to perspective, then continue it underneath your feet and go voila.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it, mate. That's
So-
exactly it.
So Don,
Congratulations.
can I look at the street lights that are going down and then continue the street lights around the Earth to prove that the street lights are actually a ball?
I didn't listen to that probably, but I think
In
my
his
answer is
theory,
no.
you could.
My answer is no.
Well, no, same thing
According
as the
to your
sun.
logic, I can look at street lights, and as they optically
Nope.
decrease in my field of view, I can just continue declination hypothetically all the way around a ball.
No, my proof did not involve lights at all, or street lamps.
Yeah,
at
it's
all.
the sun is a light, buddy.
Yeah. Lights
It's the
above
same
you.
thing.
They're just
Completely different.
several suns in a row, equal elevation above a surface, but appear to go down due to perspective. Dawn. Of course, you got to know that,
Perspective is
right?
just a drawing technique, Rakia.
Yes, it's exactly what you're seeing when you see the sun go across your sky above you.
No, the 3D of perspective shows true, like distance and depth of 3D, and that fits my experience of a globe and a sunset perfectly.
So you're not seeing sun in a perspective view?
That doesn't mean anything. It's still a globe.
I asked you, if you see the sun going away from you, is it going to appear to go down?
I don't know what it would look like.
Yeah, nice talking to you.
Away from me. I don't know what it would look like.
If you can't answer that, then nice talking to you. See you later.
Well, if you can't give me flat Earth evidence that
Which part of see you later?
I'm
don't you
convinced
get?
by. Nice talking to you. See you later.
Hey Don, can I say something? When you're giving, I'm not saying anything bad, but like literally, when you say it, like we're basing our information of proof that you believe it's a freaking spinning ball based on perspective.
No, perspective to me, Stacey, is a drawing technique. Perspective to me isn't. Sorry, my mic's fucking up. Perspective to me isn't perspective to me isn't how humans see or how a surface behaves when humans look at it. Perspective to me is a drawing technique that people use to represent depth.
It represents reality. Are you
They
out of
use
your
it to
mind?
represent reality because
Yeah.
that's the way humans see is in perspective. And you can refer to the live stream voice text for some further explanations about sunsets.
This is
I
a
know what you're
troll.
trying to say
He's been
about
here
that,
for
but I
6
don't
years
think
and he
that
doesn't know
word
what
means that. It doesn't mean anything for me. So Stacey maybe has to reword what she was asking.
maybe you're just wasting our time because obviously you've been here long enough
that's
to
not
know what
fair.
perspective does.
Yeah, that's an argument from incredulity.
If the sun went away from us and it was above a flat Earth, I think it would look different. I'll give you that.
You think it would look different, but you don't know how perspective works, and you take zero time to understand it. All you do is just hand wave dismiss it and say it's just
explain my
a
position.
drawing.
And then talk right through him. Yeah, twice.
He's misrepresenting me straight after I talk.
Yeah, well, he was almost done, and then you could say that. Instead, you chose to talk through him twice. And then in your view of reality, you didn't use perspective at all.
Yes, I don't use perspective. Perspective is a drawing technique. When I observe things and think about them, I just use my eyes and my brain.
If you don't use perspective in how we see things in reality, then why are you here, dude? You shouldn't, I mean, you should be on mute learning.
Can I just explain to you? For me, perspective
Yeah, got
is
you. That's why we're not going to talk to you about this anymore.
Hang on, dude. For me, perspective is the term that Flat Earth made up, and I don't think it means what they think it means.
That's fucking retarded,
Sorry,
bro.
Bansal, go on.
Yeah, but Dawn, you don't
Hold
offer
on,
any
Gin.
evidence,
Gin.
any proof.
Hold on, Gin.
Sorry.
Hello,
Yeah.
hello.
Okay.
Napalm, can you please just repeat what you said, because you did get over talked a bit, and the last bit just got clipped. So can you just repeat what you said, and if Dawn has a objection to that, he can then have his say. But can you just repeat what you said, buddy, please?
Yeah, I was just pointing out the fact that we've talked about perspective a lot recently on this channel, and Don makes no effort to actually understand how perspective works. He just hand wave dismisses it as a drawing technique, even though the reason that perspective was such a revolutionary drawing technique is because it more accurately depicts how humans view the world through their eyes.
Exactly.
Meaning it is a better representation visually on a 2D surface as to how we interpret the 3D world within our visual acuity.
You can go look at it right now. You
understand
can
that.
step
How
outside and
dimensions
see
work.
perspective right now. How can you
Like
deny it?
denying fucking dimensions. That's what he's
Yeah.
doing.
Okay, when you guys say perspective, do you mean the same way that 3D drawings are represented, like our reality, like things having depth? Is that all you mean?
And things that are higher than you in the distance getting lower in your view.
Of course, I
your
accept
perception.
that. Of course, I accept that. But I don't
Okay,
call
now
that
you
perspective.
accept it.
I
So
don't
if
really
something
call it
higher than
perspective.
you, okay, so you accept it. So something higher than you, let's say the sun, as it goes away from you, would appear to get lower, right? You denied it earlier.
I said I think it would look different to how I see the sun.
Would it appear to get lower?
Yes.
So in your sky, as the sun moves above you and is at your zenith, as it goes away from you from every point from that zenith, it would appear to get lower in your view?
I think it would a bit, but I don't know fully how it would look. But I have thought about it. I have done thought experiments.
Well, you haven't thought
I've
about
watched Flat Earth videos. I've thought about it, and I think it would look different to how I see it in reality.
Yeah, you still think perspective is made up by flat earthers? That was another ridiculous statement that I'd like to just destroy you on.
To be used as an argument, yes.
That's ridiculous.
But you just admitted that it would happen, but you think, and I'm not trying to be mean, but you think that, and you believe that it would look different, but you're basing that only on your own assumptions, not any science.
He's
nothing.
assuming.
As well.
He's assuming he's not on a flat earth in the first place. Then he's assuming it would look different if he was on a flat earth. That is ridiculous.
So when you sorry,
Hey Don, can you just take the time? I posted 3 slides within the voice text. Can you just take the time to maybe read those over, especially the first one where it talks about the the size of an object, right? So if you have something above you, you know, when you see in perspective and you see that the ceiling appears to meet the ground, right? So visually within your eye, your vision makes the ground appear to ramp up and the ceiling to appear to ramp down, even though we know in reality those two things are actually staying parallel to one another. And if you look at the first slide and you can take that as a visual representation of a sunset, right? If this large object was on the ground directly below our feet, it would appear to be very large. And as it moved away, it would appear to get smaller. Now, if that very large object is already far away from us, meaning it's very high above us, it's already decreased in size because of the distance that it is above us. And as it appears to move further away from us, there's very little size decrease, right? Because it's already decreased based on its distance above us. And it appears to move downward, right? And the information that you have from your eye level to your feet, right? So if you say we're looking, let's say 100 miles is all that we can see. The information between our feet and our 6-foot eye level at 100 miles, there's a whole bunch of information that has to get squeezed into a very small window or corridor. Now, if the ceiling above us, if the ceiling above us is 4,000, let's say 4,000 feet high, as it goes further in the distance, there's not a lot of information that gets crammed until you get right down to the very bottom. Because there's nothing.
I'm ready to respond to some of your earlier points.
Go ahead.
On the globe that I believe in, the thing that you guys call perspective, I believe in. It happens with how I see things, yeah? I just don't call it perspective, but you guys do, and I understand what you mean, and it happens on a globe too. For me, it's not flat earth evidence. Knowing about perspective, knowing about depth, how things go down and up in your vision. I don't agree with you that it appears to ramp up or appears to ramp down. I don't agree with that. I don't agree there's a ceiling. And I do agree that what you were saying about the sun is it doesn't get smaller. And that's extra evidence for me that it must be far away and not just moving around above Earth.
You're taking the piss. You haven't looked at the images. And it shows
Yeah, and the
how
other
things
thing is
get
I'm not
smaller
reading
on
that
the
because I
horizon.
already understand what you mean.
Hey, what's it? Are you around?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I'm not gonna put or talk about it, names or anything on Livestream, but what you put in the chat for the YouTube for this stream right now, is that real? About prayers?
It's someone using my name trolling on you said
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my heart about sunk and I was about to call somebody. Like literally I was about to call him. I'm like, what? Like, okay, thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that.
That should be a ban that people should get banned for doing that. I think, you know, because
What happened?
that's like privacy raping, and that's as good as raping, really. At the end of the day, you know.
Well,
If
to
it
be
was my
honest, this is
server,
what
that guy,
happens
whoever
to
it
us,
would be
Jen.
gone. It'd be gone. Yeah.
It's
yeah.
awful.
If it was my server, that guy
Nothing's
would be gone. He'd be gone into the abyss of his cesspit. That's where that person would be. So that's got to stop.
But listen,
Jen, what
there's a
happened?
lot of things going on in
Jen, what happened?
That to your face.
Sorry.
Yeah, Jen, what happened, man? What happened?
Yeah, that's the
No,
second day.
everything's fine.
Just thanks for bringing that up, Stacey. That's the second day in a row with it, and I was worried about that yesterday. So that's
Wow.
he's constantly doing that. That's 2 days in a row, and the message is staying up for
Yeah.
several hours. So somebody needs to get
That
a wrench.
needs to go.
Yeah.
And someone needs
That
ask
guy
Julie for a
needs
wrench
to
to
go.
get
He
in
needs to
there.
be banned. Yeah.
Yeah, I literally almost
Nate.
picked up the phone and tried to call him. You know what I mean?
Nate,
It's just
you should
ridiculous.
take that down, man. Nate, you should erase that.
Erase
This is
Yeah.
the second
You
day
wanna
in a
be
row.
doing that
What are you
pretty
guys
quick,
talking
mate.
about?
Definitely.
Yeah,
Well,
What should I erase?
Don, you're oblivious to
character.
everything. You're never
There's
gonna
not
figure
what
it
we're
out. Don't
about
worry
on
about
this
it.
server.
Nate used someone else's
Fuck
name
off.
under Witsit to post something 2 days in a row. He should take it down and never do it again.
Yeah. Right.
Nate
I
did.
did
He
what?
should be banned.
Yeah,
Nate,
we can turn him into fish food.
what
Jen,
Me?
Jen, you got any
Well,
fishes to feed? We can turn
hold
him
on,
into fish
hold
food.
on, hold on, Exo. Hold on.
yeah.
What did
Yeah.
what did
What
Nate
did I
do?
do?
Rakia?
Nate used Witsit name and post something in the chat 2 days in a row. He should take it down. I don't necessarily think he should be banned, but if we find out that
What
he
did I
did
post?
Those remarks will get a server taken down. If you say that and you get caught by Discord or YouTube, you get banned permanently.
XO, seriously, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Have you got what was posted?
You're not very good at it. You're not very good at it, mate. I'll tell you that now. But carry on.
What
Get
happened,
on with
guys?
it.
What happened?
He keeps on making a
Hold
story
on,
up.
so get
Okay,
on with
everybody breathe.
He keeps making up a
What
story.
happened?
He keeps making up a story about.
Go with that teeth, this thing.
Okay.
Yo,
Go on.
yo, Jim, can you let Witsit talk?
Yeah,
A claim has
somebody.
been made. A claim has been made about Nate, and I just.
I think Rakia is joking, but I do want to know what happened. I haven't done anything, but what happened with it?
Okay, so there's this guy that's been going around YouTube. I'm not gonna keep doing it, dude. Okay, there's a guy that's been going around YouTube for like 4 months now, and he keeps on making fake accounts of Witsit Gets It with my logo, and he just trolls all over the place saying the craziest stuff, saying that me and Nathan together, and he just goes to modern day debate and all this stuff. He's in the chat right now. He's been doing it for the last couple of days, talking about Bob from Glowbuster supposedly trying to commit suicide and all this crazy stuff. He just keeps
in the universe, the biggest black hole ever. They found it yesterday, I think. That's the latest news.
I'm sure they freaking did.
Yeah. Describing it. Black holes
Yeah,
are
I would
matters
say
that collapse.
the abuse that comes back
Collapse into themselves.
from your
Black holes are matters that collapse
interrogation of the model
into themselves.
proves it's a religion.
Yeah. Well, just in case anyone's listening to this episode, black holes are matter that collapse to within itself. Then you get this black hole thing.
This whole religion talk is ridiculous. How we can bring it back to flat Earth, because for us, I believe, especially most flat earthers, want to validate things in the reality as much as possible. It ain't about no religion. It ain't about a belief. It's about the knowing. And that is what science is supposed to be about too, or to lay in pseudoscience. What are we doing here?
Yeah. Well, we had, what's his name? Anthony Riley in at the Gem Panda server yesterday. And I was the one that brought up the fact that Gem Panda is the man. Here is a man that tells us that the 24/7 has a too high a standard, and we should do away with the scientific method because it's too high a standard. It's impossible. And then we all fell about laughing. So I said that yesterday, and it went on for hours. Debating with Anthony Riley. Because they wanted to say that you can't prove anything with science. And you don't need this scientific method to prove things. And that went on for about 4 hours or more.
And that's why I didn't want to have the conversation. I think it was with Chucky when he wanted to go down the path of, what is science proof shit. I'm like, how many times have we had this discussion on gyms and everything else? We've gone on for years, and I already know the debate.
I wanted to talk on that. It does prove things. It's not scientific, definitely certain, never to be debunked. But it means I'm satisfied now it's true because I've done the science. That's proof. It's a colloquial use of the word proof.
That's right. You're trying to establish.
You don't even need science to prove things. You just need to do a thought experiment sometimes.
No, you got to have a standard. Standard. It's all about having standards. It eliminates any kind of speculation and things. And if it's going to end up as speculation, then that's what it is. It's a standard we need. Otherwise, things get out of control. That's what it was like years ago, before the standard was established.
Yeah, because what's the falsifiability or the ability to replicate a thought experiment? If it's only in your head, how can you falsify something that's in somebody's head or replicate it?
No standard.
Some of my things that I consider proof, I don't care if they're falsified by anyone else or not. I've just decided it's true, and that's proof. It's a way that I prove something.
Yeah, the Earth is not a globe that exists in the reality that we can touch it, measure it, experience it. It's not there. So you're believing in a fantasy, sir.
Don, a thought experiment gives you a belief. It does not give you any proof. A thought experiment, just like someone did one day about sirens and dogs and all this stuff, and you weren't there. You think it was from the dogs barking, from this other thing happening. You're thinking, though. You're assuming the whole way, when in reality it could be something else. A thought experiment proves nothing but a belief system within yourself.
Stacey, for me, after doing the thought experiment, the reasoning is my proof for now believing it. Do you get that?
Could it be wrong? Yes.
Of course, yeah.
That's insanity.
My point is, proof doesn't mean always right forever. It just means you found a reason to believe or know the thing.
Well, no. It never didn't prove anything. It was a reasoning that you put in your head, and you came up with a conclusion, but it proved nothing because you didn't find and validate anything.
I'm helping you here. I'm giving you the full colloquial proof that you get to decide yourself.
You're insane. That's what you're giving.
It's your individual freedom to go and prove stuff without having to follow the Jesuit method.
Okay.
I'm giving you a gift.
Well, you're giving me that you're lunatic. That's what you're giving me. You're insane because you believe what you want to believe.
Forget the Jesuit method. Understand what proving something to yourself means, and go live your life.
The truth. Okay, but you definitely willfully disregard the truth that's given to you for your fantasy. That's what you want to believe. Well done, because you're sticking to your guns that you want to believe in your fantasy. Well done. Good luck. Enjoy. But please don't tell us that the Earth is not a flat, level plane. Don't tell us the Earth is a spinning ball.
I will
never
do
that.
Jen, listen quickly. I will never tell you that Earth's a globe and it's not flat if you didn't bring it up. I would never ever speak to you about it. But you brought it up every day that I've known you.
It's your fault, Jen. He comes to a flat Earth server basically, or place where he knows people that believe this hang out, and blames it on you if you bring it up.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Whose fault is
crazy.
it if someone brings something up?
Well, now I understand why you can't comprehend perspective, because you just do a thought experiment on it, and you don't actually look into the work that's been done by people to really understand the phenomena. So yeah, that makes perfect sense to me, that you can just do your thought experiment, and within your thought experiment you've somehow proved to yourself that perspective is just a drawing technique. And
You already said all this.
Yeah.
This is the padded
now
room
I
stuff. You've
now
got to
I
be in a
understand.
padded room. Sorry.
But see, now, Don, after your last statement, now I understand why you believe these things, because you don't think that it's something that can be tested and verified. You just think it needs to be a thought experiment. So within your thought experiment,
that's not what I said.
you don't
Misrepresentation.
test and verify any of the claims of how we see in perspective. You just go through
Why
a
do you
thought
need to
experiment.
misrepresent me?
Dismiss it.
It's just 1 hour of Don trolling and saying you don't understand what I said after he clearly said it. You repeat it, and then you can talk about
you're
him
ready
more.
to lie about what I said.
And now we can talk about Don some more, and he can troll some more, and he gets his jollies off of it.
That's
It's
right.
weird.
That's right.
So Dawn,
Yeah.
you made the statement. You made the very clear statement. I would never bring it up if it was never mentioned. I would never bring it up whatsoever. So you coming into this server, you know it's going to be brought up. So you want to bring it up. You want to be able to go globe this, globe that, globe the other thing. Yes, because you come into a server, Dawn, where you know it is going to be brought up. So
Yeah, I
don't
do
sit
that.
there all
I admit to
innocent
that.
like. Don't sit there all innocent like going, I wouldn't do it. I'm just a poor little victim because it's
didn't
been
say that.
thrown in my face. That's the way it's coming across, Dawn.
No, I didn't
You
mean that.
come,
I didn't mean.
you come into a server where you know it is going to be spoken about. So you know now that you are going to bring it up and throw it in people's faces. No, it's not flat. It's a globe. Because
You
this
want
is
me
where
to
you are.
reword my
This is the
statement?
world.
I'm
This
ready
is
to
the
reword
world.
it.
Well, that's
Oh,
how
now
you
you're
word
going to
it.
reword it. No, don't give. Mute the man.
What?
I'm just
joking.
pointing out your hypocrisy of your statement that you just made.
And so I was being a bit joking and a bit
Yeah,
harsh.
here it
but
is. He's gonna.
I'm going to explain my point again. That isn't
Troll.
so. Me
Oh,
being
here we go.
innocent.
Go
Me
on
being
then.
innocent. What I mean is
Go
to
on then.
Jin. I wouldn't need to defend the globe if he wasn't slagging it off. It's we
Well, I've got
both
to
happen
slag
to
it off.
find. Hang on, dude. We both happen to find ourselves here. Maybe I
That's a
came here
lie.
for friendship and talk about other things, just in case you were going to talk about other things.
Or maybe you came here
Maybe
just for the reason you
I
told
know
us
you talk
previously,
about
is
flat
just to
Earth, but
joke
I'd rather
and
talk
slag
about
us
other
off.
things, and I'm waiting to talk about other things. And
Yeah, and we do.
I wouldn't preach to Jin that Earth is a globe if he hadn't just said that Earth wasn't a globe. Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah,
Guys, can I say one thing really quickly?
That's
You know
a
what
lie.
this does right here? This right here, we had 15 people in the room when this happened. And now because we're trolling and going over and over and going in circles, people were telling you we have 6. This is why they do what they do. I'm sorry.
Dawn's tactic. Yeah, it worked perfectly. Wasted an hour of our time. We didn't get to talk about any other subject, which he says he wants to, but he continues bringing up and talking about this and saying we don't understand and going around in circles. Yeah,
You got
Dawn's
stuck.
tactic.
You got stuck on being
18,
bullied by one
Stacey.
YouTube account.
Stacey,
Dawn's
we've got
tactic.
18 here. 18, sweetheart. Yeah.
Stacey, no one's left. I haven't made people leave. People like a bit of debate and banter.
Oh yeah, they like you trolling. They love you coming here and trolling and saying
We're
you're
all
joking.
trolling. If I'm trolling, you're trolling.
Yeah,
She's
whatever.
talking about the YouTube.
Yeah, what
She's talking
happened
about
to you
YouTube.
too?
Well, just chill out, man. Don, you sometimes you do kind of get off on getting a rise out of people. I think you've admitted that to me.
We all do that.
He's a minute
We all do
troll.
that.
What's going on?
I don't do that.
You did
No,
that
I'm
at
not
the
here
park,
to troll.
Richard. You did that
No,
at the park.
I'm not talking to the OG Don. I'm talking to the one with the W.
Oh.
Richard, you went in a park and got a rise out of people, remember?
Amazing.
That's funny.
Even when asked to
You went on a bloody
disengage, he
tour
doesn't
just to
because
get a
he
rise
has
out of
to
people.
troll. Yeah.
I think there's a problem between the scientific discipline of optics and the colloquial way you guys want to employ perspective. I still think that's a problem. I think that's a category error to me.
Maybe
If
so.
you want to get it back on a serious topic.
Do you think atmosphere can act like a lens also?
Heck, sure.
While, while perspective is happening?
Of course.
Did,
That's
did
how.
you actually hear my point, Rakio? Because that had
Yes, and
nothing to do with it.
and I went on to your subject. We're talking about how the atmosphere and perspective works, how we view through the atmosphere. And I asked you a question about, do you think the atmosphere, while perspective is happening, while, how we view things in a perspective way, do you think the atmosphere can act like a lens and do other things?
Not specifically like a lens, no, because the lens has a focal point, and that's a bit of a problem. But the point I'm making is the fact that the reason that I said you weren't addressing my point is because I'm saying it's a category error to use perspective when we're talking about optics. They're two different things.
Well, some people I think optics has different meanings. The way we see, or what, and you can use optics as other things. But
Well,
how we
Doofus,
see line of sight, or how we see through the atmosphere is what I'm saying.
can you remove perspective from optics?
Yeah.
How so?
Show me in angular resolution where perspective is mentioned. Show me in focal length where perspective is mentioned. But show me in any science where they invoke laws of perspective, and I'll happily back down.
Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah.
Doesn't have perspective.
What do you mean? Two lights 5 feet apart? If you walk a football field away, they're going to appear as one. It's not just doing with the eyes and the blurry vision and distortion of letters. It's also with two lights.
Perspective cannot be removed from optics at all whatsoever.
So show me where John William Strutt talks about perspective in the Rayleigh criteria.
I'll show. Hang on, give me a second.
Now you're bringing up one person. Like,
yeah, he's invoked the Rayleigh criteria. Look, John William Strutt is the third Baron of Rayleigh, which names the Rayleigh criteria. He's the guy that fucking wrote the rules.
Do two lights that are apart appear to merge together in the distance?
Yeah, that's called angular resolution, not perspective.
But that is
due to perspective, due to the way that we visually see them, right? Because in reality, they're not getting closer together. The only thing that makes them appear to merge into one would be perspective.
No, it's angular resolution. It's due to the size of the object and the distance.
Do you understand that you can't remove perspective from angular resolution, and you can't remove angular resolution from perspective?
Yeah, sure can.
Oh boy. How can you do that?
Well, this is where the debate has been for years, and I think this is the point of like contention.
Again, sorry, Raki, I thought you finished. Again,
Yeah,
I've asked for you to provide where they talk about laws of perspective in science as opposed to optics and angular resolution. Now, you're just saying it has to be. I'm asking for you to show me something. And I can bring up John William Strutt and I can, look at what he said and how he's written his rules, and we can see if it's got perspective in it. Do you think it has?
Why do you have to have, in a way,
because perspective is what makes things appear closer together at a distance, right? That is a function of perspective. You can't remove the function of. So in your reality, when you move further away and the Rayleigh criterion comes into play, meaning that two things appear to be one, that movement backwards and the appearance of things coming together can be removed altogether from perspective. Because if you didn't see in perspective, those things would never appear to merge as one. They only appear to merge together as one because it's an appearance, right? They don't physically do it. It's an appearance, and they appear that way because that's how we visually perceive them.
So show me science that discusses the laws of perspective then. It should be easy.
Show you science that discusses the laws of perspective? What would you consider science? I can drop you a 6-part series that if you were actually interested and watched the whole entire thing, you might have a better idea.
We're doing
I'm talking about classical, we're invoking the Rayleigh criteria. We invoke optics, we invoke, the classical science that has gone on from Newton onwards in this particular topic. You can go back to Don's favorite Diocles. And and look at the work that he did, which is more about reflection than optics, but similar shit. So what I'm saying is, show me scientific definition for the laws of perspective. Should be easy.
I can tell. Why do you have to have a written paper? I'm looking at perspective and angular resolution right now as I'm driving down the highway with streetlights up. I don't understand what you're trying to say or disprove. Are you saying perspective doesn't exist when we're viewing something and angular resolution is part of it also? Like perspective and angular resolution are kind of like brother and sister when you're viewing something in the distance, right?
What I'm saying is that perspective is something that's used in drawing and art, technical drawing and art, to convey something that gives the appearance or illusion of how we see things in reality. And colloquially we can talk about perspective, but perspective is not a scientific term. There's no scientific definition. There's no scientific law that sort of says, hey, this is the rules of perspective, and this is exactly what we see.
Yeah,
we can go to the Rayleigh criteria, and we have rules about how it works, and we can test it. So how do I test the laws of perspective?
So you're saying what I see right now is angular resolution, not perspective. If I saw it in a drawing drawn this way, as the streetlights appear to get lower, in a drawing that would be perspective. But as I'm viewing it right now in reality, that's angular resolution. Hello?
Optics and lenses is a science, by the way.
Can he answer
lenses,
that?
Science.
Can he answer that? Because that's kind of the crux of the whole argument. I'm viewing streetlights right now in reality appear to get lower in the distance. Is that angular resolution or perspective?
That's technically that's kind of like your distance from the object, which comes under angular resolution. Yeah.
Okay, but
colloquially we might say, perspective, but what I've got a problem with is when we're talking about the science, that's not a scientific term, it's just a colloquial term.
God. So it can be
So what I'm asking you is, what are the laws of perspective?
So it's angular resolution, but we kind of talk about it as perspective in reality, but it's mainly just in drawing. But you have to argue the point that it's not perspective because you're just so scientific. That's ridiculous, man.
No, because perspective is something that's really used in art and technical drawing and some architects use it. It's something that's put onto paper. It's not something that we kind of view from the point of view of how we scientifically describe the world around us. That's what I've got a problem with.
Or it's used in real life by common people like you and I to describe why train tracks converge or light posts get lower in the distance. We say it's perspective, not angular resolution, right?
Yeah, that's because we use language sloppily.
Good. I thought I was crazy.
Oh, I see. So you got a crown call that a victory because we use sloppy language.
When you say yes and agree with me on my point, that's you agreeing with me.
Yeah, but the thing is, we talk about a lot of things colloquially to each other that are not science, Rakia. That's the problem.
This particular thing, you and I are not scientists per se. We're not paid to be scientists. We're just talking about reality, what I see, how I see the lamppost. I describe that as perspective, and you're agreeing with me, right?
No, I was talking about train tracks merging. You can, use that as perspective, or I think the accurate term for it is angular resolution. We're no longer able to separate those two objects at that point in the distance. They appear to merge.
Yeah,
so that is the Rayleigh criteria, is it not?
Yeah,
criterion,
of course, I'm not denying
that. And what does the Rayleigh criterion apply to? It applies to optics. It does not apply to perspective.
Okay, fair enough.
So science, isn't it? It's a science. Jesus Christ!
Hold on. This is how much they have to argue now. This is the point that it's come to, where we're wrong because we call it perspective and not angular resolution. It's
ridiculous. Can you look at that I just posted?
Angular resolution from your perspective. That's what
Bullish, can you look at my image that I just posted?
Yep,
I'm
familiar with the works of Bruno Shelley.
Okay.
So that's fine, and he and that was a principle for art and for technical drawing, and utilizing that from the point of view of doing 2D representations of a 3D world.
Yeah. But you also stated there was no laws for perspective.
Yeah, but not when we come to physics. That's maths. So what we're looking there is how it works on paper, not how it works in 3 dimensions. That's why I'm rejecting it.
Surely you're smart enough to know when I mention perspective with train tracks or lampposts appearing to get lower in the distance. Surely you're smart enough to know to decipher what I'm talking about, right? Surely you wouldn't take the time out of your busy day to argue the point against me when you're smart enough to know that's what I'm talking about. Surely you wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't try to understand the workings of your mind or infer your intent, and I've said that many times about people.
You know what perspective? You know what people mean when they say perspective. You're too smart for that, right? You're trying to outsmart.
Can't comprehend it.
Yeah, maybe he's just not smart enough. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit.
Not everyone can. Clearly, they can't.
Don't
common sense.
Why don't the attack the man and not the argument?
Everyone else in the room, who didn't understand when I said the lamp posts are getting shorter in the distance?
I will now drop to your invective and say you're obviously too much of a fucking idiot to use the right language. How's that? Does that help the conversation and moving forward? No, it doesn't. It just creates conflict.
Why are we fighting?
We can't hear anything. Let's go. We can't hear anything, guys. Relax.
Yeah, I was talking when he cut in. No problem. If he's done cutting in and insulting me, I'll continue with
you insulted me, Rakia, and I responded.
I didn't insult you. I said maybe you're not smart enough. No, I didn't. I didn't call you dumb.
And then someone said, obviously he's not smart enough, and it became invective, so I responded.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I said maybe I gave you too much credit. Maybe you're not smart enough to understand what I was saying then either.
Maybe you should concentrate on driving.
Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe you should worry about yourself. Because I have hands-free and a CDL. Maybe you and George should get together and call the CDL office and tell them I'm talking while I'm driving, which is totally legal with earphones and a microphone.
Why would I do something as silly as that?
Well, then why would you
the fact that I show concern for your safety is nothing to do with the fact that I'm going to...
You're so full of shit. You're so full of shit, man. Don't worry about my safety. What about yourself? And let me get back to my point where you interrupted. Does anybody else here, when I said that the lamp posts are getting shorter in the distance, and I said that was perspective to me, does anybody else here not know what I'm talking about?
We knew what you were talking about.
Of
your
course you
angular
did.
resolution from your perspective.
Yep.
Logical fallacy argument ad populum.
Yeah. You're just being a jerk. You just want to argue.
That's what's called an appeal to popularity, Rakia.
It's weird what you're doing, man.
Oh, come on.
No, it's not. I mean, all I'm going to do is make a point that...
Dawn has done it. Now he's doing it. Everyone's done it all day on the global side.
Let me know when you fucking finish, Rakia, because no one else can get a word in edgeways at the moment, so you guys have...
Yeah, you're not smart enough to figure that out either. I go on mute when I'm finished. Watch.
So you're claiming, Foolish, that science doesn't talk about perspective at all, and how we see
it does
in perspective. Is that your claim, Foolish?
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, he said it's only an art. It's only an art.
It's only an art, but it's not in science. Well, I don't know. Do we call computer programmers scientists? These people that deal with computers and stuff like that. These people that make computer games and all these type of bits and pieces, where they're trying to represent very accurately. And the better their technology gets, the more realistic these scenes appear on a 2D screen, because they're using the laws of perspective in a scientific way, one would think.
Yeah, he's got a way around that too. Pretty sure he's going to drop out now.
This is what they use. My kids have just got themselves these U-Butte, whatever you call them. I can't remember what they call them off the top of my head now, but they've got this card, that a graphics card, and it enables the computer games that they play now that have introduced something that they call ray tracing to make these these computer games so realistic, it's not even funny. So they are using the science of perspective and how we see things in a very practical way. So to say that science doesn't use perspective is just wrong.
Science.
No, it's mathematics.
There's a study on it.
The problem though is ray tracing.
Is a science.
Ray tracing is the study of how light moves, and that is science. That's not perspective. It's the way light moves.
Well, you're ignoring
Perspective is part of it. No. Perspective is part of it.
They are trying to represent what we see, right? And everything comes into account there. Perspective, how light behaves, whatever. Every aspect. It's not just one aspect.
Optics.
Exactly.
I agree.
It's
It
like
is
cherry pick. You cherry pick, and to say that perspective isn't used is just wrong.
Perspective isn't used; it's a result.
So again, Stacey actually made a really good point with Bruno Shelley. That's a really good point. He created good maths around how you can do technical drawing or how you can do sort of a representation of the real world, and in art that's called perspective. And which is why I said, in physics, you show me in physics where we have laws of perspective, and we don't, and that is a problem, and it's a base issue with kind of how we deal with the argument. That's what I was trying to get at.
Wasn't talking about physics. I was talking about optics, how we see things. I was talking about light posts while I was going down the highway appearing lower, and that was perspective. Yeah. And you argued that point.
Yeah, you twisted it, Dawn. You twisted it, Foolish Decisions. You twisted it, and optics is a science. You know that. Right.
Optics is a science, and it deals with.
So my question then to you is, my question then to you is, as intelligent as you are, why would you go down that road and then start being silly? Because again, you make foolish decisions. I understand.
Oh, fuck's sake! You're going to ask me a question. Let me answer, Jim. So again, cool. I agree. Optics is a science. Definitely, 100%. Just show me under the science of optics where it discusses the laws of perspective. I've asked that multiple times, and everybody. And I just want to finish my point, Jim. I've asked many times for someone to, produce for me or show me in physics where we discuss, the laws of perspective. And everybody has gone to anecdotal stories of driving down the road and looking at lampposts.
No, how we see, science, which was the original argument. Yeah, which is what we were talking about, which was the point, which was the topic, how we see, not how we use it in physics. You twisted it, not us. Nice try. Still doing it.
Cool. Then we all agree that perspective isn't a science. That's fine. I'm happy with that.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
You take that as
I'm in bizarro world.
No, we just agree that it's not part of physics, Bandy.
No, we just agreed that you twisted it to get some type of win.
I'm not looking for a win. I'm making.
Well, then why don't you stick to the topic about how we see in perspective, and not twist it to some scientific physics definition that you can't get, that you demand. On what we never even stated that we would offer.
How we see, and we can agree that this isn't about the physics of optics.
Awesome, because no one here, including me, ever said it was, except for you. Why don't you go out? You're debunking yourself.
You're the one that introduced the word physics, Druss. You were.
Yeah, it's a bizarro world, man. Y'all gotta get off whatever you're on. If you're drinking too much tap water or whatever, something is wrong. Like either something's wrong with me or you or both of us, because it's bizarro world how this is happening. Almost every, I don't want to say glober, but person that's, anti-flat earth or whatever you want to call it, has done the same thing all day. Like
I don't know. I think maybe it was a bit contentious with Dawn, because he does have that whiny voice, which is annoying. Sorry, Dawn, it's true. And maybe it was a little hot when I came in here, and you take it. I'm not meaning this in any sort of confrontational way. I'm not trying to be, you're all fucking stupid. I'm just saying, if we're talking about science, which was what I thought we were talking about, and I came into the conversation halfway, so that could be my fault. I thought we were talking about the science of optics and angular resolution, and the Riley criteria was brought up, and I thought, cool. Well, the Riley criteria doesn't really have to do with perspective. People tried to argue the point it was, and then I said, cool, if that's the case, can you show me in physics under optics where it discusses the laws of perspective? Stacey actually was the only person who responded, and she put a really good point up, which is there are laws of perspective, but it's a mathematical law when it comes to drawing, and I agree with that. That's definitely there.
If I could speak on that, and the only reason I posted that is because, it was a statement that was made that there were no laws for perspective. Lord, I can't talk right now, and because of that is why I posted it. But when you're sitting there talking about optics, right, the science of optics, and we're not using perspective in that, is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, it's not something that comes into the way we describe how we see things in optics.
Yeah, there is no law of optics because law of perspective, because perspective is a result of optics. So there is no law of perspective in science.
Maybe take it down a different road that we never brought up. Maybe do that. No one ever mentioned the law of perspective.
Right.
Well, Rakia, will you concede that there is no such thing as a law of perspective within science, and then we can move
I
on?
will concede I never said there was. I will concede that. I will concede that you brought it up, not me, and now we're trying to turn around on me and need me to concede something that I never said. Yeah, I'll concede that.
I'll actually, Rakia, I'll take the hit on that and say that I went down a rabbit hole that wasn't intended in the conversation.
No problem. Can I ask my question again to you directly? When I view telephone poles getting lower in the distance, in reality, is that perspective?
That's a colloquial word that we use to describe it, yeah, but it doesn't have any meaning about how those things shrink into the distance.
Yeah, I got it. Is that closer to yes or no when I say it's perspective? Your answer.
Yes, colloquially.
Thank you.
It's the same way as if, we were talking about goats, and we could say how nice and fluffy they are, and, young baby kids, they like to jump around, and goats are much easier to milk than cows.
Or light poles as they get lower in the distance. Or we could talk, or that, right? It would be perspective.
Well, the question would be, are you talking about the whole thing shrinking as a whole, or that part of it is appearing obstructed? Because those would be two different things. One is perspective.
I'm not sure. Well, I didn't say anything about shrinking. I didn't say anything about shrinking or obstruction. I said, as things above me appear to get lower in the distance, is that perspective? If you want to talk about your topics, we can. And that was kind of what the whole topic that
I clearly made a clarifying question. I didn't imply you saying anything. It was a clarifying question.
It wasn't clarifying at all to me, but go ahead.
Yeah, I don't even get your question, but can we agree that that's perspective to you also?
The way you stated it now, yes.
Thank you.
I've actually found an article here where it mentions the perspective and seeing reality in perspective, the art of optics and the science of painting.
Yes.
So
I agree.
Oh wait.
So the whole perspective and optics definitely seems to be in a category classed as science.
Applied in science.
Yes, most definitely.
Oh yeah.
Can we agree to that?
No one should disagree that optics is not science.
Well, we already.
I learned that at secondary school.
Okay then.
So, yeah.
So seeing things in perspective, then, dummy, right, is a part of that science. You would agree?
Well, it would be a result of that science. So yeah, essentially, yeah.
Yeah. How we see things in perspective would be a part of that science. So then, perspective is a part of science by default.
No.
In a sense, you can what's the word? You can approach.
Argue. I know you're trying to
No,
argue.
I'm about to tell you. I'm about to explain it to you before you interrupt me. You'll know exactly what I'm saying. Is you can approach it scientifically, like with many things. You can approach it scientifically, but just saying perspective, or the same way that I can dissect a car into how it works, that would be science. But if all I do is sit down in a car and use it, if I sit down in a car and use it, that's not science. So that same way, I can just claim perspective. That would not be science, but I could use perspective in a scientific manner, and that would be science.
So seeing things the way you see them isn't science.
No, only if you approach it scientifically.
So how would you approach a perspective scientifically then?
By testing things using independent and dependent variables, for example, where the dependent variable would be the angular size and the independent variable would be the distance to that object. That would be a study you could make to figure out the relationship between angular size and distance to the object. And that would be a scientific inquiry within optics and perspective.
Okay, do you think this has been done?
I believe so, yes.
Okay then. So then perspective now is scientific.
It's like I said, it's the say you can't really say perspective is scientific as if it's it's always scientific. You can approach it scientifically the same way that you can approach
the study of optics.
same way
The study of optics.
the same way that you can approach a car scientifically or not scientifically.
Look, perspective is part of the study of optics, which is a science. Yeah, it's all inclusive, all incumbents in there. Yes, it is.
Oh, then show me. Then show me where it discusses things like linear perspective without invoking art and mathematics, and it's actually invoking optics and physics. Challenge is still on the table. Anyone's welcome to try.
I'm sure it's there somewhere. I'm not going to look for that. I don't have to, because I know it's a science. I don't have to do that.
Well, yeah, you don't have to, but if you're going to be claiming it, it would be interesting if you did.
I'm well and truly satisfied, gummy bear.
Foolish. What was your question again defined, babe? Can I hear that again? Sorry.
Show me where in physics and optics it discusses the laws of perspective. Linear perspective, which is what you brought up, which is a mathematical sort of formula of how to draw stuff on paper and make it look, three-dimensional or give the perception of depth, the illusion of depth, even. So generally, when we're talking about perspective, it's giving the illusion of depth on a two-dimensional piece of paper.
And if I could say one more thing, and I know you already verified that when you said I came into a conversation you didn't know. Nobody said that there was laws to perspective. Now I came up with it with something different, right? When it comes to that, because they're saying no laws, but in general, you guys are admitting that perspective is used in science. That was the main question that got circle jerked around right now for the past like half an hour or 20 minutes. Was someone said, who's gone now, or two people, who was claiming that they don't use perspective at all in science. It's not science. They don't use it.
No, they don't. Not in physics. And that was where I gave a malformed answer, because I said, there's no laws of perspective. And what I should have said is there's no laws of perspective in physics. Physics is what deals with our physical world. Optics is part of that, how we, how lenses work, how we see, these kind of things.
That's correct. That's right. That's a biological science as well.
Yeah, and that's all fine.
You're talking about making a pair of glasses, camera lenses. Hold on, Jim.
I want to hear what Dress has to say.
Yeah, so the end point on that is that's why when I put up the challenge, show me the rules for perspective in physics and optics, nobody can actually fulfill that requirement because it doesn't exist.
I learned about the pinhole camera in physics.
Yeah,
physics that we were doing at school.
Yeah, And that's nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Talking about then?
That's encompassed in
if I'm at school,
optics.
we're learning physics, and we're learning about the pinhole camera, and it's in physics. That's physics.
Jin, that's optics, not perspective. That's optics, not perspective.
Right, but perspective is part of optics. You people are stupid, man.
No, perspective is a result of optics. It's no need to devolve into insults.
It is part of it. You can't have it without optics. It's all part of it, all inclusive. You can't separate it. Okay?
You can make the claim, Jin, but the challenge is still on the table for anyone to take up the battle.
Fuck it. This city here.
That's kind of like saying if a bear shits in the woods and there's no one around to smell it, did it actually shit at all? Like saying that, like saying that it is a result of optics. Really, why are we playing these silly games? Right? We see in perspective. That's how we see. All right. Period. End of story.
No.
Because
we represent a 3D world on a 2D piece of paper using perspective. We colloquially use the word perspective when we're talking about stuff we see, but it is not part of the physical science of things like optics. That's my point.
We see in 3D. We don't see in 2D.
I was just gonna ask Dross if we see in 2D or 3D.
We see in 3D. We don't see in 2D.
Do we?
Well,
that's right.
I'll give you 2.5.
Do we?
2.5. 2.75. I'll give you 2.75, Jeremy.
I think we can see through a 3D world, but not because we can see in 3D.
We see in a 3D world.
Well, we don't have LiDAR eyes.
Yeah.
So let me give you an example of why I disagree with that point. So one of the reasons that we get to see depth is because we have two eyes. There's distance between it, and we're taking two images and kind of overlaying them, and that's what gives us our view of depth. People who only have one eye, sorry, Jeremy, have greater difficulty working in 3 dimensions, especially when it comes to hitting things at distance.
Depth perception becomes difficult.
Yeah.
So that says you need 2 eyes to see in 3 dimensions. So if you've only got 1 eye, how many dimensions do you see about?
Well, so the way I would state it as you have a 2D projection of 3D reality.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Each eye has a 2D projection of 3D reality.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no.
The world is 3D, but you don't see it in 3D.
No, because if I close one eye and I only look through one eye, it doesn't look 2D to me. I still have
see 3D. Exactly.
I still have depth perception.
Yeah,
now,
because it's a 3D.
It might not be quite as accurate, right? Might not be quite as accurate with my 2 eyes, but I'm still seeing with that depth. I'm still seeing in 3D.
Yeah, but that's because your brain is clever. It's not because you can see in 3D. It's because your brain is clever and it's able to make sense of the world. But if seeing in 3D would be like if you had LiDAR eyes. If you have LiDAR eyes, then maybe I'd say that you're kind of seeing in 3D a little bit, but not really.
100%.
Whenever you see something, you can go left, right, and up and down. Like you can't go backward with your sight. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, to be frank, the 2D plane in the back of your eye, where your rods and cones are, the light comes in and it's like that's a surface basically. It's not a 3-dimensional grid. It's a surface, and it's making 2D images. But like I said, your brain is clever and it's able to make sense of the world. Even if you were blind, you'd be able to make sense of the world as 3D. Just by clues and stuff.
No, we definitely see in 3D. Now, because we can relate the scientific laws of perspective, right, and draw a picture or a painting or make an architectural structure that can fool our eyes into thinking that something is 3D, right, when it's only 2D. That's only using the science that we know of how we see in perspective to be able to fool us.
Cool. So my challenge is still there in physics and to do with optics. So how we see how light works, that kind of shit. Show me where the laws of perspective are.
The natural science of art.
Natural science of art. That's what I majored in college.
So would you say that art is a representation of reality, but not reality itself?
What was that, Dross?
Would you say that if I'm trying to do an accurate drawing like an architect, is that, and I'm drawing a physical building that exists in concrete reality, is that the building or a 2D representation of that building?
Well,
that's what they say in Christie's and Sotheby's. It's a representation, a good likeness, etc.
The drawing could be.
That's the language they use, do they not? When they're talking about art.
Yeah, the drawing could be a very accurate representation, just as good as a picture. Sometimes you can't even tell the difference.
Yeah, photorealistic drawing,
and that's because
freaks the shit out of me.
Hang on, if I may, because they've used an instrument. They've used an instrument known as two instruments. One's known as the camera obscura, lucinda. Okay, those two instruments give you a very good. It's like a camera that took the shot. That's what they look like. That's what the masters were doing back in the day. I posted the documentary right there so you could learn.
Yeah,
it's called The Secret Knowledge. I've posted 2 excerpts. Let me finish. I've posted 2 excerpts of an 8-part, and they're only 9 minutes long each one. And you will learn how back in the Renaissance period, how they cheated the pictures. So they look like, but they used a tool back then.
Yeah, and Jen, and there are people that can do photorealistic art without needing that. The whole point of using basically a projection and drawing over the projection was to help with sort of getting it reasonably accurate, getting that perspective right.
Getting it photographic. Getting it photographic.
Not really. I mean, Renaissance weren't really
good
at
It was
art.
because if you listen to Hockney, who is Britain's famous
I know how
artist
Hockney
who lives in he lives in California.
Notting Hill Gate.
He says to you that when you look at the pictures from the masters, they look correct.
And they were doing Photoshop.
Correct. That means that is picture lifelike.
They was actually discussing the Dutch masters in that particular, because I've actually watched that documentary fully.
Yeah. He was talking about the Dutch masters, correct.
They were doing Photoshop in their head back then. They take a little blemish out or something,
It's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm saying when the paintings and shit or the whatever, they would, make the person look a little better.
And they kept that knowledge secret.
And I think everybody would agree that that's an amazing painting, but it's not a photograph.
Yeah, no, that's not even his hat.
But I mean, Jin, when you watch these documentaries, right? Do you just believe what they say, or do you do something to verify the content they have? Do you scrutinize them as much as you scrutinize NASA?
I've actually gone to them. You see, let me tell you something. You see, I went to the museum with my teachers. My teachers took me at elementary school. Okay, so at elementary school now, looking at the pictures, and I thought. Brilliant, because in the 70s you've got the 70s artists and there was a distinct difference. And you know what, remember, I'm only a child. I don't realize the implication of what I'm saying. So I'm saying to the teacher, I said, wow, so those pictures look like they were taken by cameras. That's what I
regret
said
asking.
as a kid.
I regret asking.
As a kid, right. And then you know what, the teacher said no. I said, did they have cameras? No, they didn't have cameras. Man, they had good eyesight is what I said. They had good eyesight. That's what I said as a child. Okay.
This was last week.
Fast forward to 2000 and whatever. I'm watching this documentary now after going to several museums in that time. Yeah, I believe what they tell me there is accurate. It makes sense. I understand optics.
You believe it, so you do have beliefs.
I know that.
You do believe things.
I know that.
But you said you believe. You said believe.
Yeah, I believe what they say, but I know it's true what they say. Okay?
Right.
Thank you.
So how did you verify it? After watching the documentary, what did you do to verify it?
Life experience. My life experience is more than good enough for me. Okay? That's going to Sotheby's, Christie's. Yeah, that's, they sell art. I'm interested in art myself. Okay, and I used to go there on delivering. So that's my interest. That's my experience. That's good enough for me. Okay? And going to the arts museums. It's more than enough. More than enough.
I love at the National Portrait Gallery. Really good tip for anyone in London. Go to the top floor of the National Portrait Gallery. There's an amazing little restaurant with a great view over the top of the sort of buildings of London. I used to spend a lot of time in the National Portrait Gallery, and maybe the British Museum was my favourite place. That was kind of most Sunday.
My brother was responsible for keeping that arts museum at the correct temperature so that the paintings wouldn't fuck up. That was my brother's job.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like I said, June's been I've done many, many things. I'm not just here talking, 60 years of age, born in the 60s. So I was very lucky. Lots of things were happening then. And the fact that I was in London was very fortunate for me. Now I'm in Japan. And
yeah, Jen, you and I were both born in the 60s. It's all good, bro.
Yeah, I became a flat earther in Japan. That says it all, doesn't it? Aye.
Jin, I watched a documentary where flat earthers said that Earth is on the moon. Like, what do I do with that?
Throw it in the bin.
No, I think they're saying the reverse image is on the moon. The reflection is on the moon. Like, I think that's what they're saying, not the Earth is on the moon. Is that what you're talking about?
I'll find the. I'll find the video.
I don't even know why you're going into it. I don't even know why you see me. I don't even go into that. In the bin.
Well, I don't want him to he's definitely misrepresenting what I've heard, but he might be true. And Nate,
I don't even want to hear it.
Nate, you gave me the impression that you were new to this subject. You just came in lately to hear the conversation and stuff. Is that true? Or you've been here for a while?
You don't remember him from Gems? He used to be able to pronounce ours.
No, I don't remember Nate from Gems. I thought here he said he had just come into this conversation and he was here just to hear how people thought. Like, psychological.
Nate's been around a long time. He's been around
so Nate's an old schooler, huh? How many years have you been in it, Nate? Yeah.
He's been gathering intel in the 24/7, he's been around, he's done it all. He's done the circuits.
I don't know how long he's been in it.
Did he leave?
I don't remember him all the time from Gems. He came in late to Gems from what I remember.
Well, he's definitely been in 4, 5, 6 years then, right? Not just lately.
No, I don't. Probably maybe one or two that I know of. Not.
Maybe he could clear that up.
Maybe 1 year.
Say 2 years at least.
Maybe we could let him clear it up. I was confused. I thought he had just came in. He gave me that impression, but maybe I just heard it wrong. So how long have you been in this conversation, Nate? Yeah, he might have had to take a phone call or something.
No, I'm busy looking for the video. I'm so sorry, man.
You ran away.
Yeah, you ran away. Yeah, we know you ran away. How long have you been in this topic? How long have you been looking up videos for people in this topic? 3 years?
No, someone showed. A flat earther showed it to me,
Right. How long have you been? 24/7 Gems? How long ago did you come in?
2018.
There you go. I was going to say 4 years. I was going to say 4 years. Yeah.
That's the same as me. Yeah. I don't really keep up. I don't remember the names and voices like some people do.
I remember the voice very well. Yeah, you had a hard time at 24/7. Man, they nearly ripped him to shreds.
I was just going by what he told me here. I thought he had kind of.
I had a hard time 24/7.
Now, what I mean is that, when you went in there to discuss flat earth and things and you asked your questions, I think they became impatient with you. I recall
Not
that.
even. Not even they remember me. They like me. I have a lot of friends in 24/7. You know, the only person that ever banned me 24/7. Yeah, hang on, Jin. Hang on. No, from the time I joined, I was in the old 24/7 before there was that whole mutiny with human sheeple and whatnot. Everyone liked me, and I never got banned in the old one. Then when they moved to the new one, it was a bit weird because they had new mods, you know. And then the only person that ever banned me in the new 24/7 was Becky. But Becky and I are like friends now, you know, like.
Yeah. I remember there's some uppity-tupties anyway. I do recall.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't aware that you were in the original 24/7 because I wasn't around then. But I'm talking about from when I was around. Yeah.
So
I was trying to get in though. Do you know what? I was trying to get in when you were there, but obviously I wouldn't have known you were there then. But at the era you were in, that first one, people were asking me to get in there, Merlin, everyone, right? It took me 2 years to get in. Can you believe that?
Awesome. So Nate,
Bloody years to get into this.
Because I got the perception that, from what you said, I perceived that you were new to this, like coming in here and listening to people. Because you basically told us you just come in here to conversate, like interesting conversation, how people think and what they believe and things like that. But you have been kind of giving me the.
I've been what? Did he cut out?
Whacking off on
In
my
the evil eye.
Did Rakia cut out? But anyway,
he ran away.
Yeah, he ran away.
You've been busy writing that book on psychology of the flat earthers.
Yeah, but
psychology of the flat earthers.
He's in the call now.
I'm out here. Number one, I'm out here to do like a psychological assessment on anybody. Number two, I posted the video that I'm talking about. It's that Australian guy.
Nemo, what up?
You guys know Lindsay Harris, that Australian dude that's always in front of his whiteboard?
I used to date her.
What?
Lindsay Harris, yeah.
You used to date him? Did you say that, Kosho?
Her.
What? You used to date Lindsay Harris?
Oh. That's not a dude.
It's a dude. I just posted his video where he's talking about how the moon, the Earth might be on the moon or something. Maybe I misquoted him because listening to what he's saying now, maybe I did misquote him. I think he's talking about how, like, the Earth's image gets reflected on.
Exactly. Like Peach shit, yeah.
Peach shit, yeah.
Hey, you think the originally what you said, like, do you think the Earth could actually be on the moon? Really? That'd be kind of crazy.
Yeah, I guess I just didn't listen properly the first time when I was watching the video, you know, because I was a bit distracted. But it sounded like he was saying the Earth was on the moon. So I do apologize. Maybe I misquoted him.
I hope you didn't.
That's why I said throw it in the bin.
Esoteric thought. It's an extremely esoteric take. You can't take it for face value, mate. I posted a video here about Pete Sheets and Edit, but it's talking about the same thing. It's even in the name, reflected artifactuality. You know, the moon is artificial, but also factual, right? That's what we're seeing here.
Thank you very much, Gerald. You know, can you listen to them? You know, they're acting like you can't know anything and you can't trust anyone. You know, we are unable to discern what honesty is. You have to
what?
Some trust. Fucking hell.
Did you just say that we act like you're not allowed to trust people? What the hell, Jin? What?
That's the way it's been for the past
No, I'm saying if
couple
you
of days.
can't handle being
I'll
outside.
tell you that now.
Yo, Jeremy Hoffman.
Apology I'm getting. You're not allowed to discern. You're not allowed to trust. You've got to trust
Jeremy
your
Hotwire.
standards. You know, by making sure.
Jin, you guys accuse us every day of trusting people. We get accused every day because we trust people that make observations. No.
We say appeal to authority is what we say. That's fine. Trusting is a different thing. When you trust the knowledge that's being presented to you. Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, we trust the knowledge being presented to us. We do it the same way you do.
Yeah. What
do we do that you don't?
It's a deception.
Well, Jin, if you sit down and watch a YouTube video and you
answer that. I'll answer your question if you want to. You asked it. What do y'all do that we don't or that I don't? You say you got it all figured out, and you don't want to see how other people have maybe found something that is against your worldview. Like when we offered you to take a camera and go do long distance observations and learn how the atmosphere can make things appear and disappear and, you know, be obstructed bottom up. You don't want to see that. You just want to say, I've already figured it out. It's obstructed because of the earth getting in the way. The earth is a globe. That's how we're different. On the other hand, if someone tells me that they figured out a way to show how water is curving, I'm going to be the first one to ask, what tools and methods did you use so I can go out and do it myself?
And it is true, because if Rakia, one day you guys woke up and Rakia literally was something in science now, and they just took his word and they counted him as authority, right? And now we're all talking about flat Earth and actual in the world and books and everything. You guys would go, okay, it's flat, just based on that, and not actually going out there, seeing for yourself, having the speculation a little bit that what you're being told is not correct, and going to verify what they're saying, son.
Stacey, why are you saying that?
Yeah. So
Because
if I could defend myself, if I could defend myself, because I was talking and I got cut off, but you know I let you guys go on. So just
you asked the question.
Just to defend, it was a rhetorical question, you know. But you answered it, and I appreciate.
Yeah.
And you did, and I appreciated Rakia. But if you could just let me, you know, respond. Right.
So you didn't get cut off then. You just fabricated
I
that.
did get cut off. It was a rhetorical question, and I actually carried on, and then you came in out of nowhere. But
yeah,
I don't mind. I don't mind. Yeah.
If you want me to. Yeah. So don't say I cut you off.
And I let you answer. I did let you answer. So it's not that big a deal. All right. So I just want to say number one.
You got cut off then. Yeah, I got it.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. There was no reason for you to actually say that. So I do take that back. So anywho, number one, like I said, I take it back. There was no reason for me to actually say that, you know. So anywho, number one, what I said was I don't feel me doing a long distance observation with a normal camera would be conclusive. I don't feel it would tell me the Earth is a sphere or it's flat. But during that conversation, Whitsit said, what if I use an infrared camera? And I thought that was interesting, and that would be something I would be willing to do. You know, because that might give me something conclusive. But I also let you guys know that I've already done things that satisfy, you know, the stuff for me. You know, it's not that I just sat down and was told this, that, and the third. I've done things to verify these things for myself, you know, and I don't see what the issue is with that.
You're doing
there's no issue with what you've already done. There's only issues if you say you don't need to do anything else. Like you told us that you're good. I'm done. But when he brought up the infrared, okay, I'm glad you're interested in that. Well, take the authority's word for it. Like a guy that's an expert on infrared who's used these infrared cameras a lot and shows you in videos that you see with infrared way past the physical, you know, edge
miles.
Or whatever.
1,200 miles to boot.
What the fuck?
You probably looking into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I've seen those images, and I understand how those images work and stuff, but it's not something I've done for myself. So I would be curious to do that for myself and see if I get the same results or not.
Well,
you will get the same
results. If anyone's
results.
interested, I shall post some for those who are from JT Tolman, J Tolman Media. I should do some of that for you now. Hudson Bay is a beautiful one, you know, and various other.
They know about these. We've posted them for years, and the fact that Kosher, you're going to say,
no,
you can't, and that's not going to prove it to you, you're not going to show it to you. For me, it's like baffling. What are you talking about? Have you gone out there and done that experiment yourself? It can show me different.
Let me tell you something. I got enough respect.
Yeah, Kosher.
I got for people in here that I don't even like to not post video. I would never post a video of somebody claiming something that is blatantly wrong. You know, that they haven't even verified themselves.
That's you.
I wouldn't share this.
Not blatantly wrong, mate.
I wouldn't share this with you guys.
This guy's not blatantly wrong.
I don't think that there's any. I don't think there's any gift sharing Jay Tolan's videos when he doesn't do the due diligence.
He's a good man,
to see what he's claiming. He claims all sorts of stuff that he doesn't do any bit of due diligence to even verify if that's
okay. Then my question to you is, if you're going to say
you actually see him do it.
If you're going to say he's wrong, right, and that video is wrong, then I want you to show me from your kind of experiment or whatever, or someone else's, that it's wrong.
Yeah, because you see him do it, due diligence. He shows you what he's doing. You see him setting up. I mean, what more do you want?
Right. So what? How do you know he's wrong?
Just look, the locations he points out aren't the locations that he's pointing out.
What was that, Coach Joe?
I said locations he's pointing out, he identifies, they're incorrect, and some of them are correct, and then they're what's it called?
Oh, okay. I'm going to post the correct.
Okay, wait. So the ones that are correct, what are they, and why do you not still understand them?
Because he claims to be right over the lake, and he is right over the lake. There's nothing special about that. That was correct. However, he then pointed out locations that were not what he was looking at, and just claims that that's what that location is. So
okay, so let's not worry about what he did. That so the stuff that he did point out, how does that not validate anything to you, or make you want to think that maybe that you're wrong on what you're thinking?
When he's right over a lake, if he's flying over a lake and says that this is that lake, I'm impressed that he can get that right, but it's not impressive beyond that, right? It's just someone flying over a lake.
Oh wow.
He claims to see, the Great Lakes, the Hudson Bay from the Great Lakes. He claims to see the East Coast from, the west of the Mississippi, like the east is the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
He makes all sorts of claims that he does, and he claims to see the Rockies when he's not even near the Rockies.
Has he done laser testing or anything like that? Has it? I mean,
Yo, Chin, control yourself, man. Come on, bro.
do you disagree with the test that he's done, the laser test and stuff? Have you have yourself even gone to Michigan, right, and seen Chicago with your own eyes? Have you even done these kind of things that are being talked about?
I've been to Chicago.
Well, I'm not asking if you've been there. I'm asking if you've been to Michigan and seen Chicago, because I have 3 times.
Yeah,
On a clear day, which is funny.
It's kind of funny. However, I was doing the math yesterday, and it's not that difficult of an observation to make.
It's 54 miles. I know the math. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I did a calculation from 90 miles away, and I did 5% of a degree of refraction. Like that's an order of magnitude less than what the sun does when it's on the horizon. And if that were the case, 90 miles away, 0.05 of a degree, it could lift up 400 feet of whatever was obstructed, which seems reasonable enough to pick up a skyline.
Okay, but when people are actually doing laser tests and hitting targets, how are you verifying that? How are you even in your head thinking that that's not? That it's refraction.
Well, I wouldn't think in those cases that it was refraction. But when I talked to people who did those tests, they told me blatantly that they didn't hit the targets, and they actually were. Yeah.
You talked to all these people that did the laser tests. Who did you talk to who did laser tests?
Human Stiebel.
Oh, him, right? Someone that we really. So one person.
Yeah, but I also saw the videos for that one, and it corroborated his story. They don't have any footage of them hitting the target.
And we're talking about you know who. And that right there, as soon as you say his name, makes me go on. So just like you heard someone's name and you go, then you need to verify more than just one. So if other people are going out there and doing this, honestly, Coach, I don't understand why the other side, either side, doesn't come together. And I've told you this, a year and a half ago when I was in Texas or whatever it was, come together and do these tests together. So there's no bullshit back and forth. I mean, I don't know why you guys don't meet up and have this happen, because I don't think you guys want it to happen, because there's money out there. I know people who would donate $3,000 plus at a time, right? Because they did it for the Globe Light Tour to do experiments. All you got to do is say, hey, we want to do this. Let's make it happen.
Why don't you meet up, Stacey? Why don't you meet up with Coach and do experiments?
Honey, I don't want to. Well, me and Coach have talked about meeting up when I was in Texas. However, I've met up with quite a few people in Flat Earth. Quite a few.
Yeah, I've done that for 4 or 5 years where I've put tests together, specifically working with flat earthers, and
but you pick certain people and you know that they're like Globe too. They're like literally here to troll.
No, I don't pick anybody. I just whoever wants to do a test. when me and Chepa,
Okay, right. So who did your test last time with you?
Well, with Chepa, when I did the test, the sort of Aristosthenes test with 23 people or whatever, he gave me more data than anybody else. And there was a few other flat earthers who worked on that one as well. Yeah, nobody was convinced by it. So.
What did the results say? Did the results say that Earth was a sphere?
Well, I specifically made a set of predictions for if the Earth were flattened and the sun was close and local. And I made predictions for if the Earth were spherical and the sun was far away enough to have parallel rays. I just made predictions based on so I made predictions for all 23 people based on the preliminary measurements I took for myself. And the measurements that I took the predictions I made for the flat plane, some of them were off by 10 degrees, whereas all the predictions I made for the globe, 100% of them were correct.
Okay, I want to get some more question, please, because the last experiment that I remember that happened in Texas that I couldn't be involved in because I went to England, or actually came home to Indiana, then England, was with Space Pope, right? Space Pope. Now, Space Pope plays both sides, and we all know that he goes back and forth, and to him, it's not important. Why aren't people meeting up with people like Rakia, right? People in this community, and I'm sure if you wanted to go to a spot that Rakia was doing or something, he'd say, hey, come on. But why aren't people doing that? More trustworthy.
I mean, Stacy, Stacy, could I ask a question? If Kosho's done an experiment like that, where he's worked with 23 people across the globe, some are globalists, some are flat earthers, and the results they get say Earth is a globe, what more does Kosho need to do? Hasn't he proved it to himself? Isn't that fine?
One, I haven't seen the experiment. Two, I don't know what he's talking about. And three, he mentioned one person's name that is absolutely like, we might as well throw that out the window.
Chepa's a flat earther through and through.
Yeah.
Who?
Chepa.
He
was the most stubborn person. He was the most stubborn person in that test, dude. He gave me more data than anybody else, but he gave me the most kickback.
I think I've spoken to him one time, maybe twice, something like that. Or maybe more, who knows, because there's so many people. But it's not the normal people. Like, I don't understand why Chemo, Rakia, Montreal, Jen, any of these people, Jeremy. I mean, I would go to the test, foolish decisions. I mean, we could come together and do something. I don't get it.
Yeah, me and Chemo have a GoFundMe to go to Antarctica, and I set up a test last year for Jeremy, but Whatsit convinced him that it wasn't a good test, so he canceled.
Well, that's the point. It's got to be something good that's going to prove something. And so you're just going to meet together and it doesn't really get you anywhere. No one's going to do that. If there's something out there, like especially a laser test or something, and you come together to prove this shit, because you're saying it's not hitting the target they say it is, that is important. Why aren't people coming together for that? Both sides.
I think the test that Jeremy had, he was gung ho about for a little bit. I think that was actually a great test. I recommend still going forward with it, but he got convinced.
That's the only way this argument is going to stop. It'll always continue for the rest of our lives because for us it's an illusion, and a delusion that's been put on us as a control factor. So if it is flat, they're going to continue this forever, right? I mean, because they've already done it, right? It's a game. But my point is us in this community that are always talking all the time for years on end, because I've been gone even, and you guys are still here. I get it, right? Why is it that happening? Something put together. So you want to discount Jay Tolan, you want to discount all these different people that have done it. Well, then why don't we do it?
Yeah, let's do it. What are we talking about? Yeah, Jay Tolan. Yeah, I mean, I like the guy. He seems like a friendly guy, and he's very excited about his pictures and videos. I just don't like the dishonesty in his videos, and maybe it's not so much him being dishonest or careless. But a lot of people.
I don't even know how you can say that, Kosho. I don't know how you can say that, Kosho.
In his videos,
Kosho, I don't know how you can say that.
I don't know how you can say that he can see 1,200 miles.
I don't know how you can say he's dishonest. You don't know the man, one. Two, you see the man do his work. You see him. You hear him. He tells you where he is. He gives you the location. You can look in the description. And you call him dishonest.
You got it, man.
Right. So Kosho. Okay. So hold on. Watch this, Jen. So Kosho, if he proved he could see 1,200 miles flat, then what would your next excuse be?
I don't know. That wouldn't be an excuse. If he could see 1,200 miles flat, that would be amazing. I've seen all those videos,
right,
though,
so that would prove the Earth is flat, right?
Happen,
Right. See, I can't get an answer. That would
amazing.
prove the Earth is flat, right? If we see 1,200 miles flat, that would
Well,
prove
I don't
the
know if
Earth's
I
flat,
wouldn't.
right?
I wouldn't go that
See,
far, but it would
he
certainly.
immediately
It would
hit.
certainly.
Exactly. It's
It would
that easy,
certainly.
Jen. It's
No, I'm just
that
not as
easy.
easy as
It's
you.
that easy.
Right?
They're scared to
I'm
death.
not as
As soon
easy
as you
as you.
say, "What if we
So
can't?"
I
They say, "Nope, I don't
what
care."
happens? What happens?
Evidence
When I get
doesn't
evidence
matter.
like
Now
that,
he's
when
just
I get
having this
evidence like that,
proverbial
I look
seizure.
further
He's
into
just
it.
vomiting at the mouth. He's
Guys,
literally
come
just
on.
vomiting at the
We
mouth.
can't
He's
even
like, "What
hear
if we could
anyone.
see 1,200 miles flat?" Now he says
Guys,
it doesn't
we
matter.
can't
It's
hear
that easy. People
anybody.
hate evidence, Jen and Stacy. I'm just letting you know. The whole point is to hide from evidence. I hope you know that.
Well, now that you're done talking,
Wait, you know what? EXO has not even had a chance to talk. He just came in the room, and everybody else has been communicating, including me. And I'm willing to shut up for EXO to speak because you need to give other people the floor.
Yeah, then why when he asks a question, he starts talking? When he asks a question, I should be able to answer the question,
immediately
right?
said no. Right. He
Oh,
immediately
yeah,
said
and then you
no.
immediately
Even
start
if we see,
talking.
yep,
When
exactly. They're scared to
yeah,
death. These
instead of hearing
people
my
are just
answer.
trying to justify an
Yeah,
evolutionist
anyways,
lifestyle.
I'm still
See?
answering the question now, dude.
Right. In order to
You can
justify
save
an
the commentary,
evolutionist
dude.
lifestyle, they have to hide from reality.
We'll
There's
do it
no
again.
choice. That's it.
All right. So now you're done talking again. Right. So when I get evidence like that, and I would be honest about it. I say, wow, that's really far. But does it prove anything conclusive to me? No, because I'm not easy like that, dude. What happens is I investigate
you
it
don't have a
further, and I
claim.
see what's going on.
It's just more
And I see,
rambling.
I see what's going on.
EXO.
I see what's going on.
Stacy, are you going to tell EXO to stop? Come on.
I see what's going on, and then I'll
Yeah, I
maybe come
can't
to a
talk. You're just
conclusion. I'll
continuing
maybe
to
come to a
babble. We just
conclusion
listen to these
after
people babble all
Jesus
over and over
Christ.
again for
Come
years.
on,
That's
bro.
amazing.
Kosho's talking. Please, EXO. You spoke.
Yeah,
You
I
had
know.
your
I'll
chance.
never be able to speak again. Yep, just keep
You
talking.
spoke
You
for
will.
me, so
You
I'm gonna
will
keep
get a
It's just a
chance.
room of psychopaths. Just as usual, we're just going to keep babbling.
What
and have
the
nothing to show
hell?
for.
What the fuck, man?
Okay, that's
We
all
were having a
brief
nice
perspective, whether
conversation,
I agree
EXO.
or
Please,
disagree
bro.
with keeping stuff being said. Okay, it's not about that.
Okay.
My point is this, though.
Yeah.
Kosha just heard something, right? That hey, if you can prove this, and he said prove, and you see and you know and validate it, would you think the Earth is flat after that? And you said I'll have to do some more research. However, what he just said should already make your mind go in, done, out. The globe model that I just been told is not correct. And even these laser tests, if you go out there and do one, you can't go after that and go, oh, it still might be a spinning ball. I mean, there has to be some point that your brain says enough.
I'm going to speak for myself this time because I think what you heard was EXO talking for me, right? Because he asked me a question and I haven't got to give the full answer, right?
I'm going to
So
bombard
what I
you.
was saying is, yes,
Yeah.
of course. If I saw that legitimately 1,200 miles, you could see that. I'd have so many questions, and yes, the globe would be put into question. All that stuff would be put into question. However, I would not come to a conclusion based on that. I would investigate further and then make a careful conclusion, not a quick conclusion. The globe's false.
hang on.
It's on that. I would investigate further. It would be very much possible that was the case. However, I wouldn't be so easy to come to that conclusion in 30 seconds.
Yeah, you see, for you, Kosho, you're heavily invested in the globe because you're willfully ignoring that. I'm posting the videos here. I'm not going to stop posting at the moment. There's still more to come, right? So you can choose and take your pick. Yeah, lots to choose from. Okay. For us,
and that's
it relates to the reality we live. His material that we don't see any curvature. The man is using infrared now to cut the glare, and in doing so, it gives him more distance to see.
And when I show you,
the curvature,
when I show you that the places that
it's magnificent, it's uplifting.
I know I heard him say it.
Go show me the curvature, you cunt.
Okay, and so when I show you that the places he has in there are incorrect, is that going to prove the globe to you? Are you going to say the globe is proved?
Go get the material. Stop.
That's not what you're getting. In fact, what I can go back to if you don't mind, honey. Now listen, please. Even if you yourself go do a laser test and you said you saw it and it hit the target on that, then you said to me that I'm not going to go to an automatic conclusion that, the globe is done. I'm going to have to now do some more research. Now, here's the problem with that. The globe model is based on mass. The globe model has everything figured out for you, and that automatically debunks the entire globe model right there. But you're going to go, I'm going to try to defend it somehow and not go, wait a minute, what the fuck? I've been lied to. That is a problem for me. I'm saying for me, my opinion. When I speak to people online, when they actually wake up to something and they hear the truth or they see some video, they go, wait a minute, I still have to prove the spinning ball somehow. This is what happens. This is the psychological.
Nobody said that though, Stacy. Nobody said that. Right now, you're hearing voices, and it's probably EXO's voice. Right?
Yeah,
I didn't
nice
say anything
try.
about defending the globe.
He just
She's
can't
not
stop.
hearing
There's a
voices.
seizure again. Yep, the
I didn't
She's
seizure.
say
not
anything
hearing
about defending the
voices.
globe,
Nice try,
Stacey.
Kosha.
What I said
Hey,
was,
Stacy,
what I said was I
wasn't
would
it you and
investigate it
Kosha that were supposed
further.
to do tests together?
What I said was I would investigate it further. I didn't say I would defend the globe. Find
Yeah, she's not hearing voices,
What I
Kosha.
said
You need to
was,
take that back.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine, dude. I'm talking to Stacey.
So you're taking it
Okay?
back?
I'm
Say,
talking to
Stacy, I
Stacey.
take that back. You're not
Yeah.
hearing voices.
Well,
I don't think you're
something in your mouth
hallucinogenic or
and turn off the
crazy.
mic.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah,
Stacey,
maybe
I didn't
take
say
that
anything
back
about
before you move
I didn't
on
say
because
anything
you
about defending the
said
globe.
it out of
Stacey.
spite, but it's slander actually.
Jesus
Like
Christ.
you're deeming her as
Stacey, I didn't
crazy.
say- that's great. That's great.
Yeah,
Rakia.
she's not hearing voices.
That's
Just say
fantastic,
that.
Rakia.
No,
That's
you need to
fantastic,
say it.
man.
You need to take
Pour
that
some hot
back.
sauce in your mouth. Drink some milk.
Yeah,
Drop the
yeah.
mic.
Keep attacking me too, like you did Stacy. But Stacy is not hearing voices, right, Kosha? Right, Kosha? Stacy is just a human being trying to seek truth. She's not
I'm gonna turn you down a
hallucinogenic.
great
She's not
deal,
crazy.
okay?
Yeah, she's not hearing
I'm not gonna be able
voices.
to hear you for a while.
Yeah, does anyone else agree that Stacy's not hearing voices? That Kosha is just lying about Stacy?
I agree.
Yeah.
All right,
So
Stacy.
he should take it back probably, or turn
Before I
everybody
interrupt
down,
you.
or maybe put himself on mute if he's going to attack people.
All right, Stacy.
That's
What I was
just
saying
his
to
little
you.
tactic. No, don't
If
just
you're
move
going
on.
to
Stacy,
speak
Stacy,
to
Stacy.
me,
I
I
wasn't
actually,
Stacy.
I would
Stacy. I
prefer.
wasn't
Listen,
Stacy. I
stop
wasn't
me.
finished. Stacy,
Yeah,
I
he
wasn't
doesn't
finished.
listen to her
We're
either.
gonna finish
Earlier.
right here. I would prefer. I'll let you finish. Coach, you know me. I'll let you finish. I will let you finish.
Stacy. I waited for Rakia to interrupt me for that whole time to speak for me. And once again, another person.
No,
is
I'm not speaking for you.
I'm
I'm telling you, you should
okay,
take back that
Say
she's
that
hearing
about
voices.
me.
Stacy. I'm going to speak for myself. Okay.
Yeah, he
and then we
won't
can
do
judge
it.
whatever I'm saying after that, right? Okay.
No, we already know you're a
Stacey,
piece of shit. We don't have to wait for you to say something
what I
else.
didn't say was I'm going to defend the globe. I'm going to find other defenses for the globe. I didn't say anything like that. I said I'm going to have questions because obviously I'm seeing something. I'm seeing something that would change my whole paradigm. So I'm going to have questions. I'm going to investigate further. And if you don't think that's fair,
It changes your whole paradigm. Are you hearing your words?
Stacey, that's fine with me. But that's to me, that's an appropriate response.
But it can't be what you're told, right? It can't be what you were told then at that point, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Stacey. I would have to.
Then that means
I
the
would
whole
have to
paradigm is
question and
changed.
investigate further because of that.
But you're gonna have to investigate further outside of the globe model then at that point, because that globe model is destroyed, correct?
No, I would have to
But you've been told.
investigate. I
What
would
you've
have
been
to
told.
investigate. I would have to investigate appropriately. Whatever the evidence was, I would have to investigate the evidence, investigate the claim, whatever it was. That way, I don't find myself falling for the wrong conclusion foolishly because I was too quick
Stacey,
and,
let me know when I can
and
talk.
didn't take the time to actually think about what I was seeing.
So then you admit that you don't have a claim for the globe Earth anyway, right? You admit that you don't know it's really a globe.
Why would you have gleaned that from what I said?
That's my point. You don't even have a claim. See, that's the thing. He'll apply that to your claim, but not his own. He'll say that he can't trust your evidence, but he can trust the non-existent evidence that he has. You can't make this up.
How are you gleaning that from what I'm saying, dude?
It's
I
just
didn't say anything remotely like that.
You're interrupting me. I'm trying to talk now. You've been talking for 2 minutes. Can I get more than 10 seconds in? I know that this is your religion and you're destroying it.
And I stopped.
And you can't help it. I know you can't help it. You're just never going to help it. That's what happens here. So the point is, he applies these strict rules to real life evidence. But when it comes to the imagination, he doesn't have to apply any rules. So he doesn't even have a claim. It's just a psychosis, guys.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question, dude. The lines of longitude, right, that converge north and south of the equator, right? There's something that I've verified. They converge at a very specific rate. Specifically, whatever the latitude is, you take the cosine of that latitude and you multiply it by 111 kilometers, and that's exactly how close the longitude lines are. And they both do this to the point to where they get so close together, they meet at the North Pole. And they do the exact same thing in the South Pole. Okay, this is verified 1,001 ways.
Wow.
Now that you have this information, are you going to drop the flat Earth? No,
Yeah,
you're not.
and the imagination, the information in your imagination, that's how stupid these people are. They don't even have a claim. They have imagination. It is like literally talking to the dumbest group of people in all of history. You can't make this up. They go right to imagination. Reality does not matter. And they're saying that their imagination has been verified by other imaginations. Thanks for playing.
For this data I have here, I got this from the almanac.
Yep,
right?
the almanac that
you
you
use.
Yep, I already know what happens in reality. Yep,
Right.
from the
It's not my
imagination.
imagination.
Yep, you'll never show me in reality, just in a book of the imagination. Yep. Imaginary longitude lines that are in the imagination. Wow, that's amazing. I'm totally convinced.
These are the actual
Forget
positions that the
1,200
stars
mile
are at any
observation.
given moment.
Right, the 1,200 mile observation doesn't matter. A 4,000 mile observation via radar doesn't matter. Just the imagination matters. That's all that matters. Yep.
These are exact positions where the stars are directly beneath.
Yeah, in
Exact
the
position.
imagination.
1,200 miles away,
Yeah,
they're
the stars
directly
that
beneath the
constantly
stars.
move. Right. Yeah, the stars that constantly move. Oh, that makes sense.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're always on the same spot. Brilliant.
They're always
Yeah.
on the same latitude. That's
so,
right.
So no claim. Right. So no claim for any curvature or spin. Yep. Still waiting for a claim. Jen, Stacy, let me know when they have a claim.
I told you the claim. I told you the claim was that the longitude lines.
Yes,
the
you
latitude
don't
lines
have a
are
claim
smaller,
for
the longitude lines
curvature
meet.
or spin. Yes,
As
there's
you can
no
see from
claim
the-
for
as you can
measured
see from-
curvature.
I mean,
Yes, there's
I
no
don't know
claim.
how afraid you are,
So you
but-
have no claim. Right. You've never done
You seem
anything. You've been
scared,
living
man.
in you've been living in a computer. You've been living in your home. in a
Why don't
box
you
for
two
years.
let
You don't
each
have a
other
claim.
talk, man? Like, this is not even
There's
a
no
conversation.
claim. Yes. Do you have a
This
claim?
is ridiculous.
Does anybody have it? Yeah. Does anybody have a
But
claim
how can
instead of just
anyone
building it
make a
from the
claim if you
imagination?
just
Yes,
overtalk
after
people? If
5
you
years
two
of
just,
listening
oh
to the
my God.
imagination of children, of literal peons on the internet and their imaginations, 5 years of listening to people's imagination to hide from reality.
Right. So now that you've been
Now,
talking,
Kosho, can I ask
this,
you a question? Like, or let you finish?
Sure.
Remember?
I'm going to clear this up very quickly, though, Stacy.
No. I let you wait. I let you clear up something earlier, and I shut my mouth and let you continue, and then I'm
Yeah,
trying to
that's
clear it up
fair.
again, and I'm supposed to let you continue.
Right after you
Well, then
said she
why
was
don't you let me say this and then
hearing things
obviously
and
you
seeing
say-
things.
So, can I please talk, Kosho, for a second, please?
Okay, and then I can respond to what was just said to me again.
Absolutely. Okay. I'm asking you straight up because we've known each other. Do I hear voices?
If you
'Cause
heard,
you claim that.
did you hear me say that I'm going to defend the globe, or is that something that you came up with?
No, you did basically say that.
No, I
Without
didn't
those
say that. What I
exact
didn't do is
words,
say
those were
that,
my
Stacey.
words. You did say that.
All right,
Because
so
you
what I
said
didn't
I'm
do
going
is say
to
that, though,
then go
Stacey.
back and do the research to defend what I believe in. So therefore, you're going back to defend the globe.
Yeah, I didn't say those words either, Stacy. So if you heard that,
Yeah.
it didn't come from me.
Kosho never said that. Kosho
You
never said
said
that.
that you did not say those exact words, but it's exactly basically what that means. Now,
Well,
I
it's
did,
not
I
what it
just said
means.
that.
I cleared that
Now,
up.
you
It's
did
not what it
answer
means.
me. You did not answer what I asked you, though, which is what you guys do. You sidetrack people about you telling me that I'm hearing voices.
Okay, so if you're going to tell me you heard me say that, then you heard voices. If you're
You
going to
do
tell me, if
not
you're going to
just
tell me,
hear
it's
me.
Stacy, if you're going to tell me that you came up with that and I didn't say that, then I agree with you, right?
First off, what I said was everybody that I deal with. I didn't just say you. I said everyone that we talked about this does this and goes back to that. But I never said, and I just clarified it again, that you said word for word that you go back to the globe and all that. No. But if you're going to say that this is not correct, wait a minute. This is not right. I'm seeing things I shouldn't see, and I have a test of an experiment. But I'm now going to go say, no, it's not flawed. Or my globe model is wrong. You're going to go back to try to fix it somehow. Then that's what I'm saying, because you're going to do some further research. And further research is whatever you've been told is not correct. So therefore, you might as well put that to the side and figure out what reality really is instead of trying to defend something that's been broken.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about
That's what I
defending
meant.
anything, Stacy.
But to tell me I'm hearing voices
Stacy, for your own
is wrong.
sake, for your own sake, I didn't say anything about defending anything. There's no need to be that, like, there's no need to even suggest that I said that, because I'm telling you that's not what I'm saying, and it's not my sentiments about it. So there's really no need to ask me or claim that I'm going to defend something afterwards. I never said anything like that. What I said was I would have questions, and I would have to really see if the paradigm I had before, if it's not true, right? I'd have questions. I would further investigate it. What I also said was I'm not going to come to a conclusion based off of that, because that would be ridiculous. I would be a fool to do that.
You already did. You said my paradigm has been broken, basically. So therefore, the conclusion is whatever you already learned and believed in before, right? That system is done. So the research would have to be now on what you're verifying and validating, and now reality has nothing to do with the globe anymore at that point.
No, Stacey, that's what the investigation is. That's what the investigation is for, is to see if I actually am, like, the evidence that I am claimed to that claim is correct or claim is proven. I got to really see for myself if it's exactly what I'm came to the conclusion to, right? Otherwise, I'm going to make a false conclusion. So that's perfectly fair. If you're gonna completely uproot your paradigm and all this other come to this totally different outlook, it's probably fair to actually do the due diligence and make sure that the evidence is actually there.
But you just said that with the evidence that was provided to you in the experiment that you just did, that the paradigm that you already believe in, it doesn't exist now. So why am I not wrong? I mean, why am I not right? Excuse me.
I didn't say that. What somebody asked me was if I saw 1,200 miles and that was confirmed, then would I, do this or do that? And I'm saying, yeah, at that point, yeah, I would, have to put my whole paradigm into question. But that's exactly what happens. I put my whole paradigm into question. I don't make a conclusion right then. I take stock and inventory of everything that I thought was true.
But you did make a conclusion when you said that your paradigm doesn't exist or something like that. You said it doesn't exist, but you said your paradigm was basically broken. So then you made the conclusion based on the experiment and the test that validated for you that what you've been told prior is not correct. So therefore, there is a conclusion.
But that's not what I said, Stacey. What I said was before I uproot my paradigm, before I do that, I actually investigate to make sure that it's that this new evidence I have is the correct conclusion and take stock in the it's not a one it's not like a 5-minute thing. It's
I think after the 8th time it's kind of
you have like 1,000 questions at that point.
But you did, honey. You did prove your what you're believing in and everything and what you know, and you validated with that experiment. So what else do you need? If you're not seeing the curvature and they're seeing 1,200 miles or hitting targets of 250 miles and all this stuff, this is proven to you, right? You did the experiment, you were out there. That is your conclusion, that whatever you've been told prior, it's not reality, correct?
I mean, no. Like I said, that would be the path to start going down, but that wouldn't be the end point. That would be like, oh wow, holy shit! And you start looking at all this other kind of shit. You start looking at other observations of this long distance shit, or you start looking at that specific observation and really verify that you're seeing what you think you're seeing.
Yeah, we heard you again. So how many PhDs are people who have more education than you and I going out and doing infrared long distance observations or other tests? Is it going to take for you to start really getting it right, really digging in that this is a possibility? I need to really question myself. That goes for everyone. Like, y'all deem everyone dumb, right? That believes in this, basically. So you can keep on going on the path that you're going on, which is your current belief, instead of going, holy crap. If all these people, educated, not educated, common folk, PhDs, engineers, pilots, whatever, politicians, whoever is your authority figure, whoever you look up to is going out and saying, this is a possibility. When are you going to start doing that? Should be a wake-up call by now.
It's funny. Also, Stacey, the second ago when I pulled up that spreadsheet.
No address to what I just said, right, Koso? Just move on.
I basically did what you were asking me. What would I do if it happened to me or whatever? I did that to XO, right? And he didn't drop his paradigm. He didn't even listen to what I was saying, right? But what I would say that what I gave to him at that moment was exactly what you're suggesting. Hypothetically, would be given to me. And I mean, I gave it to all of you guys actually, right? Nobody in here dropped their paradigm and realized that what they believe is false.
What was that last sentence you said? Sorry.
I said, just like when you were asking me about the 1,200 miles, when I suggested that a second ago, nobody dropped their paradigm. Nobody realized that their whole paradigm is false and just dropped it. And nobody even thought about it for more than half a second.
What are you talking about?
I didn't like the way you said he was dishonest. You said he was dishonest.
They told him, yeah.
Yeah, you can't say he's dishonest, and you're a wanker then. If he's dishonest, you're a wanker. You're a yellow belly.
Pull up any of his videos. No.
You're a yellow belly cunt. If he's a
Are all his
man,
tests dishonest?
No good son of a
Jen,
bitch.
relax, man. Jen, no name call, man.
No, well, he's calling the man dishonest.
I don't care.
If he can do that.
Yeah, right. So do you think that all his tests, he's done more than one? all his
I'm
tests are
grown up.
dishonest, or just the one
Can't grow
thing that
up
you pull
anymore.
out of it?
No, there's three videos up here, and so one of them says Las Vegas from. Okay, hold on. That I'm not going to talk about that one because I didn't say it just yet. But for the last one, 1,200. It says 12. The thumbnail says 1,200 miles visibility, right? 1,200 miles
Correct.
visibility. So I've seen
Right.
this plenty of times. There's not 1,200 miles visibility.
Okay, look, I didn't ask you about. I didn't ask you about that. I asked you outside of that, didn't I? I
It's
said
not.
other things, other videos besides the 1,200 one you keep talking about because he has many, right? Are all of them dishonest? Or you just like, do you discount all of them because you don't think one is correct?
All the ones I've seen were dishonest. I'd have to.
Okay.
None of them are.
I just need to know where your head is. Look, I'm going to go because I have to take a call. I got family and stuff coming over and whatnot, friends. So I'm not running away. I love that statement, right? But Coach Show, between me and you, I'm not mad at you. Look, people make statements, but please next time don't say I'm hearing voices because as Rakia and other people said, it makes me sound crazy. It makes me sound like I'm on some kind of drugs or acid and nonsense, and it ain't cool. Please.
Okay. Don't put words in my mouth, and I'll never have the need to say that. Well.
Oh yeah, blame her for it. This is a common tactic, and
He's a scallywag.
Yeah, I'm gonna point it out every time you do it.
I mean, that's pretty fair, though, Stacey. If
and then
you ask
blame
me,
Stacey for it.
I've got no
I'll tell
reason
you
to do
what,
that.
you call her crazy.
Do what I'm requesting,
Tell her
which
she's
is
hearing
don't put words
voices,
in my
and then
mouth.
blame her next time. Jeremy, not gonna be cool conversation here when people turn other people down for no reason, just because they have like these emotional outbursts that they can't handle someone telling them something.
And Coach, if you go back to that live stream and you listen to it, I'm pretty sure that I didn't just put you in that category. I did it as a whole. And I said everyone that I deal with that I end up talking to about this stuff comes to this conclusion. So I wasn't even just calling you directly out. And you said I was literally hearing voices. But it doesn't matter. Look, it's over. I squashed it with you.
Stacey, listen.
Oh, good.
Stacey, this is the truth. It was a figure of speech, and a reasonable person would understand that. There was a person in here, a loudmouth person who I've turned down, who was trying to put in your head that I was trying to say that you were crazy or something. That's not what I'm saying, Stacey. It's a figure of speech because you put words in my mouth. I won't say that to you anymore because of the connotation at this point. But you should know that, Stacey. It wasn't about being crazy. It was about not actually saying those words, but being accused of saying them.
No, don't let him do that to you, Stacey. Do you hear other reasonable people calling you saying you're hearing voices? No, he just uses it as a slight tactic because he's a jerk.
Yeah, but you know, Coach Shaw's unreasonable. I mean, he's calling Daytona Media a dishonest man who doesn't even know for madam.
And telling the only lady here that she's hearing voices, just as a tactic.
Yeah.
And now crawfishing saying
That is
it was just a
unreasonable.
figure of speech. He didn't mean anything by it.
That's
The
a
audience
1 hour
doesn't know that.
That's a 1 hour mute for. That's a 1 hour mute for that kind of behavior.
Hey, called somebody that's not even here a
Why don't
liar.
you point out in the video where the 1,200 miles is?
Why don't you point out where it's not? Because you're the one making the claim that he's a liar.
That's right. That's right.
What's right?
And the one who's calling me loudmouth. And the one who's saying Stacey is hearing voices. It seems to be all you, Coach O. Why don't you go on mute for a while?
No, yeah, but you can
He's
check.
got you
can
turned
check
down,
on his
Rocky.
location. Yeah, you can
Well,
check.
it's aggravating when someone uses tactics like that, especially against a lady. Doesn't happen in my world. It can happen in yours if you want. You don't think that's an insinuation of someone being hallucinogenic or crazy? You're nuts, man. He does it on purpose. He does it all day long. It doesn't take a genius
But
to figure it
I
out.
do think Kosho explained himself as to what he
like
meant
9
when he said
times.
that. He did explain himself though, so I mean we have to go with the explanation he gave. Like
It doesn't
we can't,
matter. The seed is already
you know,
planted, right?
just be mad at him. Like, come on, man. Let's just let it go and move on.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Yeah, let's just let him get away with it so he can do it again over and over again, probably in the next sentence. that he comes out with.
5 years straight.
He explained why he said that because people were putting words in his mouth. People were saying he was saying things he never
Yeah,
said.
I know. He turned around and blamed it on
he said, he said was,
Ernie.
Stacey, if you think that's what I said, you're hearing voices. I mean,
Ernie,
like, let's
say
just
it.
move
Yeah,
on,
say
guys.
it again. Why don't you
Can we
both
just
up
all
and
get
say
along?
it too? Why don't you say her name and that she's hearing voices too, just so it gets clarified? What a
Yeah,
jackass!
Kosho said,
man. What a
Kosho
jackass
asked,
you are. for you to say her
What do you?
name was
I'm a jackass.
Yeah, for saying it again.
Why am I a jackass?
You say it
For
like
saying
3 or
what?
4 more times.
Why
Yeah,
can't I say it? You've been saying it.
Yeah,
You've been
say it
saying
again.
that Kosho said Stacy's
Nah,
hearing
Manny
voices.
said
Why
it.
can't
I'm
I
a
say it?
loudmouth, too.
Are
Yeah.
you the only person that's allowed to say things, Rocky? What's wrong with you?
No,
Calm the
you can
fuck down.
reconfirm it.
Now you calling
Stacy.
me a jackass? Now
No,
you
go
calling
ahead,
me a
Rocky.
jackass
I'll
like I did
Stacy's not
something
here.
to you? You're a weirdo. You're a whole ass weirdo, Rocky. Like I don't know
Yeah,
what's
right.
wrong with you, man.
You're the one
All
that
you
just said
ever
it,
want to
not me.
do
Can you
is
calm down,
fight with
please? Calm
people.
down, sir. Can you calm down?
All right,
sir?
I'll calm
Just
down.
calm
I'll calm
then.
down.
Yeah, talk to
I'll
you
calm
later
down.
there,
I'll
big
calm
guy.
down.
How long you been here again?
My bad,
7
Jin.
years?
My
You've been
bad,
here
Jin.
6 to
I'll
7
calm down.
years?
Okay,
All
Jin,
right.
can you tell him to calm down as well?
I was
Yeah,
going
I'll
to say
calm
that,
down.
yeah.
You
Okay,
guys
I'm good.
must.
Rakia, I don't want to have to truncheon you or tase you now, do I? Okay, right. You know?
Yeah, he's been here, what, 6 or 7 years? He
Right,
kind of gave me
specifically.
the insinuation in the last
Can
week
you
that he
tell
hasn't
him
been
to calm
Okay,
down?
tase. I'm going to have to tase you. Sorry, Rakia.
Yeah, tase him.
I just want clarification. Has Nate been here more than 4 years? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been here since I've been in the flat Earth, sphere environment since I told you 2018. I guess that's 4 years. I don't know how long
Yeah,
I've been here.
4
Doesn't
years.
matter though,
Yeah,
Rocky.
but just this
What
past week
matters
you
is
insinuated that
what
you were new to
matters
the
is
topic.
when did I insinuate I was new to the topic? I
Like
gave
this
you
week.
reasons as to why I did. If that's what you got, then you're the only person that got that from what I said. All I said was these are the reasons I like coming here. I never said I'm new, this, that, and the third, bro. Those are words you all decided
not
I
new?
meant to say.
So you're
I don't
not
know.
new.
It's
You've
4
been here
years.
4 or 5 years?
4 years. Yeah, 4 or 5 years might be new to some people. It might be old to other people. I don't know.
Were you in the
It's
Christian
relative.
debate before then? You're a Muslim,
I
right?
wa-
Were you debating against Christians before then? Or for Christians?
No, why would I debate with Christians? No, I wasn't
No,
doing that.
I'm just asking, where were you before the Flat Earth debate? Were you on Discord somewhere debating something else?
I was on Discord, but I was, playing video games and hanging out with friends. I wasn't really debating people and stuff. I was more in science debates, debating other people
So
that
you were debating
work in the
science
fields I
debates.
work in. Yeah, like debating ideas and concepts, but I wasn't in religious debates. No.
Oh, okay, but just science debate, because before the sentence before you weren't in debates, you were just in games. The sentence after you were in debates, it was just science debate. So I was just trying to clarify.
No. What I'm trying to say is it wasn't even debates. Yeah, I'm wrong in saying science debates. It was discussions. Yeah, discussions is the perfect word to use.
okay.
But these are
I
the
put you-
first debates like this I've been in.
Right.
Well, this is
Okay,
just
so
a discussion to you, though, right? It's just for fun. Like you said, it's just kind of a psyop. See how people react, act, what they think, how they believe.
That's you straw manning, big straw
So
man.
you are here to debate.
He's
Big
scared.
straw man.
This is what
So
happens.
you are
every
here
Big
to
straw man.
debate.
I'm not getting scared. What I'm saying is I'm being straw man. If you want to
No, I'm
know
Right, 'cause you don't
why
have a
I'm
claim.
here,
You won't make a claim.
ask me why I'm here. Ask
I
me
asked
why I'm
you
here.
the
Why
other
not do
day,
that?
and you said, I asked you, and you said,
And I
just for
gave
the
you an
casual-
answer. But
Yeah, if you don't
what you're
mind,
saying,
if you don't mind, you cut
what
me
you're
off.
saying isn't
Yeah,
what
if
I
you
said
don't
the other
mind,
day.
you cut me off.
You've been cutting me
Yeah, I
off
know
as
you
well,
know all
Rocky.
the
We've
tactics
literally
'cause
been
you've been
cutting
here
off
so
as
Never
well.
answer.
Okay,
Yeah,
gentlemen.
You've been
cut me
cutting me
off.
off as
Do I
well.
have to tase
You've
you
been
again
cutting me
then?
off as well.
Right, it's your
Right,
turn.
so that gives you
Now
the right? No problem. Yeah, and then laugh. Yeah, that's your get out.
Don't
That's
tase me,
how I know
Jen. Don't tase me,
you're
Jen.
done. Yeah, so you
Taser,
told
I'm
me.
done.
Yeah, so you told me you were here for the casual conversation, right? Just to see how people, what they believed in, how they acted, and just for the conversation. You never mentioned debate before.
Yeah, I'm not here for debates, but it turns into debates, Like I don't come here to debate and argue. I come here to talk, but people like you turn it into an argument,
Oh, so
I
you're
don't know
blaming
why,
me
but
now.
you always, I'm blaming you.
Projection.
You always
I
want
have
to fight.
control over
I
you, is what
don't
you're
know
saying.
why.
I can
I'm
control
not saying
you.
you have control over
Yep.
me.
You just
What I'm
said I
saying
turned it
is,
into a debate.
if,
I
if
make
we
you
all
debate.
have, let me say what I'm saying. Now you over
Yeah, I
talking.
know.
You
You
see what I'm
did. You
saying?
said I make you
Yeah.
debate.
Now you over talking me. I never said you make me
No, I'm just
debate. What I
restating
said
what you
is,
said.
that's not what I said. You straw manning
You
and lying
said
about what I
clearly, I
said.
come here
What
for a
I said is,
conversation,
please
and
stop
people
over
like
talking
you
me.
turned it into a
Please.
debate and make me debate.
Exactly. I did
Yeah,
not say
that's
make me
that's what I
debate.
just
That's
said.
a lie. I never said make me debate. So please stop straw manning and let me speak. All right? Please let me
Yeah,
speak. speak. Please let me speak, bro. Just let me speak. What I said is I come here for discussion. People like you turn it into a debate. I
Right,
never
that's
said
what
you
I just
make me
said.
debate. When people like you, no, you just said that
Well,
that
you
you
start
make me debate.
debating.
You said
debate.
no.
You're debating
I
now.
never said I debate. I never said I debate.
Oh,
What
you
I
don't
said is,
debate. You just
and I'll
discuss.
say, fucking Christ, bro. Can you let me talk?
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you
Jesus.
debate or
Can
discuss?
you let me talk? Can I talk?
It
Please,
doesn't
Rocky.
seem like you're having a
Please.
very good time of it.
Please, can I talk,
It's
bro?
futile, man.
You sound to be
Can I talk?
trouble
I'm
speaking a
begging
little
you
bit.
if I can talk. I'm begging you if you can let me talk, bro. Please.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
love hearing your
it
voice.
sounds. You sound uncomfortable.
Would you let me talk? I'm not uncomfortable. I just want to know if I'll be allowed to talk, or am I going to be cut off every 5 seconds? Thank you.
Well, I'm probably
So
going
what
to
I
cut you off
said,
at some point. I mean, you're on a debate channel. Oh no, I'm sorry, conversation channel. I just turned it into a debate, and that's why you start debating because I don't control you at all. Does that pretty much sum it up? 4 years you've been here? You sure?
Not on this survey, it hasn't been 4 years, but in the community, perhaps.
In the topic.
yeah, I don't even know if this server's 4 years old, is it? But anyway,
No,
now
it's
that
not.
I
I
have a
didn't say the
chance,
server. I
yeah,
said here,
now
you
that
know,
I
like here in the
now
debate.
that I have a
But not the
chance,
debate.
now that I have an opening to speak, as I said, I come here for discussions, and people like Rock here turn it into a debate. When it turns into a debate, I exit. You know, I go on mute, I stay quiet, and I listen to
Oh,
you
I'll
guys
take
shout
that
at each
bet.
other.
That's a lie. You don't
Yeah,
mute and go
that's what happens.
leave. No, you don't.
Yeah,
That's a
I
lie,
don't get
man.
involved. I don't get involved in the shouting the way you
You
other
never
people
shut
do,
up.
bro.
When you're here,
Yeah,
you're
I
never
don't get
quiet.
involved. Yeah, because I
What do you mean
like to
don't get
talk and
involved?
have
You're involved with me all day,
I
every
like to
day.
talk. Yeah, I get involved with you when we're having a discussion. When you get shouty the way you are now, like I don't know, you get weird, and then
Yeah, so you're
you
going
want
on
fun.
mute right now?
You want fun to
So you're
talk
going to
to.
prove your point and go on mute right now. If I shout a little bit, you're going to go on mute?
I'm having a discussion
Or are
with
you
you.
just
I'm
going to
trying to
have
have a
a
discussion.
double speak what you
I'm
just
trying
said?
my best to have a discussion, but
To
you
not
want to turn it
debate me.
into a debate. So I'm
Yeah.
stopping this turning into a debate. It's not even a
Why don't
debate,
you want to
really. It is a
debate?
discussion. Well, it depends what you want to debate about. I don't want to debate about
Oh, I thought you
the
didn't
shape
want to
of the
debate
earth,
about anything.
but they are.
Well,
Oh
the
no,
shape of the
I've
earth
never
is
said
already
that.
concluded in your mind, right? Like it's done. You just come here to conversate about,
Yeah,
I don't know, anything else but the shape
about
of the
other
earth.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
because the
add a
shape of the
space.
earth
Yeah.
isn't the
But
shape of
every
the earth
time
isn't
someone's
the
talking
only
about the
thing.
shape
People
of the
talk
earth
in here.
right now,
You know, people
your
come in
voice is
here
being heard.
and they
Yeah.
they talk about so many different topics. We talk about
Right.
politics,
But even when the shape of the
religion,
earth is being talked
life,
about, you pipe up,
health,
right?
fitness, technology, commerce, economics. We talk about all of these things, not just the shape of the earth. So when
Right, but
people talk about
when
the
the
shape
shape
of the
of the earth
earth,
is being
I don't
talked
really
about, you
get in
still
those
talk, right?
conversations. You know, when people
I
talk
think you
about
just can't.
doing
You
long
can't keep
distance
up with all your
observations
lies.
and all of those things, those aren't things I really get involved in or
So
entertain.
what you're
Because you
saying
know,
is you
I'm
don't get
not an
involved when
expert.
it's
I
shape of
haven't
the
done
earth
those
topic.
things for myself. What I
Yeah, you
talk
don't
about
get
is the
involved.
things that I do have interest in. You know, things I do have
Right, like the
and
shape of the earth.
understanding in. But the shape of the earth, you know, for me, because I've already done things in my private capacity to prove it. Well, not prove,
Right, there you go.
but to comfort myself on what the shape of the earth is. I don't
stay out of those
I don't have
topics.
the I don't have the I'm being honest. I don't have the
Everyone
interest
hears him
or
lying. Right, he's being honest to himself, which is a lie.
compulsion to really get involved in those debates. But I am
Talked about the
open
shape of
to
the earth all day.
listening
He's rambling
to
on. Listen
you
to him.
guys talk about it. You know, you
can't
guys
stop.
talk about it and you bring up new ideas that I've never heard before. And I like to listen. When you guys, you know, talk about these things.
Okay.
When
Yeah,
Rocky
you
talks
totally
about
stay
his
out of it.
surveying, when Jin talks about, you know, 9/11 and things, I like listening to you guys talk about these things. You
No,
know?
you're right involved.
Those
You're
are the
lying
things
right now. You're lying to yourself.
I like to listen about.
Every day we
But
talk about the shape of
Rocky
the earth, and
comes
every
in
day
here
you pipe
and
up.
you know interrupts me and tells me I'm
Yeah,
lying
I'm
and
interrupting.
strawmans me
He's interrupting me right
and
now.
just wants to start fights with me and you know this, that, and the third. That I don't
No, I
like.
just
That is
point
what I
out the
try and
fact.
avoid. But you know, like I mean, I don't know what's wrong with Rocky. I don't know why he gets like this.
Yeah,
But you know, he's
again
better than
mentioning my
this.
name.
He
Again,
really is better than this.
again attacking me personally.
I'm done though. I'm done.
Yeah, you're done. So when we talk about flat Earth, you're just going to stay on mute because you just said you don't really get into that topic. Yeah, I think that's a lie. I think you've been in flat Earth topic for 4 years. I think you always pipe up, like the last day, hour, week, last week, Flat Earth topic. You're in there debating. and then telling us you don't like debates and you go on mute when people talk about flat Earth. I think you're just not telling the truth. I think everyone hears it. I think everyone here has heard you multiple occasions for many hours of the day and night talk about flat Earth openly. Debate it. Deception is what I'm against, not you, brother.
So what are we going to talk about now?
Hey, real quick, Nate, let's
Flat
do the
Earth,
math. Is
go
how
on mute.
high is 30,000 feet in meters?
How high is 3,000 feet in meters? I don't know, man. I'm playing video games, bro. Don't ask me math questions.
Yeah, he's not interested in this conversation.
How high
As
is
a
it?
Muslim studying, do you study the
I
Quran?
just put 11,000.
It is fucking
what, Kosha?
ridiculous, Kosha. Just
Maybe
to
13,000.
Did you hear what Kosha just did?
What, Kosha?
I just picked
I didn't hear a word he
11,000
said.
meters.
What, it might be 13,000.
Is anybody a Muslim here that studies the Quran?
Kosha?
I'll be 13.
see,
Kosha, what did you say?
Kosha,
How high is it?
it is disrespectful of you, Kosha, just to say to someone that you fucking hearing voices.
Yeah, okay, I'm sure you were here. Maybe you weren't here. I'll tell you what I said exactly.
Yes, mate, I was around in the background
I'll tell you what I
listening
said
to you,
exactly. I'll tell you what I
man.
said exactly, and maybe.
No, what do you
Well,
mean?
maybe
Just
we'll
you.
all blame
What do you
them.
mean about you fucking hearing voices?
Dude, hold on, because now you're speaking over me, and I think if you heard me, I think clarity would happen, because what Rakia did. I'm not going to say what Rakia is, but he's not a good person, and he told her that I said that she's hearing
That's
voices in
gonna
her
be
head.
allowed too,
What I
right?
said specifically was,
Yeah, hey,
if you
Vlad,
heard me
where
say
you
that,
at?
maybe you're hearing
Continually
voices
saying
and not
my
my
name
voice. Maybe it
and
was
attacking
XO's
me
voice.
personally.
This is what I said specifically
Two
to her.
different people
I
in the
said
last
specifically
percent. Obviously,
XO.
they
I
both
said
have me
voices in her
turned
head.
down.
No.
I'm
I
going to
said
disrupt
XO.
until the mods take care of this. Yeah, I don't think Rakia is a good person. I think Stacy is hearing voices. How many personal attacks can this dude do in all day and not be told one time to comment? Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah.
Continually attacking a person, even when that person's not even in the conversation.
Yeah,
It
like
is.
J. Tolman Media, for example, calling him dishonest. That's why I called him a scallywag and a yellow-bellied, beep, 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 Had to be done.
Well, I'm good for it, and I'm gonna show to you exactly how I'm gonna show it to you exactly.
Yeah, I
what
know
you
you're
did
good
on
at
it.
it. I know that much.
I'll give you the opportunity because
No.
you need a little bit of
Oh,
time
come
to
on.
tell me where he's not. Okay, but if you're gonna call me a
You're not being
scallywag, call him
honest.
dishonest, I'm gonna show you that he is dishonest, and then maybe you'll have to apologize
Because
for calling me a scallywag.
You can never do that, son. You can never
Because
do that.
the reason
You
you're
don't.
dishonest is because you believe in the globe.
Yeah.
Because he says he sees something
The globe that
where he
doesn't
doesn't see it. He says he's looking at something
You-
where
you-
he's
globe
there.
that doesn't.
What's
I
wrong
can
with you?
tell
You
that,
can't
but
prove it to yourself. You can't prove it to yourself, and you fucking.
Kosho. Yeah. It doesn't matter how much time you spend trying to convince me he's dishonest. I know you're dishonest willfully, and I know that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. And I know that the globe doesn't exist. Okay.
I know that.
So break a leg,
So
bust
what?
your pencil.
So why would I
mark up that
take you?
paper. Good luck.
Why do you guys get so personal? Damn.
So why
Oh,
would?
that's
Okay,
okay.
why? Why would
Get my
I?
hands on it.
You're saying my name, and Koto is too. Yeah, what a jackass, man!
This is
y'all's tactics are too easy.
okay. Yeah.
I'm that kind of person. I tell you, I've been in the same room. What did you say? Come here up.
Jen, just so you know, I'm on Mopac in Far West. It's in Austin, Texas. All right.
Okay, you better
Don't say
take
things to me like
that's
that.
all.
I
This is what
think Kosha would beat you up.
like to, but don't say things to me. Don't say things like that to me. All right.
You might be able to.
I think Kosha would beat you up. Kosha does a lot of stuff.
As long as he's got enough power to beat me up for a long time. That's all. Because I'll get my chance.
Yeah. But let's move on, man. Like, what are we going to talk about now?
Oh well, let's talk about fluoride and how. Why is it that America buys Japanese and Chinese fluoride? Don't they have enough already?
Because the labor's cheaper and they can the product's cheaper.
Yeah, but it's a poison, isn't it? It's a toxic poison.
Not if you take it in small amount. Even if you take it over a lifetime. That's what they say.
It's an accumulative toxic waste you never get rid of it. That's what the experts say.
Is that true?
In medicine. It's
but
true.
if they tell you it's a toxic, kind of like cigarettes, it's okay. They've told you the truth, and now it's your fault. Kind of like these guys. They turn it around on you, and it's now your fault if you kill yourself with cigarettes. Because they told you.
Yep. Right. And the thing about it is, there is no safe dosage. 0 is what you shouldn't have fluoride. Now, they say they're doing it to protect your teeth. That's the original reason why they tell you. But behind the scenes, they're using it in their weapons of mass destruction. It's the chemical of most concern because it gives the weapon a big bang. Now, in Britain, we don't have the water fluoridated. Well, it wasn't when I was at school. Gem Panda has looked it up. I think 10% or 8% of the population has its water fluoridated. I still say that's a small number. The fact is, the teeth in Britain are okay. So how come Americans?
No way. You guys don't have good teeth, Jen. Come on. What?
No, the teeth are in good condition in America. Sorry, in Britain.
No. I've been to Britain. I have British family. Like you guys not have good teeth.
Come on, look.
No.
What I'm trying to say to you is that you get fluorosis of the teeth, and I've got the images to post to show you if you want. Okay, it's terrible. It also causes curvature of the spine. Okay, so those people who worked in the aluminum companies and the phosphate companies, they've got curvature of the spine. They did tests on the beagle dogs, put them in the factories, and after a certain period of time, check the blood, check the bones. They had fluoride in them. Stupendous amounts was the language they used. Okay,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all that, but what I do know is British people don't have good teeth, Jen.
They have good teeth. British people have good teeth. And the thing is, they have good teeth without fluoridated water, is my point. So it's another deception. Yeah, it's not
like
good.
You guys
you think fluoride's good? No, it's not, man.
British people are known for having bad teeth.
You might be right in that count, but the dentistry has gone up, leaps and bounds from the 60s. Come on, man, where I was born. Mega expensive, though. But, we don't have fluoride in the water. That's the thing, and that's not good. I mean, do you think it's a good thing to be drinking fluoride all your life? You can't control the dosage. It's in the water. It's unfair, don't you think? Some people might even be allergic.
I don't know, man. I mean, doesn't the body produce fluoride as well naturally? No.
No, it's toxic. The word is
it's not
toxic.
It's not toxic. It's
toxic
one of the most
waste.
No, it's one of the most common.
What doesn't the body make calcium? Doesn't the body make calcium fluoride, guys? I've been told that.
Not naturally. I mean, if it makes calcium fluoride, it's because it got the fluoride from somewhere. But fluoride doesn't come naturally from your body. What are you talking about? How's your body gonna have fluoride in it?
But if most of the fluoride in our body is found in our bones and teeth, where does it come from?
And I think there's 5 molecules. There's 5 molecules that are in your body naturally. It's hydrogen, carbon, iron, phosphorus, and.
Where does the fluoride come from? Because people haven't been brushing their teeth with fluoride forever. It's
one of the most common. It's one of the most common elements. Yeah.
Yeah, but where does it come from then? If we have fluoride in our bodies, where does it come from, Kosho?
Honestly, there's 5.
It might come from the vegetables you eat.
We make it naturally in the body. That's where it comes from. To see and say, then where does it come from? Where does calcium fluoride in the body come from?
How do you make fluoride in your body?
Where does it come from?
Combination of chemicals.
Okay, I would say it comes from the things we eat and ingest. And when we take those things in, our body uses that to make calcium fluoride to make the bones stronger.
Yeah, that's
You might
correct.
be right. Yeah.
Vegetable, green leafy vegetables.
Well, then
That's
that
where
makes
you
it
get it from.
an important vitamin, then, right?
Not from milk. You don't get it from milk. If you think milk gives you calcium, that's a big mistake.
What?
It leaches. You lose calcium when you have milk because
What are you talking about?
it produces. Look, if you consume milk, yogurt, cream, butter, those kind of products, what happens to your body is that your body produces the acid, right? And then because you've drank the milk, which it doesn't need, okay, you produce acid, and then the calcium is leached from your bones to neutralize the acid in the stomach, and then you urinate it out. So when you urinate it out, you're urinating the calcium and the acid, everything's gone. And you lose it quicker than you can replenish, apparently.
Okay, so this says the human body is approximately 99% of just 6 elements: oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon, calcium, phosphorus. Another 5 elements make up 0.85% of the remaining mass: sulfur, potassium, sodium, and chlorine, and magnesium.
Potassium, see, we've got potassium in us as well, yeah. So if you're thinking you're getting calcium from milk, you're not. 0% is giving
0%,
you calcium.
is that right? Even if I'm drinking milk?
Yeah, that's what they tell you. You don't. My children don't drink milk, and look how big they are. Even the teachers are saying, "What are they eating?"
They are big.
Taller than me. They're taller than me now. Well, almost
right.
one of the youngest one, almost my height.
How tall are you, Jen? How tall are you?
I'm 5'8.5".
Those shit, they're taller than you, dude.
Yeah, you're short, man. Come on.
Yeah, that's okay,
Tiny,
but
bro.
I'm short.
like
but I'm
you
a
literally reach
troublemaker.
you reach my nipples, bro. Like that's so short. Yo, come on.
Oh, that's cool.
You're the big guy,
Cool.
though,
That's
man.
okay. I'm not worried.
I saw a picture you posted the other day, Jim.
When I'm down low, you're going to be very much in trouble. Don't worry.
You're big.
I'm joking, Jen. I'm joking. I was joking.
Your limbs are keeping me away with your limbs, your long limbs, because if I ever
Yeah,
get
you could kick my ass. You could definitely kick my ass. I was just joking.
I just found my little brother is training to become a bodybuilder. He's like 220 right now. It's like, what the fuck?
Jesus.
What, 220 pounds?
Yeah, he's my baby brother.
Oh, right. Wow. That's big. But that's heavy.
Huge, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be that. I want to be agile, quick. I don't want to lug that around. But I want to be able to apply pressure in the soft spots where you feel pain. That's why I said you got to be able to like pain, man. I tell you. Ooh, I tell you, you got to enjoy that. Otherwise, it's going to be hell. You're going to feel hot, scratched, injured. That's what it was like at karate. People used to bus up on me, man. Bus a lick in there. And then they're hurting themselves at the same time. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna post this. I'm gonna post this real quick. My brother showed me my other brother. He's like, "Hey, dude, I got a friend. He made this song, and I listened to it, and it's a song from my baby brother. My baby brother made this whole song by himself. Hold on, I'll show you.
We're not going to get a
What song is
copy.
Like what genre of music is it?
It's actually metal. But he's into all types of music. I was really surprised when I heard this.
Younger brother.
Baby shark genre.
I taught him how to play drums. You know, when he used to look up to me when I used to play drums back in the day when he was a kid.
How old is he now then?
I don't know, 21, 20, about to be 22, I think.
Oh, he's a baby.
Is he a flat earther?
No, he lives in Perth, Australia.
No. He's a flat earther.
He's in Australia? What the?
He lives with my parents in Australia.
Your parents in Australia?
Yeah, Perth.
Why didn't you go with them?
Because I'm not 12.
What is? I mean,
my brother, my other brother might be moving there.
Okay. That would be cool, man. To go live in Australia. Hang out with Banson.
Yeah, but nobody lives in Perth besides Shepard. Shepard's the only one who lives over there.
Hanging out with Bandsaw, is that a positive or a negative for Australia?
Oh, that'd be. I would chill and drink with Bandsaw and them, dude. Even though
Bansaw's cool, man.
Yeah, him and.
I think Bandsaw smokes too much. He's always lighting up. He smokes too much. That's all. That's the only thing there. You can always hear him. He's just about to have a conversation, and you hear the lighter go. You know? Yeah.
That is
And then he
true.
starts
That is
talking,
true.
you know? Right.
I'll pull a blunt right now. That's the thing. That's the thing, dude. You gotta be able to still. You gotta be able to still.
I pick it all up. Pick it all up. I'm not just listening to the conversation. I'm listening to what you guys are doing in the background. I know when you're writing something down, you know. Gosh, I was making notes. Then I DM the flat earthers. Listen, Kosha's at it again, yeah? Let me see if I can tell you what letters he's writing. Oh. W-E. W-E, yeah. What else was he writing there? O-N. G-O-O-D.
Do you make music,
O-N.
Kosha?
We're on a good one. That was a message he sent to his pals.
Yo, Kosha, did you make music? I'm guessing he's.
You see, he's busy writing. I just told you, he's writing it down.
Yeah.
He's just written down. We're on a good one here. We've got him on the music thing. So don't worry, we've got it back under control. I think the technical gremlins have got him.
Jeez, the song is crazy.
I can't hear it.
No, Kosha posted. The song is his brother, man.
Oh, I'm waiting for it. Do you know what? I'm waiting for the presentation.
No, man. I can't play it, but I don't waste every time. But I just think it's he's because I play drums and I can play a little bit of piano and guitar, the violin, but like very little. But I think it's cool that he produced this whole song himself. Did like played all the instruments and everything.
You see,
I'm so surprised. Dude.
So used to being on the Hangouts. Right? On the Hangouts, they used to present everything. So I'm thinking, okay, it's going to be a presentation. I've got to.
But you used to be on there with fucking.
Sorry,
because with Haunted House and Hitchhiker's Guide.
Though. Let me go check this out.
See what, Kosha?
Calling.
I know Jin's music. Jin doesn't listen to this though, dude. Jin listens to fucking ABBA and house music.
Me, dishonest. Don't know the man.
I like ABBA.
You listen to ABBA, Jin? My mom loves ABBA. ABBA and
I like ABBA.
My dad used to listen to it.
ABBA and Queen.
Yeah, what? Yeah, Queen, love all that. Mamma Mia, Mia, let me go.
There was someone that died recently, and my mom was like devastated. Was it David Bowie? Did he die a few years ago?
He did, yeah.
Yo, yeah, I think the Iggy Stardust guy. That's him, right?
Yeah, David Bowie.
Yeah, my mom was like devastated when he
Yeah,
died.
Iggy Stardust. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was only 65, I think, David Bowie then, or somewhere around that age.
I don't know a single song of his. Like I don't know.
Oh, that's all right.
Are you crazy?
Yeah, never.
Tell me David Bowie song. I don't know any.
You listen to dumb shit. You like
Ground Control.
You wear like designer shoes, like, whatever new shoes come out. And
Post one of his songs.
Man in the sky.
Post one of his songs.
He's Under Pressure. Him and Queen together. He does.
Yeah.
Oh.
He does yeah. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
He was on that song.
Yeah, dude. It was
yeah. They were together. Duet. They did a duet, didn't they?
Okay. I thought it's like one person singing the whole time.
I love that track.
Oh yeah, it was
No. Yeah, so did I when I used to listen to it, and then when I saw David Bowie, what? He was on that as well. Fuck.
Hey, Jin, I'll tell you what,
I like
dude.
the track.
I'll tell you what, dude. Let's let bygones be bygones because I just lit this blunt a little bit, and also Jay Tolan's a cool guy. I like Jay. He seems like a friendly guy. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, thank you.
Sometimes tensions get hot in here, dude. Get high, and I like a lot of you guys. You know what I mean? So we don't gotta get fucking.
Yeah. I mean, I like you as well, Kosha. Don't worry. I just like to pull you up if you're going to be silly, saying someone's dishonest. You know?
You would kick my ass in real life, dude.
Who is Jay Tolan, by the way?
Well,
you don't even fucking pay attention, dude.
Extraordinaire.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
He's a guy. He's a guy who
I think he lives in California. I think he lives out in California. Okay, and he brings all his optical equipment to prove that the Earth isn't a globe, and infrared is the tool he uses. Okay, he even goes to the aqueducts and places like that, showing you that if they built this, they would have to have taken Earth's curvature into consideration. And he brings his theodolite tools, geodetic tools. He sets it all up. That's
That was
when
the
he said he
funniest
was
fucking video
dishonest.
too.
I thought, wow. I mean, how could you say that? You
He
actually
literally,
see him
he
set
literally
up.
measured the fucking radius of the Earth in that video.
No, he didn't. He radiused.
I mean, I was like, holy
He
shit.
just he was looking for it. Okay, yeah, he was
He
looking
measured
for
it.
it, man.
Did he find it?
Yeah,
No,
he did. He had the
No,
exact
he didn't.
number, but he attributed it to something else.
No, he didn't. Don't do a Bob Modell on him. Don't be silly now. You know they love to twist everything.
I'll be honest. I'll be 100% honest. Full disclosure, I didn't want. That was an hour-long video, and that's when I stopped watching Jay Tolan because he said that in the beginning of the video about the 3959 radius, and I just turned it off. I was like, I'm not gonna watch this, dude. He just fucking proved the radius right there.
Now listen, he
Wait,
also
why does he say
worked out the distance to the sun, right?
Wait, hold on. What is? Because I never watched that video. What is Jay Tolan? What does he actually say about the radius? Because he does say that number, but I never watched it.
Well, he said something about the radius. You know, that's it. He says it can't be there.
Okay, Jen. That's rare. That's real fortunate that he said that's what he said, right?
It cannot be there. It's too flat. Now, he also worked out the distance to the sun. That's a great video, that one.
Oh, wait, is that what he attributed? Did he give 3959 to the distance of the sun?
No, I'm saying he did another video where he works out the distance to the sun. Please listen.
I saw him.
Listen, Kosho.
He was in Level. He was in the last Level movie or whatever.
That's right. He was.
And
yes,
I actually, when I saw him, like him, like his face to his voice, I was like, okay, actually, I liked him a little bit more. You know what I mean? Because he has a really jovial voice. Like he sounds really excited. He's like, oh my god, oh what?
Yeah.
He like gets really
that's what I
excited in
like
his videos,
about him,
dude. So I'm like, wow, he sounds like a cool dude.
And you know, he's always moved with his
Exactly, yeah.
his views. He's always moved. Yeah, I love all that.
Spiritual awakening every time.
Yes,
yeah.
And the music as well is so compelling. It's like, yeah, you know, wow, and you're just moved with him. And I tell you, when I saw the first one I saw was Hudson Bay. That was the first one I saw, first video that he done that I saw, right? And you see the Google map, okay, you think, yeah, okay, Hudson Bay, yeah, the Great Lakes, okay. Do you know what I mean, right? That's what I thought, the map. But when I saw the actual infrared from the plane and all that expanse, and it was flat, I was moved. I said, wow, that is flat.
I feel
There's
like
no
a dickhead now.
500 miles.
I feel like a dickhead because I've been in the background I've been fucking just tearing that video apart. Like actually raping it to death almost.
That blew me apart.
No, but now I'm done. I'm done. I don't even want to present this to anybody because it would destroy that. It would destroy what you just described, man. And
no, impossible. What did he do? He showed you his location on the GPS, Google Earth, everything, right? And when you see that map, it looks very plain. It's the Google Earth thing. Okay, yeah, great. I've seen Hudson Bay on a map before. So what? I'm thinking, what's he going to show me here? Now I'm thinking, he's going to use a normal, ordinary camera. I didn't realize he's going to use infrared, you see. And then I thought, wow, it's cleaned up all the glare. All the glare's gone. You can see it clearly, and you can see the whole Hudson Bay expanse. That was the first one. And I said, wow, I'm going to watch some more of your stuff. And it's very impressive. I want an infrared camera.
Well, you know, you can make any camera infrared. You just have to take out the there's a sensor underneath the I forget what it is. You just look it up on YouTube. But you can turn any camera to infrared.
Yeah. I have watched it on YouTube. P900 being done.
Yeah. That's actually I saw. That's what I saw. I saw somebody turn a P900 to infrared.
Yeah. One of my friends, Jazz, was going to do his one. So we were watching it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out right now, actually. How much more? because
Now-
you know red light refracts less than blue, and you know we know how it goes. So the no, not less, I mean more. So infrared's gonna refract even more than that, and I just can't remember by how much infrared refracts compared to red light.
That's not my impression. The infrared cleans up everything, so there's less refraction. That's just being silly now again.
I'm a silly person, Jim.
Oh, I'm listening to this music now. It's good.
I thought it was. I'm just impressed at the skill, you know.
Yeah.
I can't believe you guys actually like that stuff.
No. Honestly, I used to be in the metal.
No, it's good. Yeah.
I think it's like
Yeah, man. I can get into some of that. Why not? I'm a wild man. I told you. Beast.
metal's a lot like jazz, dude. Where
No way. No.
It's not
way.
like
No way.
jazz.
No.
No, it's its own.
No,
Not at all.
Dude, yeah.
It's its own
Back what you just said.
Dude, jazz in jazz, you have the drummer, you have you have every musician in jazz
Look,
thinks that
when
they're
you're
the
talking
fucking
about-
star,
okay.
right? So
When you're
they're
talking
all-
about-
that. Say what?
No, go on. You're talking about jazz, guy.
Yeah, no, but in jazz, yeah, every musician in a jazz band thinks they're the star, and they gotta get a solo, and they gotta be like they. It's like nobody is just chilling. You know what I mean? Like nobody's.
No, they're all chilling.
No, they're not chilling.
in
Everyone's
jazz.
gotta everyone's gotta
No,
show
they're
up.
chilling in jazz.
Same
They're
way in
going
metal.
to give you a theme. It could be the thing could be making love, and then from that moment on, the
But
theme
that's
is on
every
making
single
love.
band ever. You know.
Yeah,
That's how
but the
bands
thing
work.
is, everyone's got to have a solo, of course.
Yeah, exactly,
But,
yeah.
but they're cool, and they're chill. Jazz musicians are cool.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then when they want
sure.
you to jump and jive, it's the jump and jive, and suddenly you're sweating, you're wearing out shoe leather, and you're grasping for your handkerchief to wipe your brow. because
Can you have
tempo's
metal
high.
solos? Like, is that possible?
Can you have
Aside
what
from
solos?
like a drummer, like metal solos.
Yeah,
aside from a
absolutely,
drummer.
dude. That's all. That's why people listen to metal, dude. Is like there's guitar solos and some radio music, but guitar solos, dude. That's the reason to listen to metal, really. It's just fucking guitar solos, dude.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's good when you're snowboarding and you're listening to this stuff down there. Yeah. You know,
I
you
don't
can
know,
get
man.
into
Metal
a groove.
sounds too angry for me.
Well, this not all.
Yeah, but then
songs.
again, you know, if you want to get down the slope quickly, that's the stuff.
It really becomes a different thing, Nate. Whenever you gotta believe me when I say, because that is the way I see jazz and metal. Is like you have really skilled musicians, really kind of showing off, like showing. It's not just for the music. It's like for the fucking impressing people with their skill.
But it depends on what you're doing. I mean, if you're downhilling again, this metal stuff would come over. Downhilling.
You ever get scared that
on
you're
a
gonna fall into a
mountain
tree
bike.
hole?
On a mountain bike, taking all the suspension in. Oh,
You ever get scared? What?
yeah, it's mad.
You two talk at the same time a lot. It's hard to hear what's going on.
What's that
That was
guy's
a good.
name?
That was a good track.
Yeah, I'll tell you. You said I gotta hit him up, man.
Say what?
Well, for the classification, that was a good track. The classification when you listen to the the real stars pop in it, and his brother's just done that. It's pretty good. It's on par with the others.
Yeah.
You know, I'm into music.
Nate, were you saying we were talking at the same time all the time?
You and Jen, you guys do tend to start talking at the same time.
I tell you the truth, dude. I got him a little high now, dude.
What are you smoking?
I don't know, dude. My friend left a blunt here, so.
So you just smoking this shit? What the fuck?
Yeah, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Somebody leaves a blunt right now, they're not gonna smoke.
I've got the natural high. I don't even need the stuff. I'm up there already. You see?
Nobody gets high.
That's the flat Earth. That's the flat Earth, man.
That's true, yeah.
Once you know the truth, man, you are released from all the inhibitions of the globe. You're just floating every day.
What? So flat earthers don't like get high? Is that what you say?
Well, I'm not. This is me. I don't have to get high. I don't need it. I'm already high.
Oh, no.
Dude, Jeremy gets high half the time.
I use the music and I use the drugs within my body. The what's that I'm looking for? You know the word, endorphins that are in there. I release those through the music, exerting muscular force. Now I'm riding high. Now here we go. Or on my motorbike or my push
See, the
bike
problem
when I'm
is
driving. Yeah, go on.
the problem is my body doesn't produce THC naturally, so I have to take supplements.
You're such a dumbass, dude.
My body produces it, man.
That's funny.
Yeah. That was funny.
Yeah, it's another good track I'm listening to, man.
What do you listen to?
Well, I think this is another one of his brothers' tracks, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So your brother's stage name is Osmium?
Yeah, Osmium.
I don't know, dude. I didn't even know. Like he's been making music, like on in the background shit. I didn't know he made a full song though. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, this second track's really good. This second track. Can definitely.
Why don't you become his manager? Manage his band and whatnot.
I mean, I could. I'm gonna jam with him for sure. I mean, he's probably using my drum set, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but maybe he doesn't need you in the band. Maybe he just wants you to be the manager. Maybe you're not good enough. I'm just saying, bro. Like, don't go forcing yourself into it.
All right, man. I mean, honestly, he plays drums better than me at this point.
All right. Nice.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
didn't
he's
talk
talented.
much?
He's definitely talented.
So, isn't it?
I was just asking, like, you guys talk much? Like, he's on the other side of the.
I mean, I haven't talked to him in a little while, maybe a couple weeks. I try to get him on Discord, but he's it sucks Australia because it's like the other side. It's like the other, it's like nighttime.
Across the flat Earth, yeah, right on the other side of the planet. I understand.
Yeah, time zones. Yeah, they suck, man.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice to fly though yourself straight over? Fucking, I can't believe it's flat, but it is.
Well, Eggshells is flying right now from where is it? From Darwin to London.
Why?
I don't know, dude. He
Traveling around the world, right?
That's not part of his thing. He rode from like Melbourne up to Darwin, but he's actually on a break from that trip, like a family thing or something, and he's coming, and then he's gonna come back and then continue the trip.
All right, I see.
Yeah, my brother's.
Is he making a video in London, or is this a private thing?
Oh no, he went with his girlfriend, so I mean, I think it's a family thing.
All right, holiday.
He was asking about flat Earth tests, though. He wanted like a suggestion or like a test he could possibly try to do. I told him he could just record all of his
escapades.
Data. No, just record his data from the plane trip, because then you could you see his altitude through the whole trip, his distance, his speed, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He should do that. He should do that.
Just records in the back.
I hope he does it.
It's roughly a 19-hour flight from Australia to England. Anyway, roughly 19 hours. Qantas Airlines. So let's see what route they take, and let's listen to what he's got to say.
What's a big airport in England?
Heathrow.
There's Heathrow, and then
Heathrow,
there's Gatwick. There's Heathrow, Gatwick, and Stansted. And
yeah, but he would definitely come in through Heathrow, man.
Yeah, Heathrow. Yeah, if you can get it.
What do you do with the airport code? Probably no.
Heathrow, HRT, I think it is for Heathrow.
I'll try that. A DRW to HRT.
What's DRW?
Darwin, Australia.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I did those too.
Thank you. Thanks, Sherman.
Yeah, those
That's
two
what's
down
up,
there, I
Sherman.
did those.
Pretty cool. Nice. All right. What about the other two, Jeremy?
That's why I appreciate him, man. He always does both of them.
Shut up.
He did those two lines, is what he meant.
Yeah, that's right, man.
You know?
Off.
Yeah, I've done those two.
Yeah.
Line them up again. Come on. And then you hear this. where it's been chopped up.
Jesus, man, you guys doing the hardcore stuff in Japan, dude.
Yeah, like what's the drug of choice in Japan?
Monkey brain.
Oh, they like cannabis. They like all of it. All of it. It's all there. Weed, heroin. It's all there. But it's all done secretly, very, very secretly.
Yeah, that's weird, man. We do it right in front of the mayor.
What happens if you're caught with weed over there? Like, do you get killed?
No. But you can go to prison for it. Yeah.
They're pretty serious, right?
Forever?
Yeah. You can go to prison.
Yeah, but how easy is it to run from a fucking Japanese cop, dude?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Japanese cop, man.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, the amount of times
Do
they
the-
chased me on my bike and I'm gone.
Do the cops have guns over there? Like, won't they just shoot at you?
Yeah, they've got guns. Yeah, on their hips.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
but they, I mean, they look like wallies though, honestly, and the uniforms just, nah, come on, forget that. I mean, I don't really bother when they put me up on the bike and I said, yeah, look, I'm on my way to what's up, I just, yeah, I'm on my way home. What's up, man? He goes, yeah, but you are
Yeah.
speeding. I said, I didn't realize. Okay, okay, we'll take this speed. Okay, thank you. They don't really give like guidance that much hassle, to be honest, because of the communication breakdown.
Yeah, they don't even know what to say to you.
What's the gaijin?
Foreigner,
Ah, the gaijin.
and then they see me black foreigner, and they think, oh, look, yeah, go on.
Like, I don't want to fucking in trouble.
The amount of times, look, I was on my Honda 400, okay, going into Tokyo, and I was doing like 60 miles an hour, right, in a 30, right, and I'm right, but the bike is immaculate, okay, and I'm riding properly, but I'm riding fast, and I held that speed for like perhaps 3 minutes, and then I see the police in my rear view. I went, oh, so I slowed down. I looked left and right, and then I slowed down. And then he came past me, thumbs up, and then he carried on. Yeah.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I was lucky I thought I was going to get done. He came past me, thumbs up, and then rode on.
You know what's funny, dude?
Nice.
When I was driving Lyft, like you have like I had the light because I was renting the car from him, so I have like light in the front. And
Yeah.
I always felt, and it's the truth, dude, because I could be driving in the middle of the night. Like cops, they don't do anything to you because they're out looking for drunk drivers and looking for people that can get something on, but they don't think that if someone is driving, they're gonna be drinking, even though I was, And but anyway, so like there was one time I was going fucking like I was going 80 in the what do you call that, the lane, the fucking carpool lane, and so I thought they were gonna see me and stop me, but they saw me for sure, but they didn't do shit. But I think it's because of my my lift light.
Yeah. Now, where I was doing this 100 kilometers an hour, which is 60 miles, it was a dual carriageway, empty. That's why I could hold the speed for 3 minutes,
What do you
cruising.
mean?
Yeah.
You
Right.
mean like
Right. And
a two road or 2-lane road?
2 lanes. Yeah. We call it dual carriageway, which means it's 2 lanes. Yeah. In Britain, that would have been 60 miles an hour. Okay. That's what it would have been. It wouldn't have been 30 there. That's ridiculous. Okay. But I just did me 60. I'm accustomed to that speed, no problem. And then nothing happened anyway. The funny thing is, a few months later, I've got a picture of a policeman looking at me through his mirror as I'm taking a picture of him.
I heard you say that before, but
That's a good one, man. I got my camera out because my friends wanted to know what life is like in Japan. So, of course, I'm going to show them the police because we bikers, we're always worried about the police. So I thought I'd show them what the police look like in their uniform on their white bikes, riding Hondas.
I guess they're more impressed than they. I mean, what's the truth though? Is cops like they're looking for people for shit, like they might have shit on them, but they're also looking to make sure there's not people causing trouble and shit. And if you're doing that, and you're being careful, no one's on the road, then I mean that guy's pretty cool though to give you a thumbs up.
Yeah, he was. Let me tell you another experience. Okay, not on a bike this time. I've only been in Japan about 2 weeks, and my wife took me to a place called Shibuya. Okay, we had a nice time, restaurant, nightclub. Now we're going to go home, and the taxis were there, and my wife put the hand up for the taxi, and the taxi drove past us. But he didn't get far because you never guess what. You know those traffic wardens that give out tickets? He stopped that taxi and says, "Pick them up." Didn't you see them like that? Pick them up like that. He told him off. Now that would never happen in Britain.
That would never happen in America.
Right. And then he forced the taxi driver to pick us up. And I was really impressed with that. I went, what? They can do that? I asked my wife. She said, yeah. I said, wow. So we got in the taxi. Right now, unbeknown to the taxi driver, he doesn't know that I know my north, south, east, and west. Even though I've only been in Japan 2 weeks, I know how to get home because I've got that map, the courier brain. He took the long way round. And I said to my wife, he's taking the long way around. Look, look, it's this way. That's the way we live. Why is he going this way, all the way around this way? And you watch, he's going to come back our way. And you watch. And he did. And she was really pissed off. She took his number, okay? She took his number and everything, phoned the company up, explained exactly what happened, and they sent her a refund.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
That's like a Karen, dude. That's my girlfriend's a Karen, dude. She's actually a proud Karen.
Yeah. My wife was really angry. You know, 2 incidents. One, the driver didn't want to pick us up, and now he's ripping me off. Oh, well, that's not going to sit well. So she took his name and number because it's all written on the window. You know, the identity of that driver. It's right there. His photograph, his number. It's all there. The company, everything. So it's on display.
On the window.
On the if you're sitting, if you're sitting
the taxi.
in the taxi, yeah, right. You can see that his name and number is right there, ID and everything.
No, but Nate, you live in the city, right? You know, it's not gonna happen in the city, right? Somebody passes you in a cab.
No, never happened. Never, never.
Yeah, I would stop these people.
Sorry.
Oh, the cop. He's not gonna fucking sit there and fucking badger.
Yeah, that would never happen.
Yeah. I've had many of these speeding ones. I mean, I was on my way to the immigration office to get a new visa and everything. Okay, and I was bombing it on my Fireblade, right? And then the police came up behind me because I've been following you. You're riding fast. Where are you going? I said, I'm going to the immigration office. All in Japanese. He goes, okay, follow me. And then he said to me, nice bike, ride slowly. Okay. I said, thank you. Yeah. He said, let me see your documents. So I showed him everything. He goes, okay, follow me. So I followed the cop all the way to the, yay. So that's what I'm saying. I've had some really good, lucky chances.
I think it's being a black man, dude. Because you're right. Like you said, like over there, it's like almost they don't want any confrontation. They're not gonna be confrontational. They know you're not in trouble anyways. You're like, you're not.
The bike is clean.
You gotta do it dangerously. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's right. I'm not dangerous. Everything's professional. Line, they looked at the motorbike. Yeah, these guys, the wheels are clean, man. Fucking hell. Come on, follow me. When you got clean wheels and you're looking smart, body armor. Yeah.
You have a CBR right now?
I've got a CBR now right now. Yeah, 1,000. Yeah, 2008 model.
I'll show you my bike that I sold 3 years ago. I probably actually showed it to you before, but hold on.
Nothing like burning rubber, man. I don't mean wheel spinning. I mean licking 180 miles an hour.
You ever did something like?
That's when you're in a hurry up.
180 miles, you said?
Yeah, 180 miles an hour. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah,
no way.
In Japan.
In Japan?
Yeah. In Japan, yeah. I did 160 in Britain on the M1 motorway, and the helicopter was out. No Unfortunately for them, I managed to get off the motorway into Golders Green, which is a Jewish area, and then I blended in with the traffic. But they still came up, the police still came up to me, okay, and said, they pulled me up, right? I was making a delivery. They pulled me up and they said, were you on the M1 just now? I said, no. I just kept saying, no. There was not one word of yes coming out of my mouth. Nope, I've come from this. And I showed them my delivery sheets and documents of the places I'd been to, right? And I said, okay. And the other copper was looking at my tires. Right? And he said, okay, drive safe. I go, I always do, mate.
You know what, dude? Dealing with the
160 miles
cops,
an hour.
dealing with the cops in the States, and then dealing with them anywhere else, dude. It's not even comparable. It makes cops everywhere else look like they're the easiest pushovers in the world, dude. Because cops over here, always trying to get you for something, dude.
Oh, not in Britain. Look, if I'd said yes, it would have been an instant ban. 1 year.
If all you had to do was admit to it,
All I had to do is say
that
yes,
I
that
was
was
driving,
me.
man.
That's the end. That's the 1 year ban. Because I was riding on the motorway. It's I'm doing 160 miles an hour on a 70 maximum speed of 70 miles per hour. I'm doing 160. So I'm 90.
How come they couldn't just prove it was you? Like, if they saw you doing it, why couldn't they just?
No, they have. You know what it is? They've got to have me on film. They've got to have me on film for a length of time, and then they say that is you, number plate, everything. So they didn't get that close.
They can't just claim like I saw this fucking dude.
Well, they could, but that means I have to say yes, that was me. But I didn't say. I said no. Kept saying no. That I wasn't on the M1.
Cops over here would just fucking like I've gotten arrested several times just because I could have potentially have been who they. I mean, I was who they were looking for, but they had no way of knowing that.
I was unlucky though. I was on my CBR 400 RR, 400 CBR, right? And I passed this car. It was a police car, plain clothes. I didn't know, and I just kept on going, killing it on the Old Kent Road, East London. And this car homed in behind me. You know, I thought, oh, this car's a bit close. You know what I mean? Because I'm not thinking it's a police car, do I? You know, but so I just burnt up a bit more. And then suddenly, you know, they put the Kojak, you know, the blue light on the roof.
Yeah. He took it out of his car and put it on the roof.
Fuck. That was me. Fuck. You're kidding me.
Oh, I can always tell though when you're driving like that and someone is like following you and like changing lanes with you and they're driving right behind you, but not
Well,
like.
I think they're racing me. That's what I think.
Yeah, but he wasn't passing you, probably, right? Because people do that.
He couldn't pass me because I was going too fast. He could not pass me.
I do that sometimes. Like there'll be somebody who like they're right behind me, but they're not trying to pass me. So that's why I'm like, that's probably funny.
No, he couldn't pass. I thought he was trying to pass me, but I wasn't letting him pass me. And then, woohoo! You know, oh shit! You know, and you know what I said to him first of all? I goes, "Now that's not cricket," and then he laughed, as if I was saying that's not sporting because he's in a plainclothes car. And then I had to sit in the car, watch the video of myself speeding. I said, "Man, I was riding good, wasn't I?" I said all that to him, and then of course I had to sign the documents, and go to the court, and pay my fine. But what they didn't realize that I was riding that bike on an alias name.
What?
Yep.
So the bike was owned by a different name, or when they pulled you over,
I was riding that bike on an alias name, on a real driving license. I took the test again on another name, so I'd have two licenses.
Why'd you have to do that?
Well, because if I lose my license, that means I can't work, can I? Right.
So when you got that ticket, it was not even the real name.
When I got that ticket, I wasn't riding on my real name. No.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
And I had to go to court. Listen, I had to go to court and appear under that alias.
Dude, that's what I'm telling you.
You got some balls, man. That's what
that's legit shit. In America, yeah, you could even get away with that. Because I mean, actually, you could if you didn't have an ID when you got arrested. You know, they really had no way of proving.
Well, the ID is the license. The license serves as the ID, doesn't it? And then
yeah, but you have two different licenses over here. It's
not on my
easy.
person. Not on my person.
Yeah, right. But you're saying you had two registered. Like over here, to get a driver's license, you have to have like your birth certificate, you have to have official documents.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, all that's done. I know the man who can. You see.
Oh, I got you.
Aye. You know, I did that for all my family. That's the way I am. I told you I was a free man on the land. I was always fighting.
Smart about it though, yeah.
You know why? Because the system was fighting me, you see, and I realized that. But so that's what it's all about, is it? Look, I'm the man, right, who gets parking tickets outside his own house where I live, which is a liberty, right? I didn't pay, and it went from double, quadruple, it just went up. I went, right, this is a joke. I took all those tickets, okay, and I put on my working uniform. I went to the ticket office on Marylebone Road with my clipboard. I said, look, apparently this person doesn't live at this address. Okay, there you go. Can you sign here, please? And that day they never came back. There you go. Just writ off like £400 worth of tickets gone. Like
That's
that.
awesome, dude. That's what I'm saying. You could do that shit in Japan and England, dude. Like you could.
I was doing that in England. That's in England. No, that's in England. Every story.
That's in England, yeah.
That was in England, yeah.
That's what I'm saying though. Like, it's probably just because, like, the cops here, they're fucking like ruthless.
Well, no,
like,
there's loopholes in the system, isn't there? That's what it is.
Yeah, but that's the thing over here. Cops over here, they don't like they go beyond what they can do, you know, because they get away with it, and they don't let you get away with loopholes. Like Whitsitt was actually pretty good at when he was in Ohio, talking to the cops. Like he actually knew more laws than they did, right? And even still, the cops aren't gonna let you win just because you know the laws they don't. Okay, a cop will risk detaining you for the night unlawfully rather than
that's them breaking the law. I'm the guy that
they break the law, but they know they get away with that.
I'm not going to consent or say yes to anything. It's going to be a no all the way. That's it. And once they put me in their little jail, they're trying to keep me. As I said, yeah, as long as you got my food and stuff here, then good luck to you, mate.
They might not even feed you, bro. They will bring the plate to you and then just knock it over and make you eat like off the floor.
Cops over here.
Yeah, they get real fucked up.
I say, yeah, you eat that shit, you can. That's all.
They'll make you eat it off the floor.
No, they wouldn't make me eat it. They wouldn't make me eat it. I guarantee you that.
And they'll justify. They justify putting you in a fucking like crazy.
Making me eat fuck all. I'll. You know what? I'll eat their hands. Fuck.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what you say that they'll bind you down.
They're gonna say this is a gorilla, man.
My girlfriend.
Get him off me, John! Quick!
She got bound up in one of those chairs, and she said she chewed out of the restraints.
You what?
She said my girlfriend. She said like something happened and she got in a fight with her sister, and she had to go to the police got her. They put her in a fucking crazy person place, and they restrained her to a bed or chair or something. And she said she chewed out of the restraints.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
There you go.
She walked past They what?
No, I was saying she really wanted to get out of there.
Get out. Yeah, she dragged the bed. She dragged the bed through the gates.
No, but she said she walked past the room.
She dragged the bed through the bars to get out.
I honestly, dude, I know she could do that though, dude. She's pretty determined.
Yeah, I'm like that. When I say no, it is. Make me.
Yeah, but not to our
Make
question. You would not have that energy.
Let me tell you something. To every single, you don't know me.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Over here,
I'm dressing for the occasion.
Yeah, but the cops over here.
Kneecaps.
They don't play. They don't play by the rules, Jim.
Exactly.
They don't play by the rules.
I don't play by the rules.
No, but they have guns, and so they'll take any
I'm not
provocation.
scared of the gun.
They'll take any provocation.
They'll shoot you. They'll literally shoot you. Yeah.
If they shoot me, then they've committed murder. Then
no, that's what I'm saying.
And they'll get away with it.
They'll use any provocation. So
that
they're not going to
scare me.
You do something justified to point it out. They'll be like, "Oh, I was so shocked."
As soon as they hear in America, when they hear my voice, they know I'm not from round here. They know that
just hearing your voice, they'll say he was shouting at us. That scared us. We thought he was going to attack us, so we shot him, and they'll get away with it in court. You know,
nah, not for me. They won't. I guarantee you.
Hunt them.
I guarantee you.
You ain't bulletproof, Jin. They'll shoot you, bro.
Yeah, that's what I tell you. It's like
it'd be worse for them.
Yeah, maybe not though, because like I said, it happens a lot. It happens a lot where if they really have a read, like they'll choke a dude to death or whatever they do, right? And as long as there's any inkling of, they kind of had to do it, or like they had to protect themselves, or they could have perceived it as they were under threat or something.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen.
It won't
Jin, you could literally have a bone in front of them, and they would say they thought there might have been a pistol sticking out, like the bulge in your pants. It could have been a pistol. You might have been carrying something, but all you had was a boner. They'll shoot you, bro.
Nah, no, it's not gonna go. It will never go to that.
Did you ever hear about that dude? dude in the hotel, and the cops came. They were raiding the hotel, and he was like on the floor, and they told him to crawl to him or whatever, and his shorts were falling down, so he kept like trying to. He was like pulling the shorts up, but I don't know. They thought maybe he had something. They shot him to death.
They shot him.
Yeah, well, that didn't happen to me, and it wouldn't happen to me. I mean, I was in the Gateway, the Hawaiian Gateway Hotel, Waikiki Gateway Hotel, and the above hotel room was, whenever they used their aircon, would leak all the way onto our veranda. Okay, so I went downstairs and said, "Look, excuse me, the upstairs room is leaking water. Can you come and sort this out?" They came up, sorted it out, no problem. Cleaned up, put some towels down there. Okay, sorry about that. Fine. Okay. Now this went on for like 3 days, and then that staff, they changed staff. Now this new staff doesn't want to do it. I said, why don't you actually knock up the person upstairs and ask them to stop using the aircon because it's not fit for purpose? Can you do that? So you rang them up. He goes, they're not answering. Well, go upstairs. Well, I can't do it. I go, I'll tell you what, I'll do it. I'm in the lift. I'm upstairs. I'm banging on the like a Flintstone, because I tapped, they didn't answer, so I banged it, and then I said, they want you to go downstairs because you need to stop using your aircon. Okay, get down there. And then before I know it, I'm in my room now, and next minute, ding dong, I'm looking at police officers.
What?
And they said, yeah, they called the police because the occupants upstairs was scared.
Where were you? Where was this?
In the Waikiki, in Hawaii.
Oh,
the Waikiki Gateway Hotel. Now, the police came up to the door, right, and they said, "We understand you've been causing a disturbance." I says, "No, I haven't been causing no disturbance. I wasn't getting the service that I paid for." That's what was going on there. I asked them to go up. Look, you can see. Come and have a look. This is what's going on. Yeah, the veranda is all wet. I'm waiting for them to clean it up. They were taking their time. They weren't serving me properly. Okay, that's what it was. So I went upstairs and I banged the occupant's room door to come downstairs and get it sorted. He goes, yeah, but didn't they offer you to move to another room? I said, it's not for me to move. This room is okay. It's the room that's not fit for purpose. I said, yeah, do you get me? Do you understand? Okay, I'm not stupid, yeah? He goes, well, if you get any more disturbances, he goes, don't worry. If you get any more disturbances, I might see you then, yeah? Shut the door. Boom. Guess what they did? Plotted outside the window by our hotel room. And my youngest son, he just learned to say aloha oi, and he was saying that to the police officers. Fucking what a day that was. Funny. But the hotel staff, that was the second time I'd went to that hotel, by the way. That was my second time there.
What's it called?
The Gateway.
Waikiki.
Waikiki Gateway Hotel, yeah.
I
I booked it from this very room I'm in. I booked it and got the discount before I even started. I said, I was there a couple of years ago, yeah. I'm this second time. Any chance of a discount? Because I know the situation. You haven't got many tourists, Beggars can't be choosers, yeah. Because okay, yeah, we see what you can do, I said, no, I want to know now before I arrive. What discount can you do me? You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm like that. I'm that.
Wait, what time? How'd you know there'd be a discount though? How'd you know they wouldn't have a lot of tourists?
Because you're talking 2010. We went, so the next time, 2012. So the Lehman shock had affected the Hawaii tourists, and I looked it up before I left, checked it. Because when we went in 2010, we didn't even book a hotel. We went there and we started looking around saying that you got to do us a discount because we know you got no tourists. That was me. I'm like that, man.
Right, man,
yeah. How much money do you want to make? How much money have you made today? Yeah, literally telling them.
Enterprise.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh yeah.
As I told you, when you said your wife did that, she called, they got the money back or whatever. That's how
she got a refund.
That's how my girls did.
Yeah, no, she was pissed off. She was annoyed and surprised that the taxi didn't stop for us, right? But then when the parking ticket officer just went, traffic warden, sorry, forced him to take us. Wow, I thought that was very impressive. But then the driver thought he was smart, but he didn't know that this black boy was smarter than him. And then my wife rang him up. Sorry?
This is when you first got to Japan?
Yeah, I was only been in Japan 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, I bought the CBR 400, CB 404. 2 weeks after that, because I didn't want to waste money using the Shinkansen and trains and taxis because I'm losing money. But if I invested in a nice brand new motorbike, which I bought on discount, the first bike that I bought in Japan, yeah, nice. And then if I have money troubles, I could sell it and still have money in my hand. Whereas if you go on a train and that money's gone forever. No. I
Plus
didn't want to do that.
subways, they pack in the subways, don't they?
Yeah.
They like push people in the fucking subways.
Yeah, I know. That's dangerous.
Yeah, it looks pretty dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, packing them in like sardines.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's opening doors. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
Well, yeah, because virus or whatever.
No, because there's been some derailments over the last few years that I've been in, 20 years that I've been in Japan. So I think after 5 years they stopped that.
But you mean like actual derailments? Like
actual derailments.
Oh, I thought you were being funny.
Yeah, not the Shinkansen, but the regular subway trains. And they've come off and people have died. Right, that's when they said it's enough's enough with the packing up like sardines.
Oh, shit, yeah, fucking filling those things up and flying off the back. Yeah.
I mean, you're standing there, you've got someone's briefcase in your kneecap, with someone's fucking camera in your backing, and there's still more people coming in.
Oh, shit. I've seen them. They seem like you sticks and pushing people in and shit.
Yeah. And that's terrible. And then you're breathing everyone's perfume. You got a cocktail of bloody perfume and aftershave. So you're coming out of there dizzy, sore throat. Yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna show you my bike. I sold it.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Yeah, I know. I have like literally I have 52 thumb drives, so I don't even remember where all my shit's at. I put in like fucking every other thumb drive to find the shit.
But yeah, I've been pretty much lucky here in Japan, you know, with all that. But in London, I was right, real up to some real skullduggeries. I was, because you got to win when you're in that battle with the government. You got to win. New ways to steal your money.
You talking about in England?
Yeah, in England, of course they are.
Yeah, you know what? In Bahrain, I think they picked up the English model because they were under British rule for a long time. So all the traffic is like they had all the roundabouts and
yeah, that's nice.
They did stuff the British way, or whatever. But yeah, when the traffic police pulls you over, no matter what, not even just pulls you over. If anything happens, like you get in a wreck, if something happens, you have to pay the traffic police every single time, no matter what.
Not in Britain, you don't.
You don't got to do that.
No, you pay the police.
Yeah. You got to pay them. You got to pay them if you got an accident. I think the person who wasn't at fault gives them like a small amount, and the person who was at fault gives them the larger amount. Yeah. That's like
you better. I won't be giving no police any money. Doesn't matter where I go on this earth. So that's what I mean. You know, I don't follow those customs and shit. I don't do that. Not only that, I say to the police officer, you know that I have the right to be in your country, and you know that your laws protect me. Yeah, now get out the way.
What? Is this applicable to all countries, Jim?
Yeah, you better believe. If you go to all countries, the laws protect you. The laws in the country must protect you. Otherwise, your life will be in danger.
Yeah, otherwise, what's the point of that? Yeah, otherwise,
come on,
should be in.
That's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I mean, don't start. You got to go there, letting them know. You better make sure I'm okay in your country.
Jen, the laws are to protect everybody. So if you're endangering people around you, then you're at.
You could go out like a man if you want.
I agree with that 100%. I agree with that statement 100%. But the same goes in reverse. That's the way I roll.
Not given right to stand your ground, but what don't they have the right to push you around if they want to? Can't they try to push
absolutely, you? Why not? Absolutely not.
Absolutely.
Well,
what are you going to do about it?
Well, you will see. Let's see where you want to go with it, bro. Where do you want to go?
I think, Jen, that you should come to the United States because there's some YouTubers that'll make a lot of money off.
I've been to LA. Yeah. I've been to LA splat smacking.
Alabama
in the morning.
No, go to Alabama. It's nice.
Okay. Yeah, I go to
This time of year.
Alabama. Yeah, I'll say hello to the people in Alabama. Yeah, Jin CBR1 from London via Japan. Okay, what's going down? Oh, the wife sneakers when you get home? Oh, good on you.
There was an Aussie woman who was shot in
A lot of
America.
flat
Sorry,
earthers in Alabama.
I think I was talking over you. I'm roboting.
Yeah, so yeah, you're roboting. Sorry about that.
Jen, it doesn't take long for you to say controversial stuff, boy. It comes out at a high frequency, doesn't it?
What did he say about flat earthers in Alabama?
Dude, you know what he said earlier,
There's probably a lot over there. There's not a lot of mountains.
Certainly does, man.
He was doing double the speed limit, and he was on the freeway, and he saw the cop. He saw there's a cop behind him, or he was about to pass a cop, and so he's like slowed down a little bit, but he passed the cop, and then he said the cop just looked at him and gave him a thumbs up.
Yeah, throw on.
Like, goddamn, dude. Shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's been my experience. Yes. I'm a controversial kind of guy. Okay. But just because I travel the world doesn't mean I can't be free. I said, your laws protect me, yeah, whilst I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah,
Excuse me. Once I get on my holiday.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Always remember that, folks.
Just know
you're right.
You can't get away with that in America. Like I told you, in America, that's the problem. Is it's not about your rights. It's about
my rights. I'm telling you.
But if the cop can get away, like if the cop can get away with detaining you, right? If he can justify, even if he did it unlawfully, if he can later justify it in any way whatsoever, or is it the very most just going to be a dismissal of whatever you're with? It's not a big deal. He'll do it.
Yeah.
Kosho, in Japan, they can detain you for 23 days without charging you.
Yeah.
What?
And yeah, unfortunately. But
that's why their crime rate is so low.
Yeah. There's Jin arguing about why he's got 2 knives in his rucksack at Narita Airport going to Guam. And I forgot they were in my rucksack because I climbed Mount Fuji a few days before. Okay. And now we're on our way with the family on a holiday. I'd forgotten my knives in the rucksack. So they put the rucksack through the scanner, and then they put it through again. And they said, can we look inside? I said, yeah. And then they pulled out my knives. I said, oh, shit, I forgot. Because I was supposed to put them in my suitcase. Now they're getting beat up right.
They caught you. You were going to assassinate the pilot.
Now they're getting itty-tighty and that. They're getting a bit silly, you know. You're not allowed to carry it. I said, yeah, I know that. I said, I'm not the terrorist, yeah? Yeah? I'm not your enemy, yeah? Look at America, eh? That's what I said to them. Right? And then
what?
Guess what they said? They were going to throw the knives. I said, excuse me, who do you think's got money to throw away like that? That easy. I said, no, you don't throw my stuff away. I said, if I don't go on holiday, that's fine. You don't throw my knives away. So now it's time to get on the plane. My wife had to go. I had to get on another plane because they had to sort out my knives. And they put it in a special box, wrote it, and it came in as hand luggage. So, yeah, they knew the score. They knew the score. And I said, remember, yeah, it's America that dropped the bomb, not me.
Oh, my God, dude.
Yeah, man.
It sounds like the security got their way and kept everybody safe, and you missed your flight. So yeah,
no, I didn't, because you know what? When I got onto the next plane, they said there wouldn't be any meals. I said, no problem. I got a meal. Okay, and then when I got off the flight, okay, and when I went down the escalator, guess who was in front of me? My family.
What?
So it was like literally just like that. So there was no problem, man. But after that incident, I was put onto a special. Whenever I got a ticket, it had 4 S's, so that I come under a security scrutiny all the time. So it meant that they had to look all through my bloody baggage, and they had these special gloves on and these special tissue paper which they used to swipe and put it into this machine looking for bomb residue or whatever. Fucking stupid. So I said to them, make sure you leave my rucksack as you found it, yeah. And I said to the police officers,
the score update is 2-0. 2-0 service security.
Yeah.
2-0 security. Jen, can I ask you a question? If you did the rock climbing and you got the knives, Fuji or whatever, have you ever heard the song "Pretty Pretty Pink Cave"?
No, never.
It's a
Jim likes good music, though, man.
I've never heard that.
Go check it
It
out.
might not be the
Well,
best
what's it?
music.
Why did you mention it? Why did you mention it?
It's about a cave.
Who is it? Who sang it?
Oh, I've never heard of it.
I don't know.
But yeah, I had a problem where they kept
Was it Primus?
double searching everything. You know,
Double searching.
Yeah, well, they say, "Can you come this way, please?" all the time. So I'm being pulled out of the queue to go to a separate place to be
You're on the list. Yeah.
special security search, basically.
It's easy. I knew I was on a list for a long time just because of I was like I used to be in the conspiracies like a lot, you know. And so when I was in Navy, I was pretty open with like I wouldn't be like open about it, but people knew that like I bring up shit, you know what I mean?
But there's nothing more annoying than when you packed your rucksack just right, and now it's being unraveled, and they're not putting it back as you want.
Yeah,
So it says, "Can you please leave it as you found it?" Yeah, because it took me a while to pack that perfectly. Yeah, okay, yeah. And remember, this kind of security doesn't make me feel any better because 9/11 was an inside job, wasn't it? That's what I say to them. Yeah, you know, yeah, your country did it, didn't they? And then one of them went off and went upstairs and brought the sergeant down. And the sergeant, you know, with his 3 stripes, says, "What did you say to my men?" I said, 9/11 was an inside job. He goes, "Well, you're entitled to your opinion." I goes, "It's not fucking an opinion. It's a fact. 9/11 was
Where
an
were
inside
you?
job."
Where were you when you said that?
Guam airport.
Do you think Guam is part of the United States?
It is.
Well, it is, isn't it? It's an
Oh,
United States
it still
island.
is?
Well, yeah, it's like Puerto Rico.
It's a territory, right? Like, yeah, Puerto Rico.
It's a territory, yeah. It's not really a state because they can't vote.
No, yeah, they don't have
Voting rights. Yeah, they don't vote.
Puerto Rico votes.
I think Puerto Rico's got more status, but wait, they vote? They vote?
Clinton.
They're not representation though.
Clinton.
I think they do vote. They do have.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
What it is they have.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
That's what it is. They can go bankrupt. I think, like they can actually go bankrupt. Something like that. That's what it is.
Yeah. The thing is, we're going back to Japan. I said, when do you know the Japanese to be terrorists to their own country?
Back when they were
going through all this security when you're going home. You know, it's ridiculous.
They're pretty wild back in the day.
I said to them, it's no wonder your tourism is going down. You know, at this rate, you're not going to have any tourists. This palaver, this joke that you do.
Yeah, but you're definitely an outside. You're not a Japanese native.
My wife is Japanese. My children are half Japanese. I have every right to speak.
Yeah. Well, she betrayed the country and married outside the bloodline. I mean, you think they like her?
Let me tell you something. Whatever attitude they have, I'm there solid reminding them.
And I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't know purebred versus diversity. To me, it seems like
they're happy. They're happy to know they have a black person in the Japanese.
Exactly. You know, they honored that. I mean, that's how I roll. You know.
I don't mean to be I don't know how it's going to sound, to be honest with you, but the truth is Japanese have some of the best DNA. Like you look at these people who are mixed with travelers. Like Japan is a lot like the South American countries where they're kind of like a lot of travelers kind of invented this race basically. Yeah, so it's like there's some really talented physical Japanese people, and I think they now have a new race, like a black Japanese, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be some great genetics in the Blackanese.
Yeah, most probably, yeah. But what I like about the Japanese is their work ethics, in the integrity when they do something. You know,
don't they get really ashamed? Don't they get ashamed though if they do something wrong?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So Kosho, you think a Chinese and a Mexican is gonna breed a very hard working baby?
I think I just watched too much Ninja Warrior.
So that's me turned down.
And Ninja Warrior people they'd fail and then he'd start crying and then shave his head and stuff.
Can you imagine living in Chinese and they're locking you in your apartment? I don't believe that's
Yeah,
real.
dude, I remember that, dude.
It's mad.
It's
Isn't
so
it?
weird thinking back about that. You know what I mean? Because it does seem like it seems so dramatic. Yeah, like overly dramatic.
Yeah.
A little bit. Like,
yeah, I don't think that was real. I think they hammed that one up.
yeah, that was so dramatic when you look back because it was like they were getting locked in there and then
That's impossible. That can't happen.
Police on the roofs.
Yeah, that's bollocks. That's rubbish. Can't believe that was a real.
Hey, Jin, when my dad went to Japan in '98, he said jaywalking was a serious crime. Is that true, or is that?
Well, I mean, if the police see you, yeah, they'll blow that whistle and you get a.
Do you jaywalk or?
Me? A little bit, yeah. You look, make sure, and then I go, yeah.
But for the most part, you follow.
Well, because for the most part, I mean, I've crossed the road properly, but there are times when look, there's a place where I cross the road to get to the 7-Eleven, right? And it's a 3-lane, it's a 3-laner, 6 lanes. And there's the Pelican crossing's not there. I just cross when the traffic's not flying across, walk across the road.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say I've never probably in 20 years I've never ran across the street. You know what I mean? It's like if you all you gotta do is look out for the cars and look out what the traffic's doing. There'll always be opportunity to walk carefully.
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, but the Japanese sometimes frown at that because the children might copy, is what they say. Which I can understand. We don't want children doing the same thing and then timing it wrong and then having an accident.
There was a flat earther. Flat earther came into gyms, dude. His name was Kevin. It's kind of a messed up story, but he told us that his dad and him, they used to train. I think they still do. They train some martial arts. I think kung fu. It's just called kung fu. Anyways, he said that his dad really honored his sensei, like his teacher. Like he respected him so much, and he said that he would notice though, like after they trained, his sensei would leave wherever they were training, and he would walk out to traffic, and he wouldn't even look both ways. He would just start walking across the street.
Oh, that's nuts.
Yeah, and then his dad asked him one day after seeing him do this for years. He asked him, he's like, "Why do you do that?" He said, "Because I know that if something were to happen, I would, I could jump over the car." So this is literally what Kevin told us. He could jump over the car if anything. I was like, "What?" I was like, "This guy's insane." But it's like, so they had a lot of trust and respect for him for this. But literally one day he did this, and he walked out and he got hit by a car and got killed. I was like, "Holy shit!" And he said, "Yeah, it was pretty traumatic." Right? That's expected. Like that's what happens. Yeah, if you just ever walk out in front of the cars.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's no, I'm not going to be doing that.
That's like those Christians in the South that do the snake fights, or they taunt the snakes because they think God makes them
invincible. Tapping the snake on the head. Can you imagine that? Giving a snake a slap on the head. Behave yourself.
You wouldn't do that, right, Jen?
No.
Did you hear the guy this morning? I think it was on Gems that said he was God. You were there for that, weren't you?
No, I missed that.
I went back and listened to it, dude. This guy's in a bad way.
Someone said he was God. My word.
No, but
that was Sheeple.
No, I know, not Sheeple. No, he's a new guy. His name. He has a Facebook called Jeremy something, but not a Facebook, YouTube. I mean, because he's I know two. I was telling them earlier. I know 2 people in Australia who got kind of kidnapped by the government and taken to like mental, communities. Like Chepa's open about it, and there's somebody else too. And
Scotty Storm?
No, I don't want to say it. It's
don't have to say the name, no problem there.
But so they both said the same thing, that the Australian government literally like they both felt the same way, like they felt kidnapped and completely like somebody else must have told the authorities about them or something like that. And so the government decides, if you're unfit for society, and they can detain you for months and months. And
that's mad.
Pull you off the street and put you in this fucking crazy place.
That's mad. Yeah, this is where we're heading.
I doubt they do it if they don't think you're a danger to yourself or others.
Yeah. Both these people, somebody said that earlier too, and being honest, like both these people that I'm talking about, they would have been those type of people. And also this guy, they said that Jem had to ban him because he was threatening to go kill Jem with the hammer.
How would you know what Jem was anyway?
Well, I don't know, but that's a serious threat. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you can understand. I think that they're pretty extreme about it though in Australia, though. You know what I mean? That's like, I can understand somebody, you know, not needing that, and it's kind of that's more. I think that's taking more from someone than is needed. You know.
Yeah.
If no one's done anything yet, and they think they're crazy, this kind of mess up to detain them for months. You know.
That's right. Yeah, I just think we're moving towards. I mean, now I think in Britain and maybe in the US, I think you only. Well, I think in Britain anyway, you only need one psychiatrist to say that he's not fit and then not fit for purpose, and then you're on your way to the asylum. Just
It
one.
depends
Where
where
it
you're
used
at.
to be 3, it used to require 3. Now only 1.
I'm sure it's like that someplace. It really depends where you're at with shit like that.
But it's not as
This
if
is in
the
England.
psychiatrists in the asylum don't have a say, right?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
I was going to say, but once you get to the asylum, there's more than one staff psychiatrist mainly that's going to have a say and say, no, this guy doesn't deserve to be here, or yeah, they do.
Now that's well, we don't know, you see, because look at where we are now. So who knows what the plan is? I mean, I feel we're 100% in tyranny at the moment.
You have to understand that the dangerous thing is that psychology. This is admitted, by the way, and it's not meant to be controversial, but psychology is majority pseudoscience. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of
psychiatry or psychology.
Psychiatry and psychology.
What did I say? Yeah.
Pseudoscience. You said.
Well, do you mean pseudoscience like a soft science?
No. I mean, so when I say pseudoscience, I mean like actual pseudoscience. Did I say psychiatry or psychology? Psychology, either one.
You said psychology.
Both.
I meant psychology. Actually, what I meant.
Both would fit.
No, but like neuropsychology. That's not like that's actual science. Goes down. There's a lot of psychology that actually is science, but there's so much psychology that actually is pseudoscience. Like there's no way. This is actually when Karl Popper was describing pseudoscience and talking about falsifiability. He literally compared Einstein's general relativity to Freud, and
there you go.
That's what he considers pseudoscience. But
now listen.
But I mean, wasn't psychology in its infancy at the time, and it's come on and leaves some bounds?
Yeah, but it's still, they don't have a scientific method, so there's no way of them diagnosing anything that they can then say this drug is going to help you with this. Do you know what they've said? The psychiatrists
all the time with these drugs.
No. Listen, please. Let me just finish. The psychiatrists themselves have said this: we don't have a scientific method. The best psychiatrists will fail every time. They said we give them a drug and we it's like a blind man's bluff, and we see how they get on. If it doesn't suit them, we try another one.
That is how drugs.
That is an experiment, is it not?
Yeah.
Well,
no, that's not the same thing though. There's not a hypothesis there, and that's the problem. Yeah, psychology. The problem is there's a lot of psychology that is science. So I'm not saying there's not science in psychology. There is a lot of psychology that is science. However, there's a lot of psychology which is absolutely pseudoscience. It's impossible to be science because it's the way they diagnose things. Like in science, you make predictions, you model for something, and then you make predictions and you test that model. But with psychology, a lot of time you're having ad hoc post predictions. You know what I mean? Where you see something happen and you make conclusions based on what you observe.
Exactly, but there's no science behind it, and there's no scientific.
People are what's the word? Erratic sometimes, right? So, I mean, if you do physics, it's going to give you the same results every time. But people are hard to read, and they're not going to make sense.
That's right.
So.
That's why there's no scientific method.
Yeah, but I mean, give us an example. Like, have you ever seen a psychologist or a psychiatrist, Kosha?
Not. Well, yeah. I had an anger management dude once, but that's my. If someone is diagnosing somebody, it's always after.
How were you diagnosed?
I wasn't diagnosed with anything. Okay, say what?
Okay,
Oh, it was
but
a court. It was court ordered. It
how
was court ordered.
how do they normally go about diagnosing people?
They
Um,
don't.
When you go
They just
when
they
you
just
go when you go when you go and see a psychiatrist, like what happens?
Well, either
yeah.
someone
Go on.
appoints them to see you, or you have to, like my girlfriend, for example, she's diagnosed with whatever, but I think they have to
No,
request. I actually don't know how that
yeah,
happens.
I mean they don't just blindly diagose you. There's
But no,
steps
but they
that are
can.
taken.
It could be a court. Like if something happened
They
legally,
do.
if somebody else accuses you
Yeah,
or says
but
something,
then
work related.
but what happens is you'll be court ordered to go and see a psychiatrist, but the psychiatrist will see. It's not that the court order diagnoses you. The psychiatrist needs to see you because there's a worry that you act a bit unstable. So we need to get a proper professional evaluation. And when you go-
Evaluation.
yeah, and when you go and see a psychiatrist, they ask you questions. They do tests on you. They don't just decide you crazy.
No, but what you just said though, they do tests. They ask you questions. They're always adapting their model because their model is not based off of they don't get the opportunity to prove their model. What they
No,
do,
there's no science in
they
it.
build their model
Science
based on past
Science
information.
doesn't prove stuff.
I'm gonna
I know,
That's
but
how
post a
we build models
documentary
in
that tells
science.
you. I'm gonna post it.
You're
It's called Making and
supporting
Killing.
Nate's claim that we're just in the infancy of this science, and we are.
Well, but listen, trust me. There's a lot of psychology is science. But when you
Infancy's been around a long time.
when you come to conclusions after the fact based on the observation of what happened, and you honestly do not have the opportunity to test that until you have enough case studies to look back on their situation and see if something matched.
Right.
You don't have the same opportunity to test things like you can with science. You have to look at past data to come to any conclusions.
Here's a hypothesis that I imagine psychiatrists might make: CTE, and then they could test for it. Is that not a valid hypothesis?
No, for sure. Listen to me. Wait, what's CTE? Is that treatment or is that?
No, isn't that the something encephaly, cranial something encephaly, trauma encephaly, where repeated brain injuries deteriorate the brain?
No. Okay, so sure.
Benoit. Chris Benoit.
Exactly. Chris Benoit.
The wrestler. Shit. Yeah.
Maybe what's that guy's name?
Bob Probert too for you Michiganders.
Yeah. So these kind of things. Okay, so that's actually a good example because that's a great example because those sort of things. Let's say that all you have is the opportunity to witness these things, because these bad things happened, right? That's like the majority of your data on it, right? So what you're doing is you're observing something after it's happened, and you're making conclusions based off of the most likely the patterns that are that were with this guy and were with this guy, but you don't have the opportunity to actually set forth and produce an experiment. Like you can't create the conditions for that to happen and observe it. You know what I mean?
You can't turn a human into an independent variable and then manipulate the human to. Yeah, that's why it's a soft science. You can still perform experimentation, but not to that high degree because you're working with actual living, breathing human beings. You aren't working with gases and molecules and stuff like that.
But thanks to the information given, Junior Seau, I think was one, he stabbed himself in the chest or shot himself so they could study his brain because he knew something was wrong. Now we have some information, and they're telling people are retiring from contact sports at 26, 27 years old because of doctors' recommendations, right? Sidney Crosby misses a year of hockey.
You can turn that kind of stuff into real science. I'm telling you, don't get me wrong. Don't think that I don't think there's any psychology that's science. I just know it's not all pseudoscience at all, but it's not all legit science. Like there's a lot of pseudoscience in psychology, but you'll be able to find plenty of examples of actual experiments and testing that kind of stuff done.
Okay,
I don't think I would call it pseudoscience. I would just call it like infancy, like Nate said. I think it's unfair.
I give it 60-40.
Well, I mean, listen. I posted the documentary that I'm talking about, right?
I've seen it.
5 minutes non-stop would just leave you with your jaw on the floor, okay? Because
they talk about all the diagnoses.
They tell you how they don't diagnose. Look, just watch it for 5 minutes only. The whole thing is interesting, the whole lot, but just watch The first 5 minutes will leave you with your jaw on the floor. I tell you, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And these are all psychiatrists talking. All of them from all around.
What do they say in the first 5 minutes?
Well, they're telling you how they don't have a scientific method and how
those diagnoses they
fail all the time. The drugs, they give them a drug and it's a hit and miss. Just listen, 5 minutes of it, and you're thinking,
it's hit and miss because it's hit and miss because we all have slightly different chemistry in our brains, right? So, I mean, when my doctor prescribes drugs, he always has a follow-up.
Yeah,
But
even
that's
that,
what I'm saying,
that also is a myth. There is no such thing. There is no such thing as a chemical imbalance in your brain. That's rubbish. That's a marketing ploy technique.
Really?
Yep, it's never been proven.
What?
Yeah.
You say there's people
Listen to the psychiatrist. That's why I posted. That's why I said, "What's the first 5 minutes?" I'm not bullshitting you.
I've been to such, like a child psychiatrist and counselors when I was a kid. I mean,
and they've lied to you.
You should still be going, dude.
Lied to me? No
well,
way.
if you watch this documentary here, you see the people with their credentials. Again, if you want to check them up, it's there for you. Listen to what they tell you. That's why I said watch it for the first 5 minutes, and you probably.
How did you verify what they're saying is true? You've never seen a psychologist. How do you guys know it's true? I've seen a psychologist and a psychiatrist and a counselor. None of you have
a problem.
Yeah, I'm a doctor, dude. I'm not a doctor, but I trust Jen. I think
you have a problem.
You trust Jen.
Well, you know what? I trust my doctor more than I trust Jen, and he prescribed me antidepressants. The first ones didn't work. The second ones didn't. Oh, sorry, the first ones worked. They just caused me other problems that I didn't like. The next one he gave me are much better.
Wait, but because my girlfriend got prescribed shit,
and they
for that matter.
They use side effects to their advantage, right? So if this drug causes me to be sleepy, well, and also if I had trouble sleeping, they would figure out a way for me to take that and help me with my sleeping and my anxiety.
No drug is going to help your psychological problem. If you have a psychological problem, no drug is going to help you.
You know what? Jen's not wrong. Doctors, honestly, this is the truth. That doctors say that the only psychological disorder that medicine actually that shows any kind of treatment for is ADHD. That this is the only condition.
I had chest pains.
That is a problem. Oh, you had chest pains.
I had chest pains for 3 months straight, to the point where my boss was concerned about me. My security first aid sent me to the hospital. My wife sent me to the hospital, so I went twice to the hospital. They found nothing. My doctor, my heart doctor, who said I had a terrific heart, said my sister-in-law is a cardiac nurse, so she referred me to a good doctor. He said I should talk to my family doctor, and he did as well. Put me on antidepressants, and 2 weeks later, no more heart pains. Or chest pains.
So antidepressant means that you were depressed then, were you?
No, but a lot of antidepressants.
Yes, but I didn't feel depressed. I just had chest pains, like anxiety.
That makes perfect sense.
No, it does make a lot of sense. It does. You know, a lot of anxiety pills are like stomach. They like stomach pills. Like they help settle your stomach, basically.
Yeah. Typically, your body tells your brain that it's in pain, but your brain can also tell your body it's in pain, and your body doesn't know the difference.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm so healthy that I don't have that problem.
You're such an asshole.
I'm healthy too.
Yeah, but I mean these things happen.
I have the heart of a 30-year-old, and I'm 47. That's pretty good.
But honestly, dude, that's why I don't want to say that does kind of medicine doesn't help, because it certainly does seem to help some people, but I think that this is my personal understanding with depression and anxiety type of illness. I think drugs they can help, but I don't think. I think I personally think it'd be best if those they've like found a different recourse, like some other treatment.
You got to talk.
They'll tell you drugs, be in nature, exercise, eat healthy, but it's not the drugs alone. But they are part of the course.
Yeah, no, they definitely help.
Yeah,
part of the course.
But in this case, it wasn't diet it was making me tired too, so I wasn't exercising as well. So yeah, it was part of that.
Yeah, but any of those pharmaceutical drugs are not getting to the core of the problem. They're only masking it.
Really?
Absolutely. They're only masking it through a biochemical alteration, through doctoring the body, essentially altering the body in a synthetic way. I even read a book I went to Michigan State University for my undergrad, so it's like a Big Ten school. It's a very mainstream kind of college in the United States. And I read a book in one of my courses in psychology and sociology courses. This was in psychology. The name of the book was "Your Drug May Be Your Problem." And it was, and again, this is mainstream. This is not some this is mainstream. The name of the book was "Your Drug May Be Your Problem." And it was it was all about how these pharmaceutical drugs in many cases are actually causing the problem for people. Now, they might at the beginning, they help a little bit, they alleviate some symptoms because it's altering your brain and your body. So yes, I mean, just like you can take heroin and feel better, you can definitely take some drugs and feel better for a short amount of time. Generally, those drugs don't work long term. So the doctor will keep giving you new ones. Oh, we're going to up the dose. Oh, we're going to change it to a different brand. We're going to change it to this one, that one. So meanwhile, you end up just being a drug addict on a string of these drugs. Meanwhile, they're damaging your brain neurochemistry. They're damaging your liver, your kidneys, your bloodstream. Yeah. They're causing all kinds of problems. And then you end up at the end of it, you didn't get to the root of the problem. You now have been poisoned by a drug for years and years. You may have irreversible damage to your body and your system. And it's and
So,
that
doctor,
ends up being the actual problem at that point.
Doctor, I think it's called citrazine. Seems right. What does that do to me that damages me?
That sounds awesome. Citrazine.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is.
I think
and what does it do?
I think I'd rather take the opinion of a doctor.
Well, I'm a doctor. I'll tell you that citrazine sounds like
doctor.
If you stop taking it cold turkey, is it one of the drugs that can cause problems, right? Like when you take SSRI.
You're talking about this is an allergy drug? Is that what you're talking about?
Antidepressant.
No. The last thing I think anybody should do.
Citrazine is an
allergy drugs.
Someone's talking
is an antihistamine for allergies.
I know, but that's what I was telling him, dude. Go ahead, sorry.
Can you look up antidepressants that start with a C, and then I'll remember? Because I do take citrazine for my allergies.
But Gio, might be right, dude. Cool you take it for your allergies too. Because I was gonna say that, like, a lot of people who take those anxiety pills, they're also taken for antihistamines and like stomach issues, because they cure the same thing, but you know, there's something about healing your stomach or whatever.
Yeah,
when I had my bad allergic reaction, I took a stomach gas pill that worked with it to increase the efficacy of it.
Yeah, the last thing anybody should do is take medical advice from anonymous people on the internet.
I'm not anonymous. Yeah. My middle name is
fine. Who you are? Your name is so.
Okay, nobody gave medical advice. Nobody gave medical advice. So are you just saying that out of the blue, or are you just saying that because you just needed to blurt that out for some random reason, or what?
I'm
the
saying
name of that book again was "The Drug Might Be the Problem" or "Is the Problem."
It's off topic, Brenda. Please stay on topic. Go ahead. What'd you say, Brad?
Did you say it?
I don't get to talk, I guess.
Yeah. You're off topic, and your mic is chopping.
It's not off topic. It's on topic.
It's off topic because nobody gave medical advice, so it's completely off topic.
But what was the name of that book again? Can you put it in the chat?
Your drug may be the problem.
Your drug may be
the problem. Yes, may be the problem. I agree.
Maybe your problem.
Gio, could I ask? Do you work in like?
It's your your drug may be your problem, and then the second part of it is how and why to stop taking psychiatric medications.
Right. If I may just add this little bit before someone else gets in there. For example, the psychiatric industry, together with the pharmaceutical industry, met up in, I think it was Puerto Rico, and their diagnostic book, which only had like maybe 30 ailments or so-called psychological disorders, was inflated to 130. It's in that documentary that I posted, and they made this up, pulling them out of their asses, these so-called disorders, just making them up along the way. And one of them is called bipolar.
Yes, and one is called sad.
No, that's very real. That's not made up, Jen.
No, it said it. No, they said it. They said it. It said it in the documentary.
They say it encompasses a lot of things.
It's a fictitious disease. It's not real. And psychiatrists are telling you this.
Well, bipolar,
with PhDs after their names.
They classify a lot of things under bipolar now. So it's just
rubbish.
Well, no,
How did you verify that? How did you verify that?
How do you verify that bipolar? 1 minute you're up and the next minute you're down?
No, it's not, dude. It's not even that. If you realize it, when you diagnose somebody like that, they now have a crutch and something to fall back on, and then give excuses for when they do this. But if you look at the most successful people, or the people who brought us like the most things, fruitful people, they have these things that other people, that doctors classify as disorders, like manic depression or
They're on the spectrum, yeah.
on the spectrum. They have like people who are manic depressive. They use manic. So what?
Yeah.
Manic depression is a great song.
They use it to their benefit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but brilliance is also a sign of autism. Brilliant people are on the spectrum. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It just means that they might not be. Yeah, they might not be properly socially adjusted. That's all. They
but
struggle.
it's not true. It's not true that all geniuses are.
Again, you don't need the drug though to sort that out. That's
like extreme geniuses. They're on the spectrum. They struggle in society.
But it's not. That may be correlative, but there's no. It's not true that all geniuses are on the spectrum. There's people who have genius IQ who aren't on the spectrum.
Yeah, not all geniuses, but I'm talking like extreme level. Like
over 160, 170. That's what I'm saying though. Like the people like James Wood. James Wood has over 160 IQ, and he's an actor.
I don't know who James Wood is. Think Henry Cavendish. He was an extremely weird person.
Oh my god!
He was.
Did you really just go there? Did you?
I went there.
Oh god!
I didn't know where else to go, but I thought Cavendish would be the only name everyone here is.
You said I think you said Henry Cavill. You said Cavendish.
Cavendish, yeah.
Cavendish was a weirdo. Yeah.
Weirdo. This guy couldn't talk to women.
He would like walk past his maids and like creep past.
Not even walk past them. He built a separate staircase in his house so that he didn't have to walk past them.
That's not honestly. I can see a lot of people doing that, but they kind of are on the spectrum now.
Yeah, he sounds like he has serious psychosis problems going on, and his little experiment thing does nothing.
Okay.
But I just brought him up as an example to show that these extremely intelligent people they don't mesh well with society.
You're calling him extremely intelligent?
He's pretty smart.
Come on, he was you. Even if you think he was wrong, he's a smart guy.
What did he do?
Give him props.
He did
a lot. He discovered hydrogen. That's what he did.
There you go.
Somebody had to discover that? That's been known for thousands of years. We've been using airships in the sky forever using hydrogen. I don't think Kevin Schwag didn't do anything for hydrogen.
That's true though, dude. It was only 200 years ago. No, wasn't it? What's his name? Torricelli. Who had to convince Galileo that air was even like a substance that like had weight and like gave pressure and shit. Like they didn't even realize what air was before that. They had no idea even what it was.
They just thought air was like an element. There were these different elements: air, fire, water, ether.
Right. Yeah. Like they didn't know there was actual substance there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I would say you believe that narrative, and that's not necessarily true.
Like that could be true. What you just said could be true. However, it's like Nate. If Nate told me that he had sex with some chick, he's got a kid on the way, I believe. I got no reason to doubt him. It's just a regular story, and it makes sense. So it's like if somebody told me that Torricelli and Galileo and this is how we know about these things, and that's why it's called poor. It's because he made the first barometer and stuff like that. Like, there's no reason for me not to believe that. You know what I mean?
It's a cool story.
Well, it's the old story of those who win the wars write the history, and they put their guys, their little Freemasonic buddies, their occult satanic dudes, whether it's like Newton, they put their guys, as these brilliant masters who did something, and then they're just selling a false narrative with that actual information, like Eratosthenes and all this stuff.
That's possible.
You don't think these were intelligent people, Gio?
Well, did they even exist at all is one question. And secondly, what were they actually, even if they were humans, what they actually did in their lives?
Yeah. Let me ask you, which is more valid though? Which position is more valid? The position, because I agree, your position has validity. I'm saying, is it more valid to just immediately deny that happened and then it may have happened, but just assume it didn't happen, or just assume it happened and be open to it's possible it didn't happen, but there's no need to open just for no reason deny it.
Yeah, like how? I mean, if that's the stance you take here, then you got to question all history. Like when you made the statement, they've had airships for years. Like, how do you make statements like that then?
What you mean by years? Because a few hundred years, but that's true.
Yeah, but Gio said we've had airships forever. So I mean, how do you make statements like that if there's no way to validate history? If we can't believe Cavendish is real, then you can't believe that we've had airships in the past. It goes both ways.
Not necessarily, because we might be using different avenues to come to those conclusions.
Of course we are. But Gio, this is something I told to Jem. I tell people all the time. But we all have to remember this sometimes, because I know me and Nate are on the same page when we don't have any doubt in the world that we're not wrong, that you guys are the wrong ones. You know what I mean? Like, I know for a fact. You know what I mean? But we still go on this conversation, with that in mind, and you guys don't see that because you guys have the same exact sentiments. You guys are sure that we're wrong. You know it for a fact that we're wrong. You know what I mean?
What am I, chopped liver, Kosho?
Yeah,
but I mean, you know what I mean. Everybody, all the Globers and all the flat earthers, everybody. And so it's like the avenues that we've gotten to the conclusions we've come to, we're certain that they're not the same avenues that you guys went down, because we're convinced you guys had the wrong conclusion. But you guys have the same opinion about us. You know what I mean? So
now I am significantly less certain there's somebody named Eratosthenes than my certainty for the Earth is a globe.
Right. Well, if you're talking about the shape of the Earth, it can't be, unless you want to get into some wild simulation sort of thing, it can't be a globe and a stationary planar surface.
Of course.
Unless you're going to get into some wild, like virtual reality simulation kind of something where you're living on a globe and I'm living on a stationary planar Earth. I mean, you could get into
all possible.
No, but you're right about it. One of us is certainly wrong.
What if the Earth is like in a super shape until you look at it?
Well, going off what Coach was saying, yeah. So if one is wrong, then who is it?
That's the point is that
I pick you.
We both have the same idea that the avenue that we went down is the more aggressive avenue and the one that checked all the boxes and did the due diligence. But I'm sure that that's what you guys believe about the avenue you went down. You know what I mean? The avenue you go through to research this shit.
Yeah, people are all definitely unique. People are all unique how they come to their conclusions and assess information on multiple levels, whether it comes to our senses, observations, things we've done ourselves, even to the levels of like intuition, spirituality, and then on the other side, a little bit of that, which is like, the cold, hard kind of evidence that we have. And then you get into the whole thing of authority, which obviously the globe is linked about a lot because you kind of have to depend on outer sources to come to those conclusions.
That's not 100%. I told you that nobody believes this. I say this very often too, but nobody believes this probably. But I literally I already knew about Math Powerland, but I saw B.O.B. and I saw fucking The Nightly Show and Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about it. And I just had the urge. I literally just had the thought to challenge myself if I could literally denounce everything in NASA or any government could possibly provide for me and see if I can possibly just verify it for myself in one way or the other. Like to see if I could be fooled about either model. So it's definitely possible to not have any of their information or whatever and still come to an absolute provable conclusion.
Do you think we could ever agree that one side is wrong and the other is right? Do you think that's possible?
Sounds like we already agree on that. we all just agreed that it can't be a globe and a flat Earth. We both agreed on that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, could we agree that the globe is wrong and it's a flat Earth, or could we ever agree?
Agree to the same side?
Yeah. Well, here's my prediction: you're going to, and I'll tell you why. Not because someone's going to tie you down and force to you, but it will be proven without any question of a doubt in this lifetime. When I say in this lifetime, I'm predicting the next, I'm going to call it 5 to 15 years.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Slowly over time, it's not going to be, and there's a lot of factors involved in that. But so if you pass away in the next 2 years, maybe it won't be in your lifetime. But if you stick with us for enough years, you will come to the conclusion that it's not a globe.
I almost know for a fact that Nate or Bradley or myself would become a flat earther before you or Jin or Brian.
Don't you call me Bradley, Jeremy.
What? Oh yeah, you're Jeremy.
Not my mom.
But I know
First
me
name is Jeremy. I go by Brad.
Me and Nate for sure, dude. I know we would become flat earthers before Gio or Jim would become Glovers.
No. I think both Gio and Dawn have a chance, and Jeremy, to be honest.
No,
Dawn?
I don't think their minds are open to the possibilities of Earth being a globe. I mean,
I
my mind is
don't
always
think I could ever become.
I think that's the only thing stopping them, right? It's their desire is the only thing stopping them. It's not their thinking process. It's just their desire. So you only have to change one thing.
What does that mean? What do you mean by desire?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
You want it to. This is my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't think you're stupid. I don't think you're incapable of learning. I think you just either don't believe us for some reason or don't want to believe us. Right? So it's not that you're incapable of learning the model. You just don't want to.
No, your model doesn't exist. We understand your model. It doesn't exist.
Was the key word.
Jen, I'm not saying the same about you, Jen. You're a nice guy sometimes, but I'm not saying the same about you. I'm not. There's other reasons why Jen is a flat earther.
So what are the chances that you in your mind right now that you're just actually projecting your own process?
Yeah,
that whatever you just said, and that whatever you just said has actually nothing to do.
15%.
But that is
15%.
honestly this is an honest thing to consider, dude. And that's my point. It'll trip you out when you sit there and realize that the same convictions that we have, like the certainties that we have, when you say that to them just now, and I know that we all have this certainty. We feel it. They feel the exact same certainty. And so imagine the same way that we're certain that they are wrong. What if it turns out that we're actually the ones that are wrong? We have almost the same conviction they have, the same magnitude of conviction, right? And we're convinced that they're going to one day find out that they were wrong, right? So what if it's us that we're going to find that out? And we're so convinced that we're right. You know what I mean? How weird does that feel?
Yeah, it would be a mindfuck, that's for sure.
There's one difference, Kosho. One of the beliefs is established in pride. That's the difference. And
That's not true, actually.
Yeah.
Just not. You just said there's no truth to what you said. I agree that one of the beliefs was not with evidence or something like that, but neither of the beliefs came about because of pride.
You can make up your own evidence. Look, refraction, it must be true. Look,
That's not a made-up evidence, though.
Cartoons, look, the movies, it has to be true. Everyone can't be lying. This is just made-up shit.
But Godric, you have to be honest with what you're saying. What you're saying right now there's no validity to what you're saying. Refraction is not a made-up evidence, right? Like it's not like the evidence is made up.
Do something that it can't really do. It's like you're stretching the truth. So so parts true and parts a lie.
No, I'm just saying, like when something happens and people claim refraction, it's because refraction is a real phenomena and it's appropriate to claim it sometimes. It's appropriate to claim that it could be an issue in whatever observation sometimes. So
it's appropriate to claim it, but it cannot bend around the world.
Hello?
I guess it just went quiet for a second. It was just weird timing because I actually just shut down my whole all my browser tabs. It went quiet. I thought something broke.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah.
I just remembered, dude, I fucking my crazy friend, she threw a vodka bottle on my door the other day, and my brother was really pissed about it. So I had to fix the door. I filled in the hole and stuff and painted. But I was painting in the dark last night, and I fucked up the fucking door, man. So I had to buy paints today. I got to repaint it right now.
Well, I was going to say one thing before. You were saying, Kosho, that like in your feeling is, perspective that quote unquote, you have the same conviction, you use those words, as
you might.
Somebody on, you were saying, in that sense. But I mean, is that really true? I mean, whatever has drawn you, but is it the same though?
No. See, this is the thing, Jeff. I know right now when you ask that, you feel that your certainty is far beyond mine, right? Like it's that's why you're asking that. And
no, I wouldn't say it. I'm not saying that.
But that the certainty, I know that Nate, and I know that Brad. I think he left, or Chucky, Brad Boy. I know that all Globers have this. It's an innate certainty. Some people act like they don't, but it's beyond certainty. You know what I mean? It's and I know that you guys talk like you have that same certainty. So it's like, I can only assume that you must be on this. You must feel that that magnitude must be on the same level as I feel mine. You know what I mean?
All right, here's an extreme scenario. We've talked about this one before, but in terms of certainty. So if somebody, the old thing, they put a gun to your head and is it a flat earth? Is it a globe earth? And you have to, et cetera.
I'm going to survive. I'm going to say the right answer. Yeah.
Oh, but what about even to make it a little bit more? What about like, if you say you don't know, I don't know, there could be another thing in there. If you say you don't know, then,
you have a chance of so you can flip a coin, you might survive.
Or something. Yeah. Something like that. So there's like if you're so confident that you know for sure, go with the one that you know for sure. But if you're not sure, you could like have a second chance. So which one would you go with? Like, are you so sure that you would do the globe, or do you actually have a little bit where you'd be like, you know what? I actually would maybe go a little bit on the fence to possibly spare myself.
That's actually a good question, the way you put that, because but that's the thing though, to put it in perspective for you. I would wager my own cock for the return, for no return, for nothing in return, right? Like with you just asked, there's no way I would take that. I wouldn't take the I don't know. I would definitely certainty, pick the globe. And that's what I'm saying, dude. Like it's like an absolute certainty, with maybe this tiny chance of it not being the case. That I'll leave open, like a very small, close to 0%, but a very high certainty. Yeah.
What would you take, Gio? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Mic.
Which one would I, in that scenario?
Yeah.
I would absolutely 100% select the stationary planar Earth.
All right, yeah. So and I guess that's the point Kosher's making. As the same conviction you have is the same conviction he has.
Yeah, but the only thing I hear you on that, maybe from one, because if you're using that extreme scenario, like, oh, there's a gun to your head and you have to, obviously, and with the one that we just said right there, you'd have to be 100% to basically select one or the other, because there is that like on the fence option that you could do, and then like Kosher said, maybe you get to flip a coin, or at least you get a second chance or whatever. So in that scenario, if anyone is in any way on the fence, and they would pick that one, otherwise they'd have to be 100 to go on one or the other.
Yeah.
But I guess what I was saying, so that is from the outside, you could say like that conviction, as it were. But also kind of what I was more wanting to talk about a little bit was like what brought you to that conviction? Like, is it just because there's an authority telling you that, or is it just because NASA, getting into those reasons, and I could say what mine is for my 100, why I'm really 100.
I'm the worst person to ask, dude, because I'm going to be the least. Like, because I already just told you just a little bit ago, dude. Like, when I first got in 24/7, it's because I was honestly trying to find the evidences for the flat Earth, like trying to see if I could prove the globe for myself. You know what I mean? Not like I was tied to it in any way. I was actually trying to, come to the flat Earth through evidence. I was trying to, figure out which one was correct on my own without any help from.
That's all there's evidence for.
Yeah, well, you would think so, but. Yeah, like I said, that's what I'm saying, dude. Imagine that, even though I feel like I can't agree with that, and I have to be, I'm certain I'm right, but I know at the same time, if you feel that same way, that just, and I feel that you could very easily come to the truth, and you'd realize that even though you're this convicted, you'd find out you were wrong. I could be in that same boat, and I'd feel exactly the same. Like, I feel so certain right now. What if I was the one who's wrong? So it's a weird feeling.
Show, have you considered that everything you have is a pill to authority?
It's not though.
Gravity doesn't work.
I've
So you
maybe
install.
thought that
Hang
before.
on. Gravity doesn't work, so you install dark matter. We've seen too far, so you install refraction. It's spinning, but you can't feel it. It's curving, but you can't see it. This is like your mind has gone, bro.
Yeah.
Well, and when I say there,
Wait,
hang on,
I don't know. Dark matter and
gotta,
refraction would be
I got a glow proof
disabling.
that was 120 years old yesterday. This is 100% appeal to authority. There you go.
You're probably right.
What?
well, I guess how you define evidences. I mean, when I said a minute ago, there's only evidence. I mean, what I was meaning is that in your lived experience, meaning I know that there's NASA that's going to claim pictures and stuff, and you could call that evidence. So I guess you could say there's evidence for a globe because there's things that would fit the definition of the word evidence. You know, NASA pictures or whatever you want to say that, okay, that fits the name evidence. So then people could say, oh yeah, there's all these evidences. But there's also a lot of evidences for, you know, Luke Skywalker doing whatever in a movie. You know, oh, look, he's right there and he's, you know, fighting Darth Vader. I mean, there's evidence that Luke, you know, that's it doesn't mean that that's real. It doesn't mean it's real.
This was the challenge I was telling you though. I immediately, that's why I don't like it when people, and there's people, my good friends, they use it as their first evidence every time. It's pictures from space. But that's the first thing I discard completely. Like, I don't use anybody else's, like NASA's or pictures from space that somebody, you know, NASA took. Like, I have to throw all that stuff away, and I have to, like, challenge myself. What if somebody's tricking me one way or the other? Can I be tricked, or can this be something that I can know for myself, the truth? You know what I mean? This is
that's
exactly
what I meant by.
Yeah.
That's what I was meaning by the evidence is like when you go out in the world and actually, you know, experience and measure and actually test the world itself. That's where there's no evidences for a globe. There might be evidences on Google and pictures and NASA and all these claims and stuff. But when you actually are in the lived world, unless you want to just use the bendy light and just say that light is all bending at 8 inches per mile squared, you know, to make the Earth appear as an extended plane, but somehow it's bendy and warpy to make it appear as a plane. I guess if you want to kind of contort your mind with that, but the reality of it is that we see extended planar geometry and at all levels. I mean, so that's why, like, how can you be 100 when that's the case? Because in order to be 100, you would have to also somehow think that bendy light is making the Earth look flat.
So I don't mean to interrupt. I got a quick.
Go ahead.
Kosho, I think you're the one that had the videos, the old black and white videos for Coriolis. It showed them rolling a ball, and it showed the view above it. You know what I'm talking about?
I have it. Hold on. I have it right here, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
We're in Nathan's server, and basically somebody thinks that Coriolis is not if the ball rolls over the surface of the merry-go-round, but only if it goes in the air over the surface.
Yeah. You should find that video too, because that video is a 30-minute video that everybody should watch. Especially people. I'm posting it right now though. The GIF. But yeah, the video is called reference frames, like 1960s, just reference frames. But yeah, everybody should watch that. That's that you're talking to, or whatever. But Gio, you did say something, huh? About it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. You know what's funny is that me and Litchwink, the late and the great Litchwink, you know, we were 24/7, and all the models that you guys had, I thought were very poorly done and were lacking something. And I was convinced that I wasn't convinced of anything, but I was sure that if anything could be gotten, like a model could happen, that, you know, me and Litchwink could come as close as possible to it, because that's when he was doing everything in Blender, and I wasn't really using Blender back then. And yeah, so it was in making that model that I found the I came across several things that immediately became you know, sores in the flat Earth side. Made it impossible to. It made flat Earth impossible, basically.
Yeah, but some of that you might be talking about in an AE map or something. Like, are you just talking about the Earth having planar stationary geometry, or are you talking about like a Gleason's or some kind of map that you're then trying to, you know, is that what you're talking about?
The Gleason's map is a that is the beginning of it, yeah. But there's certain so these problems don't come from just the Gleason map, because it came from us trying to reconcile and make a flat Earth model that worked and reconcile these issues. But some issues were unreconcilable. Like there was no way to there's no way I could at least come up with a way.
Yeah, I know, but see, part of the problem with that is that, and I'm not trying to take a jab at you, but I mean, you're like a dude sitting at home on a computer on the internet, and then you're kind of like, you might look up at the stars above you and make a little bit of analysis from that, but for the most part, you're literally just a dude, chilling, just in front of a computer, and then the data that you're getting, that you're already getting, is all globe related data in terms of a lot of that information, and then you're trying to like contort that and get it to work on some kind of AE map, which is not necessarily even the exact perfect map of the Earth. So it's already been reverse engineered and hacked and jacked up. So to try to like plug that back in and just think that you're going to like, oh, here it is, I found the answer. It's not going to happen that way. The only way to do it is to go out in the world itself and actually get all that data ourselves, because the whole thing has been hijacked and usurped to a profound level.
No, you're right about that. Like, there's a certain modesty that I have to have. That just because I can't come up with a solution for this doesn't mean that the solution is not possible. It could just mean that I wasn't adequate enough to come up with or clever enough to come up with a solution for something that seemed impossible. But still, though, in lieu of that solution, I have no choice but to be stuck. You know what I mean? Be stuck thinking that has no way of working because I don't have a solution for it.
Yeah, but I mean, that would be like in this current like age right now, that would be like the ultimate holy grail, is having, in terms of like, let's say the model of the entire cosmos, is having the actual full map of the Earth that's all correct, the sky, all of that completely mapped out perfectly. So I mean, to think that you were going to do that, just a dude popping on a Discord, from the internet, and I'm not.
Oh, you're right.
I'm
You're
not
right.
taking a shot at you. None of us can do that.
You're right.
The only way to do that is to go out in the world and take tons of measurements and actually map it all, essentially ourselves, or get access to the governmental military systems that have already done it. Those are the two ways to do it.
You're absolutely right, man. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not claiming it doesn't exist because I don't have access to it. I'm just claiming that it would be unfair of me to come to a conclusion that was based off of, not finding evidence for something rather than, actually, disproving something.
Yeah, you forgot one thing.
Go ahead.
Job 38. Who can measure the lines of the Earth, right? So it might be that we can't accurately measure the lines of the Earth. We may not have the capacity to do that. So all that military shit, all that, no matter what you do, it may be that you just can't do it. That's a possibility.
It's very possible.
Why not?
But it's also very
It's
easy
some
to do
kind
it.
of mystical realm, something beyond our capacity. Like like we can't touch the sun, we can't go to the moon. It's just that we're just set where we're set. We have limits.
But we can do it, and people have done
There
it.
may be a limit to knowledge.
Well, I can agree with you in terms of like getting to the sun and stuff like that, to the heavens, no doubt. But I mean, mapping the Earth, you don't think the military, with all their high altitude drones and all their equipment, you don't think that they've got the proper map? They definitely do.
Or any civilian who does celestial navigation.
The military would have the ability to do whatever they do, but it doesn't mean they can make sense out of it. That's what I'm saying.
No, but the celestial
Doesn't mean it
navigation
makes
is
sense.
available to everybody, though, and it doesn't make sense to everybody. That's true, but there's people who are very simple people who understand it, and so it's not unavailable to anybody. It's just it may not be.
You're understanding a corrupt model that doesn't even work for flight paths.
No, I'm not talking about any corrupt model. I'm talking about using celestial navigation because it works. Like it works. It tells you your position, and people use it because it gives them their accurate position. So that system does work, and
Yep, this is just a field of strawmen, though. The entire world already depends on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So yeah, Gio is right. They have mapped it all out. It's based on a flat Earth. All the models are flat Earth models, so all the working models are already flat Earth models. There isn't even a claim otherwise. It's just a way for them to obfuscate from reality, to build a straw man, making us look away from what we can prove. Sad story.
You might be right.
And I was going to say too, Coach, I mean, the whole thing of getting the entire model, that's a huge task. So, I mean, setting that aside, but just the Earth not having curvature, being stationary and having, like a planar geometry, an extended planar geometry, Like just taking it down to those bare bones, how could you really say you're 100 that it's a globe when all observations that you can make, the seeing too far, the long distance observations, lasers, mirror, reflecting light off of mirrors, all of that shows planar geometry? How can you rationalize that you're 100% it's a globe, even though when you go out and view the Earth, it's extended planar geometry everywhere you look?
It's I can only say it like this, that it's because we're seeing two different things, and one of us is not looking, or maybe both of us, we're not looking at the other person's the way they're seeing things, because I don't see things like the way you just said. I don't think that what you just said is true for me. That I've looked out and I've never seen evidence of the curve, because I've looked out and I've seen lots of evidence, including things that I would consider absolute proofs. You wouldn't use this in science, but I can say that through my experience that absolute proofs. There's a globe.
I agree. We're seeing two different things. Consider that you see is determined by your mind, not determined by your eyes. So yes.
So you don't see extended planar geometry when you go out and look at the Earth? Only the rest of us that are seeing that? You're not seeing that? Have you done any long distance observations or anything like that?
Yeah, I definitely have, and definitely there's something majestic about being up in the air and looking at great distances, looking at the sea, at mass expanses or whatever. However, I don't know. You have to elaborate on your question, because I don't.
About infrared,
I don't
infrared.
See, I don't too far. Things you said, yeah. Say that again, man.
Infrared, you see too far. Infrared, no refraction.
Is there no refraction? Is that right?
Well, I'm not the expert. Is it a no refraction or very, very controlled, limited refraction that wouldn't get you around that globe? I don't think so. No. Do you think infrared is more refraction?
Do you think sunsets are red because the red light is less refracted or more refracted? Or
the heat would make more refraction. That's why you do it at night when the sun is set.
Well, yeah, the red light refracts more than the.
You want to control for that, right? You want to do a maximum control for refraction.
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you how it works.
Don't do it in high sun.
No light that is immune from refraction. It's just the case that that infrared refracts more than red light.
So how far do you go with refraction? So for example, if I sent you right now 100 pictures that we see too far, photographs that are taken that are seeing way too far, and if I took you out 100 different locations and with your eyes, with telescopes, binoculars, all different things, seeing too far, since you said you're 100% that it's a globe, and even gun to your head, you're going to go with that. What is your explanation for all that? That there's literally a bendy, warpy refraction light thing that's bending your vision and all of the things you're looking at around thousands and thousands of feet around a curvature to display as if it's a planar surface?
Yeah, I would have to.
That's what you're putting your 100% on? And I'm not even saying you have to be convinced that it's a planar surface just because of that. I mean, I can understand you might have some thought, oh, maybe it is refraction or maybe there's something else going on. I understand that could be like a possibility. I'm even open to hearing out when globe earthers say that. I'm like, okay, well, I get it. You believe that, and and et cetera. But I'm just saying that's what you're putting your 100% on?
Yeah. And like I said, the experience you're describing, the hypothetical experience you're describing, at that point, I would be questioning my own statement, the one that you bring up, 100%.
What hypothetical?
At that point, I'd be thinking about it. But without that, because I don't have that.
What hypothetical did Geo bring up? He has me turned down, maybe, Geo. But maybe you can ask him that question. I hear you, talk about
I hear you, man. Can you hear Rakia, Kosha?
I heard him talking. I don't know what he's saying.
What hypothetical did Geo bring up? He told you he had hundreds and hundreds of planar Earth pictures.
No, I don't think I had to prove it. Just I think he was sort of describing like if that had happened to me, I came across an evidence that
he's saying he can send you evidence of planar Earth, and you called it a hypothetical.
Say that one more time. I turned you up.
Geo said he could send you hundreds of pictures, and I can add to that, of what appears to be planar Earth. And you called it hypothetical. Which part is hypothetical?
I don't think I was calling that hypothetical. Maybe I thought you were talking about me being convinced by it.
Were you calling hypothetical just if I sent you 100 photos?
No, I thought you actually would send it. I thought you were talking about if I was convinced by it.
Oh, there's thousands. That's not hard to come by. Well, how about this? What if we took you on a tour all around the Earth? You're doing long distance observations with lasers, with telescopes, binoculars, naked eye, all around the Earth. And you did a whole month tour. Would you really walk away from that and go, yep, 100%, it's a globe. All that light is bending and warping and refracting to exactly 8 inches per mile squared to display the Earth as if it's an extended planar geometry?
Right, that's what I was saying. But the hypothetical is in this hypothetical, I would have to be honest at that point. This is something I can't answer in my current state, right? Because I don't feel that way. So obviously, if that were to happen, I would have to at that time, put it all into question. Sure, yeah.
But that already exists.
I wouldn't just sit here. I wouldn't just sit here and deny it. I would actually look at what you showed me and see if it's feasible or possible, or if it's something that's easily written off.
How can that be the part that was hypothetical earlier? Because this is a new question you just asked.
Yeah, he's asking if I see these pictures and it's undeniable, like 1,000 pictures, would I just deny them? Yeah.
No, his second question was if he took you on a tour. Man, what is going on here?
Oh yeah, same thing.
Is it me?
It's the same question though. That's what I'm saying. Same answer. I wouldn't just.
You know that this already exists because you've been in this discussion almost daily for almost a decade. So you know that all exists. So this is not really anything new. It's not like you just joined the conversation today. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's bizarre.
Yeah, it is hypothetical because I haven't gotten that convincing.
You haven't seen pictures?
No, I haven't seen the stuff that puts it into question. Like if that would have to be presented to me, then I would have to have that question based on that.
The pictures of planar Earth. You haven't seen pictures of what appears to be planar Earth. Is that what you're saying?
You're not convincing ones, yeah. That don't have easy explanations.
How much more convincing could you see a picture that has absolutely no curvature in it, even if it's doctored? Of course you've seen pictures that don't have curvature in it.
Yeah, but seeing pictures where you could have some feasibility in reality, like you'd be like, oh, this could happen in reality. It could be rare.
At what point do you deem this conversation a waste of time? Everything you present to him, he's just going to...
Convincing evidence is one where it's like, it's absolutely impossible. There's no way you can create this in your paradigm. So unless it's something like that, I wouldn't ever immediately just change my mind.
I would love to be in your position where I could live in your reality, that you can say and do anything to convince yourself that you haven't seen things that you have seen, just to come up with an excuse to say, nah, I'm 100%. Like, that's what Geo is asking you, dude. We know you've seen it. And for you to say it's 100%, I've seen pictures that it is a sphere. Myself, I've taken them. Water bulging in front of me, things are obstructed bottom up, appears to be a sphere. That's why I can't say I'm 100% sure. But sure, you can? You can?
I absolutely can, yeah.
Amazing.
That's just my personal...
It's in his imagination. Yep.
No, I tried to show you yourself, Exo, earlier. I posted it for you.
No, you went right to your imagination. You've never shown anything. You never will.
I tried.
You didn't try. You're just lying again. Stop
lying.
Stop.
Hang on,
okay.
You did what you're doing.
Just stop. You're scared to death of reality. We got it.
Well, when science can't even come up with 100%, but Kosho can. I mean, all of science, the body of science, can't prove anything 100%, but Kosho has in his mind.
Rakia, they can't even give you an example of why we see things. They can't. They have to deny what we see. There are no white swans. That's why I don't understand why this black swan even exists.
Because
flat Earth, there are no white. There isn't. You can't. You just gotta relax. There is not one example ever in history of somebody going out and saying, "Oh, I can't see farther with a zooming lens on a clear day." It's never happened one time in history. There's not a single white swan. You will never find one.
Actually, that's a very common claim that you can't see far enough.
On a clear day. Let me know when you find it. Yeah, on a clear day. Best of luck.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
people
seeing
that's
water.
actually
Yeah,
all over saying
looking
that
over
you
the
have to
ocean,
far
saying I
enough.
can't see. Yeah, there's water is water, right? Looking over the ocean doesn't mean you can't see farther, right? That means you don't have a claim. There's no claim going, oh, I can't see something that I should be able to see if the Earth is flat. It's never happened once. Anytime somebody has a zooming lens, they see farther than they should. It's over.
Well, I was told this is a point I want to make. I was told years ago that radar had a limit. Like my radar had a limit due to the curvature of the Earth. But when I presented evidence that my radar, the same radar they told me had a limit because of the curvature of the Earth, was seeing things 70 miles away, and I actually took video of it and drove past the object that I saw 70 miles away 6 hours later, then they said, well, my radar, self-contained radar, is now going over the curvature of the Earth and receiving that information back over the curvature of the Earth. It's
Right.
the
Just like-
double speak of double speak.
That's all it is. And you got to realize the entire religion since 2016 is based on not being able to trust your senses. So the entire religion literally claims reality is an illusion now. It's literally the scariest thing you could ever imagine.
Well, that was my point, though. Say and do and willing to do and say anything to keep their, frame of mind or their worldview is strange to me, man.
Right.
I mean,
And they'll critique, right. The point is they'll critique your work, but there's nothing to even critique on their side. There is no work from them. There is no claim. But they'll critique the people that have a claim. It's amazing.
I have a claim. I would love it if I would probably pay somebody if they could convince. Actually, 5 years ago, I was offering people thousands of dollars, not in any rude kind of way, but I was honestly looking for the actual evidence that was convincing other people. I saw people getting convinced, and the videos weren't convincing to me because there's easy explanations for it. So I was searching for the actual convincing information. I would not be upset at all if it's not a globe. I'm not attached to it in any kind of way.
Well, we know you by your fruit, and that's the point, is that you say you're not going to be upset, but your entire crew of, internet globers can't believe anything in reality. They have to literally claim that all of reality is an illusion. So I don't know what else to call that besides some sort of, religious zealotry.
Well, Coach, to bring it back a little bit, what we were talking about before, just to really bring it down to brass tacks. So in terms of the long distance observations, and I'm not trying to say that that's some 100% proof of anything, I'm just bringing it up. Have you, since you've been in this conversation almost daily for almost a decade, how many do you think?
Come on, dude.
How many pictures?
Half a decade, maybe. Yeah.
How many pictures do you think you've seen? And I'm just talking pictures on the internet. How many pictures, photographs do you think you've seen that show an extended planar geometry and a lack of curvature, meaning we see too far, we see things that we shouldn't be able to see, whether it's land masses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? How many do you think would you estimate?
You're not going to like my answer, so I'm going to have to get a clarification, which you're not going to like either. But regardless, when you say that I shouldn't see as far, shouldn't see this far on a globe, do you mean you have to set a threshold? You know what I mean? Like, do you mean based on no refraction, or do you mean it's literally impossible what the picture I'm seeing, or what are you saying exactly?
Well, let's just say for the moment there's no refraction at all. Meaning, if you're in a house and there's a hallway, you're not going to see around the hallway. This is not going to happen. Meaning that it's just regular conditions. So if the Earth was that, because I know that your explanation for it has to be some kind of bendy, warpy refraction thing. So I'm just saying, for a moment, removing the refraction, how many do you think you've seen that show what looks and appears to be an extended planar geometry?
Damn.
Because if it's not over 1,000, then either you're lying or you've had amnesia or something's going on.
Are you asking about legitimate pictures or pictures of people claiming that? Because I don't think I've seen thousands of legitimate pictures where that's shown. I've definitely seen plenty of pictures, but it's mostly people just claiming that sort of thing.
I mean, I think we could probably get you 400 collectively just with the people in this room right now. 4 to 5.
Yeah, but do you think that people do you think Nate would verify, at least even 20 of them as being kind of valid memes?
What are you talking about? What do you mean valid? They're photographs or videos.
Yeah, but you're claiming
Are you that conspiratorial minded that you think people doctor these? You think the ordinary Joe, the concrete finisher, is going to doctor a video to hopefully convince Kosho that the world is flat?
Not at all.
The answer
That's
is
not what he
thank
said.
goodness.
The question is what is actually too far?
I mean, the Guinness Book of World
question-
Records, the Guinness Book of World Records, the long distance photography is one right there. So, I'm just trying to get to step one. Do you agree? Hold on, Gummy. I'm just with Kosho real quick. Do you agree, Kosho, that those exist? Can we just get to that? If you want to use a refraction theory, we can go to that. But can you at least first say yes? There are photos that seem to show extended planar geometry over long distance.
Like I said, because you just added the caveat that we're not going to say refraction exists, and so we're not going to include that in our assessment, I would say yes, those exist, because if you only use how far you should be able to see, not including the atmosphere and refraction, there are certainly images that can see further than that point.
Okay, at least we got to there. All right, so you're still going to hold your 100% stance, even though you just said that. So now you're betting everything on refraction, right? You're putting all the chips.
No.
You're putting all your chips on refraction.
No,
Why would you go further than that, Theo? Hang on. If you take refraction out, then it has to be the physical Earth curve getting in the way. So there wouldn't be one picture ever of that physical object of water or dirt or whatever he wants to say that would let you see too far. That physical object would always be there.
Gio, there's a much bigger problem, Gio, if you just let me explain this real quick. The side that's claiming refraction says it's only refraction when it disagrees with them. So by default, that's literally completely wiping away their own claim. They're saying it's only refraction if it agrees with the opposition, but if they can imagine something else, then they can trust that, and there's never refraction when we look at anything else unless the Earth appears flat. That's a psychosis. There's no such thing. If they were honest to say, yeah, I can't trust that it's a globe either because of refraction, then they'd have an honest claim. But because there's no honesty involved, it's a self-deprecation.
Well, no. If you wanted to prove that claim, you would have to give the picture as well as the data of how refraction would work in that area. And if you have that data,
that's an assumption. Nope, that's in a religion. You're just going to roughen your religious belief. Refraction's already dependent on a flat surface. Yeah, refraction's real because the Earth isn't a ball. So there's not one single example ever, and the military would know about this if I could see around corners or the hump or a mound of Earth. There's not one example ever. That's why at all distances, the military has to treat the target as if it's actually there. Not lower, not behind a curve. The military up to 100 miles, ship-to-ship engagement, treats the target as if it's identical where it appears to be. So you don't even have a claim. It's just a religion.
What you just stated there is purely a religion on your side.
Nope, I'm sorry that you're just living in a
square
You're
one.
the one saying you can't trust your eyes. It's your religion. You're saying you can't trust your eyes. We're saying the entire world disagrees. Everything that's ever been done in history has to do with people trusting their eyes. You don't even have a claim for anybody in history saying that target's really not there 100 miles away. Never happened. No such thing. It's just your evolutionist religion to hide from reality. Yeah,
Well,
the burden of proof.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Gio, here's the problem is that the burden of proof isn't on the person saying they can trust their eyes. A 2-year-old knows this. The burden of proof is on the group saying everything's an illusion. That's them. I'm sorry. It's just too easy.
Yeah, because Gummy, Kosho and Gummy, it does kind of boil down to that, right? Like, okay, so if I were right now a globe earther and I really love NASA and I just love it all and I want to believe it all, right? So I'm 100%, I'm believing the Earth's a globe on every level. And then if a bunch of flat earthers came to me and said, look at all these photos, hundreds, thousands of photos, look, the Guinness Book of World Records, there should be 3,000 feet of curvature. We see the island, we see the mountain peak, et cetera, just on and on and on. And if I still really wanted to believe in the globe, the only honest position to take would be to say, you know what, I agree. 100%, it looks like planar geometry, but it isn't because refraction. But you would have to first admit that, yes, what we're observing is extended planar geometry. Then you would have to come up with some other theory, which I know you guys have tried to do. The challenge is you then would have to validate that as actually being the case, which you haven't done. So, but I mean, how can you not, like, Gummy, will you admit, sorry, I know I've said a lot here. I'll pass the mic. I'm just saying, would you admit, yes, we absolutely see extended planar geometry? but whatever your reasons are?
I don't really know if I agree with the term extended planar geometry, but I would say that what we see appears to be less curved than we expect it to be if we don't know about refraction.
Ooh. And sometimes no curve at all, right?
No, I've never seen any time where there's no curve at all.
Wow.
Seemingly no.
Wow.
Give me one example. Can't wait to see the example of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Me
No,
too.
I said I have not seen such an example, which means how can I show you an example? What do you mean?
Because refraction works in both ways. I mean, under certain conditions, it's going to bend the light one way, and on other conditions, it's going to bend the light the opposite, which it would make you have to say it could appear straight when curved.
It could.
But you're saying you've never seen that?
Yes. I'm saying I don't think I've ever seen that. Yes.
Quite the claim, man.
How is that a claim? I
Because
just don't think I've seen
how's
it.
the claim? You said your claim was you've never seen that.
Yes.
I said that's quite the claim because it's everywhere. And whether you're claiming it's caused by refraction or not.
How are you extending the claim from it's possible to it's everywhere? That's quite the extension of the claim.
We see it a lot. So if refraction is happening in an opposite way where an object appears higher or lower depending on the refractive effects, the conditions of the day, and you're saying you've never seen that? You can watch time lapse where it happens in the same timeline. Things go higher and lower due to the conditions of the day, which are what you're saying is refraction.
Well, no. So I've seen them go higher and lower relatively to their position, but I don't know if I've seen a time lapse where the refraction goes from downwards bending to upwards bending.
Well, if it's going higher and
I mean, if it's going higher and lower, that could simply just be more downwards and then less downwards, or more upwards and then less upwards. Doesn't necessitate that it goes all the way between upwards and downwards.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is I have not been able to identify any occasion where it appears to go from upwards to downwards.
Okay, so all the times that we do see convex to straight to curve, you're saying that's due to the camera, not refraction.
What do you mean convex to? I've never seen the horizon appear convex. No, wait, what's the term? Concave,
You've never seen videos where it shows convex and then it straightens out and then it goes.
No, I've seen it to be concave. No, sorry, convex and a bit more convex or a bit less convex, but I've never seen it actually transfer into looking concave.
Well, there's videos out there, but it's deemed to be the wide angle lens, not refraction.
Yeah, but I mean.
But you think it is refraction or wide angle lens?
Like I said, I've never seen such a video where it appears to turn concave.
Has anybody else seen that? Has anyone else seen a video of what I would say would be caused by the lens of the horizon appear? Hang on. Has anyone else seen that I'm talking about? A video that I would say is the lens causing it, where the horizon appears to be concave, then it straightens out. And then it goes.
I've seen both concave and convex.
Okay, so this guy is basically one of the few that hasn't seen that.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Well, I'd love it if someone can find such a video because that would be interesting.
He doesn't want to admit that it can appear concave. Then he would.
There's a lot of them.
I'm just saying I haven't actually witnessed such a thing.
There's a lot of them. There's even some in NASA's
definitely
footage.
seen a video.
There's
some. That's why I was amazed, and I said, "Wow, that's quite a claim." Because, how long have you been here? A week? Have you been here a couple of days, or a week, or a couple of years?
That's not something that's usually shown. That it goes from looking concave to convex.
Okay, here we go again.
Yeah. What do you mean? Nice talk. I'm making an honest claim that I don't remember seeing any such thing. And you're acting all annoyed about it.
I'm not annoyed. I'm moving on. I said, okay.
It is a bit surprising. It is a bit surprising, Gummy, if you haven't seen that. I guess it's possible that you haven't, but there's many. I mean, many of the high altitude balloon footages show that. There's even many in NASA footages that show that. We've pointed them out for years. where the horizon or the curve of the Earth will do that. Sometimes it'll go from convex and it'll flatten out and go to concave. There's like I said, high altitude footage. There's a bunch of those. So it's a little surprising if you've never seen one, but I guess it's possible that you haven't. I don't know. Seems like kind of a new thing that's happening that the globe earthers are doing these days. It's just
they
like,
deny all of it.
yeah, like,
I've
I've never
seen
seen
it.
that. Like when Brenda the other day said that she's never heard that we talk about ether being the reason for.
Right. I've never heard y'all talk about that. I'm here every day.
Wait, for what?
For years.
For what?
That's why I asked him if he's been here a week. I mean, maybe in the last week one of those videos hadn't been shown. Maybe. I would bet that it has been. But if he's been here longer than that, I mean, we've definitely had presentations. Yeah,
For Gyrus,
go ahead, man.
prevalent.
You seem anxious to defend your claim.
If they're so prevalent, why can't you just find one for me so that I can?
I'm driving, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Okay,
Hear
that is
horn?
a fair response. I'm not.
Maybe
being
you could go look
aggressive
up one
towards
yourself.
you.
Are you sitting at your computer, sir?
I am. Yes.
Oh, well, then maybe you could look them up.
So what am I supposed to look up? Earth looking concave.
I don't know. I mean, you should be able to research. Maybe this would be a time to learn how to research if you don't know how to find something like that. Glad I could help you.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, is What's It there? Round 1. What's it? You up, Austin? Can anybody hear him, or is it me?
I can't hear him either.
He might have stepped away, but he's in the VC. I heard his voice a moment ago.
All right. Oh, never mind. Okay. Okay.
I can hear
Check
you.
the PMs. But I just got to point this out. This is a crazy argument when people are telling the ones who trust their eyes, the ones we go out, we look at reality. There it is. We don't have a claim. It's
I thought
reality.
my question with Kosho, you do kind of rise the most time. Even, yeah, I think it's my reality, but I can see where people, my mind, I disagree with a lot of people on things. So I'm not going to say they should see what I'm seeing, but I'm not even sure they are seeing what I'm seeing. But when I see a boat go into the horizon and appears to go below the water, I can use a little logic and common sense and go, well, I know the boat is on the water. So either the water is rising up in front of me and the boat's going beyond that, or the water is curving. Like, none of those make sense. So then I go study, well, how can it happen, due to the way I see? And then I find all types of stuff on how that can happen, including refraction. So it just
You're
makes
just
logical
going to
sense.
ignore the possibility that it actually is curving. You're just going to deny
No,
it.
I'm really what I would do to measure the shape or to find out if it was curving is I would measure it. So that's what I actually went and did after I studied how refraction and how the water bulge that I did see over Lake Pontchartrain the first time I went, how that could appear there, because when I went the second time, it wasn't there. So then I knew it was caused by conditions or how we see. So I studied that. And then after I did that, I actually went out on the most static lake, long distance that I could do an observation. We just happened to have a camp on it and did a measurement of the water. And that's when I discovered there was no curvature of the water. So now that's how I know now, as you sit in front of your computer and can't even research a simple thing like how cameras make the horizon appear concave and convex. I've gone out and done things. Thanks very much.
Dude, one time I was in a debate with, I can't remember, some Glober on Modern Day Debate. And he said that he talked about like high altitude footage in a balloon and it shows the Earth's curve. It proves curvature. And I'm like, no, those are like typically, lenses that impose curvature. And in fact, as it goes up or down, the curvature will go up or down with it, concave to convex. He said, that's not true. You're lying. You're just making that up. Then he pulls the video up and it's like a 2-hour video. And the 10 seconds he shows, it literally shows it go concave and convex. It was pretty hilarious.
I love that. Hey, Witzik, check your PM real quick. Hold on, Rocky. I got a housekeeping issue. Witzik, check your back chat real quick or your private messages. I just sent you a message.
All right.
They have those lenses that you can look at a wall and it'll turn it into a ball. Like you can look at a rectangle wall and it turns it into a ball shape. I don't know what that is. That called wide angle or something else? I mean, you understand what I'm saying, right? Like it's a flat rectangle wall, and then when you take a picture with this lens, it shapes it into a ball. That's the shape of it. I also, just by coincidence, had a glass set on my phone the other day, and you look through the glass, and your phone looks round because the bottom of the, what you're looking through makes it appear round, and it's a rectangle phone. It takes that rectangle shape and turns it into a ball.
So wait, the claim. Wait, is Gummy still here? Gummy.
Yeah.
Has your memory been refreshed?
No, I still don't have. I still have not seen any such thing.
So wait, just to clarify, because I just jumped in. So you're saying that like a camera lens, you didn't know that it'll make things go concave or convex based on the angle that it's viewing it?
I know that there are examples of fisheye lenses making the horizon look curved or not curved and all of these things. But what I said is I have not seen any image where it appears to go from convex to concave due to refraction, where Earth appears to go from convex to concave due to refraction. It was a conversation about refraction, not about fisheye lens cameras.
Gotcha.
So that's my claim. Because of course, one thing, like a claim.
I was
Breaking up, Roger.
that it could be camera lens. And I asked if he had seen them. He said no. Sorry.
Hey, Gummy Bear, is it possible that the Earth is a plane?
Not to any extent I can think of now.
It's not even possible.
I'll put it at some sort of 0.0001%, that all the physics I know of, everything I know of are actually lies, and everything that I've been able to like verify myself are actually not verified of what I think, and just there's so much that has to be different or fake or made up and then somehow still fake for it to be reliably possible. So yeah, I'll put it at 0.0001%.
Okay. So, how far would we have to see something in the distance before you would think that it debunked the globe?
Any amount that where you also measure the refractive conditions and it does not explain it away.
That didn't answer my question. So
No, I'm telling you, literally any amount that deviates from the geometric horizon expected, but also including refractive data that does not come close to explaining why we see what we see.
I contend you can measure refraction.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, God, Rick. Hold on. We're getting to a point here. Let Witsit finish this out.
Yeah. So, can we have refractive conditions that would allow us to see all the way around the globe?
I don't think it's naturally possible, but they are theoretically possible.
Is this all theoretical when we're talking about the refractive rates?
No, a lot of it is experimentally verified.
So you know the exact rate based on at-most conditions of the refraction?
Not the exact rate, no.
So every time we have the same conditions, we're going to have the same rate of refraction?
If we have the exact same conditions, of course we will.
Right. So if I see something from 2,000 miles away, is that too far?
If you take something from 2,000 miles away, and I have no way of thinking of how those conditions could have arrived for that to happen, then yeah, that would definitely be too far. But say there was a supernova that showered Earth in radiation, which fucked up the atmosphere, so that refraction now freaking went 1,000 times. Well, then no, 2,000 miles might not be too far. But under normal natural circumstances, of course it's too far.
It's the life of Gumby and Pokey. Congratulations.
This dude just said a supernova.
Do you not see? Do you not see the logic behind it? Doesn't need. It needs to be unexplainable by refraction.
Okay.
By the imagination.
You just came up with a supernova. So when you say it has to be unexplainable, you mean as long as you can't come up with anything at all, hypothetically?
No,
is that?
That's not what I'm saying. For
You just said
example,
that.
no. For example, one example is, say we see any further than the geometric horizon, but you also show that the light is that refraction is currently working to bend light upwards and only upwards. That would prove it. Because in order for you to see further than the geometric horizon, we need downwards refraction. And so if you somehow show that there's currently no downwards refraction, and yet we see further than the geometric horizon, that would be proof.
He just said it. The globe is not falsifiable because supernova.
Okay. So are you claiming that every time you see these long distance observations, you have gone and looked at the atmospheric conditions and then done the math and figured out the exact rate of refraction and it's consistent with your observation? Is that what you're claiming?
I'm not claiming that I've figured out the exact rate of those pictures, but they all seem to be in line with expected refraction values. I
How
have
can they
never
all
seen.
seem to be that way if you don't know what the conditions are?
Because they're mostly close to the normal refractive scenarios that have been shown.
That's not true. So the normal refractive scenario is 7/6R. That's why it's called standard refraction.
So that would be the average.
Yeah, the normal.
Just because something happens to be maybe 10/6R one day, I'd say that still falls in line with just a bit extra refraction that day. However, if you show me that the refraction is making it to be 5/6R, and yet we still see too far, now that would be an impressive observation. That would show
You're
me
just
that something's
making,
wrong.
but dude, the fact that you think this sophistry is somehow admissible is pretty baffling. Because you're sitting here doubling down. If you can show me 5/6, you just admitted you don't even know how to determine that. What a joke! So, can you please?
And how do you think that showed that I don't know how to determine refraction?
You admitted that you don't.
No,
Are
I
you now
said that
saying
I
that you
don't
do?
know. Just for every single picture, I do not know what the conditions are in order to know what the refraction is. Of course not.
Right. So what all do you need to factor in? Can you cite the magical formula that tells us exactly what the rate of refraction is with the conditions? What all conditions do you need to factor in? Do you have the formula? Have you actually ever tested one picture with this formula? Just one. No.
If I have tested a picture with this formula, no, because this formula doesn't look at pictures. It looks at data, like humidity, temperature, altitude. All of these things come into play.
Have you compared it to an observation to see if it will sufficiently explain the observation away? Have you ever done that with even one observation?
Personally, I have not done the calculations myself. No.
Can you just cite the calculations, like the actual formula?
I could find the scientific article where I saw it the first time, but I can't be bothered right now.
Yeah, you've never done it. You don't know what it is. You don't know what conditions are present. You've never looked at an observation and been like, damn, this might debunk the globe. Let me go look at the formula and look at the conditions. You just
So are we
admitted that
supposed
you've
to
never,
are we supposed to just be lying about the other person, just saying
well, you
you
just
haven't
admitted
done
you've
this, you
never done
haven't?
it.
No, you extended it. I agreed about some things I haven't done, and then you extended it to 3 other things that I possibly have done.
So you have done it. You have actually taken an observation, done the math, taken all the conditions, put it into the formula, and shown that it is explained on the globe. You've done that before?
No, I
Oh,
am
so
not
I didn't lie
personally
about
used
you.
it. Was that the only claim you made? No. Do you know
That's what I just
your
said.
own words that you're using?
Hey, buddy, that's what I just said. So,
It
what?
is not. You made way more claims than that, so please don't do that again. That would be considered a straw
How about
man.
let's
It's
just
not
get
very
hyper
nice.
specific. I'll drop a picture for you. So, is this what you do? You hand wave dismiss it if you don't have all the conditions. So, if I see something from 273 miles away, and the mountain should be blocked by over 3 miles of Earth curvature, and the top of the tallest mountain should be blocked by an additional mile of Earth curvature, how is it that you determined that it's possible on a globe? You can just be honest and say you hand wave dismissed them.
Just real
Because
quick,
yeah, go ahead.
I just want to ask a real quick question. I'm sorry, Winston. Gummy, can you? I've asked everybody for this, and I still haven't ever gotten it. Would you mind kindly finding us a photograph that you think represents 7/6R? Not a close range, but one that's in the distance, so that you can show us this is what 7/6R. I still haven't. No one's ever brought this up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will make an attempt in a couple minutes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the second thing I would like to know is something that Whitsett had talked about as well, and that is, when can I go out and expect to see looming, right? You guys can show me all of these ray tracing diagrams and this, that, and the other. Now, listen, if I wanted to take my 6th grade science class out and say, you know what we're going to see on Wednesday, kids? We're going to see looming. You know how we know? Because we know all the conditions that are going to create this phenomenon. It's going to be amazing. Okay, can you please produce for us information so that we can know when we go out on this particular day, we're going to see looming?
Yes.